and welcome to this resumed meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We're now in our 5th day of consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2012-2013. Pleased to welcome you all here. Today is Thursday, May 3rd, 2012. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee. I'm joined by Councilmember Mitch Englander, Councilmember Tony Cardenas, Councilmember Paul Koretz, and juror number 4, Councilmember Bill Rosendahl, who, thankfully for all of us, I told him yesterday, the loss to the judicial system is our gain because he's been released from his civic duty, performing on jury duty. And Mr. Rosendahl, I have to say, you know, in an era when many people, no matter what their business, go to great lengths to try to escape jury duty. It's really, I think, a good civic lesson for everyone that here you are, a sitting council member, a member of the Budget Committee, and you were performing your duty to serve on a jury. Our judicial system can't function without that kind of participation. So I, for one, want to applaud you for that.
I just want to thank you for that because a lot of people do get the notice in the mail and find a way to get out of it. And I've had the privilege, actually, of serving on 3 juries, a foreman of 2, and where we came to decisions. And it's an incredible process. And for anybody out there watching this, if you get a notice for jury duty, do it. It's one of 12 people. You sit there in a room and you work together. But this was amusing for me, considering the moment I'm in time. But I just took it like anybody else should. And after the 3rd day, they released me from jury duty. But thank you for your comment.
It's just like people who don't vote shouldn't complain about election results. By the same token, people who don't serve on juries really shouldn't complain when the outcome of judicial decisions are not what we would hope them to be sometimes. So I applaud you for that. So we're ready to get started. It's been our practice to hear public comment at the beginning of each meeting, and then if people want to stay until a departmental, the particular part of the agenda dealing with a particular department to provide department-specific comment, they may do so at that time as well. Right now, amazingly, we have no public comment cards, so we're ready to begin. Right now, we'll resume public comment, as I say, for each department as we go, if anyone wishes to speak. So we'll begin today. The schedule today is to begin with airports, then go to DWP. We will be going next to CDD. Somewhere around there, we'll be taking a brief break for lunch. We'll then deal with the housing department, the LA Homeless Authority, the Housing Authority, City Ethics Commission, the City Clerk, the CAO's office, and then we'll go to miscellaneous matters as listed on the agenda, and we will begin consideration of Exhibit H as well, time permitting. So we're ready to begin with airports, and before we do, Mr. Cardenas.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. So public comment for our purposes this week is all under the category of general public comment, or is it under the category of per item?
Technically speaking, everything that we're discussing is a single agenda item. Okay. So in a technical sense, we could have closed public comment at the first meeting of this and not heard from the public at any subsequent meetings, but I just didn't feel that that gave sufficient opportunity for weigh-in, and it wasn't convenient for the public. So as a courtesy, we're extending people the opportunity to speak on department-specific matters as they come up. But it's strictly as a courtesy. It's not required by.
You're a kind and benevolent chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope everyone continues to feel that way as we move through this process. So thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Our General Manager, Gina Marie Lindsay, welcome. It's good to have you here. And if you'd like to introduce your team and then provide a brief introduction, you're welcome to begin.
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I am joined today, aside from our eminent CAO staff, with Ryan Yakubik, our Director of Finance and Budget, and Mark Adams, our Director of Governmental Affairs. And I think knowing that your time is valuable, I will simply tell you what we have submitted is a budget that I think takes us the next step in our quest to not only rebuild the physical facilities at LAX, but also improve our operational integrity, bring all of our airfield improvements up to the state of the art, and provide a customer service experience that reflects what we want to provide to our travelers. For our other airports at Van Nuys, we're very proud to tell you that we have achieved a budget that covers our operating expenses. It doesn't totally cover the full costs when you roll in depreciation, but it does cover the operating expenses, which is quite a significant progress from where we were 5 years ago. At Ontario, as everyone knows, we continue to struggle with having the expenses come down, at least to try to meet what the current traffic is doing, while still keeping the facilities operational and in good shape at Ontario. In Palmdale, we have about $3 million that we spend a year on Palmdale, largely through taxes for the properties and for being sure that we are maintaining the facilities out there to the level that they need to be, even though there is no commercial service. So with that, I think we appreciate your consideration, and between us, we would like to be able to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. And why don't we begin with the representative of Los Angeles International Airport, Councilmember Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everybody here in the room and those watching it as well. I just want to state a few highlights, and I got a bunch of questions.
Great.
LAWA is projecting a $2.78 billion rollover from last fiscal year. The Bradley West and the Central Utility Plant projects are now fully financed. LAWA expects an additional debt issuance of up to $319 million in the next fiscal year to cover buyouts of Terminal 6 and Terminal 5 improvements. LAWA is expecting an $82 million increase in revenues over last year's budget, driven by growth in flight fees, land and building rentals, and concessions. So it's great to see those kinds of numbers, and obviously the modernization of the airport is a significant modernization, public financing through the concept of the airlines, and it's not coming from city treasury, but it's a big public works project, and we have thousands of jobs happening at the airport. First, I'd just like to get from you an update on the Bradley Terminal, which I know is costing us about $1.3 billion or $4 billion in budget, and when you figure it'll be done and how you think that's all going. And also in that same breath about how we're doing with the Central Utility Plant.
Great. Happy to address those. The Bradley West project is going well. It is not going as quickly as we all would have liked. And I wish the answer to when it's going to open was a simple one, but I'm going to give you 3 different answers on that because there's essentially going to be 3 different openings. We're going to start using the north gates on the west side of the concourse in September of this year. Then the next opening we are still anticipating for the end of March of 2013, which would be opening all the rest of the gates along the west side of the new concourses and opening up the core area, the commercial area. At that point, we will then demolish the old concourses on the existing Tom Bradley International Terminal, finish constructing the apron area on the east side, and we would be opening up the east gates on the new construction sometime the end of 2013, beginning of 2014.
Okay. Thank you for that. I noticed that there's a projected $40 million increase in maintenance and operation costs, and I'm told it's mostly due to increases in salaries and benefits, including pension contributions and health care costs, as well as an MOU of reimbursement to the city for various services. Could you explain that?
I'm going to have my expert do that.
Sure.
Actually, the increase in operating expenses was generally evenly split between personnel costs and other non-personnel costs. One of the primary drivers of the increases in operating expenses at LAWAS, or particularly at LAX, which is the majority of the budget, has been the increase in passengers there over the last couple of years. As we increase passengers, we increase wear and tear on the facility and the need to maintain it and handle those passengers. So those two things, the passengers in particular, drive our operating expenses up. On the personnel side, we have some increases in headcount to address the fact that we have a good deal more passengers flowing through the airport. In addition to that, we've got increases in pension and health care, as well as we're starting to feel some of the bite from the COLAs and step increases that have come back into play in the next fiscal year. So those are driving some of the personnel costs up. On the non-personnel side, we're seeing increases in planning costs for both public safety issues and general terminal improvements and airfield improvements as we continue to look towards improving the airport. We also are seeing higher expenditures in general facilities maintenance initiatives. It is an older facility, and until we get it completely improved, we're going to continue to see elevated maintenance costs.
Okay, and on that note, the overall projects that we're involved in, what we call green-lighted projects, if I could get an update on the status of all of these major capital improvement projects going on at the airport.
Well, of course, several of the ones we've talked about were green-lighted projects. The ones that have not been started yet include the Midfield Satellite Concourse. However, we will be taking a contract for approval to our board to start the environmental work on the Midfield Satellite Concourse. And as I think you know, the potential of a consolidated rental car facility and automated people mover is all part of the specific plan amendment process, which the draft EIR will be released in June. There will be the requisite comment periods, and then we hope to have the final EIR for our board's consideration sometime in January of next year.
Yeah, and for the public to know that the reinvestment in the airport overall will help regionalism because the cost of landing and taking off at LAX will not be the cheapest national airport in America, and so just by that incentive, Ontario will become more of an asset for major airlines. So that's one of the joys we know, that in the long run, the modernization of LAX will mean the regionalization will pick up with Ontario. You mentioned safety issues and money spent on that. LAWA is making major investments in police equipment this year, including purchasing new alternative fuel police cars. The projected appropriations for equipment and vehicles is $6.4 million. LAWA spends roughly $130 million each year on the airport police department. This is easily the most expensive of any airport in the United States spends on public safety security, and LAWA indicates that the FAA allows it because it has dedicated police force that is separate from the city general fund. Could you talk about that?
Well, FAA allows us to spend this money on safety and security because they realize that's a legitimate airport expenditure for safety and security. And we have a multi-layered approach to that. I think, as you know, where we've got civilian officers that deal with some of the security and traffic duties. We have our own certified law enforcement officers that do a great deal of the public safety, and then we also have a contingent of the LAPD folks that do special services for the airport, and all of that is allowable by FAA.
And in that context, there's always been a political discussion. It's been on the ballot for people to vote, having a separate police force at the airport versus integrating it into the LAPD. Mm-hmm. It appears that the FAA likes the idea of a focused police department there, and of course the supplement and support of the LAPD, God forbid a major emergency. Do we still feel comfortable about that as a strategy at the airport?
Absolutely.
Would you please update us on the status of the specific plan amendment study? And obviously, we go on to the Midfield Concourse EIR, and most importantly, from a community perspective, the LAX North Side Plan update. And what does that mean?
Yeah, the specific plan amendment study environmental report should be out in draft in June of this year. and then hopefully be wrapped up and ready for our board to consider in January of 2013. The North Side Plan has just started its environmental work, and I believe that'll take between probably 12 to 18 months for that to happen. I think they're hopeful, though, that they'll be able to. I think the notice of preparation is closing today. Then there will be workshops throughout the summer, and they may have a draft document hopefully by November of this year. But that would then be the draft document, and then you have to go through the public comment and finalize on that. There was one other that you asked about. Midfield satellite?
Yeah, first
Okay.
the Pacific Plan Amendment and then the Midfield Concourse, EIR.
Yeah. That EIR, if our board approves the contract that we'll be submitting to them on Monday, that's the one that will take probably 12 to 18 months. So I'd say the middle of next year we ought to have a draft environmental report on that.
Good. What percentage of the vehicle fleet at LAX is now alternative fuels? I know we've been doing that, and I'm proud of that.
62%.
Great. That's terrific. And what's the plan for the other 38%?
We are limited in how far we can take that. We take it as far as we possibly can, but some of the rolling stock at the airport is they either do not make or it's not feasible to implement alternative fuels. But every opportunity we get, we are in.
How about the electric concept of electric car, electric transporting around? How are we doing on electric ones?
I'm not sure of the mix on the electric.
We've been concentrating on CNG,
Right.
Because we are updating our electrical plug-ins in our public parking garages for personal electric cars. But as far as our own LAWA fleet, we've been concentrating on CNG.
How much, and this is back to my regionalism concept, by how much do you expect the cost per in-plane passenger to increase at LAX in the next fiscal year, and how does it compare to the cost of Ontario?
We're going to see the cost per enplanement at LAX probably go up to between $12.50 and $13.50 a passenger. Ontario in fiscal 11 was $11.76. We expect fiscal 12, the current year, to be under $12. We're still having conversations with our board about longer-term options for bringing down airline costs at the airport. So those discussions are ongoing with our board.
Okay, obviously I've said the line, I feel like the Maytag man waiting for business at Ontario, and one of the ways in which that happens is the airlines look at the bottom line. It's as simple as that. If they find that they're incented enough to go to Ontario, I strongly believe the Inland Empire and Ventura County and Orange County would like to go to Ontario and not just clog up the 405 or go through that. So I'm looking forward to that continued progress and modernization and those costs going up. Ms. Lindsay, you and I have talked about various alternatives to extending the Green Line to LAX. But for the benefit of the committee, would you please update us on LAWA's coordination with Metro on this project? And I might add, when we passed Measure R, Jenny Arpeza, the late Jenny Arpeza, played a role in that, and the Green Line was put into Measure R. The public from Micah, the head of the Republican Transportation Committee on the one side of the House, to the Democrats, have said, where is the train at LAX? And I know we have two of them we're looking at now, the Crenshaw Line, thanks to Senator Boxer, put $750 million in play quickly. That has gotten that moving. And the Green Line is in planning stages. Where are we in those discussions, and when will we get to the point where my dream is to have a people mover where all of the trains go to, and you just have one stop, which is into the people mover, and go around the terminal? I know it's still in the conceptual stages. I've looked at various plans that Metro and you have presented, but for the public's benefit, where are we on getting a light rail hookup into LAX?
Our interaction with Metro is very robust and very consistent. We've been both challenged, Metro and the airport, by the different schedule that we're on with our two environmental processes. Our specific plan amendment process draft doesn't get finished until June. Metro is moving smartly on their options. I believe that they've culled it down from the standpoint of its connection with LAX to about 3 options. One of them is bringing the station to the Aviation and Century location where the Crenshaw station will be, and then having some kind of a connection to the airport, whether it be a dedicated busway at first and then eventually potentially an automated people mover. Another option would be bringing the Green Line station closer to the airport, somewhere in the vicinity of Lot C right now, and then figuring out how that station gets connected to the central terminal area. And a third option would be bringing it subterranean underneath the runways into an area within the middle of the terminals, something like where the theme building is.
Right.
That's extremely expensive, and it's also got its own security and logistics hassles. So all of those are just in the review stage, and we have a lot more analysis yet to do.
Do you have a sense of a timetable?
I really don't, because a lot of it will depend not only on what the funding and calendar schedule for the Green Line construction would be, but then also for the airport's construction timetable. We really can't be more specific about that until we're finished with the specific plan amendment process.
Fair enough. Appreciate that. Just a couple of sort of joys for me. I've been pushing for Wi-Fi at the airport because we're in an age that you got to have it everywhere. Can you give us an update on providing free Wi-Fi in the terminals?
Yes, we expect a contract to be going to the board later this month, hopefully the 21st of May. If that gets approved, I'm hopeful that by fall we'll have free Wi-Fi at LAX, but I do want to make it clear that Ontario got their free Wi-Fi yesterday.
I know. We saw that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I look forward to it at LAX. And lastly, I know that Lau is studying a couple of different options for Manchester Square as part of the SPAS program. What are your current thoughts on the prospect of building a consolidated rental car center there or anything else? Just where are we on Manchester Square?
Yeah, my sense is that if we do build a consolidated rental car, that's probably the best location for it. I think whether that goes forward as a consolidated rental car site will depend on a lot of things. What happens with traffic? Is there a continued cap on activity? What is do we have enough activity to support the special facility bonds that would be necessary to build that kind of an expensive operation?
Is there anything that you would like me to ask or a comment you want to make, since my relationship with the airport has been ongoing for 7 years and your leadership has been stellar? And I appreciated with the May Day situation where Janice Hahn and I were there, how our police and the LAPD police and your overall energy working with employees to go back to work. And so we didn't have major disruptions. And I don't know if anybody out there understands, this is the #1 destination airport in the world. Because we're a megalopolis in Southern California, people come from everywhere and they go to Los Angeles, and your airport is the symbol of the whole world in the context of connecting everybody. Is there anything on your mind that you'd like to share with us or that we should know about?
No, I just appreciate your enthusiastic support. We have a ways to go. We have a lot of work yet to do, and we don't do everything perfectly, but we sure try hard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Why don't we go next to Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of questions on different things that are not focused on traditional airport questions. One of them is a follow-up on what we were talking about with people mover technology. At Heathrow Airport, they have a current PRT version, personalized rapid transit. Now, it's my belief personally that could be used for more than just people mover technology, and it actually could be a substitute also for some of the subway and light rail. And I'm wondering if we couldn't investigate that as a connection to the Green Line. So rather than what I think would be ideal, which would be building a Heathrow Airport-like system that goes to all the parking lots and all the terminals, which could all be done relatively cheaply, also investigating connecting that directly to the Green Line. Because PRT technology, it probably would cost $15 to $20 million a mile. For the cost of the connection from the Green Line to the airport, you could build the entire system from the Green Line to the airport and to all the parking lots and to all the terminals, and have money left over. So I'm wondering if you've looked at that, and if that's something you would encourage the department to look at along with Metro.
The easy answer is yes. I would certainly encourage our folks to look at that. No, we haven't looked at it yet. I can confidently tell you that we are going to have to be very creative and very expansive in what we consider for the ultimate connection to the Green Line and the Crenshaw Line. I think ultimately we're going to look initially, we're going to look very hard at a rubber tire solution, a bus connection that will bring it into the front of the terminals. The difficulty we're going to wrestle with on an automated solution, whether it's an APM, whether it's a PRT, any of that, is going to be, do we bring it in on the face of the garages and then figure out how to span over the roadways to get people into the terminals, or do we bring it in on the face of the terminals and then figure out how to get people to and from the parking garages, and what has to happen from a structural standpoint, not only to the upper roadways, but also to those old terminals. So that's all just a way of saying we're going to have to explore every cutting-edge approach to how to engineer the right solution. And so obviously PRT would be one of those that we'd want to consider.
And there's no perfect on-point example, because you have the airport solution in Heathrow and a couple other places where it's newer, and you have an example, I believe, in Virginia, where you have a system that's about 10 miles long that uses PRT with no stops, etc. But the technology is over 30 years old. It still works great, but there's no system that said, okay, let's combine a typical people mover function, but also some greater distance. So I hope we'll look at that, because I think it's a great potential solution.
We definitely will look at it.
On Ontario, where are we on exploring the concept of giving Ontario back to Ontario, and what are the pluses and minuses for our LA system in doing that?
The council has requested that the CAO and the CLA look at a series of questions that you all articulated, and I believe they're in process doing that.
I'll be happy to respond to that. There's really 4 questions that we're looking at. The first one is an examination of the current proposal that Ontario has made to the city, and specifically related to the $50 million that would be provided to the city for the dissolution of the JPA. We have sent a letter to the FAA requesting a specific analysis and response related to that proposal, and we sent it about 2 weeks ago. We haven't heard back from them. We expect that to take some time before we actually do. The second question is related to the overall value of the asset, and to assist us on that question, we're hiring a financial advisor who we conducted an RFP, and hopefully we'll have a financial advisor next week to help us understand better how to start breaking that into pieces and providing a response. The third is exploring alternatives. This is one proposal. What are possible other proposals or strategies that your council could consider? And so our financial advisors will help us lay those out and provide those to you. And then the fourth is really working with the department in establishing how to strengthen the airport under the current structure, and that's something that the general manager and her staff are committed to doing. So all of those pieces are being examined now, and they're in various pieces of progression. Obviously, the first one is one that everyone's sort of anticipating an answer, and so we're hopeful that we'll have some response within the next several weeks.
Obviously, the first one from a budgetary standpoint in terms of the general fund is also an interesting question whether that can help us fill our reserves or whatever. Do we have a sense of what the timeline would be if we were actually going to go forward with that? Do we think it would be completed in a year, 5 years? Do we have a ballpark?
I think it all depends on ultimately what your council decides to do. I think the mayor wisely did not assume any funding in next year's budget. I think it would be very premature to do so. And it's one of those things that there's still too many unknowns for us to even begin to articulate or plan out really what kind of time frame would make sense.
And I would agree. I wouldn't want to spend that money, but if we were looking at it as a possible boost to the reserves, I think that would be something we could take into account. Do we think there's any chance that if it was done, it would be completed in time for us to achieve any of that funding for the city before the end of this coming fiscal year?
I would think that's highly doubtful.
Okay, good to know. And how do we think it would impact the overall department budgetarily if we ended this agreement with Ontario and eventually when that was terminated, would that save us any money for expenditures we are engaging in ongoing? Would it be helpful to us in any way?
Strictly from a financial standpoint, Ontario is not subsidized. Ontario's rates and fees that are paid at Ontario by the airlines and the concessionaires pay for the costs of Ontario. So if Ontario were just all of a sudden off of the balance sheet, it wouldn't do anything to the revenues or expenses of the rest of the department. Is there a more accurate?
No, that's absolutely correct. There would be no net budget impact to the department.
So pretty much revenue neutral to the department and to the city.
That's correct.
So no negative impacts to it.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. On our policing at the airport, I know last time we asked this question, we had the airport police, we have a contingent of LAPD paid for by the airport, and then we had an additional LAPD contingent paid for by the general fund. Is that still the case, or is it now all paid for by the airport?
My understanding is that the normal police LAPD contingent is paid for by the airport. I think upon occasion, whether it has been maybe some holiday supplemental forces, I think last holiday season, the chief sent a couple of LAPD folks out there during the peak travel season, but that would be the only exception.
Yeah, last time I asked this question, I think Chief Bratton was still the chief, and I think they had a practice of supplementing the airport. I guess maybe the CAO might know this answer better. We eliminated that practice.
I think for the most part, but we could go back and report to and make sure we have the right answer to that.
That would be great. And lastly, how are we doing in my district on the Westwood Flyaway? Because we've been trying to keep that going. I know it hasn't always paid for itself, so we're trying to find ways to increase the ridership and make that less difficult. Where are we on that? How are we doing? Are there other things
We're doing
my
better.
office could be doing to help, etc.?
Well, thank you for the offer. I haven't checked in on that in the last 2 months, but the last time I did check in on it, we were still losing money, but we were losing much less than we had been losing before. I seem to remember that we were around the $250,000 a year deficit. Do you recall, Ryan?
It was actually significantly more than that, but I think
Originally.
Originally, and I think with some changes to the operation and fare structure, I think they've pressed that down I want to say under $200,000.
Yeah, I think that's about right. So there's been improvement. Most of that has come from significantly increased fares. We're now charging $10 out there, which was actually the community's suggestion when we were looking at cutting that service. So at this point, we do not have a proposal in front of our board to cease that service.
I'm glad to hear that. And if there are things, as I said, that either my office can do to help or that we could encourage UCLA to do to help, which I know they've been trying, please let me know. And,
Thank you.
And we will do that. And otherwise, thank you for your good work, and that's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. One quick follow-up on Mr. Kretz's question about Ontario. When you say that there's no subsidy, that it's fully paid for by the fees, does that include all existing and projected debt service as well?
Yes, it includes the debt service, and what you might be remembering is that at the time in the mid-80s or the mid-90s when the terminals were built, there was a contribution of funds from LAX passenger facility charges to the tune of something around $124 million, and that was a one-time contribution toward that capital investment. But currently, all the remaining debt service is paid for by Ontario rates and fees.
Okay. In the event of a transfer, would that be recouped, or would there be the opportunity to recoup that investment?
We would be looking to recoup that investment.
Okay, very good.
And
Thank
that's
you.
one of the issues we're going to address in our report.
Great. We'll go next to the representative of one of the most important economic engines in the San Fernando Valley, the Van Nuys Airport, Councilmember Cardis.
How you doing?
Morning.
Good morning. One quick question about the Van Nuys Flyaway. How are we doing on the numbers at the Flyaway and Van Nuys as far as numbers of passengers and revenue? And are we in the red? Are we in the black?
I think on Van Nuys we were in the red a bit.
Okay.
However, I'm gonna hedge that because we just recently awarded a new operating contract for the buses. It was a more favorable contract than our previous one, so we were hopeful that with a year under our belt with the new contract that we might be able to push it into the black. So let's cross our fingers.
Okay, so it wasn't badly in the red. It was slightly in the red, therefore, with the new contractor, et cetera, as they acclimate and hopefully we get the ridership.
That's what I
and then-
recall.
Okay.
Ryan, do you have any more specific?
I think that's correct. I think the only place where we're really staying in the red is on the facility out there. We made a pretty significant investment in the facility. That is not being recouped in its entirety.
Okay, so when it comes to the actual operations portion, if you separate I guess we bonded on that and we're still paying the debt on the infrastructure?
No, that was a contribution by LAX for that facility.
Okay,
And it
wow.
wasn't bonded, it was
No,
cash.
it was a cash contribution. So what we're talking about is the depreciation or amortization of those costs.
Okay, so bottom line is, without that debt issue category, the actual operation is doing okay.
It was
So-
still somewhat in the red.
Okay, all right. When it comes to the Van Nuys Airport, how are we doing when it comes to the improvements? The main improvement right now is the runway, which is obviously perhaps the main artery of activity there. How are we doing with that? Are we able to figure out how to do that and cause the least amount of disruption for the operators?
We're making progress. I would say that the tenant involvement has been very helpful. Our staff and our engineers and their engineers have been working together on a very granular basis to segment the runway into chunks and to identify specifically what kind of remedial construction needs to happen for each of those chunks. Good progress. We don't have total agreement yet, but we should by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you. And then also when it comes to Ontario Airport, there seems to be a lot of press on that, and to the surprise of many people in Southern California, they come to realize that LAWA, the people of Los Angeles, own Ontario Airport, even though it's outside of the city limits. When it comes to that airport, how is, from a regionalism perspective, how is it when it comes to LAX and Ontario Airport working together on a communication and a planning basis. Would you say that that's a strong relationship or a weak relationship?
Absolutely. From the standpoint of planning and operating the airport, it's a very strong relationship because, of course, it's LAWA staff that's doing that. And we have, up until recently, had a very cordial relationship with the City of Ontario. It's been a very, very strong relationship. You know, the thing we don't control is where airlines fly. The federal government stopped doing that in 1978.
Okay. I need to give you a question about another airport as an example. The John Wayne Airport is part of our regional airport system, would you say?
Yeah.
And that airport, who owns and operates that?
Orange County.
Orange County.
Right.
When it comes to coordinating with LAX and the John Wayne Airport compared to Ontario, would you say that coordination is very much similar or very different? And if it's very different, is it for better or for worse very different?
It's very different because they have their own goals and they don't coordinate those goals with LAX or
there's no legal responsibility for them to coordinate.
Whatsoever.
And there's nothing on the horizon that says federally, regionally, statewide, et cetera, that there's something coming down the pike that would require a legal coordination, correct?
That's correct.
Continue.
That's right. And so we have a much closer coordination with Ontario than we do either Orange County or Burbank.
Burbank,
Yeah. And that's fine. It is what it is. But that's the answer to your question.
So my last question on that point is, so if the people out in the Inland Empire were to get what they want and we were to relinquish authority of operation and ownership of the Ontario Airport, would that enhance or diminish, practically speaking, would it enhance or diminish regionalism planning for our air transportation in the region?
I think it would certainly reduce the kind of coordination and communication that we have historically had between LAX and Ontario Airport.
We basically would be in the relationship that LAX has with John Wayne Airport, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Burbank Airport.
That's
right?
what I would anticipate.
You would coexist, but coordination, responsibility of regional planning is out the window.
Yes.
Okay. So the reason why I needed to ask you that question so slowly is because I actually went on what I thought was just a discussion about the Ontario Airport, et cetera, and the airport got attacked, I got attacked, the City of LA got attacked by this elected official from the Inland Empire on, it was actually, I think it was Channel 7. And what surprised me is the individual was not interested in any way about answering those honest questions and giving an honest answer about what we just dialogued about. So thank you for cooperating with my questions, because I think what you said is just basically the fundamental truth. When one organization owns two airports, for example, there is a legal responsibility, fiduciary responsibility, and a financial responsibility to coordinate. But if two separate entities own those same airports, but it's two separate entities, there's no legal or fiduciary responsibility for those two airports to coordinate. So when it comes to regional air traffic, then I think we're taking a giant step backwards if we were to relinquish authority and responsibility of Ontario Airport to anyone. So I just wanted to make sure that the people of Los Angeles who happen to be watching understand that when it comes to the budgeting and responsibility of LAWA, which is the subject at this moment, that would be something that is a giant step in the wrong direction in a fiduciary capacity and a financial capacity for LAWA, in addition to that, for regional transportation purposes as well. Do you agree with that?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Englander, do you have anything? Okay. Just a couple of points. This maybe is more directed to the mayor and the CAO. Well, first of all, what is the process by which reimbursements reimbursable costs to the general fund from LAWA are audited or evaluated to ensure that we fully recapture those costs that are reimbursable consistent with federal law and the restrictions of the FAA?
Well, that's an important part of the process. So, and that is why they're usually several months behind in reimbursement, because we want to make sure that whatever we end up receiving from the department is fully audited and in support of the restrictions in which they have to respond to. So usually we receive those dollars sometime in the mid-year of mid of the year for exactly that reason.
Well, what's the process by which that auditing takes place? Is that done within your office, or is there a separate auditing process? How does it work?
So what happens, actually, we prepare multiple billings throughout the year. And through existing agreements with the proprietaries, along with LAWA, a series of charges are developed. We look at actual labor costs, apply overheads to it. We send the bill to the department. They review, make sure they're consistent with the sort of what's been agreed to as far as what's actually reimbursable, and then they will then remit those payments. If there are some charges that are outside of the existing sort of agreements, then there's a dialogue going back and forth. They check with their auditors, make sure things are applicable and can be paid for by basically this. They can reimburse those charges as.
Okay. Are there any outstanding disagreements about any cost items that may or may not be reimbursable?
I don't think so. Others?
No, there are none at present.
Great.
At the end of each fiscal year, the controller issues a report regarding actual expenditures. Upon that report, then there is a truing up where there may be credits, there may be additional bills sent in depending on the level of service. For example, fire and police, we understand a base level they provide, but there are variations each year. Right. For other city services that are provided, such as by the controller or the treasurer, those are pretty much static. And at the beginning of each year, an agreement is reached as to what the level of service is anticipated to be, again, recognizing that truing up would occur at the subsequent to the end of that fiscal year should any changes, any debits or credits occur. And that occurs constantly.
So in this budget, is there any change in the assumptions about the level of reimbursement rates?
It's anticipated based on the workload that has in fact been budgeted and authorized by the upcoming budget.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Cardenas raised some important questions about regional cooperation and the impacts of our regional air transit system. And I just wanted to ask you briefly about Bob Hope Airport in Burbank, because there are current plans to significantly expand the utility of Bob Hope Airport through Transit Hub there. There have been for many years ongoing efforts to try to modernize the terminal and even possibly expand the terminal at Bob Hope. If the regional transit plans that they have were to proceed, would you anticipate that having any material impact on utilization at LAX, at the number of passengers that we have flying through LAX?
Clearly, what I'm telling you is speculative. However, I would say no, not a significant impact. The interesting thing about how airlines choose where to fly and where passengers want to go is that they want to go to a convenient airport. And there's also a fare shopping element to that too. Wherever you have an airport that has a great deal of competition, you're typically going to be able to find some lower fares. But Burbank and Orange County are both very significant competition for actually Ontario, a little bit more than for LAX. If Burbank gets their multimodal transit facility, which I think will be great for that area, I don't think we'll see a significant impact on how what the travel pattern is for LAX.
But there may be for Ontario?
I would say Burbank, Ontario, and Orange County are all in that same market basket area.
Okay. So presumably then, if
It's
there's
possible.
an improvement in the customer friendliness of Bob Hope Airport, if it's more accessible, that may
It's
create
possible.
a greater competitive advantage for Ontario.
Could be.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
You bet.
Thank you very much for your great service to our city.
Thank you.
All right. Have we received any comment cards yet? Okay, then let's go ahead and invite up the Department of Water and Power and also our ratepayer advocate, Dr. Pickle. Matt. Mr. Nichols, Dr. Pickle, welcome.
Thank you very much. I believe we have copies of our presentation. Have they been handed out?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yes? Very good.
Thank you very much. If you could just, first of all, thank you very much for submitting the letter that you did to the committee. It's very helpful when we get those introductory letters from general managers. I appreciate it very much. If you could just please introduce your team first, and then we'll go right to the presentation.
Very, very well. We have here Aram Benjamin. Aram is Senior Assistant General Manager. He's head of the power system. Have Jim McDaniel, Senior Assistant General Manager, who's responsible for our water system. And Phil Leiber, our Chief Financial Officer, is with us here today. Now, I know that the full council recently, we had a discussion before full council with regard to our budget, and there was a fair amount of discussion with regard to also what were the associated rate assumptions built into that. I'm happy to go through that. Let me just hit the highlights of some of that and then get into some of your questions. Much of what is driving our fiscal year 12-13 budget revolves around some key programs that we're doing on both the power and the water side in replacing a lot of aged infrastructure and meeting regulatory mandates. That's pretty much the theme of the drivers of our budget and our rates for both power and for water. You have that presentation on page 3, gives you a high level of what that means on the power side. Our power system is driven largely by power supply replacement program, which is principally two main areas that affect this next budget year, and that's rebuilding our local power plants. That drives specifically the efforts on replacing two of our plants, our Haynes unit and our Scattergood unit. Gas-fired plants, coastal plants that have to be completely rebuilt to meet the requirements of the State Water Resource Control Board to elimination of once-through ocean cooling at those projects. We've had a number of discussions before the committees and the full council on that issue. Other major item that affects us in this next year is our mandates as we ramp up to meet ultimately the 33% renewable energy requirement that's now established for 2020 by state law, and in the next fiscal year just maintaining the 20% average that we have to do for the next 2 years. In the future, we'll be hearing more about some of our coal transition that really isn't a factor here in this current fiscal year. We have shown numbers here of comparing the current year. Our estimate that we would be at $691 million for this power supply replacement program, going up to about $716 million as our total requirement for fiscal year 12-13, and that's reflected in this budget. Another major area that we've had to cut back in the past is our power reliability program. This is another continuing theme and programmatic requirement for us. We cut back our power reliability program by well over $100 million in the current fiscal year 11-12 compared to where it was the year prior. It's a cut that we really didn't want to make, but it's one of the few areas where we don't have an absolute regulatory mandate in that given year. So we cut where we could because of where we were in our rate situation. We need to restore that back, and so we're restoring that back up to $802 million for this next fiscal year. Frankly, it's not a level exactly where we would like to be, but in terms of balancing things out, recognizing where we are in this budget and what rates it affects they are, that's a level that we believe is at least going in the right direction to try to improve our reliability and more importantly, to make certain that our reliability doesn't degrade further than where it is. Another area that you see down here that we talk about is our Customer Opportunities Program, and this is an important one for us. We do have mandates for energy efficiency. We need to get to 10% energy savings by 2020 under Senate Bill 2021. But in addition to that, it's the right thing to do. Putting more investment in our customers to allow them to reduce energy when it's cost effective is what we're doing in this program. We show here $135 million for our energy efficiency and our custom solar programs. Our customer solar programs are our SB1, our solar incentive program, where we provide rebates, and then we're just starting, as Council just recently approved, us going forward with our 10 megawatt feed-in tariff program. Cumulatively, those programs will be at $156 million for our FY 12-13 budget. We show up here that being an increase over $135 million in current years. That's actually where we were budgeted, but in actuality, we didn't get as far forward on some of our energy efficiency programs as we would have liked to have for some of our actual budget reasons, and that was actually numbers we expect to be more like 120. So we're increasing by $36 million here our solar and energy efficiency program year over year in this budget. I want to make a quick point with regard to slide 5 that you have in your package. Our total revenue requirement is about $3.15 billion for the next fiscal year, and of that, roughly, if you look at the bottom part of that picture, you have a purchase power and fuel. Over 40% of our total costs are for purchasing the fuel in our power plants and purchasing power from plants that we don't own. So, and those are areas where we really have effectively little or no influence. If you look at the top of this slide, you'll see labor and regular labor, overtime, and benefits. Unlike the rest of the city budget, where you can be looking at 80-90%, depending on department, being labor, we're about 25-26% of our total costs are labor. We have the city transfer in there at 8%. That's 240. We were projecting $249 million. $249.1 million would be our city transfer payable next year. And again, that's based on 8% of this current year. That's not an audited number yet. That's our estimated number at this point in time. But that's where we expect that we're going to be. And then we see our what we have as interest and depreciation over there, that 14% and 4% together. That's basically our debt service on payment of our existing capital programs. We are overall, I want to make clear that we presented to our board in January a budget based on having no rate increase. Not that we're proposing it, but we wanted them to know if there was no rate adjustment, what would that budget be, so that they had a base to start from, basically a zero-based budgeting approach for them. Presented that, and we presented to our board a number of the issues that would be problematic if we did not get a rate increase and had to have a budget that actually met that zero rate adjustment perspective. And there were a number of issues that came up with that. There were We would not be able to meet our renewable energy requirements. We would not be able to get any ramp up to meet the requirements to get on a path towards meeting a 10% energy efficiency by 2020. On the water side, we would end up having challenges there as well. I'll get to the water in just a moment. But overall, and we would be going even further backwards on our power reliability program, which was underfunded as it was. We would actually have to go down even further in the subsequent year in order to be able to make that happen. Let me flip through real quickly to our water situation and what drives those numbers, and that is on page 10 of your presentation. Wrong one. Thank you. Appreciate that. Always like help from the CAO. There we go. Let me actually back you up one to page 9. Our key drivers in the water supply program kind of mirror what we're dealing with in the power side. We have instead of a power supply perspective, we have water supply, and water supply we're trying to push towards greater long-term investment in our local water supply. And I know of no better year that gives a picture as to why we would do that than what we're seeing right now. We had 135% of normal snowpack last year that reflected the water that we're getting this year. It was an incredible, almost a record year of snowpack. Back to back, we're going to almost a record low. We're at 35% of snowpack this year. The result of that is the swing is how much water we purchase from Metropolitan Water District. We did a little over 25% of our water supply was purchased from MWD. That's imported water that comes from through the Delta in Northern California, comes from the Colorado River. We are going to this year probably be over 2/3 of our purchases of water supply are going to have to come. That's an enormous swing. We have to get ourselves weaned back from that reliance on that supply, and the local water supply program here is a part of that, where we do more recycled water, we do more on water conservation, we do more on stormwater capture, and we clean up our groundwater aquifer. We're going, in this proposed plan, we're going from our current fiscal year at $71 million, almost doubling that to $138 million, and it's on the right path that gets us to what we do. I want to be clear, this isn't a one-step process. This is something we're going to have to do year after year to get out there and make some investments that starts cutting us back from being so reliant on that water. Right now, our MWD water is basically our highest cost major water supply that serves the city. We also have more to do on our safe drinking water program. I'm very pleased that Council gave approval earlier this year on a 35-cent water rate adjustment solely for the purpose of meeting our federal and state mandated safe drinking water compliance program. That carries us through this year and into the next following year, but then that's covered about half of that program, and we need to up that a bit, and there's going to be a slight increase to start getting us towards that next increment. That doesn't actually start really hitting until later on. There's a small increment in FY 12-13 as part of those compliance programs. The water supply reliability program is one we talk about a lot. You see it most when we have our breaking pipes, and our pipes are the most visible problem of our aged system. We're replacing those right now at the rate we're replacing them. It would take 400 years to replace our system. Our pipes don't last 400 years. They last more like 100 to 150. We are putting a minor increase this year that we can do in this year that takes us up from $275 to $302 million. We're able to do that without a rate adjustment, but there is budget in there to get us from 95,000 feet to about 120,000 feet of replacement. That gets us down from about a 400 a 400 or so year replacement rate down to about a 320 year replacement rate. Clearly not where we want to be, and we will be talking, when we talk more about our 2-year rate plan, about how we want to ramp that up further beyond next year. Frankly, that's as fast as we can get there with the current staffing that we have, just to be able to get that done in any event. And much like the power supply side, water costs is a similar pie chart that shows that bottom part. We don't obviously have purchased power for water, but we do have purchased water. It's on our 2012 year. We're estimating that to be about 20% of our costs. Labor is actually, as a percentage, is a little bit lower. It's about 24%, 23% of our total costs. Our mortgage payment, if you will, the debt service, the combined depreciation and interest expense is about 27% of our total annual costs. That's just paying for the past investments that we've made. And our non-labor O&M costs are for contracted services, materials and supplies and such, are about 17% of our total costs. I think that gives us a high level of where we are. I think, as you're well aware, there is not a water contribution towards the transfer payment. That comes all out of the power system. With that, I know that you likely have a number of questions, and since you're pretty familiar, I think, with some of this material, I'd be happy to field those questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. I actually want to start off with a few questions first, and then after my colleagues have all had an opportunity to ask questions of you, what I'd like to do next is ask Dr. Pickle, our ratepayer advocate, to present your thoughts about the budget as it's been proposed. But first, let's ask a few questions of the general manager, and then we'll come back to Dr. Pickle. I think one sort of broad comment on the power side is very often people are quick to point to the investment in renewable energy as a cost driver, and I think we had a lot of debate last time, which in my view, when we talked about the ECAF, which in my view was unfortunately tilted in that direction and caused many people to be confused about the relationship between renewable energy investment and rate increases. And so I think it's important to spend a little bit of time on that, and I appreciate that you gave the breakdown on the key projects, Mr. Nichols. When we look at $171 million in your letter being invested to meet our 2020 RPS compliance goals, and then you compare that to double that amount, more than double that amount, just to rebuild Haines and Scattergood. $380 million just for those plant reconstructions. $802 million is budgeted for power reliability to ensure that when people turn the switch, the lights come on. The basic work of this department is ensuring reliability of our power system. There couldn't be a more core mission than that. And that's vastly more expensive than our commitment to renewable energy by 2020. Energy efficiency, $88 million, which I very much appreciate the increase that you proposed there. We've discussed the importance of this, not just to the department, not just to the environment of our city, but to our ratepayers. Because as we're talking about proposed rate increases, what people care about at the end of the day is their bill. And if a rate increase goes into place, but we're investing significantly in energy efficiencies to be able to bring people's energy use down, we're having a mitigating impact on those increases by actually bringing what they pay to the department down. And that couldn't be more important to both our residential and business ratepayers. So, I just wanted to re-emphasize the point that you've made in your presentation. I think that the very important environmental and renewable energy goals that we have, most of which are mandated by law in any event, really are a relatively small fraction of the larger investment in infrastructure that the department is going to have to make, that we don't have any choice but to make in order to keep the system running and to avoid ruinous fines for failure to comply with state and federal law. Is that a fair summary?
That's a very fair summary. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay. Now, and one other point on the renewable side. The department has made a commitment to free itself of its dependence on coal. And by increasing our reliance on renewable energy sources, we're also reducing our reliance on natural gas. And that's a dual displacement. I assume that as we develop more renewable energy resources and purchase more renewable energy, we'll be displacing coal,
right,
but we'll also eventually be displacing natural gas. Is that,
well, yes,
at least in part.
In the long term, we can be replacing natural gas. The first and foremost thing we do is energy efficiency, because you're absolutely right. The best thing that we can do, and we use a test on energy efficiency. We test to make certain that programmatically overall, some are higher, some are lower, but programmatically as we work through all our different classes of customers and their end users to try to get those that are most energy inefficient replaced, and partner with them and co-invest with them in doing that. With our lower income customers, we actually pay for it all. For example, we do refrigerator replacement programs that are typically the largest load in a low income home. And putting energy efficient refrigerators in there can make a meaningful difference in their total energy requirements and their bill, and it's one of the most cost effective things that we can do. And that's the test. We try to say that as we look at all of our obligations for power, to replace that cost effectively with energy efficiency. So as long as we're paying a little bit less, or certainly no more than what we would otherwise have to do to buy the power or provide that power, that's a cost-effective program, and that's exactly what we do. Not only does that save all of our customers money, because we would be paying more to buy power than investing in our customers, those customers, as you most aptly pointed out, those customers with whom we do invest see a lower overall bill, irrespective of what their rates are. So that's an important program going forward. As we do renewal, so that reduces our overall energy requirements, that reduces anything that we need to do. We then add our renewable energy on that. That reduces our coal and our gas purchase requirements. But as we go through this transition, as we go through a transition of backing down on coal, we're actually going to, for a number of years, be increasing our total gas-fired supply, because we do have to have absolute certain delivery of power that only that type of a plant can meet. The good benefit of that is every kilowatt hour produced by natural gas is less than half the amount of carbon that comes out of coal. So at net, we're far better off on energy efficient on our emissions from this whole program. And right now, we're thankful that we're seeing historic low prices of natural gas. We don't believe that that's going to be last forever, but we're able to make a displacement at a fairly cost-effective basis today.
And I think that's another advantage of the emphasis on renewable energy that a lot of people don't ever evaluate just from an economic standpoint, is that natural gas is a highly variable fuel source in terms of its cost. And yes, it's cheap now, but we know that there are times when it skyrockets, and when you're relying on renewable sources, it's a fairly stable investment, at least in terms of your fuel source. Okay, I want to talk just briefly about the rate increase that is anticipated and assumed in your budget on the power side. Now, the budget assumes an effective date of October 1st. Is that right?
Actually, the rate in here that's shown assumes a July 1 effective date on an average for the overall year. We will we will likely not make in fact, we won't make a July 1 date. It's probably more likely to be August or September time frame before we get that.
Well, in your letter to the CAO, you suggested 2 dates.
Right.
One, if it were effective on July 1st,
Right.
There could be a 4.6% increase.
Correct.
But the budget itself, according to your letter, assumes an October 1st effective date at a 6.6% effective.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for being a bit confusing. We're actually trying to work to accelerate that.
Okay.
And get that. We're hoping to get it done perhaps as early as August. I don't really think that gives adequate time for the ratepayer advocate to review that. We believe that we've been working on a schedule, and I'll let Dr. Pickle speak to this when I understand you'll have some questions of him. Yes. We're working for getting something through in a manner that would allow us to get a final determination by full council by the end of July. Or by August 1, effectively, that would then allow a September 1 date, and as a result, have a slightly lower percentage increase for the year for this coming fiscal year.
Okay, so that's the essential point, that the sooner in the fiscal year it would go into effect, the less the rate increase would be required, and conversely, the longer delay, the greater increase would be required in order to meet your mandated cost requirements.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'll come back if I have other things later. Mr. Rosendahl, did you have a few questions?
First of all, thank you very much for being where you are in our situation here at the city. You've done great outreach. You meet with people. You take phone calls. You interact on every level, and I'm very grateful for your leadership. Thank you for that, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay. The one thing that intrigued me right out the gate was when you talked about what we need to invest in and where we really are. When you did your power reliability program, you talked about the $802 million that's going into the replacing the rapid aging infrastructure and all those issues there. But you said we really need to invest a lot more. I'd like to know what you think, if you could lay it out for us, what kinds of investments we should be making so that the public understands this is as critical as getting the power is getting this reliability program.
Well, I think I'd like to turn that over to Aaron Benjamin, who can give probably a more pointed review and perhaps a more passionate one, since he is the one who has to deal with this every single day.
Yeah, please.
Council member, your question is the city of LA, the infrastructure that we have in place has been in place for almost 100 years. The system that consists, as the city grew, we have several components of our system that cause the outages that the customers see. So I'm just going to go through some of these major pockets of these infrastructure that are in place. So, for example, the wood poles that you see in the city of Los Angeles, we have over 310,000 poles that carry the wires, thousands of miles of wires that distribute the energy to the consumers. Those poles have been placed in the city in different decades of the city growth. So as these come to age, the end of life of these poles are about 60, 65 years old. We don't replace them just because they're their age. We do the inspection of these things, and we make sure that the integrity of these poles are there. So right now our backlog has about 40,000 of these poles that are basically above the life expectancy of them. And for us to keep pace with the replacement cycle so we don't have these thousands of poles come to a point where we have to replace them en masse, we have to do 5,000 poles per year, and our budget is not close to that number. We are ramping up. We're about 2,000 or so, between 1,200 to 2,000 poles per year. But that's one indication of where reliability will be reflected in not changing those things. That's one. The other thing is we have cables, underground cables and vaults that have been decaying over the age, their life, and rust and the performance of those vaults have been decaying over the years, that we must spend enough time and money to replace those things. Those are also in our backlog, including the transformers within the substations that transport power. These are large pieces of equipment that takes at least a year and a half to 2 years to build them once we put the orders. So there's a lot of planning that needs to go into those infrastructure replacement for us to keep up with the recommended levels. And right now we're not there. We're trying to inch our way through the numbers and the way we roll the programs through to make sure that we never get into this position again where the city is spending enough resources to replace these transformers moving out further.
Okay, let me just go through a series of questions, okay?
Sure.
And the water system. DWP has proposed rate increases for both water and power rates. How much was the DWP able to achieve in its in-house savings with implementation of non-infrastructure related cost-cutting measures?
On non-infrastructure related.
Yep.
We have probably one of the larger areas that we have made some reductions is in our head count. We had an approved budget level going into last year, so February of 2011, a month after I started here as general manager. We had an approved budget level of about 9,600 employees. We have now have an occupancy today of about 8,900 employees. So we have cut from that approved budget that many approved positions and over 250 actual employees fewer than we had before, and we've done that through not replacing people who have retired. We've hired. In fact, there's not a single person that can be hired at LADWP without my personal approval on that. So that's been a significant cut in what we have done. We've cut back, and I don't have the actual breakdown of the individual items here right now, Council Member, by
what would be helpful
by
if we
segment. But bottom line, we have cut about $175 million out of the budget, and well over half of that has been out without programmatic cuts. In other words, doing things more efficiently with less.
Okay, when you give us a report back, detail a little bit more so that the public can understand what you've been doing in that. Is DWP anticipating the need to implement additional mandatory water conservation measures, especially after you just mentioned about the dramatic shift?
Well, right now we don't believe we need incremental mandatory items. We do need, and you're going to be seeing some additional public announcements from us as reminders of people of what they are out there, and we might have to do a little bit more enforcement on those existing programs right now to make sure we don't backslide.
Right.
But our customers have done a very good job, frankly. They've done a good job on the voluntary. They've generally held well to the mandatory, and they have partnered with us when we've done rebate programs with them as well. And we intend to work on the enforcement on the mandatory and put some additional funding forward on the co-investment with our customers to do more water efficiency measures.
Thank you for that. The power system. Has the DWP owned the Pine Tree Wind Farm provided any preliminary indications as to whether it is cheaper or more expensive to own our own renewable energy generating assets opposed to the purchasing it on the open market?
Well, we are just working through our first year of operation in that power plant, in that field. So I think any first year is kind of hard to compare one versus another. I think we're getting figures on that, and I think we'll have a better handle on that probably about 6 months from now as to how those actuals compare. And it's important to know that, because the other issue that you get with wind power As wind changes month to month, and we haven't even had a full year under our belt on that as of yet, and we will get better view of that when we get because some multiple years under there. I don't know, Aaron, if you can provide any additional color on that.
One additional comment, Council Member, is as we own, these are going to be part of our future for a long time because we are changing the way we're going to get off of coal and we want to add renewables. The expertise that we get from our crews being there, maintaining, learning, as the industry is developing, that is a very valuable tool that we must have if we're going to be in this business. Controlling these resources is going to be in the future, and for us to just say that power purchases are going to replace that, it kind of takes away that learning and processing that we must go through. So we are in a huge learning curve right now because the industry is learning as much as we're learning with them, and our crews and our resources are right there, progressing on those issues.
Yeah, people need to know that. Where does DWP currently stand in restructuring or unbundling the energy cost adjustment factor to make it clearer to us elected and, more importantly, the ratepayers as to what it actually contains?
I'm going to have Phil Leiber, our CFO, who has that responsibility, to give you a little bit of overview on that.
Okay. That will be an element of our proposed rate ordinance that we'll be submitting shortly. So work has been underway on that issue for some time. A lot of discussions internally and with legal counsel. That is a primary goal. One we heard loud and clear is the council would like additional transparency and granularity as to what goes into those various pass-through elements. So we hope to meet those objectives with what we're going to put forward.
Appreciate that. On both the water and power sides, how do our rates compare to neighboring jurisdictions? Is the DWP still going to be cheaper, even with these proposed rate increases for capital improvement projects?
I'm happy to say the answer to that on both power and water is yes.
What's the percentage difference?
It varies. It varies between whether it's a residential customer or a commercial customer. It varies between the different utilities, but we are on the order from say 6 to 12% below other utilities rates on the power side. We're about that range on the water side for residential customers, and a little closer to the other water utilities on the commercial side for our customers. But the important thing of it is everything that we're talking about that's driving some of our costs up, right. We're starting to see you're seeing similar sorts of issues by other utilities. Virtually every other utility is out there planning rate adjustments, most of whom are significantly higher than the percentage rate adjustments that we've been talking about and certainly are reflected in this FY 12-13 budget.
Just off that point there, in pamphlets to us when we get our bill, do we outline it? Do we mail out them explaining the rate increase that clearly explain the drivers behind the increases? Will we be able to appreciate this is a necessary part of going forward?
Well, I don't know that we necessarily have done this in mailers, Councilman. We have a number of, just like we did last summer, where we had some 30 public outreach meetings explaining what we're doing, as well as some webinars. We're doing that again. I'm not quite sure we'll have 30 of them again, but we're out actively almost every night now on these types of meetings to provide this information out there. And we do intend to provide some additional webinars on this. We could certainly consider whether providing some mailers in utility bills to our customers provides additional information to them individually in a summary fashion. I think that's something we could consider.
Yeah, I think you should consider it because a lot of people don't go to those meetings, and a lot of people get their bill and it impacts everybody, and we're in tough times and people need to appreciate what that's about. If I could switch to the port real quickly, the alternative marine power program at the port, better known as AMP. Are you continuing to expand the program? And if so, at what speed is this progressing? And what incentives or special rates are being offered to encourage the shipping and cruising lines to flip the switch to AMP when they get into the port?
Yeah, there's two separate issues there. One is physically, how quickly are we changing our infrastructure that allows these ships to plug in? And just so we're clear, this is a situation where ships who otherwise use their own diesel engines to operate the same propulsion power that tends to run them, they have generators that run off of that power the power requirements when they're in port. We have a program that allows them to shut those diesels down, stop those emissions, and plug into our system where we provide power on that. We have an interruptible rate for that. In other words, if we have the ability that if it's a peak day and we're getting up against our system limits, we can tell them, all right, in those emergency circumstances, literally pull the plug, put your diesels back on. We won't power you, and we'll save that power for other customers. It's a load shedding mechanism, a demand response mechanism. We have that. We have a rate, and they get a discount for that. But to do that, we have to have the infrastructure to plug them in. I'll let Aram give us a brief update on where we are on that program.
So the program, council members, started in 2003, and the goal was to electrify every berth that LA Port has. The deadline that's ahead of us, the port has January of 2014. Every ship that pulls into LA Harbor must use the infrastructure that we built in there. From the utility side, we've beefed up our southern transmission system. We've beefed up our electric system down there to meet that goal. So we work very closely with the harbor engineers and the planners in order to make sure that January 2014 we have enough infrastructure to support basically the 25 berths that's out there. It's going to be all electrified, and the ship must use the electric infrastructure to when they're parked at the port. As far as the rates goes, we've had rates since 2008 to incentivize the use of the electricity. We have another proposal on the table in order for the economics for the ships to work out. Basically, we put enough infrastructure to supply all 25. We assume the worst case scenario, and there's a charge for having that capacity sit and wait for the ships to use that. We're working with the port as far as getting the real profile of exactly how the usage is going to happen and the rates to match that profile.
Very good. My last question, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm very pleased with what I see the project at the Penmar Golf Course, which is taking the people's O that was to do that, and what we're doing there, because what we're doing is reclaiming that water. We're using it to water the golf course and water the park, and when the storm hits, it cleans it up so that the fish don't get nailed in the ocean with filth coming in the sewers. I applaud you on moving as quickly as you are. But let's just talk about our government buildings. I read where the LAUSD is now putting them solars wherever they can. I want to know the status of our upgrading of all of our government facilities and buildings going solar. And then the second question on that is, so the folks out there who realize Southern California is a sunny spot, the whole progress we're making on the private sector. But first, the government sector of our government parks and our buildings, and trying to go solar as much as we can.
There's actually two efforts that we're doing with our local government buildings. First and foremost goes back to what I was talking about, Chair Krikorian about, on this issue of our first priority is to try to do energy efficiency in those buildings. And we've worked with the city to evaluate those programs. There's a number of audits that have been done. We're looking at what we can do to ramp up that program and put further investment in that. It's something we still need to get a more focused collaborative program to get that prioritized. We have done some city solar at various city facilities, and we're looking at that as well. Number one, city buildings can be a potential target for this feed-in tariff program, where private parties can come and put solar on city buildings, and it doesn't require a dime of city investment to do that. You're using that resource, which is an open roof that can receive that. So as we ramp up from our 10 megawatt program up to a 150 megawatt program, it's our hopes that the city buildings will be utilized by private parties to partner with you, and the department then enters into a long-term contract to use those, and it's between that private party and the city to work out the financial arrangements of paying for the benefit of using that roof to help reduce the net energy costs for the city.
I frankly think that public-private partnership is critical going forward, considering that everybody wins in a situation like
exactly.
that. Can you give us, in a report back or over a period of time, whatever works best for you, an update of where we are specifically on that and what kind of outreach we should do with private sector to give them that opportunity? And for sure, any way to do this is key. Now, a lot of my constituents are talking about the whole fee and tariff program again, getting excited about their own roofs going solar. And we see that it has its bumps and its ups and its downs. Do you have a sense over the next 6 months to a year how the folks out there can participate in that program?
We can. We are going to roll out before this month is out. We're going to start actually accepting applications for our first 10 megawatt demonstration program for the feed-in tariff. I'll be frank with you. I expect that to be sold out very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And the purpose of that is to get good pricing information, to get a better handle on how we work and interact with the customers and taking in their applications and doing the studies for the actual physical interconnection electrically with that, and the inspections on that. We're going to learn from that very, very quickly, kind of build off of what we've already done on our solar incentive program, which we have significantly streamlined as well. Mm-hmm. Before every one of those power photovoltaic facilities is installed, we expect that we will already have enough information to start rolling out that ramp of that program to 75 and then 150 megawatts, such that before the end of this calendar year, we anticipate that we'll be going forward with the next phase of that ramp up. And we'll have just as we've done on the 10 megawatt program, we expect we'll have a breakout for the larger systems, which tend to go on commercial or governmental buildings, right, and smaller ones for residential.
Good. Thank you. Thank you all for your inputs and report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. And I want to echo Mr. Krikorian's opening as well, and say that I think you're doing a great job with in terms of the culture in which you've been brought into and inherited, and certainly the challenges faced. And with that, I wanted to just add that the one thing we do need to add to the process is transparency. More transparency is always a good thing, and
it is.
And certainly with all the changes and the addition of a ratepayers advocate and Dr. Pickle and everything that he'll be doing, I think helps a lot to restore faith and accountability and transparency to the department. And with that, I did have a few questions that I wanted to go through on that. In both on the water and power side, in reviewing some of the budget items, there's not a lot of detail in terms of contracts, outside services. It is bundled with regulatory fees. If there's a way to provide some additional detail to some of those items, I think it would be helpful.
We'd be pleased to do that.
We'd be pleased. Great, thank you. And then, as well, Mr. Rosendahl covered a lot of things that I was going to cover, so I appreciate, Bill, you reading my notes. No, he's just that good. He does his homework. So, no, I appreciate that. One of the things that was mentioned was the reduction in efficiencies that I wanted to talk about outside of the system, but the internal efficiency reductions, and one of the things you'd mentioned was some of the staff reductions. I am looking at a chart that's dated February 15th. You'd mentioned an 8,000 figure in terms of staff. I'm looking at one that says 10,383. So one of the things I was going to ask, if you could provide I don't know if this is up to date, or perhaps there are some additional efficiencies created since this was printed. But if you could provide, and this shows the authorized number of positions, their class code, class title, range, monthly salary, and a comparison over the last perhaps 2 years. So we actually have some historical information to show where things have changed and where things have shifted. And because that's something that we could share when asked a lot, it certainly comes up a lot of how much staff Water and Power have and what they're doing, and it'd be great to share that they too, while are proposing rate increases, a lot of those adjustments are for infrastructure and alignment and repair specialists and of the like, but we can share that those efficiencies were taken internally as well. It'd be helpful.
I can gladly provide you that information. We can break it down by, we tend to break things down by 3 groupings. It's power, it's water, and then it's our joint system that supports both of those.
However you would like to do that, but it's just if we have the historical.
We can break that down and give you a good historical view of how those changes have been. Glad to do that.
Terrific. That'd be helpful. And then one of the things I wanted to ask, Mr. Rosendahl also asked about comparison to other utilities, neighboring utilities, and price points. And it's one of the things, particularly on the commercial side, but also on the residential side, that we're out there talking about the fact that we're cheaper in terms of rates, and we're just more cost effective, because nobody likes to use the word cheaper, but we're cheaper across the board. I haven't seen anything to show if what that means. If we can have something to back that up, and is it by tier? Is it by? Are we only using the comparisons based on the lowest common denominator by tier? Does it cut across high use commercial and residential structures, single family? So just some more detail to provide that information, so we're apples to apples.
We can definitely provide that information.
And particularly in my district, where you've got most people throughout the city, people that are on Tier 3 aren't from my district. We've got there's just larger properties. It gets hotter out there. Same thing on the commercial side, is we've got more industrial, light use industrial manufacturing in CD12 than most any other place. And so those are things that it would be good to have that information to share.
We can definitely provide that for you, and I think it'll be very insightful.
I appreciate that. And then on the, in looking at the book that you provided, you have the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power fiscal year 2012-13 goals and objectives, and I appreciate that. In the first and second objective, you did go through a lot of detail with. There are 3 objectives: the state and federal regulatory mandates, reliable service, and our aging water and power distribution. But number 3, there wasn't a lot of detail on, and there wasn't a lot of detail on in the actual pages following, and that was on the improving the communications and experience between DWP and its customers. And I would put that as equal as the first 2, quite frankly. Just so if we can get some more detailed plans on what that means. There was something about the Customer Information System project and talking about updating the 40-year-old CIS, but what does it mean in terms of customer interaction, and then that would be helpful.
I would be glad to do that. I would just make a quick comment on that. One of the reasons that I didn't put a lot in there is I was in the process of making some changes that weren't quite done at the time that we prepared this, and just announced this week that we have brought in two people on an emergency hire basis to get focused on, that have 25 to 30 years experience in customer service in some very previously difficult circumstances that they went through, to improve, change the culture, change the efficiency, and work through some of the customer information problems that we have, and I just announced some of those organizational changes associated with that. I'll be glad to give you more color
terrific.
on that as well.
Please. No, that's great. And in terms of, from what I would call complaints, issues that we or I hear about, I can't speak to my colleagues, but are not so much the power or the water reliability or quality. It's not even the cost. It's always a rate increase issue if there's one being suggested.
Sure.
But either before rate adjustment or an increase, or even after, it's not so much even perhaps. It used to be reading the bill. Nobody could read the bill, and I know that's been simplified a lot. I think we can still do a little better of a job, but there's some issues there. But it was always reading the bill or not getting a bill, or if they were on a sub-meter, getting two bills, one with a disconnect and one with a surplus or credit balance, and
Right.
that issue's been straightened out for the most part. The issue I've been hearing lately is on the solar program, is getting folks out there sooner. Now, I think I'm the only council member, elected official in the city that's on solar as of now. So I'll throw that out as a challenge to Mr. Cardenas, since he just gave me a dirty look, to be the next runner-up and the first city elected official going to Congress with solar. But in any event, in getting the folks to come and sign off on solar is extremely difficult. And I know we talked about this at one time, and part of it was because it was a program that was started and then stopped and then started in the rebate program, and so it goes in different waves, and trying to find those experts to go out there and certify it to get it turned on and the meter switched over. We just had our first housing development, I believe, in the city of Los Angeles.
Correct.
From California Home Builders, that not in my district, but that was all solar.
Right.
And I talked to them to ask how it went. I wanted to find out before this, and they said it went really well. There was a couple issues with DWP in terms of getting somebody out there to sign off on the solar to make sure that the installation was all done correctly. And they actually had people move into the homes and still weren't on solar, even though it was on the roofs, because they couldn't get the inspectors out there. So are we doing anything to address that, or do we see that program picking up? Is it falling off? It goes through peaks and valleys, I'm sure. But
we are definitely, and we actually had addressed that. We had, and this goes back to last spring of 2011, where we had some 800 backlog of when we were paying a very, in fact, we were paying the most, the highest rebate level in the state at that time. And had a land rush on our solar incentive program. And it's one of the reasons that we curtailed it for a while, to put it on hold so we could work the backlog and didn't add to the backlog and add to further customer frustration, because there was some. I acknowledge that. And we believe that we worked through that. I think that we have subsequently have had very few circumstances where we have had problems. Sometimes there can be. We are human. Sometimes there's, when you dig into the full story on some of this, you have a situation where a contractor might be working on behalf of something. The owner of that building really doesn't know exactly what's going on. The contractor doesn't exactly do everything that they're saying they're doing too. So there is a bit of a shared responsibility on that. I'm not saying we're perfect by any means. I know on that one particular solar development, that was a whole bunch of homes coming on in one period of time, and I don't think we were necessarily staffed up to take on a whole bunch at once. We are, and one of the reasons that we are starting forward with a 10 megawatt feed-in tariff program is we want to make sure we have a good understanding of what it's going to take to go through that. It's a different program. The interconnection and metering requirements are a little bit different on that program. So we didn't want to have a repeat of going out with getting a huge numbers of customers and then having a disappointing customer experience associated with that and getting a bad name, frankly, for the feed-in tariff program. So we are working on that. Part of our budget here is to add a few more people to deal with the inspection side and the intake, the interaction with the customers on getting some of this done, so that and then getting good information on that feed-in tariff program from there to say, how many people does it take? How many points of interaction does it take to get there? Make sure we get that as efficient as we can, but also be realistic and make sure we know how many people it takes to get that ramped up, because we don't want a repeat of that program we had before. And Councilmember, I would tell you, if you hear from your constituents of a problem that you've had with respect to that, I'm happy to hear personally, as is Aram, as to what those problems are, because we want this to work right.
I appreciate that. And let me just say, I haven't heard any issues with any of the inspectors from in terms of the solar program or anything else. In fact, I applaud you for recognizing the customer service issues and stepping that up, bringing in more people, looking at rebuilding that effort. Look forward to hearing more about it. And a lot of it was, that was an example, bad example, because that was the first major project that was all solar.
Right.
And we encourage more developers to do the same. So, but I appreciate everything that you're doing.
And we were very pleased to see them do that project. I think it's a great example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the things that I think it's important for not only us policymakers but the owners of the Department of Water and Power, the people of Los Angeles, to understand is that we're moving in the direction of what we call renewable energy, clean energy, green energy, whatever people want to label it. But when we move in that direction, there's no question that the cost and the commitment to that cost is higher than the energy that's provided today and yesterday, correct?
That's generally the case in the near term, yes.
Okay, so when it comes to your budgeting, can you break it down in two main factors, for example, as far as the rates that people pay on water and power? One of them is the basic infrastructure. Things get old, we have to fix them, we have to upgrade them, and in some cases when it comes to the power side, the upgrades tend to be what we call renewable energy or cleaner energy, rather than just fixing an old plant and it's still as dirty as it used to be 10, 15, 50 years ago. So the bottom line is one component is the fixing of things. That's expensive, correct? And the billions of dollars a year at the end of the day?
It is, in fact, as we're looking at our rate adjustments, about a third of that adjustment is solely due to number one, just rebuilding our existing power plants. Part of that larger focus on that is the replacement of those gas-fired plants for once-through cooling, and about 16% of that increase is the reliability program of just fixing that aged infrastructure. About a quarter of it, in other words, less than those two combined. So you put those two together, replacing the distribution infrastructure and the requirements to replace some of that generation that we have to do by law, has nothing to do with renewable energy. That in itself is over 45% of the total rate increase. Only about 25% of that rate increase is attributable to that which we need to do to ramp up our renewable energy.
And then one of the biggest components when they look at cost factoring going forward and your budgeting going forward is, in fact, that renewable energy is more expensive, for example, than coal to put it online and deliver it so the lights turn on, correct?
That is a part of it, yes.
Okay. Now, are we talking about slightly more expensive, or in some cases, on a per kilowatt basis, double or triple the amount?
Well, it's important to take a look at a point in time on that. If we're taking a look at today, with our existing plans and the existing environmental requirements related to those emissions of our coal-fired plants, renewable energy can cost double what the cost of coal can be. But that's probably a short-term phenomenon when we know that on the horizon there are federal requirements for additional emission controls that we're going to have to do. Particularly, we know this at our Navajo
So that would push the factor possibly beyond double, or bring it lower than double?
No, it brings them closer together so that coal costs will end up going up and getting closer to the cost of our renewables over time.
So basically what you're describing to us is, whether we like it or not, based on federal legislation, state legislation, regulatory authorities, even if we were to stay with coal, even that is just becoming more expensive, regardless of what the price of a ton of coal is. The other things are driving that price up. So my point, that you're actually getting quicker to my point, and that is that Angelenos and non-Angelenos who use electricity, for example, whether they're in California or any part of the United States, for example, can expect that the price that they have to pay to turn on their lights is going to go up no matter what.
It is, and we have been, continue to, and will succeed in continuing to make our overall cost of power consistently lower than other utilities in California. As we go through facing those same sorts of pressures, we have been doing that at a lower cost than they have, and we will continue to do that at a lower cost than what other utilities are facing some of those same challenges.
So, and the bottom line is we have a new structure of oversight at the Department of Water and Power with Mr. Pickle, for example, that I think we're going to hear from soon. The bottom line is your job is to manage that as well as you can and as honestly as you can. And Mr. Pickle, for example, is here to make sure that whatever you do, he gives his opinion about whether or not it's an honest description of how you're managing the department when it comes to the cost to the ratepayer, right?
Yes,
something like that.
The ratepayer advocate is another set of eyes looking over our shoulder at the books and making sure that he knows what's in it and reports back what his findings are with respect to that, is to provide yet another view that can be shared on an independent basis for both, frankly, our board. Our board won't act until he's had a review, and council, of course, will have the benefit of his independent review before you have to act on our rate adjustments requests.
Okay, so I got to ask you this question. So you welcome Mr. Pickle's third-party review?
I do, and I've been on record from day one when this issue went on the ballot to have an independent review, to have a party that has resources behind him to review this and provide some consistency year over year to review that. I've been pleased with the selection of Dr. Pickle, and he's been working well with us as we move forward to be what frankly is a new role. This is a new dawning of a new day with Department of Water and Power and the City of Los Angeles in reviewing that, and we're pleased to be working together with him and have that review.
Okay, and just to clarify for the voters, the taxpayers, the ratepayers, does Mr. Pickle answer to you?
He does not. He does not answer to the Department of Water and Power. He's an independent party that advises our board and the council he has no direct accountability to me other than as a citizen of Los Angeles.
Okay, so whether he likes you or not has nothing to do with formality.
That would be true.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I don't do his performance review, and I don't determine his compensation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Nichols, just one other area. I mean, we probably ventured more into energy policy than we should have here. That's a continuing conversation that we'll always have. But one other issue that I wanted to talk about on the budget is with regard to the purchased water portion of the water revenue requirement. 20% of the revenue requirement is to purchase water from outside sources. And it's true, is it not, that typically water purchased is more expensive than water derived from our own sources.
Absolutely.
Sometimes vastly more, depending on whether it's a drought year. It can be many multiples of the cost. Is that right?
Well, it just becomes a bigger overall cost when we don't have the water supply. We can be paying cumulatively significantly more. This year's a perfect example. We're going to 2/3 of our total water supply is going to be purchased. So as a result, not only is it cost more for every 100 cubic feet or every gallon that we get from Metropolitan Water District, we're buying a whole bunch more from Metropolitan Water District. So, right. Yes, it can swing significantly and have effectively, you're right, a net multiple of our total cost from what we're supplying from our own sources in a dry year, yes.
So one of my most important water concerns is the quality and usability of the San Fernando Valley groundwater reservoir, which has 200 million acre feet, is it? It's a significant. 2 million.
We have it's a little complex, but we have rights to around about 87,000 acre-feet of water out of there. It goes up or down depending upon some
But it's a
issues related to
vast reservoir,
contamination.
and we
Right.
can't even use what we're already entitled to use because of continuing issues with contamination. There's Superfund sites because of decades of contamination there. How are we doing in terms of our investment in, first of all, the cleanup process of that contamination of the groundwater reservoir, and two, our ability to recharge the groundwater from whatever sources. I'm particularly interested in stormwater recapture, but also there should be a continuing discussion of our using cheap recycled water to recharge that groundwater, because the recycled water that's available to this city is as clean, if not cleaner and more pure than probably the rainwater that's percolating to the groundwater in the San Fernando Valley. And yet, because of bad public relations over the years, we haven't taken advantage of that obvious opportunity to save money and save water. So I'd like you to speak just a moment to what our investment is, whether it's increasing, staying the same, what we're doing in terms of investing in that cleanup and recharge process.
Let me respond to your question in two ways, and I'll answer part, and then I'll have Jim McDaniel, who's head of water, answer the other part. First part is you've made a really important connection here that we're trying to make more people understand, and I greatly appreciate your leadership on this, and others of this council have had leadership on this issue of the vital importance of the San Fernando Valley Aquifer, because number one, we have rights there for using on a sustainable basis water out of that. We're getting less and less rights to that, not from a contractual or legal right, but it's getting more and more contaminated. So there's just less water that we could pump from there today, and it is our best, pretty much in any meaningful way, only real local reservoir that we can put stormwater capture into, more recycled water into. And so it's a really key and vital issue to get a handle on and reduce that contamination in that aquifer, to be able to pump the groundwater that we have rights out of now and put more stormwater capture and recycled water in there. Right now, we have an issue of saying we could spend money to do more stormwater capture and put recycled water that goes in there, but it's going to get contaminated. Why would you spend money and then turn it and then have to not be able to get it? I'd like to turn it over to Jim to talk about what we're doing generally in our program for our funding to try to fix that problem.
So in the proposed budget for the local water supply programs overall, we're proposing to go from $71 million in the current year to $138 million in the program year. About 20 of that 138 is conservation, so that leaves about 118 million of predominantly recycling projects, stormwater capture projects, and groundwater cleanup is going to be a key component of that. So the process to get the permits to build the actual treatment facilities that are going to be needed to clean this up it's a fairly lengthy process, because you need to make sure that you've got all the contaminants that are in the basin properly identified, characterized, and that you're going to build facilities that are actually going to clean up everything, not just the things you know about, but the things that you may not know about yet. So we are moving forward on all that, but we're not holding off on our other projects while that's in process. We continue to move forward. We recently issued our Recycle Water Master Plan. We've been working with the Recycle Water Advisory Group to overcome some of that bad PR you talked about with groundwater recharge, and we are fully committed to building the facilities at the Tillman plant to be able to have that advanced treated wastewater and use that to recharge the groundwater as one of our key parts of our strategy. We're looking, or not just looking at it, we're working with the county and spending money to rehabilitate the various spreading grounds that we have, so that the water that we capture up in the mountains, we can bring it down and spread it out. Recently, working with the county, we have completed the rehabilitation of the Big Dahunga Dam, which is a huge tool for us to be able to capture more rainwater. And we're working at the Pacoima spreading grounds and some other improvements, as well as programs like rain gardens where individual homeowners can participate and have little projects on their own property to help capture stormwater and recharge. So that's just a few of the things that we're doing.
Thank you very much. So if I could ask, I mean, thank you for that information. When we get our reports back, if we could get a more detailed breakdown of where the investment in the recycled infrastructure is going, how it's changed over the last, let's say 5 years, how much progress we've made in purple pipe around the city, as well as this issue of what the specific investments in San Fernando Valley remediation and recharge is, that would be very important, I think, for a lot of us to see. Thank you. Of course, that means throughout the city, but
right.
Specifically, I like that breakout with regard to the contamination in the San Fernando Valley as well. Mr. Kratz, I'm sorry, I jumped in and didn't throw it to you yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, a lot of the things I wanted to ask have been at least touched upon, but I'll follow up on some. First of all, a smaller one, the solar issue. My office has had a fair number of complaints from people who've had their solar installed and approved by the city and then sort of caught in DWP purgatory in terms of being able to use it. I know we have 6 current cases, some of which seem pretty old to me, because I've just been informed that some that I thought had been handled are still not handled. So can we work directly with your office to resolve all of these?
Please do.
Okay, that would be very helpful. On water use and conservation, I have a few questions, but one of them is, I know we're looking at this a piece at a time. I wonder if we've taken a look at the broader goal of where we want to be ultimately, and is it physically possible for us to someday reuse 100% of our stormwater that winds up in the stormwater drainage system? Are there stops where we could put individual mini treatment systems, and then if not the evil toilet to tap, but in reality that could work, but if not, toilet to lawn, where we use it completely for landscaping and a purple piping system, or even eventually use it as drinking water, since we know in reality it winds up being just as well treated. And the same issue for the sewer system, because it seems like our biggest resource is the water that we already have, and ways to conserve it. So I would ask about both of those. Are we just saying, oh, could we add a couple percent, or are we looking at this first at the broader goal of could we save the entire amount? Do we have any idea how much that would be, and are we hoping to get there, like our goal of getting off coal by a certain year? Do we have a goal to achieve 100% recycling of all that water by a certain year?
I'll provide some brief comments on this, and then let Jim McDaniel go into a little bit more detail. We do have a long-term plan of an urban water management plan that we spend a lot of time with that has some goals. I can tell you it's not a goal to be 100% local self-reliant. I think that's...
Could it be? I mean, not self-reliant, but use up 100% of what is there to be accessed.
Well, I'll actually leave that to Jim. There's 2 pieces there. There's the piece of the stormwater, and the overall issue. Stormwater doesn't... All of our stormwater doesn't fall. Every place within the city of Los Angeles where stormwater falls isn't necessarily a place where you're ultimately going to be able to get that stormwater to an aquifer where we can get it back out.
Right. That's why I asked whether we could reuse it other ways.
So we can't get all of it. The question is how much of it can we get, and our major focus has been on the San Fernando Valley as being the one where we have, number one, the rights, the best rights to be able to get that, and we have some of the best physical space to be able to capture that. I'll let Jim speak to what percentage of our water supply we think we can get from that. And our recycled water, we have a plan in growing that amount of recycled water cumulatively between the two of those, between three of those actually. The important one that we talked about first is water conservation, to use it more wisely first. Then to capture our stormwater and to do our recycled water, we're looking to cut in half in roughly the next 20 years or so, to try to cut in half the amount of Metropolitan Water District that we were. That is a very major, strong, and driving goal that we have right now. I don't know, Jim, if you want to provide a little more color than that to it.
I think Ron stated the overall goal pretty good. I guess I'd fill in a couple of the gaps. I think one of the things that we have lacked on the connecting the dots between the kind of incremental programs that you've seen and then these big goals that we've set out there are some really solid, robust planning documents to show exactly how do you get from here to there. I mentioned that we just finished the Recycle Water Master Plan. That is it's a document about this thick that goes through a very detailed analysis of all the potential customers for recycled water in the city, what it's going to take to build pipelines to connect them up to a distribution system. You know, one of the deals with recycled water is your source water is fairly inexpensive because it's coming from a sewage treatment plant. But building the infrastructure to get it distributed to everybody is where all the costs are. So the game that you're kind of playing there is how can we hook up the most customers by building the least amount of pipeline, because the customers have to pay for all that pipeline. So you really want to make your cost as small for the amount of water delivered. And so that's what we're going to be moving forward on. We're out for RFPs right now to do a similar kind of a study on the stormwater so that we can identify all the various stormwater capture, different kind of concepts that are out there. And there's a couple different things. There's harvesting, I call it harvesting the stormwater, where you're capturing the stormwater and using it for things like irrigating on your lawns or grass. And then there's the capturing stormwater and using it to recharge the groundwater basins, because we've paved over so much of the city. A lot of the recharge that used to take place naturally doesn't happen anymore. So it's different kinds of projects. If you're talking about a recharge project, then you have to have the facilities to pump that water back out. Councilman, I think one of the problems that we have in a city where we get 15 inches of rain that happens probably in a course of 7 days, it's a huge amount of infrastructure to build that's going to be used 7 days out of a year. So we really need to look at this, balance the costs, evaluate the benefits, and try to create the best value proposal for our customers, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, well, and you touched on the other part, which is conservation. I know there have been various technologies that have been developed that are promising. The one that seems the most promising to me, and I think so far has received the least utilization, is waterless urinals. Now, they claim they save 40,000 gallons a year per urinal. If that's true, have we ever taken a look at this from a big picture? How many are there in the entire city of Los Angeles, and how much water would that save? And is the technology working to our satisfaction? And if it is, can we find a way to achieve that goal of having every single one of them use that technology? And it seems like we would be saving literally billions of gallons a year, and it's a very easy to target resource.
In the fixture replacement part of our program, we've done a lot with ultra low flow toilets and now they call them high efficiency toilets. They're even more efficient. The waterless and the 1 pint urinals are kind of the next step in there. We've written, and your council has approved changes in the plumbing code now that those are required in all new construction in the city of LA. We're way ahead of the game on that. That hasn't been adopted as a national standard yet, but we are there in the city of LA. We are looking, now that we're going to be restoring funding in our water conservation program, and we're going to be able to restore some of the rebate programs. The waterless and the 1 pint urinals are going to be one of our top programs that we're going to be looking at expanding, because I think there is still significant, as you pointed out, significant opportunities there, and we're going to be pursuing that aggressively.
And relating to that and electricity as well on the power side, what are we looking at in terms of the easiest access point for conservation we have, which is city buildings? It would appear to me, just anecdotally, an observation, that there are not that many waterless urinals in city buildings yet. And some of the other things that we can capture in terms of conservation on both sides. Do we have a plan to retrofit every single city building? Do we have a date in mind? What percentage of that cost, if not all, could be borne by DWP, and then even if rebated by the city in terms of the energy savings? Is there some way to do this where there isn't a huge cost to the city general fund, but we would obviously be able to save an incredible amount of both water and power?
I'll start by answering part of that question. We've already started that process through the Energy Efficiency Block Grant, but I've had initial conversations with the general manager about possibly expanding that to help mitigate. Obviously, should there be a rate increase, the city is not exempt from that, so there would be an additional cost to the city. I know he's had preliminary conversations with the school district as a way of bringing about greater efficiencies, and we would want to explore similar kinds of programs here.
And let me amplify on that a bit. Anything that we would be doing with regard to a broader focus on the city buildings would be something we would need. It would need to be a multi-year plan, and we would typically go through and prioritize. We've started that process on the power side, where we did a number of audits to say where are the areas that are the basically least efficient facilities. Let's start there first. We need to do more on that area. We need to do more on the water. We've worked with with Recreation and Parks on a number of projects, both on conservation projects as well as recycled projects. There is indeed probably a broader array of measures that we could do. The thing we need to do as we do that cumulatively is take a look what can we best do at city buildings, and then as we go down that layer of priorities, getting the least efficient first, how does that compare to the rest of our customers too, so that we're kind of looking across the board to kind of keep an even playing field on that. But I would agree, I think we can probably have a more comprehensive multi-year plan on that we can then budget out over a number of years and start working down that ladder.
Sounds great. And other area of questions in terms of the aquifer. A couple things. One, in your opinion, does the increased presence of fracking in the LA area add to another threat to the already fragile aquifer in the valley?
Well, I'm unaware of there any fracking that actually is occurring in the LA area, and Jim, you can tell me if you know. I guess it depends on how you define LA area and how broadly that is, but I guess the broader issue of what sort of problems we have in the aquifer, I'll let Jim refer to.
One of the problems with fracking is that it's not very well disclosed where they're actually doing it. I think it did come out recently that there was a project in the Baldwin Hills area where they've been doing some fracking there. Fortunately, that isn't one of our major groundwater production areas. Our groundwater is usually farther to the east than there, and then up in the San Fernando Valley. We have concerns. We have a lot of questions right now. I guess that would be the biggest thing. There's a lot of unanswered questions about it. I think more information needs to be disclosed so that we can properly make the evaluation and answer the question that you're asking. I don't think we have enough information right now to answer that question.
And on the San Fernando Valley aquifer, are we doing anything to go after the companies that provided the pollution in the first place, at least those that still exist or may have successor corporations with other name changes? And do we have plans for higher fines and greater accountability for anyone that might be polluting that aquifer in the future.
Well, the fining and that sort of part is more of a regional water quality control board issue. We don't get involved in that, but we are, and we have stepped up the resources devoted to pursuing the people that are responsible for pollution. It's kind of a legal issue, so I probably shouldn't say much more than that. But yes, we are paying attention to that.
So we're doing whatever we can to put a halt to it and hopefully go after some of the polluters for some way to help fund the cleanup.
Yeah, to our knowledge, we don't have any evidence that there's ongoing, the kind of discharges. I think a lot of this stems back probably to the 40s and 50s when people just didn't know, and they had probably had barrels of these solvents, and they'd use them until they got all dirty, and then they'd take them out in the back of the shop and pour them in a hole in the ground. And I mean, that's the kind of disposal techniques that were used back then. I don't think anybody's doing that anymore. I hope not. So we think most of what we're seeing is actually, legacy contaminations dating back to the World War II and Cold War era.
So we're not aware of current polluters adding to it?
Not of the kind of solvents that we're talking about. We're not aware of any additional ones out there.
But presumably we're trying to make a greater effort to look for that and to be sure that isn't occurring.
Yeah, I mean, we work very closely with the regional board, who's got the responsibility for enforcing the discharging laws and those sort of things. But we have not had that brought to our attention, and nor in any of our investigations have we seen ongoing type activities like that.
And just one other question: to the extent that you're looking at the rate increases in terms of economic activity, how much of the increase will help generate economic activity and spur job growth in the LA area?
A significant amount of what we're talking about, in fact, the vast majority of everything we're talking about is money that's going to be spent here in Los Angeles. Now, major turbines and things that we purchased are there's only a few people in the world that make those, but in terms of the labor that are so we have some 300 plus people at our Haynes site right now, about 50 DWP people and over 250 contract people that Haynes 5 and 6 repowering plant, for example, right now. Things that we're doing on solar create installation jobs in Los Angeles. Things we're doing on energy efficiency, that's all local. Things that we're doing on water conservation measures are local. Our Purple Pipe recycle programs are local. The work that we're doing on our water quality reservoir covers and work, that's all local work, new jobs, expanded jobs. Virtually everything that we're doing practically in these programs are things that are creating jobs here, LA County, City of Los Angeles, to provide that.
And do we have a local hiring program to try and increase the hiring to the extent that these things aren't being done by city employees, the hiring in LA County? Well,
now we have the cities, and very thankful to have that. In fact, it's given us a new measure to be able to use the 8% local hiring benefit preference in bids. That's now just become law. The council adopted that. It wasn't mandated by the proprietaries. We immediately jumped on that literally the next week, put it before our board. Our board very quickly ratified that, and we've now established that and moving forward with that with when we're going out and entering into material purchases to outside contractors and work that we're doing, in addition to the significant short-term exempt construction hiring that we're doing in power and water. These other contracts now have a local bid preference, and we're starting to see that make a difference.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. Thank you, Mr. Nichols. I just need to say in closing that the relationship between the department and the council has not always been as cooperative as I think many of us would like. But I have to say that there's been a quantum leap forward under your leadership, and your willingness to work collaboratively and cooperatively with the council, with the public, with the neighborhood councils, your willingness to really open up the books to a degree that we haven't seen before, and has been very much noticed. It's been very refreshing, and I want to thank you for your leadership and the change in direction and in style that we've seen in the Department of Water and Power. It's always been an extraordinary department operationally, in my view, and we have some of the great leaders anywhere in the country, in Mr. Benjamin and Mr. McDaniels in power and water side. But the department has suffered over the years in terms of its relationship with the people, I think, and their representatives. And I can't say enough about how much change you've brought to the department since you've been general manager. And I, for one, very much appreciate your leadership and your vision for this department moving forward.
Well, thank you much. The people of Los Angeles own this department, and we owe it to them.
Thank you very much. So thank you all. I'd like to ask Dr. Pickle now to take Mr. Nichols' seat there, and the department can, I don't think we're going to need to go back to the department. We can call you back up if we need you, but I'd like to turn now to Dr. Pickle, who is our first ratepayer advocate in the city of Los Angeles, a long overdue position that we're all delighted to have you here, Dr. Pickle, to be able to provide your expertise and insights in the fiscal issues surrounding the department that have just been presented to us. Pleased to welcome you here to your first Budget and Finance Committee hearing and hear your thoughts about the budget as it's been proposed, and to the extent that you have them yet. I know you haven't had too much of an opportunity to do a lot of in-depth analysis, but to the extent that you can speak to some of the assumptions surrounding a potential rate increase at this point, if you're comfortable with that, I know that we'd all welcome that as well.
I'm planning to do that review as part of the rate proposal review. While the department has been very generous with background information, they're about to deliver the formal written proposal any hour now.
Okay.
So I think detailed comments are premature.
Okay, that's exactly the answer that I would hope that somebody who's making a thorough and independent analysis would give. So we can be patient and wait until you've had an opportunity to do that. Do you want to make any other comments about the budget, or I mean the department's budget, and then we can talk about your budget as well?
I have no additional comments about the department's budget at this time. The CAO's staff may have comments.
Okay. Well, then I think that I know that you'll have some questions from my colleagues about just how it's gone so far and you know, whether you have the resources you need. So why don't we'll start with Mr. Englander.
Well, thank you. How's it gone so far? Do you have the resources that you need?
I'm getting the resources that I need. I expect to announce my first hire imminently. And the personnel department together with the CLA and the CAO have been assisting me in moving forward with the other additional positions. We will be bringing those forward over the next month.
For your and what do you think your timing is for just the review of what is before you in terms of what they're suggesting on adjustments?
Thanks to the council, I've been able to obtain an amendment to an earlier PA consulting contract to extend that. PA consulting is helping me. We're able to build on the prior work by the CAO and the CLA, and they're also continuing to cooperate in this effort. And we expect we'll be able to have that review done in the next 45 to 60 days.
And my only question on that is the PA consulting contract that they are the same organization that did the third-party analysis, correct, for DWP?
I believe that's the case. I have found they have a firewall that appears to work very well between their parts of the organization.
That was going to be my question, and asking for an extension of the contract that they're now working with you to justify their own numbers, and if you felt that that firewall did in fact exist, and that's what I wanted to hear about.
Councilman, if I could mention Bill Koenig, CAO's office, that contract you were referring to related to a rate proposal that Water and Power had been talking about. That is not the rate proposal that Dr. Pickle anticipates receiving imminently. It has been changed. There are some dramatic changes on there. So there are some fundamental issues, but the rate has been changed, so it's not the same thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Just for the CAO for a moment here, Public Accountability Office, it says 5 positions, direct cost $1,217,000, total cost $1,498,000. As we look at positions, would you explain to us those 5 positions? And then I'd like Dr. Pickle to tell us how that works with him as well.
Yes, Bill Koenig, CAO's office. The staffing proposal for this year provides for 6 positions: the executive director, an executive administrative assistant, and a series of staff members with technical capabilities understanding utility rate composition, review, and the impact of rates. Part of the problem we have had is that type of capability does not exist in any city classifications at the present time. Hence the need to utilize PA as assistants until the personnel department, along with other city staff departments, can in fact create or recommend to the council new classifications for that work to be performed. It's very technical. It's very unique. We do not possess that capability at present.
Hearing that, Dr. Pickle, what's your taking of the operation you have? First of all, what are you being paid?
Roughly $240,000 a year.
Okay. And then explain how you see your ability organizationally and budget-wise. People have a lot of hope in the position. That's why they voted overwhelmingly for it. And obviously the firewall and the independence and the accountability that we expect out of you might at times find itself in conflict with where they're going. But we clearly want you to have the tools of your job to represent the people's desires. So what's your sense of what you need, should have, don't have, and how you're going to interact with everybody?
If you look to the underlying goals, the first goal is increased transparency.
Right.
And given the mandates on DWP, people should not expect rate decreases by having a ratepayer advocate in. At the same time, the programs and processes of DWP will need to be reviewed and in some cases questioned. Sure. To have the resources to do that, we're building a small staff, and in addition, we have in next year's budget a modest amount of consulting for specialized expertise for specific questions that we expect to be one-off issues.
And saying that, CAO, this is coming out of the DWP monies, not the general fund that's going to impact any other aspect of public service, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And do you feel, again, adequate that this figure of $1,498,856 gives you the strength to hold them accountable and transparent to the ratepayers?
I believe it gives us a good start. This function is being conducted in a way unlike any other ratepayer advocacy role that I've seen in North America. Mm-hmm. So we're testing it as we go. If there are issues with that, I'll be back to you.
Okay. One of the things that I don't think the public understands, I certainly always have trouble when I get the bill, I say, oh, it's from the Department of Water and Power. But you got sanitation on that, correct?
Yes.
And sanitation is a bigger issue for a lot of people. You have no play with that. Yours just is water and power.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I just have one question for the CAO. On the budget, it says continue funding and resolution authority for the executive director. Why would this be a resolution authority, since I think it's put into the charter without an end date? So would that not be the right way to, or I should say, would that not be the wrong way to do it?
Well, I think our thinking was that during the initial year or first couple of years, it would be a resolution authority, not so much in terms of whether or not the position is going to exist, but to establish exactly the scope of the position and all the other staff that they will need.
And so, at some point, that would be changed to a more permanently structured position.
That is correct. So not just that position, but any of the other positions that are established within that budget.
And that's consistent with the charter as it was mandated.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything further, colleagues? Mr. Cardenas? Okay. I just want to say, Dr. Pickle, how pleased I am, and I'm sure the whole council is, and the whole city of Los Angeles, that you are on board here and able to participate in this process. This has been a long time coming. The people of Los Angeles asked for this position and have been concerned about why it's taken so long to actually fill it. But I can attest it's been an immense amount of work to, as you say, this is an unprecedented position in North America. So to be able to develop the policies relating to it, develop a budget, do the outreach, identify many good candidates from which you were selected by a citizens commission has taken a great deal of time to get it right, and it was important that we get it right. So I also want to thank the CAO and the CLA, the City Attorney's Office personnel, Councilmember Perry, and my own staff who were part of a working group to help assemble the processes that were put before the council to ensure that you were able to hit the ground running when you started. And so welcome aboard. Thank you very much for your presentation today, and we look forward to your further presentation on the rate proposal after you have an opportunity to analyze it and assess it. Mr. Kretz, sorry.
I have one more question.
Yeah, please.
Since energy conservation and efficiency is such a significant part of the future planning of DWP, will you have some sort of an environmental advisor or someone who at least has that function as part of their charge?
Conservation has been a part of utility planning for now almost 40 years. So it is common to have that capability and that experience in many professionals in the industry. We may have someone with specific expertise in that area when we get into the hiring process. If not, part of that consulting budget would be used to address any specific environmental issues. But conservation is an established component of the utility business.
I just thought, particularly to be able to help explain that to the ratepayers and explain the necessity of that, if you could seek that as one of your components, it certainly would make sense.
Absolutely. I believe Mr. Krikorian started off gave my speech for me. We need, with rates going up, we need a constancy of energy conservation programs so that customers can control their overall bill.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pickle, very much. That concludes this portion of this meeting. Just for planning purposes, for everyone who's here and watching on TV, we're now going to take a lunch break until 1:45. When we return from lunch, we'll start with CDD, followed by Housing Department, Homeless Authority, Housing Authority, Ethics, the City Clerk's Office. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a switch there. We're going to be starting off right after lunch with GCP and then CDD. and then Housing Department, Homeless Authority, Housing Authority, Ethics, City Clerk, CAO, other miscellaneous funds, Exhibit H, and we'll conclude with the Harbor Department. So we have a very full agenda for today. Colleagues, I want to thank all of you and congratulate all of you for our previous performance in the past days. We finished ahead of schedule every single day. We're on schedule right now, so I appreciate your cooperation in getting us through a busy agenda, and we'll continue to be doing that as we move forward today. Mr. Cardenas.
Point of clarification. So we're tentatively scheduled to go till what time today?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. So we're not required to go to 7 o'clock.
There is no requirement that we use all of our allotted time either collectively or for any individual department. Thank you.
So the members of the Budget Committee are not required to ask questions of every presenter?
There's absolutely no such requirement that I'm aware of in the charter or any ordinance or in the rules of this committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, thank you all. Enjoy your lunch.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Waiting to get adopted.
How old do we think Winter is?
They're averaging her age at about 2 years old.
Another petite 2-year-old. She's beautiful. Look at that.
She is full grown, and she would be fixed as soon as she gets adopted.
And what do we call this type of cat?
Well, normally they're flame points when the orange is on the nose and the ears, but this honestly looks more like a snowshoe type of cat.
Okay.
A snowshoe flame point, that's what they would call it.
All right, so if somebody's looking for a snowshoe flame point, come see Winter. She will be available as soon as she is sterilized. Winter, you're beautiful. Your number is A129-7889. And now we're talking to Cole, a male white and flame point cat. His number is A129-7888, and he looks a little different from the other one, Winter, that we met. His hair is longer. What can you tell us about Cole?
Well, we think Cole is Winter's boyfriend because they came in together. And of course, if they go out together, we could always give the buddies price as well, the best buddies price. They came in together with about 5 or 6 kittens, which all grown up, all raised, and were adopted as well. Cole is very sweet. He loves to be petted, he loves to be on your lap, and he gets along very well with other cats.
Just out of curiosity, what did their kittens look like?
Just like them.
Really?
Yeah. 2 of them were long-haired, and then 3, I think it was 5 altogether. 3 of them were short-haired.
And how old is Cole?
Cole is also about 2 years old. That's what he's being averaged at, but he acts just like a kid.
He is beautiful, and he's doing some headbutting, I see.
Yes.
His number is 129-7888. There's a beautiful couple to take home, Cole and Winter. They're gorgeous together, and they're both very sweet cats. Thank you for watching today's show. I hope you found the perfect pet to bring into your home. If you did not, be sure to check LAAnimalservices.com, where they have pictures of all the other dogs and cats in the shelters. Don't forget your California Spay Plate, caspayplate.com, which proceeds will help reduce animal population in California. Thanks for watching.
name's Eric.
My name is May.
We are in Chinatown.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Phil Schuman, and this is CityWorks. Today on CityWorks, we'll show you how the Bureau of Sanitation is doing a whole lot more than just picking up your trash. It's leading the way in environmental protection. We'll take you to the Los Angeles Zoo, where new and innovative environmental designs are benefiting its elephants and our LA River. And you'll see the latest products of recycling as we visit the Earth Day celebration at the City Hall Farmers Market. Follow these stories and more on this edition of CityWorks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CityWorks, a program brought to you by the City of Los Angeles Department of Public Works. As the City of Los Angeles moves towards its goal of zero waste, the Bureau of Sanitation has taken a leadership role. They're now instrumental in helping to protect our environment, our waterways, and the converting of trash into recyclable uses. Let's see how they do it.
So we happen to be standing at what is known as Clark's. We are moving about 2,500 tons per day through here. The Bureau of Sanitation is an organization of over 2,800 employees whose mission it is to protect public health and the environment. We have 3 major programs under our responsibility. Yes, we do collect trash and we do it well. We also then have under our responsibility the Clean Water Program, which it consists of the conveyance, means the sewer system, bringing it to water reclamation plants, and then eventually putting it in the ocean once treated. A program that folks are not all that familiar with that is important for sanitation and for the public is watershed management. That's not new, but it's of late far more important because it preserves and protects the urban water runoff, protecting water bodies like the ocean, LA River, Bayona Creek, Dominguez Channel. The total generation of solid waste in the city is over 9 million tons a year, of which over 65% is recycled. Mayor Villaraigosa has set a goal for us of 70% by 2013. The average person in the city recycles. We have great participation. Last time it was, nearly 85% participation, if not higher. Just about every conceivable kind of paper is recyclable, whether it's a cereal box, whether it's a phone book, and glass, plastic bags, such as polystyrene. This is the foamy styrofoam containing material. We've added cloth hangers, film from laundry, all of that is now recyclable. The nature of the waste stream, that is changing. We now have far more electronic waste than ever before. A calculator, a cell phone, a iPhone, iPad, you name it. We have built convenient locations for those to be recycled. 6 safe centers throughout the city. We urge the residents to bring all of their e-waste and household hazardous waste to those locations. We were the first city in the U.S., for example, that did recycling in the apartment sector. Our curbside program is one of the most successful programs in the nation. We also have great participation by institutions, by the business sector. We have now a good number of restaurants under a food waste recycling program. Essentially, it's composting. We are now partnered with over 630 schools in LAUSD, by which not only do we provide education to the kids, but we have recycling programs at those schools as well. So what they see in the school, they will also do at home. Recycling is worth money. The city brings in close to $5 million in revenue from recycling. Recycling is no longer just a fad or a feel-good kind of a thing. It's a real thing. The city's clean water program is one of the largest in the country. We have 4 water reclamation plants. One of the largest is Hyperion, right along the coast. We are making great strides with our partners at the Department of Water and Power to recycle more of that water. At this point, we have about 20% of the total water coming into the system being recycled. When you think of the Bureau of Sanitation, we want folks to think of us as an environmental organization that can be of help and is working hard every day to protect the environment.
The Bureau of Sanitation provides waste collection for close to 4 million Los Angeles residents. When we come back, we'll take a look at what the Bureau of Sanitation is doing to keep pollutants out of our waterways. Don't go away.
You voted for it, we built it. The Department of Public Works Bureau of Engineering promised to improve, renovate, expand, or construct 32 libraries. On time and under budget, we delivered 36.
Welcome back to CityWorks. I'm Phil Schuman. From wetlands to so-called green streets, the Bureau of Sanitation has become a major force in helping to protect our waterways from stormwater and runoff pollution. Here's how they're doing it.
In our efforts to clean up the urban water runoff, the voters approved a major bond program known as PROPO that allows us to do important projects to clean up that storm runoff. We now have man-made wetlands. We're very proud of a project in Councilmember Perry's district. She championed this, that builds a wetlands in the middle of South LA. That was all funded by PROPO.
At this part, I'm probably gonna bring my friends so we could play football, or like if we could do activities together.
PROPO has given the city the ability to fund, as of now, up to 32 total projects across the city.
Citywide, Los Angeles is now highly engaged in a Green Streets program, and they've been doing a lot of pilot projects. We had the LA Department of Water and Power, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Sanitation, all cost sharing on this project.
Our engineers have figured out ways at the Bureau of Sanitation to be able to retain stormwater, to infiltrate it, to have it recharge the groundwater basin. Elmer Avenue is a terrific project. It's a model for what so many neighborhoods could do and be.
We're here in Sun Valley, which did not have any traditional stormwater infrastructure. And this entire street would receive almost 40 acres of runoff upstream would flood this street. And so the first and probably the most important aspect of the project is infiltration gallery that's actually underneath the street. And on the surface, we've installed bioswales, which take the surface runoff off the street. There's a variety of inlets and outlets along the curb of the street. As stormwater is coming down the street, it enters into the bioswale. In a rain event, you'll see this fill up with water. That water ultimately will infiltrate back into the ground. And the rocks that are in here help to break up some of the sediment and the trash that may be in the stormwater. We also have native and climate-appropriate plants. The idea behind capturing stormwater on site is to relieve those pollutant loads from entering into our ocean and into our rivers. So this street functions to help reduce the trash loads, the sediment loads, and a lot of the heavy metals and other pollutants that we find on the surface of our streets. We're now increasing habitat, bringing in more green space, relieving flooding, so we have mixed benefits. Before the improvements came into the neighborhood, there were no sidewalks, there were no streetlights. The road was somewhat deteriorated. The streetlights and the sidewalk, those two elements have made this a very walkable area. There's folks from all around the neighborhood now that come to this street to just walk along the street because it's a very nice place to be.
I love it. Every time I go walking with the kid, I make sure to come through this whole street. And I just look around at all the different, the way they did the plants and the drainage and barrels, and keep thinking how I can possibly do it to my place.
It beautifies the house and the streets, and it makes like our streets is gonna be like model.
We'd also like to see homeowners and renters incorporate some of the improvements that they can do on their individual properties. Rainwater harvesting is certainly a great option. You can do it from anywhere to capturing water into a rain barrel or a cistern, or you can do more passive style of rainwater harvesting where you simply direct the water back into the landscape and use that as your supplemental irrigation. Other things that can be done are replacing a thirsty landscape with a native or climate-appropriate landscape. The role of the residents was critical in the success of this project. From the beginning of the project, they were involved in the design, in figuring out which plants they would like to have, and ultimately they're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the street.
The city installed this, and all we have to do is just make some like daily cleaning and watering the plants.
The residents in that community are recharging more water to the groundwater basin underneath them than they actually use. So they are actually returning water to the city of LA. I hope that Elmer Avenue can be replicated in many neighborhoods throughout the city. It's a really great model for what the 21st century neighborhood could and should look like. If folks who don't even have to do this will start making these changes, and we can have everyone in the city manage their stormwater with an understanding that it is a resource, that it should be retained and reused, that we can't waste it. I think that would be a huge accomplishment.
To learn more about the Bureau of Sanitation and its many programs, visit www.lacity.org/SAN. Again, that's www.lacity.org/SAN. Now, from its new elephant habitat to the newly redesigned parking lot, the Los Angeles Zoo has undergone some major renovations that will benefit the elephants, the visitors, and the Los Angeles River. Watch.
The partnership with Public Works and the Los Angeles Zoo is a very important one for us, because as we are spending bond money to improve the zoo and expand the zoo, there's a lot of communication that goes on. We're the experts on the animals and what they need to survive and thrive in our modern zoo. They're the experts on how to deliver that from a construction standpoint, working with the contractors. So it's a very close relationship and one that's important for the success of our projects.
The elephant exhibit sits on a 6.1-acre site in the middle of the zoo. It consists of building a new habitat for Asian elephants. It has a state-of-the-art barn to enable the zookeepers to manage elephants. It also has 3 water features where elephants can enjoy the water. There's a waterfall as well as ample yard space for the elephants to move and forage like they do in the wild.
These new projects have impacted the zoo's visitorship in a variety of ways. First of all, it's encouraged people to return to the Los Angeles Zoo. Maybe they haven't been here in a while because they were familiar with the site. Now they can come back and see new projects and new facilities. It's impacted that way.
The objective of this project is to capture the urban runoff that otherwise goes into the LA River and carries all the pollutants. So we are going to capture this stormwater, clean it in very natural way on site, and the clean water will be conveyed into the ocean. We got the input from the zoo regarding they wanted the maximum number of parking spaces on the zoo, and we try to maximize it. At the same time, zoo wanted an environment where the zoo visitors could learn from this project, which is incorporating the trees, vegetation, and the plants. The beginning to the end took about 2 years. Construction phase was a year, and the design phase was another year. We have placed educational signs in the parking lots for the visitors to see the benefits of this parking lot, which will include like shade trees. What the tree does, it reduces the heat effects. Also, people will see the benefits of having bioretention cells and bioswales. And once people comes to visit the project, they see the signs, they will learn things which could be applied in their businesses and their residences in the city.
When we designed this facility, we took a long time actually figuring out what would be good for the elephants and for the staff. But for the elephants in particular, we wanted an environment that would be very enriching for them, that would allow us to exercise them for good health. We put a lot of enrichment built into the exhibit. We have artificial trees, artificial deadfall, which actually look like trees. We can load them with a variety of different foods. We can put hay in them. It gives them an opportunity to actually search for their food and manipulate it. Behind the waterfall, there are holes where we can put food in the back, so they actually have to come and find if there's food back there. It gives them an opportunity to think and look for their food instead of just standing in one spot just eating. The other thing, just having the exhibit have lots of kind of a hilly terrain is really good for them when they're walking and exercising. They can graze on the grass, they can play in the pools. We've just thought of everything that we could that would allow them to spend time during the day being elephants. We think that the elephants that are here right now are really enjoying this new habitat. Tina and Jewel, when they first got here, anytime you move an animal to a new environment, they're nervous, a little bit afraid. They were very well bonded because they've been together for 30 years. They didn't separate from each other too much, but now you see them wandering around, using the area, being relaxed, browsing from the natural trees, not constantly being close to each other, grazing from the grass, being in the pools, under the waterfall. They really seem to be enjoying it. And Billy enjoys everything. No matter where he is, Billy just enjoys life.
You know, we're asked a lot whether the animals are happy here, and we think that they are, and we gauge that on several bases. How they respond to their keepers. Are they responsive? Do they eat well? Do they seem to be thriving in the way that they move about their habitat and how they react to each other? And also, in some cases, how they react to the public. And our indications are that the animals are doing very well at the Los Angeles Zoo.
And we'll be right back with more of CityWorks.
Got an old couch, mattress, TV, or other bulky item that you need to get rid of? Do you live in an apartment in the city of Los Angeles? Then make a call and we will haul. Call 311 and the Bureau of Sanitation will pick up your old couch, mattress, TV, fridge, or other bulky item. And best of all, it's free. Remember, make the call 311 and we will haul. This message has been brought to you by the Bureau of Sanitation, Department of Public Works, City of Los Angeles. Love LA. Keep it clean.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to CityWorks. Every time we go through the checkout line at the supermarket, it seems we hear these famous words, paper or plastic. But as Los Angeles draws nearer to its goal of becoming a zero-waste city, more and more environmentally conscious residents are turning to reusable bags like this one. We visited the Earth Day celebration at the City Hall Farmers Market, where a reusable bag giveaway was in full swing, and witnessed the very latest in 21st century recycling, which now includes your children's toys, pens made from plastic water bottles. There's even a bank.
We're so excited to be here this afternoon. Working on promoting the Bureau of Sanitation City of Los Angeles program for recycling. What we want to do is outreach to all of those in our community, explain to them what recycling is all about, what the different bins mean, how important it is for everybody to use their recycled bags, and stay away from the plastic bags. It's an important venture for us, and our ultimate goal is to achieve zero waste within the city of LA.
Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation goal is to become a zero-waste city. This means we're going to become, by 2025, basically no waste will be going to the landfill. What you see today behind me is a lot of the programs that the City of Los Angeles has been implementing in order to take us to a zero-waste city. Our first goal is to meet the mayor goal of becoming 70% by 2013. We are starting with our own City of Los Angeles residents as well as public employees by setting the example how we want to manage as a city. We are explaining all the programs that the City of Los Angeles provide, from household hazardous waste, multifamily bulky item collection, into also the reusable bags. What you see a lot of people around here have is the blue bags. These are reusable bags. The City of Los Angeles was the first city in the country in 2006 to begin the recycling of plastic bags. While other cities went into the banning mode, we went into recycling. Residents in the City of Los Angeles can recycle their bags in the blue bins that they have outside their homes and apartments. They also have the option of taking the plastic bags back to the stores where they could be recycled.
The city has a food waste recycling program for the commercial sector, and what we do is we collect all the organic food waste from restaurants. There are contracted waste haulers who are authorized to collect organic material, food waste especially from the restaurants, take it to a processing facility where it's mixed with green waste and turned into compost.
We love the earth.
We're with Los Angeles County Department of Public Social Services, and we run the Toy Loan Program, which is a program where we set up toy libraries in after-school programs throughout Los Angeles County. We have 58 locations, and we've been around for 76 years. We recycle used toys. So we will come to your home or office, pick up the used toys, and use them and distribute them throughout our 58 locations.
People, when we're at events and giving away the bags, really are excited to receive them. I mean, we, at one farmer's market, we gave away 1,600 bags. And, you know, whenever we're out there, they want them. And we ask them if they're going to reuse them, and people seem to be excited about using them. So, yeah, people like them.
Everyone should take part, take these bags every time they go to the grocery store, because these plastic bags, they don't degrade as easily as, you know, other materials. And, I mean, you can reuse these as many times as you want, and I like it.
We're here today at the city handing out samples of our new pen that we make out of recycled water bottles. Basically, we take a standard water bottle and we take that plastic and make 2 pens out of each bottle.
Recycle Bank is a pilot program that's in partnership with the Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation that rewards residents for recycling. So if you're in our area in West Valley or the North Central, you can sign up at recyclebank.com, register your account, and get rewarded for what you throw away in the blue bin. So all of that is going to go into a point account on recyclebank.com where you can turn it in for great products and discounts on everything that you buy in your neighborhood and with our national sponsorships.
Got an old couch, mattress, TV, or other bulky item that you need to get rid of? Do you live in an apartment in the city of Los Angeles? Then make a call and we will haul. Call 311 and the Bureau of Sanitation will pick up your old couch, mattress, TV, fridge, or other bulky item. And best of all, it's free. Remember, make the call, 311, and we will haul. This message has been brought to you by the Bureau of Sanitation, Department of Public Works, City of Los Angeles. Love LA. Keep it clean.
That's our show for today. Hope you've enjoyed learning about some of the many services and programs of the Los Angeles Department of Public Works. The many hardworking and dedicated people who make up the department are out there working for all of us each and every day, making sure that our city works.
City of Los Angeles. When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Hey, John, lower the gun, buddy. John, leave the gun.
Working as a team.
Go ahead and put the gun down. John, nobody's going to come at you, all right? But I'd feel a whole lot better if you were to lower that gun.
To protect and to serve.
Why don't you come back here to me, all right? All right, that's good. Walk toward me with your hands up, John. Put your hands up.
All units code 426.
Thanks for working with me.
291, show me code 6 and the article search for the Amber Alert.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
Another positive hit on this bag. We believe at this time that the vehicle is in our custody. Any available unit to respond to the northeast corner, 7th and Gorge for the Amber Alert.
6K 253 right.
14X11, show us responding. Cycle 2, we're around.
This is it.
Go.
For the officers of the LAPD, it's all in a day's work. Protecting our families.
Look at your daddy.
They take pride in what they do.
Code from the Amber Alert. Missing child found and returned to parent. Suspect in custody.
LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
Hi, I'm Christy Odom in Los Feliz. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Would you like a mustache with that?
Council District 1 is a fascinating district from my point of view. You have the largest populations in this part of the city. Largest number of Salvadoreños, Central Americans, Filipinos, Koreans, Chinatown. You also have a strong historic fabric of the Jewish community in Lincoln Heights and Highland Park. Westlake, Italian Hall is right there on Broadway. The historic fabric is rich in its architecture, in its relationship to downtown, and how it functions as a city. The social and economic spectrum is wide. Property owners who own $1 million homes, 5 minutes along the roadways through the valleys of the Arroyo Seco, and you find yourself in the flatlands, in enclaves of working families, people surviving on $22,000 a year, family of 4. So this tremendous mix adds to this richness that is, I believe, the essence of Los Angeles, a great metropolis. You have these anchors for change because now you have park spaces, open spaces that can be centerpieces for how you redefine the space around it. They serve as magnets to pull in the kind of interest in reassessing ourselves in our space. Rail lines. All this became the magnet, these anchors for change that allowed us to now redefine ourselves so that we can address these issues of need. Every aspect and every element of every development scenario that I've engaged in the past 20 years, it did not happen without the community being first. The change in MacArthur Park has meant so many things for so many different people. 20 years ago, where you had homeless encampments throughout the park, you had gang members divvying up space where they can sell their drugs and their wares, where families purposefully avoided driving through there, where folks who were trapped in their own apartments could not even walk out into their own stairwells because of stray bullets flying in the area. That's what we had there. And to be able to come back today and see families walking along, kids on bikes, people with their little dogs actually taking a morning stroll or the twilight of the late evenings. We have a soccer field that is state-of-the-art. We have a band shell that's brand new. We have a whole new security system. And to see the freshness of the grass when they actually mow it, and it looks so clean and green, and hearing the water and the fountain, and to actually be able to listen to yourself in the middle of this amazing city. What that meant to folks is that someone did care, that the city did give value to this community.
My role in Parque del Rio was to mobilize the community. It was very difficult in the beginning. Many people say we are crazy, we are stupid. We don't need a park here, we need jobs. We need factories. No, we need factories too, but the crisis is now the park for the people. Our kids, they shooting together in the streets. And we need this park. Well, the people in the hills, not all want it. The people in the lowlands, some politicians don't want it. Everybody recognized in the center, we need a park. How to make it was very difficult.
The fire stations, the fire personnel, our firefighters, they're integrated in the community. They open up their doors during holidays. They engage families. We have great events in which committee rooms are opened up to families and stakeholders who need to meet with police. The new police stations. Parents can go and actually have a discussion with officers without being worried that a gang member is going to identify them, given an issue that could be occurring on their block. So this integration of a new presence of a civil facility like a fire station, like a library, clearly begins to reinstill a sense of confidence that the people can engage and make a difference on their own. A voice that was never heard before begins to emerge.
Bueno, cuando yo platico con mi comunidad y tenemos nuestras reuniones o nuestras convivencias, cuando hacemos nuestras limpiezas, en el futuro se piensa que ya no tenemos por qué movernos de nuestra comunidad como cuando habían los problemas que habían anteriormente. Y como han visto un cambio muy positivo en los últimos 10 años, Entonces nuestra gente no piensa salir de ahí, sino que al contrario, dicen, ahora nos sentimos muy bien, ahora miramos la Pico diferente, hoy miramos que podemos caminar un poquito más seguros, no deja de haber crimen, no deja de haber problemas, pero no los podemos llevar al balance de lo que estaba antiguamente. Y en los últimos 10 años, pues, es que es la realidad, no es que estar diciendo lo que no es la realidad. Ha habido un cambio muy grande, muchísimo, muy grande dentro de la comunidad.
I have a tax office on North Broadway. Recently, I got involved with the opening up a cafe called Cafe in the Heights. And I did this because we didn't have a cafe in Lincoln Heights. For some reason, I guess big companies don't feel it's important to come in the neighborhood. We're trying to slow up the traffic on Broadway. We're trying to bring back business on Broadway. With the help of Councilman Reyes, we're putting up a new stoplight. People could look around and say, hey, this is Lincoln Heights, you know? What do they have here? You know, I could buy shoes here. I could buy a cell phone here. You know, it opens up their mind instead of just coming through like a freeway. With the community members, such as the Neighborhood Council, the Lincoln Heights Chamber of Commerce, and the Business Improvement District, and other organizations. We have to partnership with other groups. We have to work together. And if we try to, work together, I think we could accomplish a lot in the community.
You got to keep positive. With the staff, working with community leaders, how to re-embrace our strengths with this new energy. And we have a new skill set here. We understand what our tax dollar means, and we understand what it can produce. So why not hold everyone accountable? We want our families to continue to be nourished. We want opportunities for our kids, and we want safer streets. Fundamental, which has been the focus of my administration. Basic services, clean streets, and understanding that by working together we can make this difference. And we've done it time and time again. And that's something we shouldn't lose. And that's where I want to be.
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed today.
Hi, I'm Rasha Goel.
And I'm James Ramirez. Welcome back to Latitude, the place that thousands of shipping decision makers connect with to learn about what's happening at America's leading cargo gateway, the Port of Los Angeles.
This is already our 4th edition, and we really appreciate the great response. From coast to coast, people are telling us that our print and video stories are informative, entertaining, and they also appreciate that we keep them pretty short.
Whether your need is ocean shipping, a distribution center, warehouse space, or import-export assistance, the Port of Los Angeles can help to meet your needs. And now it's time to get started exploring this edition of Latitude. We're glad you joined us.
Ever since the Bronze Age, shipping has been a competitive business. And that's certainly true in today's economic climate, which makes it all the more interesting that 2 well-established competitors work together with the Port of Los Angeles to form an alliance that's truly unique, if not unprecedented. During his trade mission last December in Korea, Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa signed a memorandum of understanding with California United Terminals, also known as CUT, a wholly owned subsidiary of Hyundai Merchant Marine that sets the stage for the company's future significant expansion in the Port of Los Angeles. But what made this all possible was the highly innovative agreement forged between CUT and APM Terminals, a division of the Maersk Line and one of the world's leading terminal operators.
I think the exciting thing about here is that you are standing on the largest terminal operation in North America. This is a full-service terminal, and we have probably one of the largest on-dock rail yards in the U.S., so we can handle well in excess of 1 million lifts, and we can handle the largest ships in the business.
California United Terminal's been in the San Pedro Bay since in the early 20s. We currently provide services for HMM, APL, and MOL, and their respective client base.
As operator of one of the largest proprietary terminals in the U.S., APM Terminals had the capacity to meet its goal at its Pier 400 facility in Los Angeles. CUT also had expansion goals in the LA market and wanted to solidify its long-term aspirations at the nation's largest trade gateway. APM Terminals and CUT discussed their common goals and began exploring possibilities. Working with the Port of LA, the two organizations forged an agreement that would allow CUT to operate independently on a portion of Pier 400. In making the deal, both companies immediately benefited from discounted rates realized by additional volumes. CUT also began to reap the benefits of APM Terminals on Dock Rail Facility, one of the largest in the U.S.
The thing that was different about this is that California United Terminals has its own dedicated berth, it has its own dedicated equipment, and it has its own dedicated container yard area. So you have these two terminal operators operating totally independently in the same terminal space.
Because of the impact of the economic situation globally, we now have excess capacity. And so we were able to find a unique way to bring in someone to help us take on some of that excess capacity.
Initially, when APMT came to us with this idea, our role was to look at the contract that we had with APMT and say, could it be done? How could it be done? And how can we facilitate this?
We moved over here in a 3-month period, realized with the teams working together that we had a common goal of a partnership to make this whole thing work.
To help ensure the smoothest transition possible, the Port of LA worked closely with both organizations to address an array of important needs, ranging from gate operations, road access, signage, and more.
The Port of LA was very helpful in the process. They saw the synergy from the onset. So during the transition period, they helped expedite the approval of the sublease agreement and also permitting that we needed to expand office space, etc.
And then they came to the table to help us get the deal done. And then they supported us with, with the engineering department and other departments to help figure out how we can bring on a whole other terminal operation on the same footprint. We had a lot of support by them, but it all started them being open-minded to a new idea in tough times.
There was certainly a sense of urgency. Both Hyundai and APMT had a period of time in which they wanted to accomplish this. And for us, as a governmental agency, I'd call this warp speed. And within really a 2-month period, finalize all of the contract issues, finalize all of our agreements with each of the two companies, and then put this in front of our board.
And the benefits are not only for today, but for many years to come. That's because a major part of the historic agreement enabled APM Terminals to transfer its facility expansion option to CUT. It did. And CUT will become the operator of a future Pier 500 development, a 200-acre landfill proposed at the southeast end of Pier 400.
Yeah, we're excited about the development of Pier 500. This facility will be a fully automated facility. It'll be using state-of-the-art, environmentally friendly equipment, and will be set up to handle the company's future growth.
California United Terminals has been really a great partner. We were in a fortunate situation that we're able to find a partner to come in and take advantage of some of the excess capacity that we had. And for us, they're our partner, and we're glad to have them on board.
Working with APMT couldn't be smoother. We've got two very independent operators working side by side and running their own operations without issue.
APMT realized that they could use our help, and given we had such a short time frame to get this done, they were great to work with. Hyundai was great to work with. We sat in rooms, we talked about how things could be done. This new partnership between those entities created a great sense of partnership within the three entities, including the port, about what we would do together to make things happen.
When completed, Pier 500 will be designed to meet CUT's long-term needs at the nation's largest trade gateway. Put it all together, and the innovative agreement between APM Terminals, California United Terminals, and the Port of Los Angeles is a success story that has everyone involved feeling like a winner.
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Trenton Irwin, and you're watching LA City's View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2012-2013. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee, and we're going to get started again. We had no public comment at the outset of the meeting this morning, but I do have a few cards right now, so I'm going to give those speakers an opportunity to speak now or to speak at the time that the specific department comes up. I will leave that choice to the speaker, but let me first invite up Joy Brown-Price, who will be followed by Cheryl Parisi, if you would like now, Ms. Parisi, or you can defer until later. It's up to you. Ms. Brown-Price, welcome.
Thank you. Again, my name is Joy Brown-Price, and I'm president of Local 585 AFSCME CRA professional unit. We represent the majority of the housing department members at CRA, and we have some experienced professional employees in the housing department who will be losing their jobs as of June 30th. What I'm requesting here today is that you take these ready, willing, and able employees and transfer them to the LA Housing Department with their functions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Our next speaker is Cheryl Parisi. If you'd like to speak now, Ms. Parisi, or you can wait. You'd prefer to wait? Okay. We also have a card from, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, but George Rolt, speaking about the City Ethics Commission. Is George still here? All right, well, we'll come back when it comes time to the Ethics Commission. We'll come back to that. All right, that brings us now to GCP, consideration of the GCP portion of the budget, and Chief Beck is here, and so why don't I invite everyone up to the table to talk about GCP, but out of courtesy to Chief Beck and his schedule, I'd like to give you the opportunity, Chief, to give comments that you'd like to make on the GCP funding right now.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Councilman, and thank you for allowing me to briefly speak. I will say this, that my comments will be general, and that I have ensured that I have my bureau chiefs here, who you are all very familiar with, who can work with you during the rest of your inquiry to make sure you understand how important this program is to the Los Angeles Police Department. The Gang Reduction and Youth Development Department is a core piece of our strategies to save lives in Los Angeles. As you well know, gang crime accounts citywide for about 60% of our homicides and about 25% of our violent crime. And really, one of the cornerstones in the success of the City of Los Angeles in dealing with that has been the collaboration between the police department and the grid office. The way that we use the intervention and prevention programs within the grid office and their integration into the efforts of the police department have made a huge difference in Los Angeles. And while gang crime throughout the nation has increased, in Los Angeles it has plummeted. And most police chiefs would sit here and tell you it's because of good policing, and I will say that we do policing well, but it's also through collaboration of the intervention and prevention programs run out of the grid office, and we could not have achieved the success that we have without that. This is Los Angeles is the home to criminal street gangs in America. We have been since the 70s. We export gangs all over the world. You name the major criminal street gangs in America, the Bloods, the Crips, 18th Street, MS, all originated in the city of Los Angeles. And that is an awful label for this great city to have. And what I would like to see is that now, because of the things that we do with smart law enforcement and with effective intervention and with solid prevention programs that we become known as a place that is the home of the solution to gang crime. And I encourage the council to do what it can, and I know these are tough times, and it's hard to pick between your children, and it's as hard to pick between your departments, but the GRID office is extremely important to what I do. So I just wanted to make that known, put that forward. Thank you for your consideration of this. This is, one of the shining things that the city does right, and it's important that we maintain it. So thank you, and I'll have my staff will be here. I know that you will go through your regular presentation, and as needed, if you need comments from them, they'll be glad to provide them. So.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. I think if you do have a minute, I think Mr. Rosendahl wanted to pose a question now.
Absolutely.
If you can still stay for a moment.
Councilman.
Chief, I want to thank you for your leadership with the overall LAPD and for giving me Captain Peters on that area there. That has been phenomenal in all the issues we're dealing with, and I appreciate your backing him and backing me and us working together as a team.
Well, thank you, Councilman. Captain, and I've said it from the day I got this job, it's my goal to give all of you captains that you know, that are consistent within their commands, that you have relationships with, and I appreciate that so much, because their jobs are so hard. Those area captains, that's the hardest job on the police department, and to be recognized by their council people is significant. So I thank you for that.
Yeah, and he's accessible and he talks to people, and that kind of leadership is extraordinary, and I'm most grateful. But I have some real questions about, and Guillermo, God bless you too. You've been extremely helpful as I've been running around. But my district has a history of gangs and gang violence.
Mr. Rosendahl, if I may, just so that all members know, we still have not yet heard the presentation on GCP or from the department head. So if you have questions that are specific to Chief Beck, that's great. But we will have all these discussions after the presentation and with the rest of the department brass, who's also here as well. So by all means, I'm sure the Chief would be happy to hear any questions that are specific to the Chief, but we'll have a more thorough discussion after the presentation.
And I look forward to that. But you and I both know the issues I have in Venice in part are gang related. So I'm hoping that we can get the support so you and I can continue to deal with the drippings of the gangs that for the most part aren't discussed in CD11, but in reality they do exist. So thank you.
Oh no, absolutely. This is this allows us to address not only the symptoms of gang crime, but the root causes, and that's what's really important. And that's why GRID is such a great program. It allows us to move from where we just chase crime to where we actually start to diminish the gang violence problem in Los Angeles. So thank you all very much, and Councilman, thank you so much for allowing me to go first.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Cardenas also had one question.
Chief, I'll be brief. I just want to let everybody know who's watching and who's here. It just so happens that before you became the chief, you were an assistant chief, you actually were the point person for the department to report to the city council, and were very much involved in during the time that the mayor's office and the council developed what we now call the GRID program. So I just want to thank you for your knowledge and your leadership on this, but also my question to you before you get back to your other duties is, can you repeat what you told us several times very organically when we asked you how intervention workers / intervention activity assists the police department in reducing violence? I remember one time you were in committee and you apprised us of 2 separate incidents. I think one incident actually it was gang related, where there was an initial shooting, and as a result of that, there were like 17 incidents of subsequent shootings because of that. And then where the intervention workers were involved in a subsequent event unrelated, you recounted to us the difference between 17 subsequent shootings and how many shootings in the other incidents where intervention workers were involved.
And that, I'm glad you reminded me of that, Councilman, because that is the core of all this. In the past, the police have taken responsibility for not only what has occurred in the past, but for what occurs in the future, and that is just not effective. The reality is that when a gang shooting occurs now, and it comes into my communications center, then it goes to Racer, which you're all familiar with, and then the information broadcast goes out citywide so that the captain, whoever it is, can have adequate resources respond. At the same time that happens, the information goes out to the grid office and the intervention workers that are in that neighborhood, and they also respond. But both entities respond for two separate reasons, and this is really important. We both want to get to the same place, lack of violence, but we come at it from two different ways. The police department, we are there to keep the peace, to solve the crime that has occurred. The grid office is there to stop the next one. And that is hugely different. And it is a thing that has absolutely changed the way that shootings occur gang shootings occur in Los Angeles. In the past, as you recounted, we would have incidents that spawned 15, 20 retaliatory back and forth shootings. Since the initiation of the grid office, if I have one retaliatory shooting, I'm on the phone to the captain finding out what's wrong. The goal of all this, we know how difficult it is to stop these conflicts from becoming violent. The point is, the grid office, with its intervention aspect, finally gives us a chance to stop it at one. And with the prevention aspect, there are other programs to actually get at the core and maybe eliminate the violence altogether. So it's a great partnership, because there's the Los Angeles Police Department, and this is, I'm speaking about my family here, so it's a little hard for me to be modest, but they are the best in the world at what we do. But the grid office adds a whole other dimension.
So my last point, Mr. Chairman, is this. So, Chief Beck, obviously you're looking at policymakers, and we have to grapple with the budget and the difficult decisions, et cetera, as you very well eloquently pointed out. So would you agree that if we were to have to pull back on the commitment and the resources for the GRID program, that would be very, not only painful, but actually would be a step in the wrong direction?
Well, it will have a negative impact on public safety in Los Angeles, and the grid office, like the police department, affects the very top end of the pyramid of violent crime, homicide. And homicide and shootings are reduced because of the grid office. Less young people die in Los Angeles because of the work that they do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you.
All right, Chief, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Members, this area is GCP funding, General City Purposes funding as a whole, and I'm going to ask the CAO and the Mayor's office to provide that overall presentation. But before they do, I do want to give the public an opportunity to speak on this, and let me first say that I have a number of cards from people who were here earlier and submitted written comments, and those written comments will be taken into the record. Their names are Tony Zepeda, Lakea Johnson, Robert Aguirre, Donna Gathright, and Reginald Sims. They all wanted to speak on GRID. Their comments will become part of the record. I also have two cards from speakers who are here, and I'd like to invite them to come up and speak now. They are Brenda Shockley and William Blinky Rodriguez. Ms. Shockley, welcome.
I'm Brenda Shockley. I'm the president of Community Build. We are an organization that was established, this is our 20th year. We were established in the wake of the civil unrest of 1992. We work and have worked our whole time with youthful offenders, with gang members, with foster youth and emancipated youth. And we have, for the last 3 years, operated an intervention program through GRID, and we are now operating 2 prevention programs. One in the Southwest 2, which is the Baldwin Baldwin Village area, the other in Florence Graham, and we also do the intervention in the Baldwin Village area. I am here to urge the continued and funding of GRYD to bring to your attention that this, as the chief said, it has reduced gang violence in our area, and it's also allowed us to build the capacity for community response to violence, because the intervention workers that we have, they do crisis response, but we also work with the young people in prevention to keep them out of gangs by giving them the kind of activities that allow them to see that they have other opportunities. And with intervention, we're also working with those young people who have walked away from gangs but also need the support, they need the training, they need the ability to be productive members of society. Finally, I would tell you that in this recession, we at Community Build have over 30 part-time safe passage workers as well as intervention workers who keep the community safe but are also able to contribute to their families and have a sense of their role in our community. Thank you, and I urge you to continue the funding.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is William Blinky Rodriguez, and that's all the cards that I have right now.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is William Blinky Rodriguez. I've been involved with gang intervention, hardcore gang intervention prevention for over 2 decades. And it's a real exciting time right now for the city of LA. It really is. You know, the GRID office, Gang Reduction Youth Development, has lifted the program up to a place now where you want to talk about both sides of the aisle in concert. You know, one thing, you know, if all gang interventionists did was approach the yellow tape and address the mother that had a child that is under a sheet and begin to knock down the retaliation and then to follow that mother to their home and get them victims of violent crime resource and take it really all the way to the dirt on the boxes. We find ourselves at the funeral service, at the wake service, and all along looking for the cooler head that's going to prevail. That would be plenty. But intervention has grown to a place now where there's a lot of proactive stuff going on in the community. Look at the data. It speaks right now. The chief comes up there to speak as I look and I see Bill Scott and I see Jorge Villegas and others that we have grown a relationship in the community. Granted, we're in different lanes, but there is a real orchestra that's going on now. Please, this is good money going after good money. I wouldn't be up here speaking if it wasn't. This work now is coming to a place now of sophistication, if I could put it that way, where there's structure, where there's accountability, where there's ability to measure through the data that's being compiled, separate and aside from touching the people at the grassroots level, the home visits that take place, the integrated service delivery directly to this population that many people have written about, talked about, sang about, but have never done nothing about. So we are in a special season. Please, 100% support what's going on here. There's a great work going on in the city of LA, and it's something that we should all be proud of. The table should be vibrating from excitement because of the data. But I find that sometimes it only rattles, man, when there's fires burning in Rome. There's a lot to celebrate. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, that's the last card that I have on GCP, so I'd like the CAO and the mayor's office to come forward and present an overview, if you would, please, of the GCP portion of the budget.
Good afternoon, committee members. Jennifer Lopez with the Office of the CAO.
Good afternoon.
The general city purposes budget, just to give you a little background, is basically the department that's not a department. Several items in the GCP spread across departments, or they represent citywide, for example, city memberships. Currently, the 2012-13 proposed budget for the GCP is about $95.4 million, and that's a 15.9% increase from the prior year, or the current year, rather. And primarily that is due to the transfer of the Gang Reduction and Youth Development Program, which is at $23.2 million. It also maintains services for seniors, such as the meals, the and the adult day centers, as well as for youth, such as Learn and Earn and youth employment, as well as homeless services. Some of the new items in the GCP include the new Economic Development Initiative, and that is formed as a result of the dissolution of the CRA. There's also audits as mandated by the Charter for the LACERs and pensions. And also there's funding set aside for the LAPRA and LAFRA audits, which is the LA Police Relief Association and the Los Angeles Firemen's Relief Association. There's funding for the biannual homeless count, which is required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and as well as the SCM Lifeline, which is valued at $550,000. Some of the items that have been reduced is the solid waste fee lifeline, and this is to correspond with the policy decision to reduce the number of subscribers down to 40,000 from 58,910. 15% reductions in various mayor and council supported items, and the elimination of the downtown on ice, financial management system replacement, which is transferred to the offices of the CAO, the ITA, and the controller. Elimination of the At the Park After Dark, and zeroing out the special event fee subsidy. Many of these items do get transferred to the departments as of July 1st, and that is reflected in the proposed on the departmental footnotes. And I welcome any questions you may have regarding any of the items in the GCP.
Thank you. Anything else from the mayor's office to add at this point, or? Okay. All right. Mr. Englander.
You said many of these, I think the last statement you made was many of these are in the non-departmental footnotes being transferred to various departments.
Right.
Were there any that were in the various departments that were transferred out to GCP for the budget and then are being transferred back or transferred into back to those departments on July 1st?
The only items, no, can you restate the question? Sorry.
Yes. Let me see if I can say it a different way. Were there any of the items that you just mentioned? There were some of these items were for in the footnotes, and I always look careful at footnotes because that's why they're footnotes. If there's anything in the general city purpose funds that were put into GCP, and then on July 1st are being transferred to the various departments, as you just, that was the last statement you made, that some of the items, there's a budget instruction to be transferred into various departments.
Right. The one that was just transferred into the GCP was the Mayor's Gang Reduction and Youth Development Office.
And that's on page what?
On the blue book.
Was that you said, you mentioned
the footnotes.
Page 235. Is what you said, I believe.
Right.
Right.
So those items have always been in the GCP, and those were always traditionally transferred, such as the single audit for the controller, the adult daycare program, the meals for seniors, youth employment, the homeless shelter program, the Office of Small Business, City Volunteer Bureau, the Green Retrofit Program.
Oh, I see.
Right. Clean and Green,
Right.
the Mayor's Gang Reduction Youth Development Office.
Okay, so, and that's the one you just said that's already in the mayor's office now, correct?
It's actually transferred into the general city purposes for 1213. However,
For 12, I'm sorry, for 1112.
For 1112, it is currently in the mayor's budget.
So currently it's in the mayor's budget.
Yes, and then it's being transferred into GCP from 1213.
For the proposed budget,
Yes.
but then for the date of effect, July 1st, there's an instruction to put it back in the mayor's budget.
That is correct.
Why the tap? I'm trying to figure out why the dance.
I would defer to the mayor's
Why the
office
switch?
on that.
Good afternoon, council members. Neil Guglielmo with the mayor's office.
And this is my first year on the committee, so I'm just getting into the details.
Sure. As you know, there's a number of items in GCP that after July 1st would essentially be moved into the various departments' budgets. For the mayor's office budget for the current fiscal year, the grid office, that programmatic function, is within the mayor's budget. What we're looking at doing is essentially providing greater transparency for grid by moving it to GCP to show what that full programmatic cost of grid is as discrete and separate from the mayor's office regular office budget. So you can see the total cost, total value of that program. As we see it, it's a citywide public safety program. And so the intent was to move it over to GCP so that total program cost and the elements associated with that could be seen in GCP as separate from the mayor's regular office budget. And then as we do for many other items within GCP, after July 1st, they essentially get moved back into the various departments, and that's true for many other GCP items. So,
I'll come back to that. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to cue off of that right now, again, which is the whole grid business. It's the Gang Reduction and Youth Development Office. And for me, to be candid, I want to go on the record, and I know Guillermo is here as well, a great guy. My district has a history of gangs and violence. From the Shoreline Crips to the Venice 13 to the Culver City Boys, just to name a few. These gangs are forever entrenched in our community. And looking at your milestones and achievements report, specifically your crime decrease data, at what point do these programs leave and move into other areas? I ask because it's just as costly to keep the peace and maintain programming as it is to divert resources into what are high crime areas. My district does not have any grid. And with that in mind, can the additional requests for dollars be placed with departments that are already doing this work, perhaps LAPD, Rec and Park, community development agencies that are already a part of the community? Why can't these budgets be augmented with these dollars and or conduct the program? My problem is, my concern, it appears, that the strategy, go into high crime areas, create programs, doesn't articulate what happens next when crime levels go down. Will these communities eventually end up like mine, in particular Mar Vista Gardens, Oakwood, and or Venice Beach, where we have lost significant resources due to the fact that the community, our gangs, and our city resources do what they can to keep the peace? When data used to track crime levels and or youth joining gangs goes down to, say, 15%, do these services just get up and leave? From my opinion, the violence would simply return, would it not? What is the plan for areas that don't show an increase in violence, but rather have leveled? Have we seen an elimination of the SNL program? If so, what communities and how we do this? And I want to report back on that, but first I want to say to Guillermo, you have been incredibly good with us and working with us, especially some of the leadership in my area there, that every day we feel, that we're vulnerable, but you have fought hard for us. But I'd love to get a sensibilities of how this program moving that way right now will impact what we have as issues in my district.
Thank you, Council Member. I think it would be important to get to your questions in the context of why and how the grid office was put together.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah. Back in 2005, there was a report commissioned by the Committee on Ad Hoc Gang Violence, chaired by Council Member Tony Cardenas.
Yes.
And that report asked for a citywide assessment of the issue of gang violence and solutions to that problem.
Right.
That report, which was about 1,200 pages long, and some of us actually read it, was followed by another report by the Comptroller's Office called the Blueprint for a Comprehensive Strategy. It was decided then, it was a policy decision, that the Office of Gang Reduction should be formed. It should be housed in the office of the highest level of authority within city government, and that someone be hired to lead that office also at that high level. This was a policy decision that was made with the legislative body. That's how the office got to the mayor's office.
Right.
What was established was a place-based strategy identifying specific zones throughout the city. And let me give you a quick profile. These are zones that have a 40% higher level of gang crime than other parts of the city. 30% of the families live below the poverty level. 40% of the population are youth under 18. 55% of youth that are in foster care attend schools in those grid zones.
Right.
and 31% of youth on probation attend schools in those grid zones. There's another piece of data that's very, very key. Anywhere between 28 and 35% of families that live in that area, in those areas, the grandparents are financially responsible for the youth. So,
can I ask you one question on that?
Yes,
I don't want to interrupt you, but and you said this was established in what year? Just getting a sense.
2007.
In 2000, and if I can ask the CEO, what was the original funding source when we established the office, and what was the original budget? Do you remember? Does anybody have that information?
Ben Sehout, CEO. If I recall, when the office was established in the mayor's office, it was derived from general fund dollars as well as grant dollars from the state and from the federal government. I believe the total budget was in the range of $20 to $24 million for the entire office.
Okay, sorry.
So there were 12 gang reduction youth development zones established.
Yeah.
Panorama City, Pacoima, Rampart, Cypress Park, Boyle Heights, North Hollenbeck, Newton, Bowen Village, Southwest 2, 77-2, Florence Graham, and Watts. Right. In addition to that, there were secondary zones established. And first, let me explain what a gang reduction youth development zone really is.
Great.
There is, I understand that the Summer Nightlights program has a great deal of visibility, but that is really one component of what we do. There are 17 different programmatic strategies that get implemented that are designed to do several things: reduce crime, keep youth from joining gangs, and build community protective factors.
Great.
So that's what constitutes the services delivered to a gang reduction zone. However, it was felt that it was necessary to establish secondary zones, and these are zones that either get intervention services or prevention services. In your district, you have a secondary zone where intervention services are provided by the Helper Foundation, formerly Venice 2000, and you and I have collaborated on that over many issues.
And you've been fantastic, I might
and
add.
so have you, sir.
In making that work.
And so have you, sir. And there is West Side, Sun Valley, the Harbor, and Belmont area that have exclusively intervention services. And to clarify what intervention services are, is comprised of two things. One, what the chief was talking about, this idea of reducing retaliatory shootings in that area. And the second part of that is to create an exit ramp for those gang members who have chosen to redirect their lives. So grid zones have a complementary of services. Secondary zones have either prevention or intervention services. How were these zones chosen? I shared with you a little bit of the data of how they were picked. It is not exclusively just based on crime, but it's crime and demographic data that draw a whole picture. That's how the office got to where it is. I think, as you know, I started leading the office in September of 2009. Yeah. The office was established in July of 2007, and I've been at the helm since. Yeah. The questions as to what happens when crime goes down, I think there's a difference between gang membership and behavior associated with gangs.
Yeah.
So, and I've heard the chief speak about this at length. In fact, we have a massive history in LA of entrenched gang problems. I think we've been able to shift a little bit by focusing on behavior that's associated with those gangs and the community conditions that create the potential for violence. So it's entirely possible, and let me preface this, let me say this before I say that. If all gangs were to disappear tomorrow, I don't think any of us would have a whole lot of concerned about that. We are concerned about the youth that become fully identified and that need to belong to someone, to something. However, what we're really concerned about is, what are people doing? Are they creating violence? Are they robbing people? Are they bullying? All of that. It is entirely possible that we'll end up in a place where there will be members of the community, as you mentioned, entrenched, but we don't have all of the secondary effects of that. There are some communities like yours, your district, there's been a tremendous reduction in violence. There's been tremendous buildup of community risk factors that prevent violence from reoccurring. So that's what we're hoping to get to everywhere in the city.
Yeah.
We don't believe that this is simply about eliminating violence. That's step one. We do have to build community risk factors so that the violence does not return, which is why there are other things that we do besides just simply responding to shootings. And I want to preface that by saying that it's not simply. Just to give you an idea, between April 2009 and December of 2011, my staff and I have responded to over 2,200 gang-related incidents, 24/7, 365 days a year. That basically averages out to about 2 per day. It takes that kind of effort. And the intervention workers in your district, most of the time I see them is at night.
Yeah.
Or it's in the middle of the night. It's usually not in a meeting. So just that component alone, that's what it takes. But there are other things that we need to do. We need to reduce the risk factors for kids that become involved in gang membership. In the past, we didn't have a way of judging that.
Yeah.
In the past, the approach was to just sort of eyeball it. We now have a measurable, data-driven approach to pick youth between ages 10 to 15 who are really at the highest risk. Because we do know that not every youth that lives in one of these neighborhoods is at the highest risk of becoming a gang member. Not every youth that lives in a grid zone becomes a gang member. So given city resources, we need to identify who those youth are. There are a few milestones that I just want to go through really quickly.
Sure.
Since 2007, comparing end of the year data, 2011 to 2007, there was a 29.8 reduction in gang-related crimes inside those grid zones. Now, we're already starting in a community with a 40% higher level of crime, 42.4% reduction in shots fired, 33% reduction in homicides. Councilmember Gregorian asked me to look at some data in relation to what happens outside the grid zones.
Right.
Well, we compared homicide data, 15.6 outside the grid zone. So about 50% higher level of reduction in the grid zone. Perhaps the data that I think is equally as important to look at, there's been a 48% reduction in assault with a deadly weapon on police officers. Now, these are communities that historically have had probably the most combative relationship with police officers. So when we looked at the data of what has been the reduction, 48% reduction in assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer versus 9% outside of the grid zone. That's, I think the collaboration that the chief was talking about isn't just anecdotal. The data shows that there is greater collaboration in those grid zones. A place-based strategy means you target the people most likely to commit violence, most likely to be perpetrators of violence, in the areas most likely where violence is embedded, and also the times of the year where violence is likely to spike. So the program that you all have become familiar with, that the GRID office does, is the Summer Night Lights program, which is a violence reduction strategy that was created to take place between July 4th, Labor Day weekend, 7 p.m. to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday, because that's when crime spikes. We have implemented that strategy. We're going into our 5th year. Last year, 35% reduction in gang-related homicides, 35% reduction in gang-related Part 1 crime, 43% reduction in aggravated assaults, and 55% reduction in shots fired. Evaluation-wise, our evaluators are looking now at the impact of that program in areas that don't have the program, adjacent areas. Right. They're hypothesizing, and I think researchers are very cautious, hypothesizing that there's a spillover effect of this program to other areas. The prevention program, these are the 10 to 15-year-olds that are most at risk of becoming gang members. Quarterly report we just got back 3 weeks ago, 53.6% of the youth receiving services in agencies like Community Build, The Spoke, and other agencies that are here, 53.6% when they were tested 6 months later are no longer at that high level of risk, and their behaviors changed. There was a 48% decrease in participation in gangs, 47% decrease in gang fights, and 35% decrease in hanging out with gang members. So where are we? I think that besides the crime reduction from interrupting retaliation, I think we're clearly documenting that there is a way to reduce the number of youth between ages 10 to 15 that become fully identified as gang members. By the way, that's the same age range that children become child soldiers in other countries.
Amen. Mr. Cespedes, if I may,
yes.
All these statistics are extraordinarily valuable, and I appreciate that you followed up on some of the things that I previously requested offline, and I would ask that you provide those in a written form for the committee so that we can consider, in our continuing quest for more performance-based budgeting, this is really important to be able to have this background. But I want to bring it back to Mr. Rosendahl for his budget question.
I might say that your eloquence is fantastically and greatly received by all of us in our city, because you have shown remarkable leadership. And,
thank you, sir.
And I'm very grateful for that. I'm a little worried on a couple of levels, okay? I had a killing the other day in Penmar Golf Course. I was there. I had to hug the parents, and I had Augustine Contreras get killed in Venice High. He was a 17-year-old. So every person's life is valuable, and anything that reduces that, we obviously applaud. And the coordination between the police and other agencies has been extraordinary. So I'm very grateful for that. But I worry on two levels right now. I worry that the summer youth programs that have been so dramatically positive are dramatically cut back. I don't know what the numbers are as we get into May now and the summer comes, and these young people gainfully engaged is obviously the most important thing to do, rather than idle mind and issues that develop, including gangs. So I'd love to know where we are with the summer jobs program. Second thing is, Venice Beach is an international, iconic place. All we do today is push a few buttons on our soft media, our social media, and you can turn out a crowd. We've had a couple of expressions of that last summer, where all of a sudden we had an instant couple of hundred here and a couple of hundred there. So when I think of it, it's not the 11th district. When I think of Venice, Venice is an international city, be it the issues I have right now on 3rd Street, with incredible cooperation with the police and other departments, and we're working closely with the county, is also a big problem for me. An encampment going on and other homeless situations that lead to violence in different places. So my appeal, of course, is to everyone that Summer Lights program, I've been trying to get one in either Oakwood, where we have the Culver City Boys based there, or in the Mar Vista Garden area there. Those are two spots, but we don't get any program. And obviously these young people who are part of that scene need activities. So be it the summer jobs program or the summer lights program, and I dare say just more support and resources would be helpful to us, because Venice has that unique quality that does flow over to Mar Vista Gardens area there, as well as it's concentrated in Oakwood. And those are my areas of concern of violence, especially youth violence, and especially, hopefully, preventable gang involvement. That's all.
The beach situation, I think 2 summers ago, your office and my office collaborated, and the first time ever, I believe, that there was an intervention team actually placed on not just Venice Beach, but as far down as Dockweiler Beach.
Yes.
And we did that based on data. We got a lot of data that showed us that at that time of the year, we were getting a lot of conflicts that were starting at the beach and then filtering out to different neighborhoods.
Correct.
We have worked a great deal to, the grid office does not have the resources to blanket the 400 plus square miles of LA. And so unfortunately, most of the areas are picked on data, based on data. The Summer Night Lights program, the last 2 years, we have written an average of 40 grants for the last 2 years to the private sector to fund that program. Any further expansion of that program, we really need to partner up and work closer with the private sector, foundations, corporations, etc. Because in part we're here because we don't have the funding to keep expanding, as important as the program is, to every area that needs it. Right. So I would love to see a Summer Night Lights program in every park in the city, and I would actively work very hard to develop those resources to be able to do that. The mandate to my office per those 2 reports before I inherited the office was to focus on data-driven comprehensive approaches in the areas with the highest level of gang-related crime and all the other demographics that I've spoke about. Now, the problem with data is this, that when you have to console a parent, the fact that we only had 298 homicides, 97 last year, that doesn't console parents. So
right. And I appreciate that. And I'll turn it back to the chair here, and I appreciate this dialogue that we've had. And I especially want to thank Mr. Cardenas, who's given me leadership and support in the last couple of 3 years as chair of that committee, that helped us move things around as well so we could be effective in my Venice area there. So thank you both for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Let's actually go to Mr. Cardenas if you're ready to go.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. First, I think it's important that we as a city thank the intervention organizations and the workers who literally put their lives on the line out there every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In addition to that, I'd like to help clarify, if I could. That was a great question from Councilmember Englander regarding, is it GCP or is it the mayor's money or what have you? If I had it my way, I would have preferred that we just outright just set it in the mayor's budget, but at the same time vehemently defend the fact that the mayor has taken a reduction in his overall budget, and I appreciate his leadership on that, and the council is doing the same. However, this funding is truly not a typical mayor's funding. It truly is a specialty that is being handled out of the mayor's office that actually could either be handled out of an elected office like the mayor or a department. But we decided in our policy discussion and our ultimate decision to have it emanate out of the mayor's office. So there's no funny games going on here or what have you. Either way, it's a standalone activity. But in all fairness to the mayor and his overall normal activities, it really shouldn't be considered as part of the mayor's regular budgeting, and any mayor, whether it's this mayor or any mayor, because this is an extraordinary effort that happens to be handled out of the mayor's office. But as was pointed out earlier, whether it's scored in the GCP after July 1st when the fiscal year starts, it does go, all of these funds go over to the respective department or wherever they're being facilitated from. So I just wanted to clarify there's nothing that anybody's trying to play optics. It's just where we're going to score it during the budget process. Ultimately, all of these items end up going over to the respective place in which they emanate the actual work. In addition to that, I think it's important for us to understand that we're not done with all the presentations, but I think it's very extraordinary for us to see the police chief actually come to the chambers and speak on a budget item that is not within his department. And I would venture to guess that the mayor didn't have to ask the police chief to come. I would venture to assume that the chief decided to come because he feels it's so integral, an integral part of public safety. Again, what the chief pointed out and what Guillermo has been doing on a day-to-day basis is making sure that the actual homicides are reduced in this city. And when you really look at the efforts that's coming out of the GRID program, the reduction of homicides and the cost effect on that, this is probably the most efficient way in which we have been able to reduce homicides in this city, in our toughest neighborhoods. So one thing I'd like to ask of Guillermo is, isn't one of the elements of what goes on in the GRID program is that not only do the contractors but the actual GRID office documents all of the activities and all of the successes or non-successes, but actually documents truthfully what is going on a daily basis and what they're doing to improve on their daily practices. Isn't that part of the whole process?
It is. That's what data-driven means to us, that you start out with a strategy and you get feedback from data and from independent evaluators, and you tweak your strategy based on that. And in this particular work, I've been doing this work for over 35 years, you do become humble because there isn't, it's a work in progress. I think I'm extremely proud of the work that we're doing in LA. But we do have to look at data and decide, are we moving in the right direction? You mentioned cost benefit. The RAND Corporation did a study on coming up with a fixed figure, an estimate of what it costs cities to process one gang-related homicide. The lowest amount that we've been able to identify is $1.3 million. We looked at data from the Summer Night Lights program, just July 4th through Labor Day weekend for 4 years. The city has actually invested over 4 years a little bit lower than $8 million in that program. When you take in homicides, victim shots, aggravated assaults, the savings has been over $48 million.
And that's conservative savings, right? We're not trying to blow it out of proportion.
That is conservative. There are other figures that get used at different places across the country that are much higher. But again, these are numbers that don't really account for the human suffering, but in terms of dollars and cents, this is just about the Summer Night Lights program. We're not counting the homicides that take place the rest of the year. It is cost effective.
And I'd like to, I'm curious, is we have quite a bit of brass from the chief had to leave, but we have quite a bit of brass from the police department here in the front row. How many of you, please stand if you're here with the police department on this item? Okay. The reason why I ask them to do that, thank you very much, gentlemen, but the reason why I asked that question is because basically, when the chief came and spoke, he's advocating for something that if it's not for us to figure out a way to fund the GRID program as proposed, including the $6.8 million, then we would probably have to give the police department easily $68 million more just to address the issues that would very likely occur should we not make the initial investment in the grid program. So I think that's a budget statement right there that not only did the chief make, but the fact that he has so much of his top brass within the department who are not only familiar with the program, who have actually grown to believe that this is true public safety front end and work. So with that, I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Right. Thank you. And thank you for all your comments, Mr. Cardenas, on this and all your work in gang prevention and intervention programs. I take it extremely seriously. It's the cornerstone of what we do. It's the core function of what we do. And in fact, when I first got accepted in the police academy, I thought the job of a cop is to make an arrest. And then I graduated from the police academy and I realized that wasn't the job of a police officer. It's to prevent a crime. Completely and totally different. And have realized over many years of working with a lot of intervention programs and prevention programs, working with at-risk youth, that it's actually the job of society, that we all have to get involved and make a difference. And unfortunately, not a lot of people do. And so it's incumbent upon the government to fund programs and come up with programs because we can't get enough people in the community involved. Work with a lot of nonprofit organizations, and they're all doing God's work. A lot of volunteers and a lot of effort and a lot of partnerships, both with the police department and schools and many others. And so I wanted to thank you for your work. I don't think we can put a number on it, quite frankly.
Thank you, sir.
If it were as simple as what Mr. Cardenas said, then I would suggest we don't fund it to $6.8 million out of the general fund. We fund it to $50 million out of the general fund. Because if we can actually put a number on it and say that for every dollar we spend, we're going to solve or stop or prevent a homicide or a violent crime, then we're way underfunded. But the reality is we can't tie the dollars to the actual progress or successes because, and it's difficult to measure. While we were lower in homicides last year at roughly 290, we all remember when we were the homicide capital of the world, 1,400 a year. Mm-hmm. And those numbers weren't in 2007. They were in the 80s and the 90s. And 2007, when we started this, there's been definitely great successes. What I look at is, because I am involved in a lot of different organizations as well, and I am the chair of public safety, so I take the responsibility very seriously, but this is the budget committee. And so right now, we have to look at every single budget item across the board, line item by line item by line item. We have to look at what programs we can cut and which ones we can protect and preserve, but we've got to fight for those, because for every one we protect and preserve, we're cutting something else. We're faced with a $230 million budget deficit, as you're well aware. So a decision to move forward on funding one program means, in essence, even if we kept it at its same level as last year, we're cutting something else. And so those are the things we do have to look at, the totality of all of these issues. That with being public safety number one. With that, I was trying to find out, and I got some answers before walking in this morning about where we were in funding in 2007 in terms of the 20 to 24 million, the grant funding versus the general funds, and where we're at today. And my understanding is it's being proposed that all of this be grant funded this year. I mean general funded this year. No grant funding is going towards this, from my understanding, based on what's being proposed before us today.
No, there is some grant funding that will sustain the program in 2012, 2013. Do you want to speak on that, Neil?
Sure. I'm sorry, did you want to speak, sir?
It used to be several million collectively. Now it's down to about 300,000 in the coming budget year or something like that.
Yeah, there's the general fund amount in essentially there is complemented by some additional funds. I think what's been mentioned previously has been CalGRIP, for example, and there's some CBG funds as well. In the past, there's also been a number of congressionally mandated awards over the last several years. I think going back as far as 2006, Boyle Heights, Hollenbeck, Foothill, Ramona Gardens, Newton, San Fernando, La Vida, Glassell Park. So there's a number of grants that the program has used in the past as well to fund its activities.
But this year, we're looking at an additional $6.8 million out of the general fund. Is that to offset something we've lost?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
There's been cuts in federal funding, in especially discretionary funding, but also formula funding. We've had an $180 million cut in discretionary funds. Went from
throughout the nation.
Throughout the nation. Okay. The Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention has cut grants from $18.5 million to $5 million. Violent gang and guns, which is a funding category, went from $15 million to $5 million. And the Second Chance Act from $100 million to $63 million.
But the numbers you're reading off are national numbers. What I'm
Those
curious,
are national numbers.
Those we would get a proportionate share for grid. Is what you're saying that made up the $6.8 million.
The other loss that we have had has to do with responding appropriately to. In 2008, there was a controller's audit report that laid out a series of programmatic changes that needed to be made in the program, and one of them was that this is the largest gang reduction youth development program that's being evaluated currently in the country. In the past, we used to have some rollover funds because each agency that had a contract with the city would have a different level of staffing that they would hire and a different level of service that they would deliver. We were mandated to implement a programmatic approach that was congruent, the same thing everywhere in the city so that it could be properly evaluated. At the point that we did that, agencies were able to spend the allocated amount. So
one thing I didn't see in here, and I'm going to close up. I want to give this back to the chair. I got a couple requests back that I'd like, but I think I'll hold those until the end of the discussion. But one thing I didn't see is for 23, I think it's $24 million in total on this, is any real budget items of contracts, or if it was taken out of the mayor's office for budgetary purpose for transparency, which is what I appreciate, and that's what was brought to my attention. So thanks for informing me of that. What it didn't then do is shed the light on exactly where all those funds were going, into what types of contracts, how many employees. None of those things were shared in the budget books. I'm sure we have that information, but I appreciate the transparency purpose of moving it out and then moving it back in. But if we're going to take full advantage of the transparency for evaluation for budgetary purposes, then we should have that information so we can discuss it.
And sir, yes, and we have that information, and we can provide that as part of our report back.
Of course.
We have the breakdowns.
Okay, and then I'll come back to it to close out with a couple of report backs. Thank you.
So if I may, just before I go to Mr. Koretz, I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here, because it sounded from that conversation as though we're talking past each other a little bit on both where this funding is and the amount of it. So let me see if I can summarize this and make sure that we're all in agreement about this. Last year, the mayor's general fund grid budget was $16.3 million. To that was added $6 million in grant funding from federal sources, from CDBG, from the state CalGRIP program, from the Schiff-Cardenas Act Fund, and from HACLA pilot funding. Correct? Last year.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The proposal this year is that there will be $23.2 million in GCP general fund support for this program, together with an estimated $2.4 million in projected grant funding. And the source for that projected grant funding will be federal DOJ, CDBG, CalGRIP, and the Schiff Cardenas Fund. But that amount does not include pilot funding from HACLA to get to that $2.4 million.
If I could, sir, when you look at the 11-12 budget, we also have the carry forward savings, the remainder of that as well, to complement the grant funding. So is the grant...
Was that included within the $6 million of grant funding, or is that included in the $16.3 million in mayoral funding?
No, it's including the $6 million and change.
Okay, so that's carryover grant funding?
So it was carryover savings from the contracts, as Garima had mentioned earlier, as well as those grant amounts as well.
Okay, the chart that I have that shows grant funding that came from the mayor's office doesn't show any carryover funding. It shows itemized line item specific grant funding, the total $6.051 million.
Correct.
So that doesn't include any carryover funding unless it's carryover of those specific grants.
Well, it's carryover of the specific grant. We have lost the carryover funding from the general fund.
Okay, that's just so that grant funding might include previous year funding, but it's still grant funding.
Yeah.
Okay, so last year the total for the program was $22.365 million. This year the proposal is $25.623 million for an increase of $3.3 million in total funding, and an increase in general fund impact of about $6 million.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, separately, there's a proposal to, again, have $1.8 million of the HACLA pilot funding go to support GRID, which, as I understand, is not included in that $25.6 million.
And it's not been negotiated yet.
Okay. All right. So now I wanted to clarify that so that we're all using the same sets of numbers and we all understand where that
and that's 1.2 from HACLA.
So, yes. All right. So let's go back now to Mr. Koretz, and then we'll come back for some other questions.
Yeah, I think the target is important. I think there's nothing more important than reducing the loss of lives and injury from gang violence. So I think the focus is important. I have a couple of concerns. One of them is, how well do we actually quantify this program? Can we show which types of parts of this program are more effective? Can we show which contractors are more effective? Or do we just have a general sense that we're taking a scattershot approach to this problem and it seems to be working? I don't know that we've ever been provided with any kind of a real sense of what the hits and misses are in the program and whether there are things we could do within that budget to run it more effectively. We know the numbers are good, we know the results are good, but I just don't have a sense of how carefully we quantify it.
We have had 3 separate audits from the Controller's Office. And with each audit, we've had to develop an action plan in response to that audit. One of those was to implement a monitoring protocol that it is not simply getting a report, but my staff and I spend a great deal of time inside those agencies, not just evaluating what they do, but how they do it. That is followed up by reports. There's an external monitoring evaluation component and an internal one. In terms of accountability, one of the things that I feel very proud of, that in 35 years in this field, this is by far the program with the most accountable processes built into it, and it should be. And we welcome that accountability and that feedback. So there is ample data of what works, what we need to fix, and we've looked at each one of these audits as an opportunity to improve the program. And in those cases with, deficiencies have been pointed out, we've responded to them quickly and efficiently. In 2010, the Controller's Audit Report had 109 different recommendations. All except one were implemented or in process of being implemented. The action plan that we submitted in response to the last Controller's Report, in fact, went above and beyond what was asked of us, because those of us that work in this office are really very committed to this idea that LA's got a case to make. And that case is, are we delivering the best service possible? Are we using the strategies that are most effective? That's why most of my staff is here. So in terms of accountability, we don't see it as people looking over our shoulders. We see it as something that improves direct practice. I've spent 35 years in direct practice, working face-to-face with families and youth. So there is those accountability measures, and I think they've been documented, as well as, we welcome when things work. We celebrate them and keep doing them. When they don't work, we take a different course of action. That is not always popular, but that is what's professionally ethical to do. And so that's the way that we've attempted to develop the office, and we continue to run the office. The accountability is there on behalf of my staff, holding accountable the providers, the community-based providers. One additional benefit of responding to shootings so many times is that we don't read what intervention does in a report. We see them. You either show up at a crime scene or you don't. With the prevention providers, who are all working magnificently with multiple generations of a family, we're in those sessions. We demand that they present to our staff, not to tell us what they do, but to show us what they do, because that's really truly, we call it live supervision. That's truly how learning takes place. So I believe that the accountability measures are in place. I think that we are very invested in having this be data-driven, and not just because it feels good. And I think the systems are in place. This is probably one of the most evaluated programs in the country, and we're proud of that.
Let's see. How about in terms of your grant funding? Have we looked at our loss of grant funding and compared it to other cities, and how are we doing in that regard? Were we hit harder, and if so, why?
I don't believe that we've done a nationwide analysis of how other cities have been cut, and we could certainly look at that. I don't think we were necessarily hit any harder than other cities, but I would reserve, if I can come back to the committee with that answer, we will look at that. What proportion of cuts did other cities get? Part of what is particularly unique about LA is that we are in a position that I believe no other city has been in. So we're kind of creating the blueprint. In terms of what we're doing, we're pretty much one of the most innovative and far ahead of the curve strategies in the country. So I would have to look at and do a comparison of how other cities got cut. I do believe that we have uniquely a unique relationship with the private sector. The foundations that we work with have been our partners from the very beginning. I think prior to this cut in discretionary funds, our office was very much supported at a federal level. And I think the cuts were basically across the board. Discretionary funds were eliminated, period, across the board. We are working, we have met with Attorney General Holder, and we've discussed the strategy of bringing several cities together to institute discretionary funding. What that is that, and I'm sure you know this, at a state level we get a certain amount of money from discretionary funds, or formula funds rather, based on need. There isn't a formula funding program at a national level. When we met with Attorney General Holder's office, their recommendation was that we needed to have perhaps the top 5 cities with this problem advocate for formula funding. So we're actively pursuing not just gang-related funding, but funding from the Department of Labor, Department of Education, because this problem affects many different departments. One of our concerns with federal funding is that it's not braided. We have to implement the comprehensive strategy. Comprehensive means lots of different things, but funding is divided into specific categories. So it's the gang and gun funding that has been reduced significantly. So our new strategy is to pursue funding from the Department of Labor, Department of Housing, and Department of Education. So we're actively, the last grant we submitted, I finished writing 2 nights ago. And when I said I finished writing, I mean I finished writing it myself. We don't have a department that we send grants to, and they send us a finished document. We have 4 other grants that we have on board that we intend to submit. The only problem is that we can't guarantee that we will be funded. All we can do is submit the best grant possible and make our case. At a state level, we're also working with a network of all the gang programs in California, also to enhance the discretionary funding. We think it's very important for LA to be in the mix of pushing at a national and at a state level for formula funding for various cities. It is incredibly difficult to maintain a coherent strategy. Some of the questions that have been raised as to what's going to happen 5 years from now are directly related to funding. So as cities, we need a dedicated stream so that we can actually plan and not be subject to these difficult decisions that derail programs. So we're very actively involved in searching for funds, both at a federal, state, and developing our private public partnerships. LA is the only city in the country that actually has an office of private-public partnerships. So to answer your question, I will look into that data.
Yeah, my concern is just that we're not being cut in a much greater way proportionally when it appears we have one of the most effective programs in the country. I just want to make sure we've been tooting our own horn appropriately and we're getting recognized for that and funded for it appropriately. And I'd agree with Mr. Englander. I'm not actually sure that this money might be more valuable than some other money we're spending on law enforcement. I mean, it's an argument that I've made for the last 3 years. We're doing a lot of things smarter. We're doing this smarter. We've reduced our rape kits, which is basically a clear connection to a number of criminals. We track our crime more intelligently and move our resources around where crimes are more dramatic. Yet we still stick to a magic number of 10,000 officers, which it's certainly questionable whether if you cut the LAPD by 0.5%, whether anyone would ever notice the difference. But if you put that kind of money into this program, you would notice the difference. So I would just suggest in the future, I know this isn't a program that LAPD should be running because their mission is very different, but I do wonder whether we should be funding law enforcement as a pot and not separating it out, but saying what's the most effective thing we can do and how should we fund that? And whether this should have, as you say, some sort of a more guaranteed revenue stream. Ideally, it would be grant funding. But if not, it's kind of odd that year to year something that cuts to the core of law enforcement, which is stopping gang homicides, probably the worst of our law enforcement programs. If we can make this work, and it is working, we should find some way to guarantee to fund it. It's a relatively modest amount of money, and having it in the mayor's office, moving it around to make sure it doesn't cut, moving it back. I mean, it seems like there should be a more direct way to guarantee that this program is funded in the future.
I think we're searching for that way. In relation to one of the things that we have learned is that a comprehensive strategy means all of the components. I am not law enforcement, but I can tell you very definitely that we cannot do what we do without being fully integrated. And when I say fully integrated, there are 4 bureau chiefs here that I mainly also see in the middle of the night with intervention workers. There's the chief of operations that is here, that most of our conversations are when we need to respond to a common crisis. So I think comprehensive strategies require that you maintain the full comprehensive strategy. We very much consider, and again, I have a history as a social worker. I don't have a history as law enforcement. We've made that mistake in the past. We've had issues in the past when we reduce one component of the comprehensive strategy in the interest of the other one. Where do I see the big difference? The level of communication that is taking place right now in this city between law enforcement and some of the most marginalized communities in the history of the city is in part one component that has helped to reduce violence. Gang violence is relational. It lives in between relationships. So you have to change those relationships for the problem to go away. I think we've changed the relationship in LA between law enforcement and some of the most marginalized communities. Of all the data that I presented, the one that's most impactful to me is the shift in assault with deadly weapons to law enforcement inside the grid zones. I live 5 houses outside of a grid zone. So to me, I know the impact that that's going to have, not just in the grid zones, but citywide. So I am a strong advocate for what we're doing with law enforcement, not because I grew up in a uniform, but because I've seen the failure of programs that attempted to function separate of law enforcement. 99% of the questions that I get in consulting to other cities is, how did you guys come up with a collaborative approach that includes prevention, intervention, reentry, and law enforcement engagement? They live together. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that we can look at this as part of a comprehensive approach that requires, I often use musical analogies. You can't take one instrument out of an orchestra and expect the same sound.
Okay. One last quick fiscal question. I know we've had an effort in the last few years as we go through the fiscal crisis to ask all of our contractors to take a voluntary cut of some sort. Have we asked the contractors that we work with in this program to take a 5 or 10% voluntary cut?
All of our contractors, about 90% of our contractors took a cut last fiscal year. We made a policy decision of not cutting the areas that were most in need with the services that were most in need. But yes, we have been cutting. My staff took a reduction. So yes, we are guarding every penny. We feel privileged to be in this position. We're guarding every penny that we get from the public sector and the private sector to make sure that we're delivering what's being asked of us.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we get a report back on several things, but just one thing right now because the contractor issue was just raised by Mr. Kratz. As we report back, I'd like to know if there is unexpended contractor budgeted funding from last year that would be available to be rolled over into the coming year. What amount of that unexpended funding is arguably encumbered, and what the basis for that encumbrance is, so that we can evaluate whether or not there might be some funding that we can bring forward, whether it's grant or or general fund based. Second, I just wanted to touch upon the issue that you raised regarding the limitations of grant funding, because I think it's a really important point that as people continue to ask us in this and every other area, why aren't we going after more grant funding from other agencies? It's important to do that, and we're being very aggressive here and throughout the city in doing that, but people need to also understand that every dollar of grant funding is restricted in some way. It's restricted in the ways that we can spend it. So you, in trying to manage a program, have limited flexibility in what you do with your grant funding. You have unlimited flexibility, more or less, in what you do with general fund support, except to the extent that we tell you otherwise. But I mean, when it's grant funding, it has to fit into certain boxes of use, and that's in some ways less useful than general fund supported programs. So I think that's important to note. Now, on the in the list that I have of GRID grant funding for last year and projected for the coming fiscal year that the mayor's office provided to the CAO, as I mentioned before, there's about $2.4 million in anticipated grant funding. The sources are federal DOJ, BJA, $32,000, $1.7 million from CDBG, $500,000 from CalGRIP, and $131,000 from the Schiff Cardenas Act Fund. To what extent can we? What's the level of confidence that we have in the receipt of each of those areas? Are they formula based? Which of these, if any, are?
CalGRIP is formula based.
Okay.
CDBG has been approved, and so has YWAR. There's a Department of Justice grant that we just submitted that we won't know when and if gets approved, and that will be $1.5 million over 3 years. And there's a technical assistance grant because our office does get asked, and none of that is here, sir. So,
I see.
So these are projected grants.
So these are possible additional sources beyond what's already been budgeted here. So the ones that are included here in the budget, I can assume there's a high level of confidence, if not a certainty, that those are locked in.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So if you could include, please, those other avenues, and I know it's impossible really to guess what the state of the federal budget is going to be or the state of other governmental entities' budgets, but to the extent that you can quantify the probability of our receiving any additional funding beyond the 2.4 that's been budgeted in grant funding, I think that would be useful in evaluating where we are with this. Mr. Englander.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful. In fact, on that, and there was another that wasn't mentioned, I believe it was mentioned earlier in the conversations, was the possibility of the HACLA funding of the $1.8 million as well. Correct?
It's 1.2, I believe.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's 1.2.
It was 1.3 last year. I thought you said it was going up this year to a possible 1.8. Is that correct?
Last year it was 1.3 for Watts and $500,000 for Summer Night Lights.
Right.
Correct. You're including both. I'm sorry. You're correct.
So it's about 1.8. Okay. So with that still pending out there as well, with I believe the ones you've just rattled off, and I didn't have that list, was another $3 million total. Just calculated off the top of my head. But those are pending.
That's the wish list.
The wish list. Let me ask you a question on the 11-12 fiscal year, the $6 million that we received in grant funding. Did all that come at the beginning of the fiscal year? In other words, were they looking at this at the exact same time last year, knowing for sure with certainty that all of these were already approved, or did they come out in throughout the year?
Some of these grants precede my taking over the office. I would
Can I
like
ask the CAO the question, if anybody in the CAO's office perhaps knows the answer to that? Yes, I'm sorry. So the question is, looking at the schedule for the fiscal year 11-12, the $6 million that was previously received in grant funding, if we go back to this day last year, did we know with certainty that that $6 million was coming in, or was a lot of it was just applied for, waiting to hear back? Is this money that we took throughout the year, the fiscal year?
Good afternoon, Mildred Lopez with the Mayor's Grid Office. The grants that you see listed under fiscal year 11-12, that is with certainty that we were going to receive those funds. So if you look at GP Cap, Ramona Gardens, all the way down, those are monies that were left over, carried over from prior fiscal years. And if you look at the numbers that don't carry over into 12-13, that's because a majority of these federal funds ended June 30 or will end June 30th of 2012.
Okay.
This $32,000 for Newton Grid, leftover money that we want to spend.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So with all of that and looking at that, it actually, in what's being proposed with what's pending and what is with certainty on the 12-13 fiscal year on this chart, it's assumed then that we're going from a total of a $22,365,000 budget to a $27,423,000 budget for this fiscal year, which is a $5 million increase based on what's in GCP versus in adding the grants we know that are coming in with certainty, and then not including the ones that doesn't include the ones that are pending. We're still at a $5 million increase. So I'd like, what we could do is, if we can get a report back from the CAO on if we kept grid whole to what they were funded at last year, what would those dollars be? And the balance of that, which is roughly $5 million just on what's being proposed, that doesn't include what might still come in throughout the year, because there's still a few $1 million pending. Where could that money go in terms of public safety? In other words, we're looking at in the police department about $7 million in, I believe, layoffs, proposed civilian layoffs. In the fire department, we're looking at severe cuts as well on the civilian side. Where would that money go if we kept it in public safety for police or fire and kept grid whole? And I don't believe there's any other department in public safety that's actually being kept whole. So if we can get a report back so we could look at that. And then I know the first question was, and I'll go back to that, the first request back originally was a full budget on a line item budget on where the grid money goes, so we can look at those things as well. Just repeat that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. England. And I'd just like to add one more point, because there's something here that I frankly don't understand, and I'm sure you all do, and either you can answer now or include it in the report back. The 1.3 in HACLA pilot funding that was allocated to Watts in last year's budget. HACLA noted, and I'm not sure, I don't have a source to cite you to, but HACLA indicated that that was considered a loan that was to be repaid to the city. And so if that's the case, I just wanted to find out, what the basis for that is, and what expectation there is that that will be repaid. So I don't know if anybody knows about that assumption or not, but if you don't, that's fine. We can revisit it with a report back.
Yeah. If I could, just to the prior question asked by Councilman Englander, regarding the $5 million difference or so, it's my understanding that there were contract savings off the general fund contracts from, I believe, 2 fiscal years, 09-10 and 10-11, that amounted about roughly $4.3 million, and that was used this year for the current year budget. So there were $4.3 million in prior year general fund contract savings against the grid contracts, unexpended monies that were used for this fiscal year that will not be available in the coming fiscal year. So that represents a good portion of the difference. I think the $5 million figure that you mentioned, sir.
But again, if those contracts were savings that were carrying over, they should be realized savings again in the coming year, so it'd still be an increase overall in the program.
Why don't we just include that analysis in the report back?
Include it as a footnote at a minimum.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all very much. Anything further, colleagues? All right. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, so we've fallen pretty much behind schedule. So we're going to go next to CDD. Oh, you know what? Before we do, I'm sorry. There were a few other speakers who wanted to speak about grid, and if they're still here, I do want to give them that opportunity. They weren't here at the beginning, but Ida Cerda, Margie Guzman, and someone from Alma Family Services who didn't indicate their name. If you can
We're not done with GCP.
come on up.
Great, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Before you do, I apologize. I was just reminded by my colleagues correctly, we have other GCP matters that we still have to cover as well. So CDD, sorry, we're not quite done with GCP. We'll come back to that. So I'm sorry. Are you Ms. Cerda?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I am the Director of Youth Violence and Gang Prevention at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We are one of the lead prevention contractors out in the Cypress Park Northeast Grid Zone. And I'm here just to acknowledge and request your continued support for the work that we've been doing. We've been doing this work in the Northeast area for the past 3 years. Since we've been there, we've received almost 800 referrals to our program. One of the successes we recognize is when you start referring youth to our program, we think that's pretty significant. At least 70 youth have referred themselves to our work. Families have referred other families to our work, so we feel we've established a very strong, trusting relationship with this community. One of the things that, one of our concerns is we recognize gang violence not only as an issue of safety, but it's also an issue of public health. We've seen an incredible number of youth with chronic trauma. And part of that work is very intensive in that we are more than just an after school. We're not an after school program. We do comprehensive intensive case management work. We do also an incredible amount of work in helping partnerships with this community. We've established an incredible partnership with the LAPD. We've done mural projects with them. We've done a boxing program. And our whole intent in doing this kind of work is to make sure we start changing how youth are treated and perceived. We do trainings for schools around how to work with high-risk youth. We've also brought in additional dollars to this community with regards to additional funding with a high school who's adopted our program and contributed like over $4,000 to our work. So I just want to recognize and thank you for the time and please to continue to invest in the youth that we really believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your work. Our next speaker is Margie Guzman, if she's still here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Margie Guzman. I'm the director of the GRID program doing the prevention work in the Pacoima Foothill Grid Zone. And I'm here, I'm going to be brief because I know we're running out of time. But the main thing that I want to highlight is that the work that we're doing is not only with the youth, as Guillermo said, 10 to 15, but it's intensive work with the families. And I think many of us, in general, even people who do not do this work, recognize that to work with the youth and not work with the families is not a smart investment of our dollars. So we are working intensively with the family, with the entire family, because we want to restore the order and of the family structure. We want these parents to be in charge of their families, and we don't want to be running their families. We don't want our dollars to be the ones teaching, but these families need our support right now to go back and being in charge. The parents need to be in charge, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I have a card from Alma Family Services.
Good
Sir,
afternoon.
welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Diego Rodriguez. I'm a program director with Alma Family Services, the lead prevention agency in Boyle Heights. For the past 7 years, I have participated in different programs, violence reduction and youth development programs, both in Brazil, where I'm originally from, and here in the United States. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt that GRID is the most comprehensive and effective program that I have been part of. And that's not just based on my perception, but also what I hear from the youth and from the families. And as Marjorie just said, we do work with the entire family. We work with a multi-generational approach, and many times with the parents and the grandparents that have gang ties and want something else for their children and for their youth. Through GRID, we've been able to provide tutoring, mentoring, substance use reduction classes and curriculum, counseling, mental health counseling, family sessions, and really create a network of service providers with different systems of care. In Boyle Heights now we have this network of service providers ranging from the Department of Child Protective Services, probation, LAUSD. We were part of 2 middle schools as part of their curriculum with an elective class on gang reduction and problem-solving skills. This program is really critical in our community. I grew up in a community quite similar to Boyle Heights, plagued with gang violence and historically underserved. And this is really a public safety issue. Without GRID, there aren't many opportunities for our youth. And cutting GRID would be a cut to public safety. It would be a cut to the educational and professional prospects of our youth. So I would respectfully ask of you to consider continue funding GRID as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry, can you please, sir? Okay. All right. That brings us back to the remainder of GCP funding. So we already had a brief introduction about that. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Back front and center. Just want to get a better understanding, because my constituents have brought it up quite a bit, that there is a significant cut in adult daycare centers. And I missed the aging yesterday. I was on jury duty, so I did not hear what they said. But I'd like to hear it from our perspective here, in a GCP perspective. What are the cuts in adult daycare centers, and how does it impact us? My district has an aging population, and we're in great need of those services. And to cut them back in any way, shape, or form has a direct impact on the quality of life and health, frankly, of seniors. Many of you know that adult daycare centers complement the medical needs of folks, and by going to these centers, time is spent, but also support services are part of it. It's the cheapest way to take care of somebody is either in the home or in these centers, but not in one of these facilities, which cost a lot and aren't necessarily helpful to the seniors as they age. Many seniors in my district live at home, frankly, to the very end. And then, that kind of support system works rather dramatically. And when I see a significant cut in adult daycare centers, I'd like to get an appreciation of what that means for services for seniors.
Right now, it would not impact the services to all the adult days program. What it is that Aging is in the process of redesigning their program into an evidence-based model, so that way they'll be able to take advantage of federal funding streams and such. So it wouldn't impact, and they're trying to get it to the point where they'd be self-sustaining. This would be the last year. They anticipate by 13-14 that we would not need a general fund appropriation for the program. It would be running on its own.
Well, I worry about that concept because we see the state, if the governor or the monger or whatever, the two cancel each other out on our ballots, we might not have even sufficient resources on all kinds of levels, but I do know that the senior adult daycare programs from a state perspective are tremendously in jeopardy. From a federal perspective, sometimes we wonder where their priorities are on this. And so I don't feel comfortable at this point that we have sufficient answers unless somebody else can help me appreciate what we're doing and how this is going to work. The mayor's office, great.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Yesterday we had the budget hearing for the Department of Aging. The adult daycare program did come up. The general manager spoke to really the success of the evidence-based programming that they've seen. I think they had indicated like a threefold increase in the number of people served under the evidence-based program, and this is actually the way in which the federal government's moving forward in terms of their grants and how they're going to fund these kinds of activities in the future. So evidence-based seemed to be really a success that Aging had spoke to. I can't remember, was there a report back from Aging on this?
Ben Sal, CAO, in the memo that the department submitted to the Budget and Finance Committee, they indicated that in the first year of implementation, that service levels have increased with over 1,000 seniors being served. And so that information is actually in the memo that the department submitted to the Budget and Finance Committee on April 23rd.
Please.
Say, sir, that if you like, we can also obviously contact the department, have them provide additional information to your office or to the committee as well on the evidence-based program for adult daycare.
Okay, one more question, not for that though, but appreciate your response. With the proposed cuts, as I mentioned earlier and put it in the context of the last speaker, the Clean and Green Jobs Program, which has been an arm of the LA Conservation Corps, as well as the Youth Employment Program, how many youth can we successfully hire this summer?
I think we'd have to contact the Department of Public, the Bureau of Public Works.
We seem to have Mr. Frank coming up, as well as another great gentleman with him. And we'd really like to get an appreciation of the summer job program. And I might say, Deputy Mayor, that you've been a leader on this historically. And you and I last year were at an event when people were coming up to us and asking for more support and more resources. But your leadership put it, I remember the day we had a whole bunch of young people behind us. But every year we see more and more of a challenge being able to have summer jobs. So I appreciate your comments.
So there's $1 million for a traditional summer youth employment program. In the past, there was about a $2 million commitment for many years. ARA dollars displaced some of that. We were able to use ARA dollars to get many more summer jobs. Even last summer, we did another 500 summer jobs with ECBG dollars. Right, so the way to think of it is $2,000 for each summer job for each young person. So $1 million is 500 summer jobs for young people. A number of council members have actually already stepped up and used some of their own personal funds to do so. But that's the commitment that's there right now. We don't have any other ARA dollars to backfill. There are some other places where we're looking, and there was a private placement program with the chamber that we do where we're hoping to get another 1,000 summer jobs where businesses step up and they themselves pay for the placement, and we use CDBG funds to do the work readiness certification process. So we can see regionally somewhere around 5,000 summer jobs that will be part of our system, but it's a far cry from the 35,000 when we had federal funding back in the 70s and 80s. And it's a far cry from where we were actually just 3 years ago, where we had about 10 to 15,000 summer jobs for a 3-year period where we were all in, and then we had ARA dollars to. And
are there any senses out of Washington that, in some kind of a last-minute way, in the next few weeks, they might realize the significance, obviously, of this youth program?
So Robert is deeply involved in this politics. I'll let him answer that question.
Please, thank you.
Robert Science, Assistant General Manager, CDD. Sure. The President Obama does have $1 billion ask in his budget but the likelihood of that getting passed out in this Congress is virtually nil. We are looking and still continue to advocate for that $1 billion nationally. When they did it in the ARA program 4 years ago, Los Angeles was able to receive $18 million from that $1 billion national investment. But right now there is not any national federal dollars coming to us.
Is there any, obviously I would believe there is attempt to get Senator Feinstein engaged in this. She's up for re-election. Senator Boxer, of course, has been pushing many things. The area Congress people who are up for re-election. Is there any coordinated efforts? I know our mayor has been sensational on Fast Forward and Measure R and all of these issues.
Yeah.
Please.
Real quick recommendation. Sure. We're talking about, if we're still talking about line 45, the clean and green, $84,000 cut. Can I amend my last request, and it was to come back on the report, that to keep grid whole from where they were financially last year, and if it truly was any more, in addition to that, $5 to $7 million, and I asked for what would that give back in the fire department and the police department, can you add into that report the $84,000, if it's possible, if there is more money left over keeping it whole, that we restore the clean and green, because those are youth summer jobs that have a direct impact to at-risk youth as well. And so let's do that as part of the same report. Are you okay with that?
Certainly okay for that. Okay. Anything that we can do to pull together funding for more summer jobs is a penny of prevention. That's obviously worth a pound of violence and issues to deal with if we can do that. Whatever we can.
Our mayor has been incredible in terms of raising this as one of his top issues. Just last week we had the Secretary of Labor, Hilda Solis, at the Chamber of Commerce with the mayor, with many of the business leaders to actually advocate for this position. 2 years ago we had a major press conference with a number of Senate and congressional folks advocating for the federal investment. As Mr. Franks pointed out, that the federal disinvestment in our young people over the last 10 years has been really incredible and real heartbreaking. But we are continuing to fight the good fight and to be able to try to get as much national dollars or federal dollars as possible.
Yeah, because obviously I think that the federal government should really step up to this. I don't care about gridlock in Washington. This is a non-gridlock issue. This is something that affects every young person and affects the quality of life of all of Americans.
In the lame duck session in 2010, it got 4 votes, and it got up to 57 votes, but it needed 60 to get through the Senate for the $1 billion for summer youth employment.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, did you have anything else on other areas of GCP?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Just a couple quick things on GCP as well. Thank you very much. On the LAFCO, line 18, page 736, the reduction of $87,000, I'm assuming the appropriation is just based on what the actual expenditure was last year. Is that how we...
That is correct.
Okay. Then I'm fine with that. On line 36, page 741, the Economic Development Initiative, as it reads here, I haven't seen an actual report or presentation on what the initiative is supposed to be. It says here, the startup funding is provided for the establishment of a new economic development delivery model for the purpose of job creation, revenue generation, and creating economic equity in underserved communities. And I believe this was an initiative to sort of replace a component of CRA?
The CLA and I prepared a report on this issue that's before committee. It was just released, and it'll be before your council sometime within the next few weeks. And essentially, it's really not to replace the CRA, it's really to respond to the dissolution of the CRA and to create an alternative that allows for economic development to still occur within the city of Los Angeles. And so that report, as a separate policy matter, will be considered prior to the adoption of the budget.
The only thing that I ask is, in that report, it says for underserved communities, and I think oftentimes that's misrepresented, and they simply look at census information. And I point to my district as an example. A lot of people say, well, it's the highest home ownership per capita, and it's one of the wealthiest districts, when in fact you have people are virtually they're a paycheck away from or literally months behind in their mortgage. They're unemployed. We have the largest base of industrial property with M zones. They used to have signs all over them just 3 years ago that said machinists wanted, help wanted. They still have signs all over the buildings, but they say for lease and vacant. And so if we're going to look at retooling and coming up with a new model, I'd like to consider other things and other factors because we would never, there's 3 council districts in the city of LA that never had a CRA zone, mine being one of them. And so we weren't able to utilize a lot of tools, if you will. We just came up with a revision plan of Reseda Boulevard and the corridor along Northridge. And we don't have a lot of tools, and it's not even access to the capital, but even planning tools that we can't utilize that you're able to do in CRA zones. So I would look at the underserved community element part and just look at the positive outcome of economic development initiatives. And so we can create some other tools and not just look at parts of the city, but the city as a whole.
And we would agree. I mean, the report is written in a way to really define economic development in a broader sense than the way it has been defined before, limited to CRA areas only. And so,
my concern is this: that though it's in the budget and it's budgeted at $2.5 million, and if we start off the discussions as it's budgeted, as it's written, and as it's presented, then it's going to be hard to bring the discussion back to be inclusive of all neighborhoods and all communities. And so I want to start off, since this is the first time we're actually going to be putting a pencil to paper and with a dollar amount and funding it and starting the initiation, that we begin with a clean slate and start looking at it from that perspective.
And we would agree.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to close out GCP, and particularly the discussion about summer employment for youth, if we could, when we have that report back, please include a comprehensive overview of all of the funding sources that are currently available, whether general fund, grant funding, all of the sources combined, so that we can put the program into a context and put these changes into a context. That'd be very helpful. Thank you all very much. I appreciate all of your participation in that discussion about GCP. Colleagues, mindful of the fact that we are now a little over an hour behind schedule, I'd like to invite CDD to come up. Mr. Benbow, if you can join us. And we will have a time-efficient discussion about the Community Development Department, beginning with Mr. Benbow's brief opening comments, if any.
I thought he emphasized brief.
Hi, how you doing?
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm joined here at the table by members of my executive management team. You just heard earlier from Mr. Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager. We have Ms. Deetra Fernandez, who is our HR Director, and Rhonda Gaston, also another Assistant General Manager. My comments will be brief, as you indicated. We expect a few questions from you, so we will also be prepared to answer your questions. As you can see from our responses to the mayor's proposed budget, CDD understands the importance of shared sacrifice and has only requested items that are needed to support the department's service delivery programs. The CDD mission is to improve the quality of life in the city by creating economic, social, and employment opportunities for those in need. We fulfill this mission through the use of federal and state grant funds for nearly 100% of our program and administrative costs. In 2012-13, proposed budget represents approximately 18% of the total funding CDD receives to provide its family, workforce, and neighborhood programs. As a result of our grant fund financing, the department provides full cost recovery and a revenue contribution to the general fund for every field position authority. Our projections suggest this contribution will continue in the next fiscal cycle, with the department providing nearly $9 million to the general fund to cover the cost of staff fringes and city central services costs. We also maintain near level services despite changes in grant funding and the closing of the ARROW programs. We're in full support of the mayor's efforts to consolidate the city's human resources function and want to ensure the personnel department has the resources needed to support all of CDD's personnel matters. Staff are currently meeting with the Personnel Department to ensure a seamless transition and, consistent with the concept of shared sacrifice, in exchange for each position request, including the personnel analyst requested for the Personnel Department, CDD has also requested the deletion of a regular position. In closing, CDD's budget resources will allow the department to maintain functions that are critical to providing family, workforce, and neighborhood programs. At this time, we can address your specific questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Oh, great. Thank you. Just two quick questions, if you would. Your department is entirely funded, it appears. So on page 109, number 12, it reflects the elimination of 7 positions to the Workforce Development Program. Did we lose the funds for that program? I wasn't sure exactly. It just says apportionment changes applicable to various programs, but that appears to be the Workforce Development Programs listed. Is that we just lost the funds for that, or are they shifted to some other program?
No, we had, Deetra Fernandez, Human Resources Director, we had 98 positions, 83 are being continued. The 7 positions that you're referring to are moving from our off budget being regularized, so those will be continued.
Oh, okay, they were resolution, now they're going to be regularized. Got it. And then my last question is on the request for the proposed personnel analyst 2. If under the human resource consolidation, I think so far, if I could be wrong, that you were the only department so far that's actually asked for an additional position in your department, but for the consolidation. And so, is there any particular reason?
Yes, because we're understaffed.
Of course,
currently.
yes. Good answer. All right. An honest answer.
This position was lost about 1 year ago when the incumbent moved on to other duties, and so since that time we have been understaffed. The personnel analyst 2 is a position that we have been wanting to backfill for over a year now, and so with the consolidation, that request continues so that we can ensure that we can continue to provide all the services to the department.
I see. Okay. And I believe the consolidation, if the CAO can speak to that just briefly and let us know.
We could report back, work with the Personnel Department, and make a recommendation on that.
Well, I'm not necessarily making a request for a report back on that. I'm just, if you could highlight how the consolidation will create the efficiency so we don't have to create additional HR positions throughout the departments.
Well, that was the larger goal, was to consolidate that function and to streamline it throughout the city to provide consistency. And so certainly the goal wasn't to add additional costs to the city.
Yeah, I didn't want to use one of my quota numbers on a report back. I think I'm almost there for the day.
Okay.
So yes, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes, thank you everybody again for being here. And report backs will work just fine on these questions for me. The Family Resource Center that operates out of the Mar Vista Family Center, it actually highlights how partnerships and collaboration can work to ensure that services for the needy are not disrupted. Can you clarify what cuts, if any, were for our Family Resource Center forced to take, and what impact our services will have as a result of those cuts?
Robert Science. All of our family workforce centers took a cut of approximately 14%, which translated about $140,000, and that was through the CDBG budget process. We have been working with each and every one of the centers to provide increased capacity as well as leverage dollars, but bottom line, it would be less families being served due to this cut. Approximately for each center, it would be about 50 to 60 families not served.
CDD has struggled to continue managing the Vera Davis Center, which again I want to thank you for that support, has traditionally worked with my office and the mayor to secure funding to ensure that there will be no disruption in services. Does this proposed budget include funding for oversight and maintenance of the Vera Davis Center?
Well, as you know, every year we patch together resources to do that. We will be asking, either through this process and with your office, of approximately $60,000 to $70,000 to keep the doors open, and that is including providing some limited staffing to the center.
With the goal to eventually place the Vera Davis Center under the city's new nonprofit policy agreements, do we have a status on the development of that RFP?
That would be under the Cultural Affairs Department's purview. At this point, we did transfer it, I think, one time last year.
I
They got
remember.
transferred back to us because they didn't have the resources to be able to do it. And we're more than happy to continue managing it until that time.
Very good. Appreciate that. And my last one is, what is the status of our West Los Angeles day labor site?
That one's been a little bit more troubling. As you know, we've been displaced a couple times, but we are working currently with their staff to identify a site, and we are working with the agency to provide very limited services in the area. Until we could actually find a site, then we could actually do the full programming.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kress?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the CAO. This department has some economic development responsibilities in terms of workforce investment and enterprise zone and industrial development authority work. And at the same time, we have a line item elsewhere in the budget for $2.5 million to create an economic development department. How do the two come together? Are these functions going to be transferred over to that department in the future, or are we creating a new department with a new general manager and administrative expenses, but not placing economic development in that location?
There are, as I indicated to Mr. Englander, in our report that we released, there are two pieces to it. The first is a recommendation that we look internally within existing economic development functions that we have throughout the city, obviously this department being one, and figure out how do we strengthen and coordinate and better streamline those activities as a city. And so we imagine that part of that process would involve obviously bringing in together all the general managers and the stakeholders involved in those activities and establishing how to strengthen it. In addition to that, we're also recommending that we establish a separate, broader economic development nonprofit that looks at larger strategic economic goals throughout the city, and this is modeled after what we see in New York and Chicago and San Antonio, Austin, and other major cities throughout the country. And it's through that kind of partnership, both internally within the city and externally, that ultimately we could develop a much more effective economic development strategy. It's consistent. Again, it's not to replicate what the CRA did, because their functions were delegated by the state and the authority that they established. But it's, again, taking from the way that that relationship existed and figuring out how to maintain that.
And Councilman, the proposal that Mr. Santana mentioned that was jointly put forth by our office and the CAO is not something that's incorporated in the budget you have before you. So that'll be coming up for discussion separately and for council consideration at a point later on.
Okay. Another question for the department. I understand that we receive $19 million less than Chicago in CDBG funds, yet we have as much poverty and other needs as they do, without a doubt, and a larger population. Why are they getting so much more money than us? What can we do to achieve that same level of funding?
Rhonda Gaston, the funding is actually a portion based upon formula that's applied by HUD. There are two different formulas that HUD can apply, and depending on which formula yields the largest amount of money, that's the one that is granted to that city. Under Formula A, you can weight the average of poverty, overcrowding, and population. Under Formula B, it is poverty, growth lag related to population, and also pre-1940 housing. Los Angeles uses Formula B, Los Angeles uses Formula A, and Chicago uses Formula B because it's an older city with more pre-1940 housing, so they actually yield more money than we do.
So, in essence, there is no way for us to make up any of that ground?
No. Actually, this year is the first year that HUD has actually applied the ACS census data, and as a result of that, the city actually lost like 8% of its entitlement dollars because it shows that we've lost a larger share of the metropolitan poverty in the nation. So we actually went down from 63 million to, I think, 55 million, and then when they force balanced the entitlement based upon the federal appropriation, we went down to 53 million.
And that's because we had less poverty?
As it relates to the overall national poverty.
Well, that seems like a positive, at least, if that's actually true.
But not when it comes to the entitlement dollar.
Right. Thank you.
Make sure I get a report back on the Vera Davis Center of how we can pull together that $70,000 to keep it going. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas, do you have anything for CDD? Just a question on the HR consolidation issue. When personnel was talking to us yesterday, the day before, whenever I've lost track at this point, when we were hearing from personnel, they indicated that they had budgeted more positions for them to receive than, in fact, the other departments were releasing or were giving up in that consolidation. And we discussed with them the need to coordinate with other departments, and CDD, as I understand it, was one of those departments from which they assumed receiving more positions than CDD assumed it was giving up, and in fact now you're asking for that one of those positions be restored. So I'm concerned that we have a situation where you're asking for a position back and personnel is asking for two to be taken away, it sounds like, if I'm understanding this correctly.
When personnel came forward in their budget hearing, they identified, I think, an additional dozen positions that they felt were should be part of the consolidation. One of them was in CDD. It's a senior clerk typist. And I believe the position that you were requesting is a personnel analyst. So
correct.
That would need to
CDD
get
is offering to give a more technical position to actually do the work that's required for the department. The senior clerk typist that the personnel department, I believe, looked to is one that is shared between divisions. It is not a 100% dedicated personnel function.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else, colleagues? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your good work for our city. That brings up the housing department. And colleagues, we've now shaved it to 55 minutes behind schedule. Just for your information and for the information of those department heads who are listening and wondering when their arrival time should be, we're now a little under an hour behind schedule. We hope to catch up soon. And before the department comes up to present, I have one card from Ms. Parisi. So I'd like to ask Cheryl Parisi to come on up and speak on the housing department before we begin.
Great,
Ms. Parisi, welcome.
I just wanted to raise one issue very quickly, and that has to do with the dissolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency. There is a portfolio of $100 million of low and moderate income housing. It's my understanding that the City of Los Angeles is going to take over the control of that, but we do not see, and that portfolio generates $10 million a year in administrative fees that will pay for the staff to then administer the portfolio. We do not see any recognition or mention in the Housing Department's budget related to this function or to the staffing, to the folks who will staff the program. And I wanted to bring that to your attention, and then to also remind the committee that the labor agreement with the community redevelopment employees specifically states that they will follow their work if the city takes over functions. So just wanted to raise that issue in the discussion here today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, Councilman. My name is Rushmore Cervantes with the Housing Department, and I'm joined by Hilmi Hizarek, Roberto Aldape, and Greg Kung. I'll keep my opening comments very brief. The department submitted a very conservative budget that basically addressed the core needs and nothing more. Nothing was added to the budget that was not necessary. Even with the hard times, with the entitlement cuts, I want to thank the CAO's office as well as the mayor's office for really understanding the operations of the department and understanding what the needs were, and I believe that what you have before you is a fair budget that the department will certainly honor. Again, with those entitlement cuts, that there is good news and bright light in the future with the city working with the Housing Authority, the former CRA, and the Housing Department together. We were able to achieve, at this point, through March, of a 5-year mayor housing plan to achieve 20,000 units of affordable units. Is at 97% at this point, and that goes to the end of the year. So even with the tough times ahead, we've been able to achieve a significant amount of production in the last 5 years. To that end also, we've got another 76 units in the production right now that are going to produce over 5,000 affordable units with total development costs of $1.2 billion. So there's a lot of activity going on just in the production side as well as on the rent and code side. So with that, I just wanted to introduce the team and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So the budget calls for a decrease of 18 positions
that is correct.
For the department, and that includes the 4 for the HR consolidation.
That is correct.
All right. And 12 of those are resolution positions and 2 are vacant positions. So so you don't anticipate that those reductions will cause a diminution of service?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Colleagues? Mr. Ozendahl? Oh, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Ms. Parisi just pointed out the dissolution of the CRA and the housing stock that the CRA had in their portfolio. Can you remind us how many units are in that portfolio? And can you bring Ms. Parisi and all of us up to speed about the dialogue that we've been hearing in the Housing Committee on whether or not the Department of Finance has indicated whether or not we can even afford to have the Housing Department administer the responsibility over those units?
Certainly, Councilman. First of all, the Mayor and Council took an action late January of this year to take possession or become successor entity of the housing components of the former CRA effective February 1st. To date, that transfer is still yet to happen. Within the portfolios that we understand in working with the former CRA staff, there are approximately 316 loans, the residual receipts loans that total close to $700 million. There's over 5,000 affordable covenants associated with that. That would essentially double the size of what the Housing Department has right now. Ms. Parisi mentioned $100,000 low mod monies, and what that is
$100 million or
$100 million that is low to moderate income housing funds that were unallocated, that were in the CRA budget at the time that the CRA was dissolved. As of right now, those funds will not transfer to any of the successor entities.
That's because you say so, or who said so?
The Department of Finance has indicated that, and their interpretation, they're working obviously on behalf of the governor to, in essence, take as much money as they can from the former CRAs to balance the state budget. So what we have at stake here is the $100 million that's unallocated that could go towards affordable housing. In addition to that, there's an interpretation of what a housing asset is. And when we initially had discussions with the Department of Finance prior to the city making the decision to become this housing successor entity, it was everyone's understanding throughout the state of California from the Department of Finance that loan proceeds associated with the loan portfolio would be retained by the housing successor entity. In a more recent FAQ, the Department of Finance reversed this position, indicating that the assets and the resources from those loans would instead go to the taxing entity, meaning that the city ultimately would get approximately 30% of those monies versus the 100% for the full effort of trying to collect those monies. A step further, there is still ambiguity as it relates to the housing, as it relates to what is a housing asset. The way CRA was set up and throughout the state was that you had low mod monies to acquire housing, and then you had tax increment monies for economic development. But CRAs had the opportunity of latitude to utilize as much money as they wanted to in TI to be able to acquire housing. monies or housing projects. There's within the portfolio, beyond just what was 100% low-mod monies that should transfer to the city, there's also mixed use between low-mod monies and tax increment monies, as well as 100% TI monies. But the distinction is that the former board of CRA voted to utilize those assets for housing, and it is the intent of the board that should override the actual source of money. So that is still a legal contention right now. The department sent a notice to the Department of Finance requesting or demanding that they modify their position. They have not done so as of yet. I know other cities and counties throughout the state have done so as well. It doesn't appear they're going to respond to any of these inquiries at this point. The mayor's office, along with the CLA and CAO's office, also signed a joint letter to the designated local authority. Is a 3-member board that was formed by the governor that oversees the former CRA, asking for the immediate transfer of all of the housing assets to the city of Los Angeles, and that has not happened either. So unless the Department of Finance changes its opinion, because that the designated local authority and now the oversight board that's been created, which is a 7-member board, all of that is overseen by the Department of Finance and the governor. Unless the governor and the Department of Finance change their position, those assets are not going to transfer at this point. So there's that option. There's legislative bills that are in Sacramento right now. I'm not certain where those 2 bills are going to go. The other third recourse is litigation. So at this point, we're at a standstill.
So basically, with the Department of Finance's latest position on those funds, they're basically saying you could oversee that housing stock within your jurisdiction that used to be CRA housing stock, and you're going to get 30% of what you thought you were going to get. Or you can not take on the responsibilities of overseeing that housing stock, and you're going to get exactly the same amount of dollars coming to your city. That's basically what they said.
That is correct, but I think the key point is also beyond just the money, Councilman, is the fact that associated with those loans and the loan proceeds are the 23,000 affordable units that are associated with those loans. In order for an agency to be able to enforce the affordable covenants, they need the loans to be able to enforce the covenants. They're tied together, and we need those loan proceeds to be able to also to refinance at the conclusion of those loans or midstream. So it's very critical that in order to preserve 23,000 affordable units, that we need to have those loans and the proceeds along with that.
What you just said doesn't seem to make sense. So could you please, through the chair, Mr. Chairman, if the Housing Department could get us a copy of that opinion statement from the State Department of Finance and forward it to the members of the committee, because it just doesn't sound like somebody would actually say that or do that. But believe it or not, that's exactly what they said that they're going to do. So I think it would be important for us to actually see it so we can read it several times and then realize that that bizarre statement and that position does in fact exist. Right. And because we're a city within the state of California, the Department of Finance's position does override whatever we feel is logical, appropriate, or fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosenfeld. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cardenas, too, for what you were just saying. Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, there's $24,927,283 in the Code Enforcement Trust Fund. Question, where does it come from, and does it also pay for inspectors?
It does. I'll defer to Robert Aldalpe, the Assistant General Manager over Rent and Code, who can more accurately respond to that question.
Good afternoon, Council Member. Yes, the $24 million is this budget for code enforcement derives from the systematic code enforcement fee that we charge $43.32 annually. And what it does is it funds the entire systematic code enforcement inspection program.
Because that was going to be my next point. So it totally covers how we operate there in the general funds.
Try to be self-sustaining, yes, sir.
Okay, I have asked since I've been on the council that we have roughly 75,000, if not more, what we call granny units, which are illegal units that have existed and grown over the millennium. I don't know how many years, but I've thought that it might be a good idea to find a way to grandparent in these units, since people are living on it, if we clearly deal with the health and safety issues, which is plumbing and electricity, and bring it up to a safety code that might not necessarily be the codes of today in the context of the structure, distance from a neighbor, or this or that or the other, for three reasons. Reason number one, in the worst of moments that we are, there's a revenue stream that the city could get from rental units if it was clearly understood. Two, the tenant themselves would have rights, not hiding in the dark, in the shadow, on the edge, worrying about the landlord. And then the landlord gets the support of the value of the property, accepting that particular unit as viable and real. And so everybody wins. The apartment owner complex, or be it appears to be a single family or an R1 zone area, but it isn't. But that clarity would make people feel good about it, that instead of hiding in the dark. And anecdotally, you and I have been talking about some specific areas. I physically have gone out and looked at them, and I know that people are living there comfortably and in a health and safety way, which is my biggest concern. Have we any sense of where that's going? Can it go anywhere? What do you think?
Well, I mean, there's been issues that issue's been brought up in the past, and I've certainly had those conversations. The issue you do have are those that are legally converted, and when we start looking at those granny units, are we going to, by virtue of trying to grandfather them, actually displace individuals by virtue of going through? So it's a slippery slope.
That's right.
And with housing as it is, we want to make sure that we don't create a policy whereby we're going to be kicking people out of their homes. But we'd be more than happy to sit down with building and safety and the planning department to, vet that policy and come back to your committee.
That would be fantastic, because it would be a way to take something in the shadow and bring it into the reality. And I know that the overall housing authority is another issue, but when I deal with Section 8 and vouchers are for veterans. Correct. And frankly, I have access to an unlimited amount of veteran vouchers, they call it, and I have access to the others for other people. But one of the problems that is anecdotally given to me is that when a person goes into a particular complex, the inspectors of building and safety come in a more regular basis, like yearly, and in many cases some of the apartment owners feel it's a sense of intimidation or causing issues that they don't want to have. So when I met with a group the other day, half the room didn't put up their hand that they accept Section 8 or vouchers for those kinds of reasons. Any understanding of where we can deal with that?
Well, this goes to fair housing and education, both for the landlords and tenants, as to what their rights are. We have contractors that actually reach out to both parties to ensure that they understand what their rights are, as well as what they're required to do. So it's more of an education, and we've had a landlord contractor on board for, I think, approximately a year now, and it's doing great work. However, obviously more needs to take place as we penetrate the landlord community to ensure that they know what they're required to do.
Mm-hmm. What can we do to give more time to constituents of mine that have been cited by the LA Housing Department but need to go to LA Building and Safety to fix the violations? I've heard that time needed to get through a building and safety is longer than the time given by the Housing Department to fix the problems. Any truth to that?
If I may, those time requirements are set forth in the Los Angeles Municipal Code, which we follow, which sets forth the 30-day inspection, and then there's a reinspection. But when there's substantial compliance or significant compliance with the violation, we can grant up department's discretion up to 120 days. And of course, if it gets to a general manager's hearing officer, he or she has the discretion to grant additional time for extensions.
Mm-hmm. I'd like you to report back that clarity like that so that we can share that with the landlords.
Absolutely. As you know, we've had several meetings with your regional office and over this issue, so we understand the problem itself.
Yeah, it's quite challenging at times. And if I could ask the great lady sitting next to you, one of the issues that I've been dealing with, and you've been very helpful, is the Mellow Act, which is an ocean issue. Anything west of Lincoln in a certain geography pocket fall under those dual jurisdictions. One of the issues I'm strongly in belief of, that if you're going to build a project in my district, that if there's an affordable housing component, it should remain within that complex and not be pushed to some other place or in lieu of funds and so on and so forth. There's one where we just found out the gentleman passed away about a month ago, unfortunately, and so that issue in that particular structure is there. Is there any senses on your part how we can deal with that going forward?
I think the Mello ordinance has been in draft form for a number of years, and I understand that the city may be taking that up again. We think it would be valuable to the city departments to have an ordinance that was not draft, but in fact established clear procedures and addressed the issues that you're raising. Whether there should be on-site, off-site, or in-lieu fee type of options.
And how can we go forward with that? What do we need to do at this point within this process?
I believe that the city planning department is actually working on that, and I am not certain if it's been agendized in Plum, but that would be the appropriate place for it to come forward.
Okay, can we get a report back on that from that department?
Right. It actually had been referred to the HCED committee, and the planning department, housing department have been working on preparing a response to the draft ordinance, and we've reached out to your office as well to get your input as we move forward on a parallel track with that, as well as the other project you referenced.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, if it works for you, rather than having a report back to this committee, why don't we complete that report to the appropriate policy committee and be sure to include a copy of that and incorporate Mr. Rosendahl's office into that process as well, if you would.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I agree with many of Mr. Rosendahl's concerns and say ditto, and particularly on the granny flat issues. So whatever we can do, particularly to stop proactively identifying these units and vacating them and evicting tenants, it's all a lose-lose for us, except in the cases of severe safety questions, where those aren't safety questions. If there's some way to prioritize those in a lesser way at a minimum till we sort out this issue and then hopefully come up with some sort of proposal. We have less and less money to build affordable housing, and vacating hundreds of units every year is as counterproductive as anything we could be doing. One question on the revenue and collections front.
Yes.
I know in June of last year we begrudgingly wrote off $1 million or so with a commitment from the department to look at collections and look at the use of liens and report to the Corps Commission. I don't see that there's any sign of improvements in that area. Can you tell us what you've done, and if you haven't done much, what your commitment is to do it in the coming fiscal year, if not in the next few months?
Well, if I may, Councilman, two things. I'll answer your question in two parts, one of which the amounts that you're referring to are to be written off. And let me just be clear. With the department generates a significant amount of money for both the rent stabilization ordinance as well as the systematic code inspection program. The collection rates on that are approximately 98%. The amounts that are written off are not from that annual fee. What is being written off primarily are the late penalties and fees that are associated with non-payment. And what has happened is that a result of having such high penalties and fees associated with not making your payments on your annual fee, the collection rate of the actual annual fee is extremely high. The collection rate for the penalties is about 50%. So when we look at is that realized revenue or not, that is actually a tool to enforce the payment of the annual fee. So it's not necessarily lost revenue to the extent you would surmise as it would relate to the annual fee. And I bring that up is because if we were to reduce, as an example, the late penalties, I could certainly see a situation where the payments on the annual fee would actually go down. So the fact that they're so high actually helps us collect on the front end. So that is the reason why we have those write-offs. As it relates to...
So are you saying that sometimes we negotiate deals where people will pay their fee, but we don't hit them with the penalty?
No, we do hit them with penalty, and what happens is, Councilman, is they'll end up paying their annual fee late, but just not paying the penalty. So, as an example, if it was a $100 annual bill, if they don't pay it on time, this is just a scenario, the penalty is $300. Once they get that penalty, that late penalty, they realize, oh my goodness, I've got to pay this. So they pay the $100. So that $300 is not paid. So that's why it appears that that amount that we're writing off is significant. But in the grand scheme of things, as far as the annual bill that we send out, the collection rate to cover the operating cost the collection rate is extremely high.
Well, I understand that, but we do have penalties.
Yes.
Obviously, they're designed to get people to pay their main fee, but the fact is, they've paid their fee, they still owe the penalty.
Right.
Why do we have basically what you're saying is a terribly low rate of collecting the penalty, which they do still technically owe us?
Right. It's about 50% on the late fees. As it relates to the second part of my response was on the liens. We've been working with the city attorney's office to actually look at the viability of that, because based on the dollar amount, we're trying to ascertain whether it's economically makes sense to go through the process of securing liens for smaller dollar amounts. So, Roberto, I don't know if we've made any further developments on that, but
no, we have not.
Okay, what we could do, Councilman, we could report back, say within 30 days after we had an opportunity to work more closely with the city attorney's office to vet this out, to see if it does make economic sense based on a certain dollar or threshold by which that we would try to secure liens. Because there's a certain dollar amount I can see where it may not make sense.
And if you could add to that report back what you do to collect the liens when money comes in for the original payment, but the late amount is never paid. So if you could talk about both the lien possibility, but also your current practices in the report back, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I got to extend it back.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yes.
Mr. Englander, take it away.
I just have a couple actual budget-related questions outside of the policy questions, but I do appreciate the conversation. And but I'll go to just on a couple questions that I had were on items 316. It's page 316, item 31 on the rent stabilization system replacement. It's $160,000 that's on there. And if I look at then on page 318 and 319 and add the various online property information systems costs together, that's about $100,000. However, having said that, on the rent stabilization online property information systems, that appears to be a $30,000 contract. So the $160,000 we're going to be spending on a new system that we contract out. I wondered if ITA, they were in here the other day, and they're doing a citywide comprehensive strategic technological plan, if this should be part of their plan instead or not, since it appears that most of the online property information categorically from executive management, home ownership preservation, et cetera, is all contracted out. That's, like I said, about $100,000. If we're actually going to be bringing this in-house to develop our own system or upgrades, ITA had suggested that anytime we see this in the budget in any departments, that there are other things to consider, that they would provide maintenance, that they've got to provide installation and training and all the licensing and annual ongoing issues, and if they've been consulted in this,
certainly, I'll
try to look at it from that perspective.
I'll just respond briefly and then turn over to Greg Kung, who could provide a more detailed description. The House Department has a very robust system, actually several robust systems that has been created by both through contract programmers as well as city staff, and they are standalone systems, one of which, though, actually ties between the former CRA, but they won't anymore, but also Homeless Services Agency as well as the Housing Authority. So they're rather robust systems, but this is a line item that was requested specifically for a specific task. And Greg, would you like to fill in the rest as far as the coordination with ITA?
Of course. Councilman, Greg Kong, Acting AGM Administration. The $160,000 for the rent system is primarily used to hire a contract programmer to upgrade the existing system that we have, which is about 15 years old. So that in the housing department, all the other systems are pretty much upgraded, as Mr. Cervantes has mentioned.
Does ITA service you as well if you have systems that are down or need repair?
Yes. ITA services us like they do other departments, mostly on the network, server, and infrastructure aspect. But as far as programming business applications is mostly done by the department, much like most of the other departments do.
Okay.
So, but we are not aware of the citywide system that ITA is doing, but we certainly would be happy to talk to them to see if there's any opportunity for collaboration.
I appreciate it. From what I'm hearing from most departments, they haven't been really aware that ITA is looking at a holistic approach and wanting to work with every department and figure out what their needs are, what they're going to be going out to contract with, taking that citywide approach, which I think makes sense. And we've actually got funds in here for them to start that study. I would suggest that we look at this $160,000 and working with ITA on their, even though yours is proprietary and it's for the rent stabilization system and there's a contract for it as well, that we include them in the discussions at a minimum. It would just be an instruction that you do that. I don't need to report back on it. I'm just watching my quota. So, but if I can give you an instruction to work with them.
Yes, we would definitely work with them. I think from what I hear you mentioned that they are working on some citywide systems related to properties. I think this is something we can use. But the $160,000.
It's not. I'm sorry. It's not for properties. They're working on a citywide strategic ITA plan and working with. And this is what they stated. They were wanting to work with every department based on their needs, whether it's proprietary systems or otherwise, and support, because ultimately they end up being responsible for maintenance and network operations, and then people put things in that aren't compatible, and they run into all kinds of problems and costs. And so that's why I'm saying if we should have a policy at some point that says any purchases, acquisitions, or system upgrades should go through and be vetted to ITA. And this isn't, and not by design, it's by culture. It's always been like this with every department, but we're trying to change that based on their request.
Yes, absolutely. We will definitely talk to them.
Yes, sir. We will definitely work with ITA.
Yeah. Thank you. And then the last thing on that same item is we've got roughly $180,000 in cell phone expenses as well. And that was one other thing that they brought in was, and it's just a cursory look at what you've got here in your contractual obligations. It's about $180,000 in cell phone expenses. One of the things they're trying to do also is work with departments. I don't know if you've reached out to them, but they've got new plans to upgrade departments. I'd rather see, even though you're special funded, any dime you save from those kinds of operations can go into other housing programs, then so be it. That would be even better. But if you can work with ITA on looking at reducing some of that,
we certainly will.
That'd be great. Okay. That's all I got. It's a budgetary, financial, technology costs. Thank you, Mr. Chair of that committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Thank you to your team. I appreciate your being here. And colleagues, just status update. We are 55 minutes behind schedule. And so I'd like to invite the Los Angeles Housing Services Authority to come forward now, please. And as they're coming forward, by way of reminder, colleagues, there's no change in LASA's GCP budget from last year. I'm pleased to welcome you.
Thank you, Chairman and fellow council members. I'm going to be very brief. I'm Mike Arnold, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. I'm joined here with my Chief Financial Officer, Steve Andrzejewski, and I would like to thank the Mayor's Office, the CAO's Office, the CLA's Office for all the work that they've done in helping to ensure that vital services for homeless folks here in Los Angeles City are able to be continued. I'll open up for questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues? Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, just first on the top, I got to thank you very much. We have lots of issues these days in Venice, and homeless issues in Westchester, and homeless issues throughout my district. And your incredible involvement and response is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Is the outreach response team fully funded for fiscal year 2012? Are we seeing any increase or cut in staffing?
No, it's the emergency response team that goes out and works with various constituencies around both the city and the county. That's funded by Emergency Solutions grant funds, and those funds have actually increased over the prior year. So those departments are safe and protected.
Appreciate that. Traditionally, when constituents identify challenges with homelessness, their first instinct is to call the police. What are the plans to market the outreach teams as first responders, and how can we get the word out to constituents that this service is available?
Well, one of the things that happens is a lot of folks will use either 211 or 311 when these issues come up, more looking for a connection to resources for folks who are homeless in their local communities. We've got great relationships with both 311 and 211. In addition, we work very closely with the police department and the sheriff's department, and will often be, if they get a call, those departments will refer them to us for outreach. Another thing that we're working on is really building a much more robust outreach network throughout Los Angeles City and County. As you probably know, we only have 10 members that do outreach for the entire county. Yet there are a number of other organizations that fund outreach, and we want to better integrate, better link, and better leverage those resources so that we're not just relying on loss of staff, we're actually using an effective outreach network to connect people to services all throughout the county and city.
I might say that I was extremely gratified when our colleague Mark Ridley Thomas took leadership with us in our Westchester Park problem of homelessness. It was a joy for us to see the collaboration between the supervisor's office, the council's office, you guys in general being part of it, and we were very happy with the results of that outreach. And when we talk about that, we're now moving into the Venice area, the 3rd Street, and these other places. Supervisor Jaroslawski is also going to take advantage of the services, of all of the services, to see if we can do it. Most people don't know that when we were dealing with 3rd Street, your outreach people were there offering people opportunities for shelter, for services. And we do that all the time as we move forward with other aspects of dealing with homelessness. I just got to applaud you, but I'm getting worried about the winter shelter program. I know that shelters are not the ultimate solution. The ultimate solution is permanent housing with supportive services, or vouchers where people get into housing. But the luxury of the federal government actually giving us the resources to tackle the problem is near zero when you look at what we need to do. But the winter shelter program has been helpful on one level. Every December 15th to March 15th, over 220 people go into 2 shelters on the west side. Though it's just a step, it's not the solution. It's better than nothing, having them in my alleys and urinating and defecating in people's lawns and all of these and the criminal elements that get involved in it. Where are we on the update or the sense that this winter we'll get the program back? What do we need to do? What's your sense of that?
Well, we anticipate the program coming back. Again, that program is one of the most complex programs for a variety of reasons. We weave funding together from about 5 or 6 different sources. It also operates in armories, which require it to be taken down every morning and set up every night. And it's really designed to be a basic hypothermia protection program. It's a safety net program that gets people off the streets when it's cold and the weather is inclemental, and they're most likely to die in the streets. One of the innovative things that we're trying to do this coming year is have a pilot program and test smaller-based programs that are more community-related and integrated with housing so that we can increase the likelihood that people going into those programs can get access to housing and permanently off the street. So we're trying a little tweaking in the program. We'll be back advising as to the outcome of that at the conclusion of this next year, but we're constantly looking for ways to make that program more meaningful when it comes to getting people on a trajectory back to permanent stable housing.
Yeah, and I might say that we're looking at it in my district right now for what I'm calling transitional housing for people to permanent housing. We have your support for that, I know. And do you have any sense of how we're doing with that or what we need to do? What my constituents would like to see is transitional housing for the folks who will get into permanent housing and wraparound services in that transitional housing project. We've looked at one facility potential that it would have 30 beds in it, but of course it's a drop in the bucket with the needs that we have. But I'd like to get more of an understanding of how you work with us on that.
Well, we're really looking at redefining some of the definitions when we look at our homeless delivery systems. I mean, emergency shelters are really intended to be short-term, 60 to 90-day stays for people to stabilize, deal with their crisis as they get triaged into programs that deal with the issues that they may have had that caused their homelessness, or back directly into permanent housing. In your district, we're looking at a program that's very similar to that. It's more crisis housing. It's more targeted to folks who we can identify as high-value folks for getting into housing, and then link that with local providers to ensure that folks can be found, they can receive the services while they're in this temporary housing that helps accelerate their ability to get into the housing resources that have been identified for them. I think we've got two issues. While we've identified, I think, some potential sites, there is no funding for the acquisition of the site, and there is no funding for the operations of the site. In our CDBG funding component, as you've heard earlier today, there have been fairly significant reductions for a variety of reasons. I think our programs have received in aggregate about 16% cost reductions, which is about $1.5 million, most of which are direct program dollars. So we're looking at ways to try to carve back in programs, and funding is a critical issue for us now, particularly where we're looking at trying to create a new creative program in your district.
And that is really a challenge for us. On another level, we have had an overwhelming number of campers in a certain section of my district, which was in the Mellow Act definition, which is like from Rose Avenue on the north to Washington on the south and Lincoln on the east. And we had some 250 campers there in front of everybody's face. With our laws on the books and with an opportunity, we were able to house over 30 people. That is PATH's outreach program that we contracted to help us. And part of the challenge is to be able to relate to a homeless person who then can trust them enough that they're willing to step up and get out of the dark and get into the light. But that's an ongoing reality for all of us, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I know the county supervisors are meeting with the head of Veterans Affairs next week in Washington on their trip with Chiseki, who's in charge of all Veterans Affairs. How do you interface with veterans issues, considering that we have a substantial number of homeless who are veterans, 10,000 or so? And from my end, getting the vouchers are not the problem, or vouchers as they call them. It's connecting these folks to the notion that they exist. And part of the issue of both vouchers and vouchers is HUD's requirement that limit the use of it. It's not like, the 50 most vulnerable are put in as they exist and then dealt with. How do we deal with HUD's rules and at the same time realistically deal with folks that are on the streets?
Yeah, I think the great news about the Veterans Affairs and the federal plan to end homelessness is that veterans is a bipartisan focus. There have been enormous resources dedicated to reducing and ending veteran homelessness. LA City and LA County, just within this last year, has received somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 VASH vouchers, which is really supportive housing because it provides Section 8 to pay for the housing, and it's accompanied by dollars that pay for services through the Veterans Administration. One of our challenges has been that the capacity to deal with veterans has been concentrated in the West LA VA campus. A really great thing that has just happened within this last week is that the Veterans Affairs Office locally has sent out an RFP to contract for community-based organizations to be providing case management and housing location services to work directly with veterans in their local communities. So it's going to expand the geography in which we can work with veterans, get them effectively housed, and provide them case management. And it's integrated with the VA for the service component. So we're really hoping that that will open up that bottleneck that occurs with the VA and allow us to much more rapidly get our homeless veterans here in LA City and County housed and with the appropriate services to keep them housed.
Yeah, I'd like to get a report back on that because, frankly, having am a veteran from the Vietnam era, and I was a 91 Gulf 20, a psychiatric social worker. I saw 8 or 9 Vietnam vets a day. I can tell you about war. And the wars that our young people are in today are so serious, and they go back a second time and a third time, and they cannot mentally, some of them, able to hand with bureaucratic red tape and all the paperwork that sometimes gets overwhelming. Do you see any opportunity of giving them the kind of support? For instance, I opened up a transition house in one of my areas. At first, the community resisted, but these guys came back from combat, and that's the first place they went before they even went to their families to readjust. A couple of years into the program, the neighbors have completely embraced them. They're working together. People are really happy about it. But the one we opened was the first in the country. Talk about obscenity. That would transition folks from these Iraq and Afghan wars. And I'm very worried that we're turning loose on the streets homeless young people. I personally know some of these young men who are really in a dangerous state, not only to themselves, but to all of society around them. And frankly, we need kid gloves and a softer strategy. Do you have any sense that we might be getting that out of this administration? It's a very critical issue for me.
I think there are a number of great programs that have come up within the past year or so. One of those programs is Supportive Services for Veterans Families, which is specifically designed to deal with not so much your chronically street homeless long-term veterans, but folks who are coming back and need that helping hand to either maintain their housing or access services. So there are 6 programs that have been funded throughout LA County. I believe that there is another fairly significant award that was just made that's going to continue those services. So they're really trying to build community-based support around LA County, LA City, so that we can be better at ensuring that folks who are coming back have access to services that they need and either can get rapidly housed if they lose their housing, or we can prevent their homelessness altogether.
Well, it's an ongoing conversation that you and I have, but thank you very much for what you said today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Kretz, you have anything for Lhasa on
just
the budget?
a question. My district is probably one of the most affluent. It's not viewed as having a homeless problem, but in reality it does. There are a lot of homeless scattered throughout my district, particularly a lot of mentally ill homeless. What are we doing about that in my area? I don't have a sense that there's a lot going on, so maybe you can enlighten me about what's going on and what we can do to make some dent in the problem.
Well, I think one of the things, that I mentioned with Councilmember Rosendahl is trying to create more effective leveraging and networks with outreach. Your area is served by PATH again. PATH serves the West Coast. PATH serves, I think, the city of West Hollywood and that surrounding area, Hollywood, and creating better linkages. One of the things that we're trying to build is better systems work within our homeless continuum of care. We find a lot of agencies are somewhat siloed. They get stuck in not realizing the capacity that exists outside of their own organization, and it slows down the ability to both triage people to service providers that can help them and get them on a trajectory back to housing. So this year we're really focusing on building more effective systems, and that includes ensuring that once outreach is done, someone has been engaged and they're willing for service, that we open up all of the service locations that are most appropriate for helping that individual. It's going to be a journey. One of the things that we're underfunded on is outreach. But our goal is to have the entire city and county mapped out, so we've got outreach teams with accountability to ensure that we're connecting with people all over the city, and then connecting those folks we find with the services that are going to get them back into permanent stable housing.
What do you do with people that are too mentally ill to be willing to cooperate? I mean, there's one guy who's a perfect example. He's across the street from the Beverly Connection in my district. And he's picked a spot on the sidewalk about 5 feet away from an awning where he could actually be protected from the elements, but he's chosen a spot close to the street where he's completely unprotected, and he's insisted on living on that spot for probably at least a year, as vulnerable as you could be. And I don't know whether they've outreached to him or not, but if he would have to be willing, he clearly is not in any kind of shape to be willing to do anything. What can we do for someone like that?
Well, part of this whole integration is also better integration with the County Department of Mental Health. So one of the things that we know is that a lot of folks who are chronically homeless, have long-term homelessness as an issue, are mentally ill and don't have the cognitive capacity that you or I would have. Being better at identifying that and then connecting the local DMH office and the outreach teams through DMH with that individual to get them to A, get to a level of trust, and then B, get enrolled in service programs that can help them regain that cognitive capacity. So it really is, it's built around better integration and using all of the resources that are available to us to ensure that that individual, his issues or his or her issues are dealt with, and then we can get them back into housing. So it's all designed to connect them with what they need to get them on that trail.
Very good.
So are we doing that? How does that actually happen?
It's a journey. The good news is that there is a lot more focus, I think, at the county level on using both Department of Health Services and Department of Mental Health Services resources, along with housing resources, to identify and get people housed. So are we there yet? No. Is it being worked on, and are we working to get there? Absolutely. And it's going to be critical that we achieve that synergy in order to deal with these, the folks that you've just articulated.
And if I may just say on that issue of synergy, certainly in my district, I want to applaud LAHSA for the great work that you've done in bringing together so many resources to address these issues. It is a comprehensive problem that takes in all sorts of responses. And if there's, colleagues, if we have anything else on the budget of LAHSA, I think, the district-specific issues that we want to talk about are important that we discuss with staff, but we're now almost an hour behind schedule, and it's 5 o'clock. So, Mr. Kretz, is there anything else on their budget which hasn't changed this year over last year? And in the meantime, let me throw in one budget question. Do you have any resources allocated in this budget specific to the issue of addressing the mobile homeless, if you will, the folks who are living in RVs and so on that Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Kretz have both had to deal with so aggressively, and I think all of us are experiencing? Are there specific resources devoted to addressing that? And if not, do you have the ability to achieve those resources from some other source?
Not through general funds. Again, part our funding is both grant funded and general funds. And the mobile program that you're referencing, Councilmember Rosendahl funded a year ago. And I believe that that funding is going to continue probably for another 9 months or so. So there is some that's going on.
Great.
Another mobile funding that expired was under ARA, the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. We had a mobile team that was out doing, but that funding is all used up, and so that program has sunset. We know a lot of people are moving to their cars. We know it's a great need, but there isn't funding for that at this point in time.
Great, thank you. If I could have the mayor's budget team and the CAO please return to the table now. Is there anything else that we have on the budget of LAHSA? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your good work, Mr. Arnold.
Very much.
And thank you to you and your team for protecting our most vulnerable of citizens. That brings us to the Housing Authority now. And again, colleagues, we've allotted 30 minutes for the Housing Authority, and we are, well, we're only 45 minutes behind schedule, so we're doing better. Mr. Guthrie, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. I brought up some members of my team as well. David Esparza is our Chief Financial Officer. Sanford Riggs is our Director of Housing Services. And Peter Lynn, who's our Director of Section 8 Housing. I'll be very brief with opening comments. I went over from the Housing Department to HACLA just before Christmas time and became the permanent Director of HACLA here just on April 9th. So I've only been there for a short period of time. HACLA is experiencing the same sort of budgetary pressures that the city has been dealing with for the past 3 years within its own general budget. We've seen serious cutbacks at the federal level, particularly on the operational side for HACLA. So we've had a lot of stresses on our budget. We operate on a calendar fiscal year, so we just recently approved our budget for 2012. We had a number of early retirements that went into that. Our goal was to try to minimize any sort of layoffs. We were able to accomplish that through implementing furloughs as well. But despite the sort of constraints that we've seen, I think we've been able to run a very strong program at HACLA. As evidenced just this week, we received our annual review from HUD with regards to our Section 8 program, and we were designated as a high performer, actually for the first time getting a perfect score of 100 out of 100. Which is, it's a compliment to the staff at HACLA that works on this. We've also been moving our programs down the road, in particular with the Jordan Downs development that's been underway for a number of years. We have now selected a developer and are in the midst of negotiating a master development agreement on that front. We've also really strengthened our relationship. You've heard some of the testimony earlier from Chief Beck and both the GRID program. We have a community safety program that we've been implementing on some of our sites as well. And then finally, just back to Section 8 momentarily, I think we've made tremendous progress over the last year and a half, 2 years, on addressing the issue of homelessness, primarily through a very creative usage of our Section 8 program. As Mike Arnold just mentioned, last month we received an award of 600 VASH vouchers, which was, I believe, it was the largest award in the country. In addition to that, our board just committed 500 Section 8 vouchers that are connected with services from the County Department of Mental Health Services. And we've had recent discussions with Secretary Donovan, who seems to be very pleased with the overall progress and the teamwork that's been going forward in addressing the serious issues of homelessness here in Los Angeles. So that's a brief overview of where we stand at HACLA at this time.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas, anything for HACLA? Mr. Englander? Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Oh, great. Hi. First, I want to thank the creative thinking that everyone has done on creating that 124 units of for-profit housing that's affordable, low income, 62 and older, that is springing up in Del Rey at the corner of Englewood and Culver. It's an amazing sense of cooperation among the federal government and other governments, and I think it's historic and shows a way in which you can quickly build affordable housing and low-income housing if the private sector is part of the packaging, and that's an exciting moment. But back to the issue that many of my landlords have, and I know that you're aware of it, and it's the Section 8. Obviously, I just love that 500 new ones with services connected, because a lot of the people in Section 8 need service component connected, period. But in that regard, many of my landlords say they don't want to take part in Section 8. I got a show of hands in a room the other day because the inspections are too onerous. This is not my words, it's their words. I've heard that small building and safety items that are not slumlord conditions are being nitpicked. Can you speak to this? What can we do to make Section 8 housing something that landlords want to participate in? Do you have any ideas for transforming the program?
I'm going to ask Peter Lynn, who's our Director of Section 8 Housing, to address that.
I might say Peter's been terrific with me when we went through a transition period there, working very hard on Section 8 vouchers. So thank you for that, Peter.
Absolutely. Landlord acceptance is obviously critical to the overall success of Section 8 program. It doesn't really exist without the complete cooperation of the landlord community. The federal standards for housing quality that are the minimum threshold for acceptance into the program are national standards. There are occasional local variations that deal with local ordinances and codes, but the federal HQS is a nationwide standard, and that's what we implement here. And we have 17,000 landlords on the program who are fully capable of meeting those standards, and we're more than happy to work with any landlord who has an issue on particulars there. There have been occasional issues with particular code regulations that are local to Los Angeles and differ from HQS, where we've worked with the landlord community, but I think our landlord relation is quite good. We have regular outreach to the landlord community and updates, and there's a good interchange there.
Well, I just hope that would be the case, especially the bombardment I get from many landlords who feel to the contrary of that. Is there a complaint process that they can go in and see if they can work with you, because that's the fear many of them have? Or, as I sat in a group in my West LA office that we were meeting with, there were anecdotal stories that some people had in the room that really made it less inviting for some other people. Is there some way in which we can clear the air on that, or come up with something that I can get more landlords to live with? Because as we're saying, without a landlord taking the voucher, it doesn't have much value. What can we do?
So I would be happy to personally come and participate in any of those meetings, and my staff does that as well. I have a team of ombudspersons whose job is to act as a sort of interface and deal with cases where there are objections to the way the program rules are implemented, both on the tenant side and on the landlord side, and we work very closely with complaints on that side. Those offices are regional, so we take complaints in each of the 4 program areas that we have.
Okay. What is the status of improvements in the Mar Vista Gardens? What do you know?
Yeah, Sanford, maybe you want to address that, and maybe we can address the issue of recs and parks and some of our efforts that are underway out there as well. Exactly, that's the other part of the same question. Yes.
Yeah. Please.
Yes, Council Member. We've done a pilot project for improving the windows and replacing all of the windows in Mar Vista Gardens. They have the old crank-type windows with lead-based paint, and we have $1.2 million allocated in capital funding to replace those windows. We've completed the pilot project. That's ready to go out to bid, and that's anticipated to start in October, this coming October, and will complete in June. And we anticipate hiring the contractor, hiring about 15 residents for that. We have just completed painting the development, repainting the development completely, abating the lead-based paint on the exterior of the development. And we've also, with ARA funding, have done something called walkable communities, making the community more friendly to bicycles, walking, professionally landscaped, and improving the trash containers to make them less unsightly, making them more amenable visually. As far as the Rec and Parks situation, we have, there are some issues with funding with Rec and Parks. So we're looking over the long term to try to bring in a private entity such as the Y or Boys and Girls Club, and we are working with your staff on this, your staff members, and we are also working with the residents and meeting with the residents to try to come up with criteria for the RFP for this.
I like that. And could we get a written status update of those different things you just mentioned happening in the location there so we can share it with them?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
And
Thank you very much.
Please direct that directly back to Mr. Rosendahl, if you would. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, anything else?
Just one overview, which is your mission statement talks about preserving and increasing the affordable housing supply. How are you able to increase the amount of affordable housing in the city of Los Angeles by 30,000 units mentioned in the mission statement in 15-year goal? I know that's a challenge.
Good question. Well, we're looking, number one, to take Section 8 is such a jewel that we have at the Housing Authority that we want to maximize the leveraging of the Section 8 that allows further affordable housing. For instance, we've been committing units to project basing on permanent and supportive housing in a very aggressive fashion for the last couple of years. We're leveraging with veterans. We have a veterans development that's underway where we're utilizing just some project basing of Section 8 with other resources coming from the Veterans Administration to produce significant number of affordable veterans units. So we're looking at this to leverage, in particular, the Section 8 to the greatest extent possible. And I think we've got some room to do more than, I think, even the good program that we're running right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Kretz?
Nothing to add on this one.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And that then brings us to the Ethics Commission now. And thank you, colleagues, for your brevity on that one. We are now only 25 minutes behind schedule. So we just made a significant amount of progress in clearing up our time deficit, if not our budgetary deficit. So, all right. So I'm pleased to welcome Heather Holt. Oh, yes, I called him earlier. Okay. And Ms. Holt, before you begin, we do have a card relating to ethics. And the gentleman, I think, has been waiting for quite a while, and I'm sorry, I called him earlier and he didn't get a chance to come up. It's George, Rheault, it looks like. I'm sorry if I am reading that wrong, sir.
Pronounced Rowe.
Rowe? Yes. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. May I suggest that you have maybe time blocks for citizens to understand when some of these...
Well, I actually did call you about 3 hours ago or so, and so we missed the opportunity, but okay. Go right ahead.
So thank you for your time. I guess I got the Englander memo that today would be a casual dress day at the budget hearing. But my subject of my remarks today is actually attire. I view the Ethics Commission as essentially a fig leaf for the problems of public corruption in the city of Los Angeles. I've been watching them for a little over a year up close, and I've been very disappointed that the promise of the Ethics Commission from the 1990 charter reform has been pretty much unrealized. We've had scandal after scandal, HACLA, the Coliseum Commission, and of course the infamous Ticketgate, where our mayor, despite his long public service career and his legal training, somehow misunderstood what a $100 gift limit was And the citizens of LA continue actually to be unaware of the full extent of that public corruption, which would have made a Tammany Hall operative blush. The cuts that you're considering, or that the mayor is considering, I think are unfortunately not enough. I think we should basically cut much deeper in the Ethics Commission because it's basically a ministerial function. It's literally a paper pusher in the true sense of the word, and it really doesn't serve the interests of the public, even though it's been heralded as doing that. We really could do a lot better, but the institutional structure of this Ethics Commission doesn't allow it to actually function in that manner. And that's why I think that you should these loss of these three individuals will not affect the functioning of this commission, and I think you should look at ways of hopefully redesigning this through charter reform to actually function in a meaningful way rather than be the fig leaf that it is now is. And of course, Wendy Gruhl, for example, hasn't even bothered to fill her seat on the commission for almost an entire year. I think that is the biggest example of why this commission is pretty useless when the people who staff it and seat its commissioners don't even give it any regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your views. As a former ethics commissioner myself, I completely disagree with them, but I appreciate your being here. Ms. Holt, if you could please make a brief presentation on your budget.
I'd be happy to. Good evening. I'm joined today by Deputy Executive Director David Tristan and our Commission President Paul Turner. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the proposed budget. We do have some concerns, and I want to briefly provide some context for those concerns. The Ethics Commission is a charter-mandated agency with charter-mandated responsibilities. We oversee three program areas: governmental ethics and lobbying and campaign finance. And for each of those program areas, the voters have charged us with a variety of responsibilities, including providing advice and education, processing filings and fostering disclosure, conducting audits, and enforcing against violations. And it's against that backdrop that we have concerns about the proposed cuts to our staff. We currently have 19 staff positions. We have 2 vacancies because we had staff transferred to the fire department, and we have not been permitted to fill those vacancies. The proposed budget would cut both of those positions, and in addition to that, a live body. That would be a nearly 16% cut in our current staffing levels, which would put us in a tie for first place with the Public Works Board for the highest cuts in this election cycle. 5 years ago, we had 31 staff. We have already lost 40% of our staff, and the proposal this year would result in a loss of about 50% of our staff from that number. And that represents the 5th highest loss rate in the city in that period of time. At the same time that we have lost staff to a significant degree, we have also inherited a significant increase in responsibilities. Several charter measures, for example, have added to our list of mandates. As a result of Measure L, we now oversee LAUSD campaign financing in their elections. And Measures R and H have imposed limits on contributions, campaign contributions by lobbying entities, as well as bidders and subs and principals on certain city contracts. Our caseload, our workload actually has also significantly increased over the last 10 years. We process 1,500 more statements of economic interest every year, 450 more lobbying registrations every year. We now have training responsibilities every 2 years for 6,000 city officials. We have our compliance assistance contacts have more than tripled. In 2011, we had nearly 19,000 compliance assistance contacts, which is up from 6,300 in 2001. Independent spending has increased exponentially in that period of time. In the 2001 elections, independent expenditures accounted for 7% of total campaign spending, and in the most recent elections in CD15, it represented 35% of spending, and that significantly increases the amount of work that we are required to perform during the course of an election. In addition to a general increase in responsibilities and workload, we are also looking down the barrel of the 2013 elections. We anticipate those to be the most competitive that our agency has ever overseen. The closest comparison would be the 2001 elections, but at that time we did not regulate campaign financing in LAUSD elections, so we have an increased workload there. In 2001, we had 28 filled positions, 24 were permanent and 4 were as needed. And every person on staff at that time participated in helping to process the matching funds claims in the 2001 elections. We have a very tight deadline that's specified in the law of for every matching funds claim that comes in, we have 2 days to audit all of the contributions and to certify that public money should indeed be paid out to the candidates who make the claims. Even with all 28 individuals participating in the claims process in 2001, we still incurred hundreds of hours of overtime to meet that legal deadline, and we simply will not be able to meet that deadline with just 16 bodies. My focus as executive director has been on front-end compliance. When we are able to explain to people what they need to do in order to comply with the laws and why it's important to comply, we are providing the best customer service not just to them, but also to the public in terms of fostering transparency and accountability and promoting confidence in government processes. I reorganized the staff in order to bolster the front-end compliance, including moving 1/3 of the enforcement staff onto the compliance assistance team. However, all 3 of the positions that are slated to be cut in the mayor's proposal come from the compliance assistance team, and we just simply cannot continue to provide robust compliance assistance without those 3 positions. We certainly understand that the city continues to face difficult financial times and that tough decisions have to be made, but we also have an obligation to alert you to the serious repercussions of the proposed cuts to the Ethics Commission. And to avoid those repercussions, we urge you to maintain all 19 of the existing positions, to authorize the filling of our 2 vacancies, and to allocate $100,000 in as-needed money to get us through the 2013 elections. I would be very happy to respond to questions, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, and let me say again, as somebody who many years ago served on the Ethics Commission, I've absolutely seen the transformation of this organization. Mr. Englander spoke earlier about how when he joined the police department, he thought that it was about arresting criminals, and then he soon realized that it was about preventing crime. And I think in many respects that's true of the Ethics Commission as well. Yes, you can spend your time and energy running around trying to catch people who fail to comply, but a much better focus is to ensure that the public has the benefit of full compliance in the first place, and that takes resources to do. And I appreciate that you've made that organizational change and have worked in that direction, and I think it's paying dividends for this city. So I just want to first of all applaud you for the efforts that you've made. It is a very different Ethics Commission than it was a number of years ago, and I think the public is benefiting from that, even in the more challenging time that you're facing. And I appreciate you raising the issues about next year's competitive election, because when you layer on to that the anticipated independent expenditure campaigns that we know will come in all of the citywide races and the council races that are up, it boggles the mind to think that as a regulatory agency you're going to be able to stay on top of that and try to prevent the sort of concealment that we always see in independent expenditures, that you'll be able to guarantee the kind of transparency that voters deservedly expect. even with existing resources. So I appreciate your overview of that. I don't think I have any questions that you haven't already addressed. So, Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you, and thank you. And
Thank you.
I know you're doing a phenomenal job with what you've got.
Well, thank you very
And
much.
I know that as the newest member on this committee who recently ran for office, was down in your office often asking a lot of questions, and I would tell you the customer service that you do provide, you would not know walking in the door how crushed you are in the back rooms, because you are very attentive and answering questions and taking the time, and so you hide it well, at least to your customers. But we all know how much work there is.
Well, thank you very much. And if I could just take that opportunity to acknowledge the staff. It is only because we have a wonderfully talented and dedicated staff that we are able to continue to provide the service that we do provide. So thank you very much.
Had I known that, well, I didn't take matching funds, but maybe it was an effort to help less paperwork. With the you mentioned the lobbyist registration fees. What are the current fees?
The current fees are $450 per lobbyist and $75 per client on an annual basis, and that runs from January 1 to December 31st.
And when was the last time we actually updated those fees?
It has been a while. They have to track, in order to avoid being a tax, they have to track the actual costs of providing the services of the registration and the reporting and the disclosure that we administer.
Well, we have a lot of new compliance issues,
Yeah.
particularly with Measure H and others, in terms of lobbyists and their clients and fundraising and bundling and hosting and all those other things that go now into it since those fees were first established. It would sound like it's a fraction of where it needs to be. Can we revisit? I would ask for a report back.
Certainly.
And your suggestion to revisit not only the lobbyist registration fee, but also the client registration fee.
Absolutely.
And I believe that clients can't, or bidders to city contracts, all those elements now come into it, so you have to track that as well. I would think it's way under where it probably should be.
Yes, we actually have grave concerns about the restrictions that were imposed by Measure H and our ability to keep up with that. Right now, we receive filings from bidders. They're required to identify their principals and their subs and file forms with us. We do not have the resources to, for example, create and maintain a database. So
do we have a fee program for the subs or for the principals?
Not that I am aware of.
Just on the lobbyist side?
Yes.
Well, that wouldn't be a tax. It would be a fee because it has to go through you. You've got to process it and enter it into some type of system?
Well, we actually
cross-check it?
Ideally, yes. We don't have the staff resources to do that at this point. We have received, I believe, 2,000 filings just from bidders just since February, and we are housing them. We are not in any way able to process or identify individuals.
And to keep up with the intent and spirit of that initiative in the ordinance, I would suggest looking at some kind of fee to go with it, and then it's cost recovery.
Yeah.
And that
okay.
would then hopefully justify and get to where you need to be based on your request. The other question I had is on the LAUSD compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Are we charging LAUSD at all?
We do not.
Well, not that we should be charging LAUSD and they're hurting on everything, but if we're doing their compliance for them, I think it's something we should look at. And I think that's something to consider as well.
Great.
Council member, we will definitely look at that. It's an issue that we have looked at before with the city attorney. They raised concerns about LAUSD agreeing to fund any of this, since this was something that, from their perspective, was imposed on LAUSD. It wasn't something that LAUSD created. There are cost recovery that the city clerk has for the filing purposes of the campaign statements, but during the deliberations of that measure, we raised the cost concerns. No funding was appropriated for that because, yes, there is additional work in terms of the advice, the auditing, the enforcement related to LAUSD.
And I'm glad you bring up that point, and I think it's something else that we have to have a policy discussion on from a budgetary and fiscal perspective, is that while there are a lot of new initiatives and ideas for changes in matching fund programs and changes in compliance and changes in, all those things that are supposed to be more transparency and good government that a lot of people are discussing, have a price tag. And it's not just a matter of, trying to do the right thing, which is great, but they all carry a price tag. And every time we add to that burden, then you come to the table and say, well, we can't do it. We don't have the bodies. And then we as a budget committee have to say, okay, it's either you or an ambulance, or you or a fire truck, or you or a police officer, or the grid program, or whoever that might be. And that's really in context. And in looking forward, it's not, this is a one-year issue. Mr. Santana has said repeatedly that we're looking at these type of deficits this year, next year, the following year, over the next 5 years, in fact, growing. And so we can't lose sight of that there's a cost every time, whether it's a good change or a change that needs to be done at all or not, there's a cost of the implementation of that. And we should have a fiscal responsibility policy to consider on any changes that are going to affect your department. So thank you
Absolutely.
again for everything
Thank you.
do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, Councilmember Englander, did you just recommend that if somebody bids on something with the City of Los Angeles, that the bidder pays some kind of fee that goes to the City Ethics Commission?
That we look at and explore the possibility of a filing fee that would have to then go, because it's something they have to do according to law. And so we could explore that. It could be nominal, but something to explore. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to see that exploration document, because I think it would be kind of awkward that somebody would bid a sewer project in the City of Los Angeles, and then along with that bid, they actually, oh, by the way, pay this $75 to City Ethics or what have you. I think that would be quite confusing and awkward, and I don't even think it would be right. That's really our problem as a city. We're going to go around passing those kinds of wonderfully thought of ordinances or put them on the ballot for ethically minded voters to think that they actually did something to clean up this place. But when it comes to your department, how do you determine at what point your activity is required versus just self-expected? For example, when somebody runs for office in the City of Los Angeles and they raise over a certain threshold, isn't it the case that we have 100% audit of those particular candidates?
That's correct. We are required to audit all of the committees controlled by candidates in city elections. And
now, that's a requirement by the charter, or where is that requirement at?
That is a requirement. I believe that's in the ad code. But in response to your bigger question, the vast majority of the things that we do in our agency are mandated by the charter, by the municipal code, or by the ad code. There is very little room for us to do things that we just think are good ideas. We are governed by legal requirements.
So maybe along with the report back that Councilmember Englander asked for, if you could provide us with a ledger of required responsibilities by city ethics, and then try to break down for us how many people hours it takes, and at what level of those people hours, at what cost per person, of the number of hours that it takes to comply, and then also put down the things that should be done, but they're not strict compliance requirements on behalf of your department, and then put down, if you were to handle them at X level of responsibility, these are the number of hours that it would take, so that we could get a real picture of what kind of budget you should be afforded based on the kind of responsibilities that you are required to take on, and that you feel that is a responsible level of requirement if they're not required, but that you feel that they should be done. If you could do that, I'd really appreciate it, because I think in either side of that ledger, I don't think you're getting enough funding regardless for the strict required responsibilities, and also on the ones that you would like to do, because that's the ethical thing to do. You are the ethics department. So along with Englander's request, I'd like if you could break that down. Or you could also tell us ahead of time whether or not it's cost prohibitive. Maybe it costs too many people hours to even put that together, and we haven't funded you for that. Thank you.
Yes, we will do what we can. Thank you very much.
On that note, real quick, on page 92, number 16, where you recognize the primary nominating in municipal elections and all the 8 odd-numbered seats that are going to be up that we're going to be funding for, perhaps we can look at another fee that if a member of this body leaves early to go to Congress, we have to have a special in that same cycle that we can tap their congressional costs and they can pay for the election to fill the seat.
That sounds like
Something
a great
to consider.
idea. Yeah.
Is it actually appropriate to budget for that extra council election that we're inevitably going to have at this point? Or can
right.
As long as we're thinking about revenue opportunities here, I don't know whether there's a legal restriction in doing so. There may in fact be, but I'd like to, and I'm sure you've probably thought of it, but would it be possible, was there any restriction on our ability to impose a registration fee or a filing fee on the creation of new committees, whether by campaigns or by independent expenditures? That would be content neutral, that would be amount neutral. It's simply a matter of filing the committee to try to capture the costs of administrating each of those committees. How many committees right now are under the Ethics Commission's authority?
That's a good question. David, do you have...
We typically, on average, have anywhere from 200 to 300 active committees.
At any given time?
At any given time.
So, I mean, even a nominal fee on that many would be a little something that would help to mitigate some of the harm. That
Right. We'd be happy to do some digging on that.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, what I'd be clear about is I'm against the mayor's proposal to remove those positions, period, and I will not vote for it under any circumstances. It's obvious to me that you're understaffed as it is, and you even be more understaffed. So there's a no vote on that proposal. Secondly, I think that the LAUSD, which is a huge election process, we should not do it. And I vote against supporting them unless they fund their candidates in their offices through this process. So that's a no to LAUSD, period, unless they provide the resources for those elections. My third point is the Citizen United, which I've been totally against. I think it's absolutely outrageous that now it's the Wild West in such a way that anybody that is going to be participating in this election process should have a value-added tax of some kind. I don't know how we do it, but I just want to hook on to Mr. Englander's point there, that those who are going to play in this league are going to have to pay for it. It's not just the lobbyist who's a bundler, we know that. It's everything else that has to do with people who are part of that process with independent expenditures and also within our city process. They got to be taxed more and they have to pay more to play in this world, because how can you in any way do what you need to do without sufficient staff to do it? It's a joke. It's really a Hippocratic act of, in my opinion, disingenuousness on everybody's front to even make you come up here and beg for money. The last point is we have 8 council seats up for election. There are 3 incumbents. There's 5 open seats. And that whole process in and of itself will be unmanageable for you when you have open seats. First of all, then anything goes in an open seat.
That's right.
I know when I first ran for office, if it wasn't for the quick money turnaround that told people where money was coming from, which, the proof is in that reality there, I don't know if my campaign could have even happened within that politics. And the last is the matching fund concept. You got about $12 million sitting there, right? How can you administer that process with dwindling staff? So either we believe in ethics and we believe that money shouldn't run politics, or we don't. So anything we do that cuts back on you sends a message, frankly, that I think it's all a joke. So if I need to make a motion right now, I would make a motion to reject the mayor's plan, let him come up with a better strategy that reinforces the needs that you have. And if I have a second for that, I'd like to at least put that out there.
Mr. Rosendahl, as much as I would love to second that, it would be my preference, and what I've asked members to do is to wait until we have our reports back before we introduce motions like that. I'll be with you on that at the time, but I think for now what I'd like to do is hold all decisions like that until we can take all of them together collectively so that we can evaluate one against the other and determine if we are going to make if we are going to refund positions, where we're going to cut to make up for that funding. So I think we need to take it as a collective. If that's acceptable to you, I'd prefer to wait until we get the reports back. Thank you. Thank you very much, and you know I agree with your sentiments very strongly. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I would first agree with Mr. Englander. As one of the newer members, I found during this period there, if you're trying to be sure you follow this to the letter, it's very confusing. We have a lot of regulations that we've passed, a lot of state regulations, and we have had to ask your office a lot of questions, and you've been incredibly helpful. So,
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Greatly
Thank you.
appreciated. I think we're all aware, but I'm not sure we've really thought through how disastrous this next election could be for this commission with inadequate staff, because this will actually be the most difficult set of elections the city's probably had in its history. We have 6 open seats that we can anticipate. One's a little speculative, but not very. We have 3 highly competitive citywide elections. Every citywide office is likely to be highly competitive. You're going to have your hands full in a way that no one has ever really seen before. That'll also be true for the city clerk. I'm not sure we've really thought of how much more activity is going to be taking place for both entities in this particular election, but particularly for ethics. Because there's certainly a big difference between relatively routine elections and elections in open seats where there's a lot of activity. And now that we've had federally changed law on how much can be spent and by whom, there could be a lot of outside activity as well, which we have to weigh in on. So I join Mr. Rosendahl in having great concerns at the level of staffing in this particular arena. We have to come up with some proposal that actually allows this to be done in a timely manner. Otherwise, as it was said before, we may just turn this commission into a paper tiger where we have the stuff on the books, but there's no way to do any of it because we're just too overwhelmed.
That's right.
So we don't want to see that overwhelming, and we'll look forward to a motion coming back to do this in a more appropriate way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kretz, and thank you very much, Ms. Holt, to you and your staff.
Thank you.
We look forward to hearing your reports back and dealing with some of these issues in the coming weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One last, I'm sorry, real quick. On the $100,000, I don't think we addressed your request. If we can get a report back on what we could do to put it as needed for this election. That didn't fall on deaf ears. So.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you're asking us to provide information?
No, our CAO.
Oh, I see.
I'm just looking at you.
Okay. Fair enough.
But
Thank you.
I'm talking to him.
I'm not sure if he understood, but I don't. What is the nature of the report back?
To identify $100,000 to set aside for the election, source of funding,
great.
as needed.
Thank you.
Per your request. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, colleagues. We've now cut our time deficit to 28 minutes, so we're improving. And just for the sake of updating everybody on where we are, the next presentation will be by the city clerk. We have 30 minutes allotted for that. And then we were going to go to the CAO, miscellaneous, and Exhibit H, but as Dr. Natz and the team from the Harbor is here, I don't want to keep her waiting any longer than she needs to. So Harbor will follow immediately after the clerk. So I'd like to welcome our city clerk, June Lagme and Holly Walcott. Welcome.
Councilman Krikorian, June Lagme representing the City Clerk's Office. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Mayor's Office for providing for our fundamental needs in this year's budget, as tight as funds were, and for recognizing the uniqueness and value of the service we provide to elected officials, all city departments, and the public. We are not requesting additional resources at this time. We are a small department and getting smaller. Our department shrank from 154 staff 3 years ago to 97 today. That is a loss of nearly 40%. There is no other way we could have accommodated the daily, ever-growing mountain of work except for the professional pride exhibited by each and every one of my staff and their willingness to take on double, triple, and quadruple duties. From administrative services, who process payroll and fiscal documents for the council and mayor and handle the business improvement districts, to council and public services, who agendize, staff, and record the council and committee meetings, to records management, who safeguard the city's priceless historical archive and store its records, to elections, who run the city's municipal elections beyond reproach, and to systems, who develop the technology to run all these services efficiently. Now, as to our budget, the budget contains a one-time salary reduction of $254,384 due to the fiscal crisis, and we will manage with that reduction. The budget decreased our election funding request to run the 2013 municipal elections. Again, we will manage with that reduction. Should unforeseen circumstances develop, however, such as a higher than expected number of ballot measures for the 2013 election, or unforeseen citizen initiatives, recalls, or ordinance referendums that require our involvement, we will then report back to you with the reasons for any cost overruns and possibly request additional funding at that time. Included in these unforeseen circumstances would be the addition of ballot languages beyond the 8 languages we provide now, which are currently Spanish, Tagalog, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Thai, and Hindi. For example, there is the Wesson Krikorian Garcetti motion currently pending in Rules Committee proposing to add Armenian as a 9th ballot language. And since we're on elections, I might just throw you a couple of interesting facts. The city of LA is the 3rd largest jurisdiction of voters in the nation, behind only LA County and New York City. No other city or jurisdiction in the entire country translates its ballot languages into more than 4 languages. As for proportion of staff to cost, for example, Washington, D.C. has 16 permanent election staff per 100,000 voters, so the cost per voter is $15.57. The city of Los Angeles has 1 permanent staff member per 100,000 voters. We spend $8.53 per voter. I just thought you would find that interesting. Also related to elections, as we may need to hire several thousand as-needed election workers and poll workers in an extremely short time period, as has been the practice for previous city election cycles, we respectfully request that you add for the city clerk's office approval for unfreeze and exemption from the managed hiring process for all election and system-related positions in order that we may successfully conduct the 2013 municipal elections. Lastly, the budget contains the deletion of 3 city clerk positions. 1 position is vacant, so the net effect is 2 layoffs in our department, 1 senior clerk typist and 1 office engineering tech, which I refer to as OET. These layoffs may be avoided by funds generated from 1 or more upcoming staff retirements in our office and from some funds from the Bid Trust Fund, which directly benefits from the work done by the OET position. We ask that you ask the CAO to allow sub-authorities to our department so that we may accomplish this. That pretty much concludes my remarks, and I and my staff are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. You mentioned most of the service impacts I think that I wanted to ask you about, but it occurred to me that as this will be the first election following redistricting.
That is correct.
I wanted to get a better understanding from you of how that will impact, how the fact of redistricting will impact your workload. Is there infrastructure that you need to invest in because of that? Are you spending money on materials that you haven't had to spend in prior years, computer reconfiguration, anything like that, number one? And number two, if there's a delay in the finalization of those districts, whether due to litigation that may be filed or due to referendum or some other process challenging the new districts, how would that affect the cost of the elections?
I'll just present a few words, and then I'm going to ask Jacob Wexler, our elections chief, to come up and give you more detailed information. Unlike other years, the first task on our list will be the remapping of all the precincts according to the lines of the new lines determined by redistricting. So that in itself is going to be an extremely arduous task. We will bring in our systems and computer people to assist us. The other question you have is what will happen if the enactment of redistricting is delayed because of litigation or referendum or any reason like that. And honestly, the answer is a great unknown, except for the fact that we will probably end up in a supremely compressed time period to accomplish everything that we need to do. Jacob, would you detail for us, please?
Sure. Jacob Wexler with the Elections Division, City Clerk's Office. In terms of the cost impacts, any additional costs would have been included in our budget request, but the truth is that we go through a precincting process, whether there's redistricting or not. The main impacts are going to be in the compressed time schedule that we have. Okay. And even if there's no litigation, simply because the maps are relatively new, we're going to have to start our precincting process a little later, and that's the first thing that we do, and everything else after that is going to be compressed. Okay. So on top of the challenges that have already been discussed by the committee related to this particular elections coming up, we're also going to be squeezed on the front end just as a result, even normally through the redistricting. And if there's any challenges to that, the time pressure is going to be even greater.
Thank you. Colleagues? Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Just a few of them at this point. First of all, thank you for all you do on elections and how you deal with limited funds as well. Business improvement districts, BIDs, are a critical component on our public-private partnerships. Without them, really, they wouldn't happen. During these difficult times, the city needs to be doing what it can to invite the private sector to form BIDs. These are important, although expensive. Does the mayor's proposed budget continue funding for the BID program and funds to start new ones?
I'd like to ask Miranda Pastor, who is our BID expert, to give you details on that.
While she's coming up, Holly Walcott, Executive Officer. The funds that are included in the proposed budget pay for the city assessments only. So we have enough. If our revenue exceeds, we take a certain amount of money for administering the bids, and if our revenues exceed what is projected in the budget, that is the only money we would have for startup.
Say that again, the last part.
I said the only funds that we're given in the bid trust fund in the proposed budget is for the assessments only. However, we do bill each one of the bids for our administrative costs, and if our revenue exceeds what's in the budget, we use that money for the startup costs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you could enlarge on that too, because there's a lot of private sector folks. We're in the process of thinking and trying to get one on Oceanfront Walk, which is one. We're doing another one in Westchester from Manchester down to 82nd Street, and people have realized even on Abbot Kinney that value of a bid could be dramatically a plus for public-private partnerships. For on the beach, we'd like to see lighting paid for, more trash removal, more bathrooms open, things that make things happen. What can we do to incent that to happen? And could we get private sector money to come up and make it happen? You could facilitate it. I'm just looking for how we can get them off the ground and move with them.
Hi, Miranda Pastor, Office of City Clerk. The normal practice has been that the city would incentivize it by providing matching funds with the private sector funds in order to have the bids form, which is about $80,000, $40,000 from the city and $80,000 for the city, from the private sector. And for the last 3 fiscal years, the city has not provided funds in its budget to provide for those matching funds. And so we're relegated to relying on if we have some excesses in our administrative fees recovered from those bids. And I think we had enough to fund like maybe one last fiscal year. So it would be great if we had additional funds to fund those entities or those bid proponent groups who would want to establish a bid in other areas of the city. We currently have 38 bids, 34 property-based and 4 bids which are doing fantastic jobs in improving commerce in their areas.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Miranda, don't they bring in about $30-40 million to the city?
We have those 38 bids bring in about $43 million, and they provide services in each of their geographical areas, such as cleaning the streets, landscaping, some lighting, just marketing, especially in order to bring business to their areas.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious from the mayor's perspective, the incentive of making bids happen has a multiplier effect, obviously, overall on the economics of our great city. Do you have any suggestions on how we could move on that or report back that could incent this to happen? No, it'll light it up. Go ahead.
We'd be happy to report back with the city clerk's office, and obviously we're open to any ways in which we can incentivize bids to form. Obviously, with a way to minimize the impact to our general fund, given our general fund situation, would be great. I mean, if we can leverage outside funds, that would be best for us. But we're very interested in the bid process. And
okay, so I look for that report back. Citywide election, just real quickly, if I could. How does this proposed budget affect your department's ability to effectively run the primary, nominating, and municipal elections? How much of this is reimbursed by LAUSD and the community college district? That's different than the ethics question, but it is truly a vital part of getting the message out in the vote.
We believe that with very careful planning, we ought to have sufficient amount to take care of all the needs that we will experience to run the 2013 elections. Jacob?
Will you get those funds from those bodies?
LAUSD and LACCD reimburse approximately 40%.
40% of we're fully reimbursed for the services we provide to them. On an average, it's about 40% of our total election costs.
And how long does it take you to get the reimbursement?
Right now we're working on a way of expediting our billing process. Once we send them the bill, LACCD tends to pay extremely quickly. LAUSD, they tend to do an audit and it takes them maybe, a few months to go through that audit process, which we, work with them on. So once we send them the bill, it goes pretty quickly.
Very good. And last question is, please discuss the funding your department will get from the TDA Schedule 20. Is this an appropriate use of these TDA funds?
Holly Walcott, Executive Officer. The TDA is used in our department generally for the Granicus, which is what you're watching right now on Channel 35.
Right.
So it's basically used for public services and public access, and we work very closely to anticipate Mr. Englander's question. We work very closely with ITA on all of our systems expenditures.
Okay, I was on jury duty the last 3 days, so I missed the neighborhood empowerment discussion. But I know that the goal was to let neighborhood councils hold their elections in scheduled years, like I have many that have an election in 2012 right now, and we are passing it on to that. In those discussions, do you feel comfortable we'll get those elections, and can we do them, where neighborhood council people volunteer and maybe have one paid professional or something like that? Because we would like to be able to keep that process intact.
Sure, absolutely. If you will recall, in last year's budget, 2011-12, it was that budget that was going to fund our administration of the 2012 neighborhood council elections.
Right.
We were not given funds for that purpose, and further, the council instructed that the neighborhood council elections be postponed 2 years to 2014, and in the interim, the city clerk to conduct a survey to ask neighborhood councils how they really and truly felt, how they wanted their elections to be created. Since that time, the neighborhood councils have requested through the EN committee that they do want elections in 2012 after all. And if I'm not mistaken, sometime next week, there will be an ordinance that will be coming to the council that will transfer the authority to run the 2012 elections just for 2012 to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. For that one election only, and I believe Dunn has made a budget request for some funding that will allow them to do that, and you'll have to ask Mr. Kim how he plans to do this, but my understanding is that he will be conducting those elections sometime between starting in August of this year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
June, could you remind us policymakers how much of what you do is because you feel like doing it, or how much of what you do is a requirement for the city to be in compliance with notifications and elections and responsibilities that have definite deadlines and things of that nature?
That is definitely true, sir. Our duties are outlined in the Los Angeles City Charter, and further of our duties, especially what we do in admin services, is prescribed in the admin code. And because of the work that we do in staffing and agendizing for the meeting of this legislative body, we do, of course, have to adhere to state law, Brown Act, fair and open transparency. So we are constantly in communication with the city attorney's office and with all of your offices to make sure that we do operate within those guidelines. So yes, we have a construct to work within.
So when you're short positions or people to actually follow through with the administration and activity that you're required to do with definitive deadlines, how do you fill that gap?
The best we can.
No, I'm sorry. What I mean is, what I'd like you to share with us, do people just stay extra? In other words, do the salaried individuals who don't get overtime, do they tend to just stay longer? Do people end up wearing two hats and just putting more time, but that time doesn't impact the budget, correct?
We do have the constraint, however, that we, like all departments, have been asked, and we do comply with watching our overtime hours. I think we're always challenging ourselves to work smarter. That's where constant vigilance of our systems group is so important, because it is systems that helps us develop things like an agenda builder, which is going to cut down on staff time, on repetitively entering text. Instead, it will be database driven instead of text driven. That's a way of efficiency. But until we get there, and we want to get there very fast, yes, people are wearing 2 and 3 hats, as most people are in the city.
There is some use of overtime when we have to do off-sites, and the legislative assistants have to go off-site, or if we are in Van Nuys and remote testimony has to be done from here, we have to staff all those meetings. So we generally, if it's mandated, there is some overtime use, but generally it's, if it's coalition, it's always at time and a half.
One of the things that I'd like to also put on the record, when neighborhood councils are given surveys by the mayor's office, or we see surveys done by the LA Times or what have you, and they say the community's number 1, number 2, and number 3 priority is public safety, what we never ever see is the community's number 1, number 2, or 10th priority is to make sure that notifications go out on time, that we comply with the Brown Act, that elections are actually held in a fair and appropriate manner where no one is discriminated against or left out of the process, etc. This is a perfect example of what government does, and thank you for doing it very, very well, but it doesn't show up in a priority list. Yet at the same time, when your department does something and it causes a question as to whether somebody was left out of the process or something was not posted on time or what have you, then you get attacked or accused of discriminating or having done something discriminatory rather than, I'm sorry, it was an accident, it's not going to happen again. The reason why I share that with you with the CAO sitting next to you is what I'd like to remind the CAO is everybody else, including council offices, when somebody asks us of something, a typical dialogue in a policy committee is we'd like a report back, and then we may go back and forth, can you get it back in 30 days? And then we see the staff cringe, and then they say, can we have 45? Can we have 60 days? See, that's negotiable because what we're trying to get information, but that is in your particular case, when it comes to your department, June, it's not negotiable. Election date comes and goes. We don't get to say, well, instead of having the primaries in March, can we move them to June? Because, we're kind of swamped, and I think we can fit it in better and we'll do a great job if we just move it to June. That can't happen. You don't have that flexibility. So I'm not admonishing the CAO's office, but what I'm saying is we have to keep into account that this particular department, when they're losing one office engineering technician or what have you, that may cause them to put their ability to comply with the charter, with the law, etc., it might put it at risk. Whereas in most other incidences, our deadlines are not hard and fast. They have some flexibility. This particular department, in too many instances, does not have that flexibility. And if they drop the ball, then we're out of compliance with the law. And that obviously is unacceptable, but I believe, looking at June and having talked to her over the years, and I mean June as the city clerk, we are putting her and her people in a position where we may inadvertently cause them to allow the city of Los Angeles to be not in non-compliance. So my point to you, June, is please don't assume that you have to accept the will of the mayor's budget or the will of the council's budget without expressing the fact of the matter as to whether or not it puts you in a position where we may fall out of compliance. Please. You're far too nice in your presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, June. And to your entire staff, which is incredible that you're able to keep up with all these mandates, these unfunded mandates. I had two questions. One on the deletion of the filled positions on page 90, number 9, the senior clerk typist. I understand that position was for council file management system?
That is correct.
And so without that position there, what happens to the records that are supposed to be put up on CFI?
Well, I'll give you an example. think of the thousands of pieces of paper that are deposited in the clerk's office by departments, by the public, that have to be logged in, analyzed to decide which correct council file it goes on, referred to committee, scheduled for committee, and then when it goes to council, the disposition of what council acted on. That constitutes our council file management system, that marvelous database that everyone from an elected official to Joe Citizen can use. That system is only as good as it is accurate. Without a senior clerk typist that does this humongous amount of inputting, instead of having, for instance, the council action of the day before uploaded within a day or two, it very likely will be 2 or 3 or even more days. And the information that everyone is needing to access will not be publicly accessible. And that's just a real worry for us.
So I'll ask my first memo back on this department and look for a way to restore that, perhaps based on some of the other cost savings elements we found today, if they could include that in a report back.
If I could just add too, sir, we had worked very closely with the city clerk's office. They are a very important office for the city. We believe there will be attrition that will occur over the course of this coming fiscal year. I think June's request is, I think, a very good request. We could look at that in light of maybe looking at other positions. We worked very hard to try and provide them with funding just in light of the difficult financial situation the city finds itself in.
Problem with the attrition of the position, I would assume that trying to get somebody in there before the person leaves so they can train them would be helpful.
Well, specifically, it was we don't really want to name names. We know of somebody else who is leaving, but it's June's secretary. So basically, June would not have a secretary.
Yeah. So if we can
So
look
we would
for a way
use sub-authorities to be able to divert or reroute those funds in order to keep a senior clerk typist, and I would sacrifice that position, and that is fine with me.
Well, it may be fine, but in reality, with everything you've got to do and look over, I'd like a report back to see if we can identify the funds to restore that position. The other, one other element I'd ask is, Councilman Greg Smith used to say this all the time, and he had said that it was Councilman Hal Burnson who asked for a report back many, many years ago on how much money it costs to open up or to submit a motion. What does it cost to submit a motion, whether it's a resolution or a motion? And I believe, and I remember that cost, and he used to talk about it all the time. And this cost was about 20 years ago, was about $1,000. And he used to say, I don't know what it is today, but I know when we looked at it and actually did a study that it was about $1,000, and that was like 20 years ago to submit a motion. I couldn't even guess and fathom what that costs today if you look at the totality of everything that has to go into that tracking and entering and all the staff work on average. So I don't know that we can get that report back for budget in request for a report back, but I would like to.
Perhaps it's something you might want to refer to committee and.
Like to refer, yeah, that's where I was going with it. But I want it back in 30 days. No, I'm just kidding.
Could we have 45?
With a complete staff analysis. So, as soon as, whether it's 6 months from now, I'd like to see that. And not just because I think it's mildly interesting. I think it's critically important that we can shine a light on it, hang a lantern on it, and constantly remind.
It's probably something that we could work with the CLA on because.
That it costs money to put these things in.
Are we going to charge council members to submit motions?
I think we're going to end up going in that direction. So we'll see.
It's full cost recovery.
Maybe you're entitled to so many, and then as the state legislature does for a reason. But in any event, we'll look at that.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further, colleagues? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your good work. That brings up the Harbor Department now. Dr. Natz, thank you very much for your patience in waiting. Come on up. Dr. Nats, welcome. And if you could please start by introducing your team and then a brief introduction regarding your budget will be fine. And colleagues, for those of you who are keeping score, we're now just slightly under a half an hour behind budget, so we're gaining on it. And I want to congratulate you all on that. Dr. Nats, welcome.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay,
yes.
We'll try and fix the budget issue. First, let me introduce Deputy Executive Director Mike Christensen over Development, Deputy Molly Campbell over Administration of Finance, and then Eileen Yoshimura heads up our budget group.
Welcome.
Our budget this year is $950 million, and it's tied to our new 5-year strategic plan. And so you'll be getting a copy of that strategic plan. This plan was just adopted by our board. It's focused on a couple of critical issues, the most important one being competitive operations, retaining our market share. I'd be happy to come down and meet with any of the council members in the future to get into it in more detail. What's unique about the strategic plan is it's filled with metrics. We have a rigorous board. They wanted to make sure there were performance standards in there and metrics. And also the fact that we tied our budget to it. Just a few highlights on our budget. We anticipate our revenues this year are going to be flat, about $400 million. The shipping industry is still struggling a little bit with overcapacity. Our operating budget is down about 5% to $213 million. That's a trend that we've started several years ago in order to minimize our operations so we can invest in our future. And so our capital plan is up about 24%. We're going to be investing about $286 million in our capital improvement program. That investment should deliver about 4,600 new jobs. We also continue our focus on security. About 15% of our operating budget is security. We have a strong reliance on city services. For the past several years, we spend more with city services, with other city departments than we do with outside consultants. So we're, in this year's budget, we have about $36 million for city services. And another big focus of our efforts financially have been increasing grants. Our portfolio of grants coming in this next fiscal year is about $81 million. We're managing a portfolio of about $400 million in grants. So that's kind of a big overview of some of the big numbers, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And while this is a proprietary department, it certainly has tremendous impact on our economy here in Southern California, which in turn has a significant impact on our general funds. So I appreciate what you're doing in managing this department in the face of great competitive challenges right now with the Panama Canal expansion and otherwise, but still the port, I think, makes this city one of the most important centers for economic activity in America and should continue to be. It's one of our greatest assets. So I thank you very much. And if I can start with Mr. Kretz, because it's been a while since I have, and for that I apologize, Mr. Kretz. I've been kind of jumping around randomly, but let me start with you this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I obviously have been a huge success as a commercial entity. I'm wondering whether we could be doing more with our harbor as a tourist attraction as well. I know there's a tiny bit of that, but not much compared to some other cities with similar opportunities.
Well, in actuality, over the past several years, we invested several $100 million in community projects in and around the port, implementing the San Pedro waterfront plan and the Wilmington waterfront plan. So we just are about to open a $125 million new marina in San Pedro. This past year, we opened about a $60 million park in Wilmington. We are focusing on getting critical mass of activity along the waterfront. We went out with an RFP and selected the developers of Bergamont Station. They're taking over 2 of our warehouses. and adaptively reusing them for an arts complex that's destined to open on June 27th. And we are also, we started one of the major focal point projects of the San Pedro Waterfront Plan, which is the downtown harbor. That's where we cut into the land area and we bring the tall ships, we bring the ships right into the downtown area and bring the promenade around it. So that's a key feature of the waterfront. And then we're working closely with the councilman's office, Councilman Buscaino, because our big focus for this summer is to put out the RFP to find the best developer in the world for Ports of Call.
That would be great, because I think Ports of Call particularly has become kind of run down and
exactly
not as wonderful as it could be.
Yeah, and we've had a strategy to try and build critical mass. On top of that, I call it sort of icing on the cake. It wasn't in our plan originally, but we have the USS Iowa coming in very soon, as a matter of fact. And there was one other thing. We have a couple of other smaller projects that are opening soon. Oh, yeah. Our board just entered into agreement with Vox Entertainment to bring in entertainment like Cirque du Soleil and things like that along the waterfront. So the strategy in getting ready to go out and solicit a developer was to show that we're going to make investment in the waterfront plans and then build the critical mass of activity and bring in some niche developers like we've done with Bergamot Station.
Are we doing much yet, or is it premature to market the area? Because I don't think there's, probably outside of the San Pedro area and folks that are close to it, there's not much of a buzz of awareness, I'd say, about what's going on there.
You know, in actuality, among the development community, there was a buzz. As soon as the developers from Bergamot Station, it was announced that they were coming down to San Pedro and putting in a big development down there, there was a buzz in the development community. And then the councilman has been bringing developers down there. We're already talking to developers in advance of the RFP going out, and some really key sort of anchors that are very unique, because we have to bring unique things to the area in order to be consistent with state lands. And so that's kind of going on. And just about a week ago, we had all the travel agents from around the country. They were here visiting LA, and they spent a good part of their time down in San Pedro. Look at some of the changes that have been down there.
And also, we had a little mini controversy and some press around the ownership of a boat for the harbor. I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea, but could you speak to that in terms of the budget and the general value of that in terms of marketing and being able to show off the harbor, et cetera?
I'm really glad you asked that. Our 42-year-old boat that we bought used, its engine had outlived its usefulness, and it was banned by CARB, so we had to revise the engine. And working with Siemens, we decided we were going to build the world's first hybrid tour boat. That is under construction. I actually did a briefing for the board this morning on it, showed them some picture of the construction, and what I brought the board, and actually it was a bigger piece. This is the cable that is being put into the boat, and this is all copper wire in it, and it weighs a ton, and it's going to be the first of its kind. And I have to say, just a few weeks ago, I went out on a weekend with a group and did a tour on a Saturday. And right after that, I got a call from the Long Beach Opera, because someone was on that boat, and I didn't get to know who everybody was and what they were doing, and they wanted to stage an opera in amongst the some of the industrial areas that we have in the port. And I thought that was great. It's not a boat with fancy cabins. It's a big open area with benches on it where people sit and we talk about the port. And it is something we really need to do. We have 43 miles of waterfront, and so we're proud of our boat.
Where was that opera from again?
Long Beach Opera.
Long Beach. City of Long Beach.
Yes.
They have a harbor too.
Yeah.
They want to come over to our harbor.
But they liked what they saw.
Wow.
So.
Sorry.
If we get people out there, that's one thing about the harbor. We get people out there, they go, wow. Not only at the majesty of the main channel and the huge ships, but all of the new things that are happening along the waterfront.
And that's what I was getting at earlier also. Is we could use some more marketing, because when people do go out there, they are impressed. they'll be even more impressed as we build more and more things there for them to be impressed by. But overall, I would like to see the harbor, if not now, in the near future, engage more in marketing to even let the rest of Los Angeles know what's going on there. Because people will be impressed when they get out, but I'm not sure we have it enough in their consciousness to have people come out and do that.
And I just realized I didn't bring you our new summer calendar of all the events. We have summer weekly concerts, lots of activities. We put together a fabulous brochure about it, and we're spreading it around, and I should have brought some with me, but I'll get them down here.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Let me just cue off of that marketing. You spend $3,614,245 for marketing and public relations. So all of the things you just talked about is what you do with that money.
Yeah, I would say the majority of that money, about $2.8 million, goes into the category of what we call sponsorships, and that includes our educational program. So there's several big programs in there, like the trade academies that we do at Banning High School. That's about a $400,000 contract. Also, all the sponsorships for all the community organizations. Also in that pot of money is the contracts for our overseas trade representatives. So it is a lot of special events as well as sponsorships.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. 43% of the cargo, am I right, that comes into the United States of America comes through our port.
Yes.
And as Mr. Krikorian mentioned in his opening, the reality is competition with the widening of the Panama Canal and the Gulf of Mexico and the East Coast just eagerly waiting to be competitive with us. We have great clean air standards. We've gone through an amazing we're changing old trucks out and doing everything right, going in that right direction. I know the biggest issue that you have had is deepening it so that we can meet that competition. That competition is a year or two away. Are we on target for that? And do you feel comfortable we will make that deadline so that Texas and the East Coast doesn't take away our market share?
I think, my deputy Mike can answer this, but I do believe we're maybe even ahead of schedule. The project is our big dredging project, which will allow the biggest ships to reach every berth in the port, will be finished in December. Are we ahead of schedule, Mike?
Yes, Councilman
Yes.
Mike Christensen.
Right.
As we sit here today, our entire main channel is now to 53 feet. We're going to spend the rest of the summer and fall doing berth dredging and taking care of getting that areas between the main channel and the wharves finished, and we will finish a little bit early. We'll be finished around the end of this calendar year.
Beautiful. That's all great news because we were worried when this first came to our attention. Thank you for your leadership on that. Now, this is sort of a puff piece as well. Over the years, your litigation and workers' compensation costs have shown a significant decline. How have you been able to reduce those costs, and are they best practices that you could share with the rest of the city when you consider the general fund impact of liability claims to the city?
I would say generally that we have less litigation now than we had, say, 6 years ago. I think we can attribute that to the fact that many of the environmental programs got into place. We weren't getting sued on everything, and the quality of the environmental reports we produced were better, more substantial, and when we did have challenges, we won, and that tends to cost less when you win. In addition, we created a community benefit fund, and with each project and as the port grows, we make deposits in that community benefit fund. So the litigation account tends to include the money that goes into that community benefit fund, and so there was a lot of big deposits as we moved through about 6 major EIRs, and then it kind of slowed down. So it'll kind of go up and down a little bit as we make those deposits, but overall litigation is down substantially.
Well, thank you for that. And it's my understanding that the port has its own team of grant writers, and they're very successful. Can you briefly outline the capital projects that are included in your budget for this year and which ones, if any, are funded with grant dollars?
Yeah, Mike, you want to take that question?
Yes, Councilman Rosendahl. We've got an exciting year coming with our capital improvement program. We're going to be doing about $285 million. That's about $100 million than we're doing in the fiscal year we're concluding right now. We're kicking off a lot of projects. We've got about $400 million of projects out to bid right now that will be starting this summer and the fall. As you mentioned, we have been successful in getting grants. There's an item on our budget for transportation projects about $69 million. Yeah. That's particularly the area we've been successful in getting grants on. This is projects related to the rail system. It's projects related to the freeway system ramps and intersections. About half of that $69 million is coming from grant funding for this coming year.
Can we share that information with DOT and with Metro?
In fact, DOT and Metro have been partners, and they're one of the reasons I think we've been successful is the relationships we've been able to build with Metro to access the funding that they have jurisdiction over, and a lot of cooperation with LADOT, particularly on some ARA grants and stimulus grant funding we've been successful on.
Beautiful. Tourism, it was mentioned, of course, and filming. What effects are we making in these, and do we have a sense of what kind of dollar figures we're getting from tourism and filming?
Well, in terms of filming, we probably brought in about $100,000 in filming. We instituted a policy consistent with the mayor's policy that we don't charge companies to come down and film in our port. We have a lot of filming that goes on down there, and we only recover our cost. Years ago, we did charge for filming. On tourism, I don't have numbers of actually tourists coming to San Pedro area. I don't know if any of the staff have that. I just know what investments we're making. I can tell you based on some of the events that we hold. Let me give you an example. The Friday before 4th of July, we started 3 years ago, Cars and Stripes Forever, a big classic car show along the promenade, bands and all that. I think we probably started out with about 1,500, 2,000 people. It was bigger the next year, and then last year it was 7,000 people. So we're planning on 10,000 people this year. We started a Happy Harbor Halloween event, and it started out really small. This past year we were able, because of the new Wilmington Park, we had it over in Wilmington as well, we had 5,000 people, mostly kids at each location, and these are pretty much came from the local areas. So each event that we do has gotten bigger every year, and now we're taking every event and we're duplicating it in Wilmington because we have that fabulous park to do that in.
Great. And last question is, like the airport has the FAA that gets engaged in all kinds of aspects. The port's spending is constrained, if I'm not wrong, by the state Tidelands Trust. Can you explain that?
Yeah, the lands of the harbor were granted to the city in 1911 to operate for the benefit of the state. So the state looks at every action we take, and honestly, they monitor our board meetings. I'll get a letter after a board meeting. If something goes through, they'll question things. So, or they'll question things, that they know are coming up. But they make sure that we spend our money consistent with the trust, which is commerce, navigation, and fisheries, and education. But they view education as it's got to benefit the entire state. It's one of the areas we tend to argue with them over it. We've worked through a lot of things with them. They, as I said, watch what I do. The last big incident we had with them was when they heard we had a bocce ball court in a new park, and it was like, we explained how bocce was related to the fishing industry, which is maritime fishing related, and the fishermen still play bocce after they go out on their boats. So we got past that issue. But they do monitor that, and we try and comply, and we do a good job. They question Bergamot Station. They say we can only have specialty retail. This will come up in ports of call. And I said, if you drive down the 10 freeway and you get off there, whatever the street is, you see green freeway signs that say Bergamot Station. You don't see green freeway signs for Home Depot. So as we let them know about things, then they said, okay, that's fine. So
do you find that in the end, your persistence and cooperation makes it work, or are they restraining us from revenue streams that we should be getting?
No, I think that we work through things with them, and they see our side, or they decide that it's not worth fighting over.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your overall report and your staff's input as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Cardenas, nothing further? Mr. Englander, nothing further? All right. Gosh, I had one thing and it's now escaped me. So,
all right. Well, let me know.
If it comes to me, I'll let you know, and we'll be
Okay.
able to do reports further in writing. So, thank you very much.
All
I
right.
appreciate your being here, Dr. Natz, and
Okay.
to you and your team. Thank you very much for your good work.
All right. Thank you.
All right. That brings us, Mr. Santana. That brings us to you next.
I need a sharp pencil. Is this where the 200 layouts are coming from?
And colleagues, we've now slipped behind
only
our
100,
pace a little
Nancy.
bit. We've now slipped behind our pace. We're
I got a question right off.
well, actually, no, we haven't. We haven't because we moved Harbor up, so we're still doing well. So, Mr. Santana, if you'd like to just give a very brief overview, since we've only allotted 15 minutes to the CAO's budget, and then we'll just go down the line.
Sure. I'm speaking to you as a general manager for my own department. As the others, I also want to thank this committee. This committee works closely with us, obviously. I often tell my staff that we don't have a vote. We're in the persuasion business. Our job is to make a convincing argument, and obviously this committee is the one who determines that initially for many of our issues. I also want to thank the CLA, who has been our partners through all of this. There's no major issue that we don't work closely together. The general managers, who we often have a difficult but I think productive relationship, and obviously my staff. This budget does fund priorities that you've established. We talked about the Office of Public Accountability, the Inspector General for Citywide Collections. As you know, we hired Fernando Campos, who comes from the Harbor Department, who will be starting shortly. Funds performance budget implementation, and also provides funding to staff an additional person in debt management, which is a critical function. While there are additional items in our proposed budget, when you look at our core function as an office, like the rest of the city, we have experienced significant reductions. When I came into this office had 133 positions, and 809 is down to 107. We've lost 2 assistant CAOs, 2 entire groups in my office, 5 positions in the clerical division, including executive administrative position, 3 in employee relations, risk management, 2, and on and on and on. We've also been given a number of additional assignments. We're obviously not asking for anything new. We can work within the budget that has been given to us by the mayor. I do want to state that, I think there's certainly been a lot of discussion about the role of my office during the last several months, certainly in the last few years, as we often become the entity that has to bear the bad news, and so we often become the target of some of that negative energy. This office is not made up of one person. It's an office of very committed men and women who've been here much longer than I have, 100 of them, who maintain a steadfast commitment to our charter mandate, which is to provide the news, even if it's bad, but also to lay out solutions so that we could end up in a much better place than we are today. So with that, I'll be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. And let me just respond briefly to that last point that you made, because I think it's an important one. This has been the most challenging economic time and the most challenging budgetary time that the city has faced probably since the Great Depression. And you've been in the vortex of that, as has the CLA's office, and certainly the mayor's budget team, and our respective offices. And I think it's important that people remember that there's 16 people who make the decision about this budget. The mayor and the 15 of us. Not you, not the mayor's staff, not the CLA, no one other than the mayor and the 15 people who sit in these chairs. And I think it's important that people remember that if the CAO presents proposals to us, they're proposals. We make the decisions. The people who are elected by the people of Los Angeles make the decisions. And so if some of those decisions turn out to be things that people don't like for whatever reason, and they inevitably will, we're the ones responsible for that, not our staff. And I think it's very important that we start to shift that focus a little bit because, you know, I mean, there has been a lot of angst directed in your direction and others, and ultimately we're the ones who make the calls. So I just want to reiterate that you have put together many proposals that have been before us. Some we've chosen to accept, some we haven't. Ultimately, we make those calls. And I, for one, as a policymaker and decision maker, appreciate having the widest possible range of options to choose among in a very, very difficult situation. And I very much appreciate that you've attempted to do that, Mr. Santana. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate it, and I think everyone appreciates the work that you and your staff have been doing in really, really, really impossibly difficult circumstances.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would say something similar. I mean, I say this about every department where I think it's true. I think in this one as well, I question over the last few years how cost-effective it's been to cut the CAO's office, which runs the creation of our budget and efficiencies, and we make your job much more difficult. So I thank you for the good job that your department has done under fire. I wish we actually had the ability to staff it up a little more. My only question is really a more general budget question, but as long as I have you here and focus on you, I'll ask this one question, which is, I know we're funding the Inspector General and a greater focus on efficiencies. And in the last couple of budget years, we've talked about a lot of efficiencies that we then don't capture in the budget, and then sometimes we don't implement, partly because we're not depending on it, it's not in the budget, it doesn't happen. So I'm wondering whether we can capture and actually focus on and implement some of the recommendations like the core recommendations. For instance, the recommendations on parking tax collection. There are pieces that will never get done in time, or if we do, we might start doing in May or June at the end, but there are pieces that we definitely could implement during this coming budget year, like requiring every parking operator to at least offer the ability to pay with credit rather than just cash, because when we make it less of an all cash business, it's hard to hide the tax. Also, there's been a suggestion to obtain bonds against some of these parking lot operators, well, against having all of them do that. And that, again, could be done before the end of the year and could guarantee some higher revenue. So do we have the ability to identify some of those things and actually assign a conservative dollar amount to them and capture those in the budget? And my hope would be, of course, to use those to restore some of the layoffs that have been recommended in some of the departments, especially the ones that make the least intuitive sense.
No, that's exactly the number one charge that we're going to give Mr. Campos when he starts, is that to, within the context of the various reports that have been done by the Core Commission, by the Controller, the directive that's been given by your council, to really make an initial assessment of how much and how quickly we could retrieve and collect those outstanding dollars. And then to the point where we could actually start establishing goals per department and then actually present those in the context of the budget. That should be a standard way in when we operate year after year after year, so that those goals have some kind of meaning and you could actually see an outcome related to it. And so that, in talking to the mayor's office, to the CLA, and the others who were part of the selection of Mr. Campos, that is really his number one task.
That might be a good way to approach it for next year's budget. To capture it in time for this year's budget, can we identify some of the bigger, more obvious things that we can get done this year and actually attach a number to it?
Yeah, we asked them to prioritize based on sort of the low-hanging fruit, if you will, and develop a cooperative relationship with those departments. If you look at the city's finances over the last 5 years, each mid-year we've been short. And so, to the extent that we could account for some of those dollars by January, that certainly is going to help to mitigate any further reductions that we have to make in the mid-year.
Well, I'm still hoping, and I won't leave it alone, to have us identify some things that we are certain we can do by the end of this year.
This fiscal year?
By the end of this fiscal year, and capture them and implement them and take credit for the money of them, rather than laying people off and maybe implementing them and maybe saving the money. If we actually identify savings that have to be captured, then, for instance, I'm confident we will have a bond against our parking lots, and we will require them all to accept credit cards, because we know the savings from that will have to be captured. So can we identify some of those things that we are confident will be done in time and add them to this budget?
It's highly unlikely. I think that Mr. Campos starts in late May. We negotiate that with the Harbor Department. So
I think you're missing my point. I'm not suggesting we wait for this person. I think we can do it in a more comprehensive way the following year. But I think the most obvious, as we say, low-hanging fruit can be harvested in this year's budget and try to save some important jobs that otherwise could be laid off and lost.
Well, we could look to see if there's anything there. Again, I would say that it'll be very challenging, but we'll give it another try.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you for raising that issue, Mr. Kretz. I think that's one of the policy issues that's addressed in Exhibit B and Exhibit H. I'm sorry. And just to give a heads up to everybody, because we were scheduled to talk about Exhibit H tonight, and I'm going to have to admit failure. We're not going to get to it tonight. We're not going to make it in time. So we'll resume that tomorrow with discussions about that policy issue. Yes, Mr. Kress.
I just wanted to make it clear. I'm not asking that we do it for the current fiscal year, which we just have a couple months of, but for the coming fiscal
what
year.
I'm hearing you say is that you'd like us to establish a goal that we could then recommend to budget for next fiscal year, but in the context of this process.
Yes, that is what I'm asking.
And again, I'll say I think that's going to be very challenging. I'll go back and work with my staff to see if we could do that. So we'll leave it at that. We'll respond to it as a budget memo.
And again, we're talking now about Mr. Santana's budget as a general manager. When we come back to those issues, when we resume our discussion of Exhibit H tomorrow, we'll be able to go into much greater detail about that parking bond issue and many other issues that are described in Exhibit H. Mr. Rosendahl, anything further?
That you've said more than once, and I don't think the public has heard it that loud, is under the Bradley days we had X number of employees, and now today we are less than that. Do you have a number, head count?
As a city, we have, just in the height from 2007-8, this budget, if adopted, would have more than 5,000 positions eliminated in that very short period of time within the city family. That would be less people that existed during the Bradley era.
And of course, our population has increased.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I just want to focus. I know we're late in the hour, and I will talk to you offline as well. But I just want to point out that the adding of the resolution authority for one senior administrative analyst, one to support the debt financing administration, et cetera, and to do some other things. Is that along the lines of that request that I had made of the CAO to try to capture as much as we can in this window of time when it comes to repositioning our paper within the city? Okay. Well, I'll talk to you a little bit about it offline, but the bottom line is what I was hoping you could do is make the argument to the council about how we could, in a short period of time, try to capture as much of that as possible, because this window may close on us, this ability to reposition our paper and save a lot of money. What I had envisioned was perhaps somebody who would be more of a consultant capacity, so that we can get more bang for our buck in a shorter period of time with somebody with a whole lot of senior experience who has been out there for a long time, has seen a lot more of the ups and downs, and has seen a lot more of dumb ideas and good ideas and bad ideas and great ideas, etc., so that we could actually hit the mark quicker than later. I'm assuming that somebody who comes in at $96,000 with the kind of capacity and expertise that it takes to learn a lot about this industry and a lot about this issue, that doesn't get us much. That probably gets us somebody, I'm assuming, who has 5, 6, 7 years of experience versus somebody who's in a consulting capacity, maybe on an hourly basis is charging us more, but we're getting a lot more analysis from that individual with a lot more breadth of experience right now. So
we as you know, we utilize our financial advisors. We have several of them that we turn to in our pool, and they're constantly giving us ideas and suggestions on how to take advantage of this unique time in history. The challenge that we have, and we could certainly add to that and add to that pool, and continue to explore. The challenge that we have on our side is the capacity to even coordinate those activities given our limited workforce. And so we could sit down with you and figure out how to better be responsive to your advocacy, and I appreciate that, because you've laid out it's not every day that a city council member champions more resources for a department, so that's certainly something we appreciate. Okay, well, all I'm saying right now on the record is that there seems to be two schools of thought of how to approach that opportunity, and it takes a longer discussion than what we probably have right now. So hopefully in the next couple of days or so, business days, I'm not going to pull your time on the weekend, we can actually take a few minutes to dialogue about that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I wanted to echo what's been said, and particularly with Mr. Krikorian's opening and how difficult these times have been. And can't thank you enough for all the effort that you and your staff put into this. And none of us run for office in hopes to make budget cuts and cut programs. None of us get involved in public service in a CAO's office or a city attorney's office or a CLA's office to cut programs and make these difficult decisions. We all have grandiose ideas to help our communities and want to solve problems, and all those things take money. And so I really appreciate your fiscal restraint and leadership in guiding us through this. I do have a couple questions, actually really not questions, but comments on your budget. One, I want to compliment your efforts in these tough times to add a couple things to the budget, knowing full well that your staff has been cut. One is on the performance-based budget implementation position, which I think is critically important. And if we ever do anything in this budget year, it's putting that on track for the future, and will forever change the way the city functions and is measured And so I appreciate your leadership and guidance on that. I know we've talked a lot offline, and with your history and experience as well, it will be incredibly helpful. The other one is on the grants management database and the first steps towards the centralization, which has been discussed for years as well, which is critically important, and getting our arms around that. And so I wanted to compliment you on that effort. And the other couple comments is I think you should be exempt from managed hiring. You're the first general manager to come forward, didn't ask for that. So I think you've got some friends on the committee that might be able to help you with that.
I do have one vote in that.
And although I think
yeah.
your most recent request for nutritionists should be thoroughly discussed and looked at and vetted. I'm not sure if that's appropriate.
Don't take it personally.
Don't take it personally. And I would like one report back, and I'd like to know who the football team's going to be.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santana, very much. I don't have anything further for you, so I appreciate it. Now, members, as I said earlier, I have to accept defeat. We didn't complete our agenda for the day, but one thing I am going to do is I am going to be insistent upon our deadline for finishing, and so that means that we're going to...
I realize I did have one real quick question on the actuarial services. I'm sorry.
Just when I thought it was safe...
I did that the other day.
We're going to finish by 7.
Well, just real quick.
Mr. Englander, 7 o'clock is 6 minutes from now.
6 minutes.
And 2 of them are devoted to Mr. McQuiston.
Historically, Lacers and police pension, fire pension has paid for those studies, and there's an unwillingness to do that now. I think it's critically important. What can we do to ensure they do pay for those actuarial studies, which we rely on?
I personally went to their commissions. Keep in mind that the recommendation from the general managers was not to do them at all. And so I personally had to go and argue that as the sponsor agency, we have it's their obligation, frankly, to give us an illustration of what the projected cost will be so we could plan accordingly. And I was able to convince them to do that, but in return, we ended up paying for it. Now the truth is, as I stated to them, we pay for it anyway. I mean, these are dollars. I mean, our dollars go to pay for their funds, not entirely. It's a combination of both us and what the members contribute.
But they have a fiduciary responsibility to
we made that
provide.
Point, but ultimately, there's nothing we could do to compel them to actually pay for it.
Would a letter from or any indication from this committee be helpful?
That would be helpful. The mayor did send a letter requesting it, and that helped us get them to agree to do it. Certainly, if this committee sent a communication urging that they pay for it, that certainly would.
Well, I would urge a budget instruction from this committee by all the committee members to a letter to them, urging them and reminding them of their fiduciary responsibility to fund that actuarial study, and that they be required. They've always done it. We rely on it, and they should continue to do it.
Thank you.
So if you can include that within your reports back, that sounds like about a 2-sentence long report back that'll be necessary. But we'll consider that when we come to the other matters. All right, colleagues. So, yes, Mr. Kress.
As long as I have 1 minute, and I won't be here tomorrow for a funeral.
Yeah, no, you do. You have
ask
1 minute.
1 minute of question. In terms of our reserve fund, what do we do to invest our reserve fund? Do we handle it like a Lacers and do some more challenging investments, or do we just put it in a totally conservative fund and get a 1% interest return? How do we handle that?
The Office of Finance is actually the custodian of those funds through the Office of through the Treasurer. Basically, through state code, they're limited in fixed income type securities, which does then limit their investment opportunities. So the Office of Finance actually does produce a monthly report based on their returns for both their reserve and core portfolios. Given the investment or the interest rates in the current environment, it's actually quite low these days.
Is there any way to explore finding a more aggressive way to invest? Clearly, if we were able to do whatever Lacers is doing, we'd get a much better return long term.
You would have to actually go back up to the state and get some state changes, had some legislative changes to the state code to allow more aggressive investment opportunities.
I think we should probably get a report back on, and I don't know whether it's not going to be relevant for this particular year, but on a longer term basis, on whether that would actually be helpful to us. And if we think it is helpful, I'm happy to take on that challenge and
that would be something
try to find an author that would assist us in doing that, because that's a lot of money,
we can ask the Office
and
of Finance
that's getting a low return.
So let's include that as a report back as well. And thank you, Mr. Kretz. Colleagues, just so you know, we've completed our discussion about the GCP. So under the miscellaneous matters that we were going to consider tonight, but which will be considered continued now until tomorrow, we'll be talking about the unappropriated balance, the reserve fund, MECLA, the capital improvement expenditure program, the trans, and the policy matters contained in Exhibit H. That will be on the agenda for tomorrow, together with a presentation by the Coalition of City Unions on their budget proposals and suggestions as well. So that will be on the agenda for tomorrow. And with that, our only remaining matter is the card from Mr. McQuiston. I promised to give him the opportunity to speak before we concluded, so if we can just take Mr. McQuiston for 2 minutes, and when he's done, we will be finished for the day. Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston, I have something to give to the mayor's representative, so don't run off. I did want to say something when you started talking about the homeless. In Hollywood, we feed the homeless on the street like dogs and cats, and I think that's very, very bad. One place, we're preparing their food across the street from a park, a big city park, and the city does not let them go into the park, sit on the tables, and eat the food. And I think the budget and finance should do something about this, because we're encouraging them to think like dogs and cats and hate the city and do all sorts of mayhem on account of it. And I think that's really bad. We got to take the dignity of people, even if they're homeless, into consideration. And I think if you look around your area and see where some city facility we can have these food trucks that come in and feed the homeless, actually give them a meal and treat people like respect, then maybe we can get them out of being homeless too.
Thank you very much, Mr. McQuiston, and I would actually encourage you to raise those issues with Mr. Alarcon, who chairs the Parks Committee, as well as Mr. Cardenas, who chairs our Housing and Community and Economic Development Committee as well. So with that, at 7 o'clock on the nose, we are concluding for today. So we keep our streak alive, but we'll be continuing the work until tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow following our City Council meeting.
Well done.
And with that, we are concluded for the evening. Thank you, colleagues, very much for keeping us on task.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel. We now join our scheduled program in progress.
safety measures. As Anita Bennett reports, the plan includes adding 30 LAPD officers to the area.
As students arrive for their morning classes, USC's president arrives with LA leaders to announce new safety measures around campus, including adding more LAPD officers to the area.
We have bonused Southwest Division, the division that polices SC, by 30 police officers.
USC is also vowing to step up security.
We have added more campus cruisers, the cars available to escort students from campus, especially late in the evening.
The announcements come 15 days after 2 graduate students, both from China, were gunned down about a mile from campus. In what appears to have been a botched robbery, a suspect shot and killed the 2 on Raymond Avenue, then took off.
It was a great tragedy to lose these 2 students. I took it personally as a USC dad, but I took it personally as a mayor as well.
Exactly 1 week later, on April 18th, 4 students were robbed at gunpoint here at 30th and Shrine near Fraternity Row. You can still see the crime scene tape from where a campus security officer shot the suspect in the leg. Several students we talked to say the new safety measures make them feel more at ease, especially knowing that the LAPD is taking a more active role around the campus.
It's a good sign that the LAPD is in the area and trying to help out and putting more people on the ground, so to speak.
I think it's a great step towards safety, but it's going to take a lot to really reach the point that we need to as a safe school and environment here at USC.
The LAPD says crime around campus is actually down 20% this year. But after this recent rash of violence, the university still has a way to go to calm fears. In Exposition Park, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
More job cuts looming for city workers. The mayor's new budget plan would eliminate hundreds of city positions, but as Gil Reyes reports, public safety remains a top priority.
LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa unveils his $7.2 billion budget, one that would cut 669 city positions, most of them unfilled. Do the math, and that equals 231 layoffs.
We've used a scalpel, not an axe. I'm tightening my own belt by reducing my office budget by 8%. I'm asking the City Council to do the same.
Taking the biggest hit is the LAPD. Not officers, but civilian employees like typists, secretaries, and other clerical staff. Nearly 160 jobs could be cut. Meantime, the number of LAPD officers could increase. That's because the mayor's plan would merge officers from the city's General Services Department with the LAPD.
It brings a cohesion to leadership in public safety in Los Angeles that we haven't had in the past. It makes it more seamless. It breaks down silos. It's the right thing to do.
By adding these officers and hiring to attrition, the mayor could finally achieve his goal of having 10,000 LAPD officers by the end of his term.
I don't do this to protect a legacy. I do this because I understand what it means to have a safe city. We all understand what it means to have a safe city. This is a different city today because it's so safe.
Public safety also emphasized at the LA City Fire Department. The mayor's plan would add 6 ambulances and a fire engine company. It also sets aside money to hire new firefighters. The mayor's budget would also expand library hours and fill some 50,000 potholes. All of that part of an effort to balance the city's $238 million budget deficit. The mayor is also calling for pension reform, particularly for new civilian hires, and raising their retirement age from 55 to 67 years old. Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The mayor's budget proposal now goes before the LA City Council for a vote. It's a chapter of U.S. history hardly mentioned in history books, but the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II left an indelible mark on survivors and their families. And now a memorial in Venice makes sure others also won't forget. Here's Anna Marcos.
How many here were in that internment camp? Raise your hand. Let's give them a tremendous round of applause.
Close to half of those here are survivors of America's Japanese American internment camps. It was at this corner of Lincoln and Venice Boulevard in Venice 70 years ago that thousands of Japanese Americans were rounded up and sent to places like Manzanar Internment Camp in Central California. Firefighter Craig Yamashiro's parents and grandparents were among those displaced.
They lost everything that they had, and only what they could carry with them is what they could bring.
It happened in the aftermath of Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor.
When I went to school, the only thing we heard about that dealt with the Japanese Americans was Pearl Harbor. And all you wanted to do was crawl under the table and hide.
Now, 70 years later, supporters have built a memorial on this historic street corner, the Venice Japanese American Memorial Marker.
Some of you were led away from this spot silently. I think the importance of this monument and to teach our children never again to go silently.
Councilmember Bill Rosendahl paid a pilgrimage to the former Manzanar camp recently.
That piece of land, Manzanar, it gets real hot, it gets real cold, and the wind blows just furiously.
Altogether, 120,000 Japanese Americans from California, Washington, and Oregon were shipped to 10 concentration camps, many of them for the duration of World War II. They had lost everything, and when it was over, they were given $25 each.
The Japanese way of saying shogunai, it can't be helped. You know, it just, you have to keep going, looking forward.
The survivors and their children have indeed kept going. But this memorial will also help them remember what they lived through in the hopes that it may never happen again. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The Civil Liberties Act signed by then-President Ronald Reagan in 1988 gave reparations of $20,000 each to Japanese Americans who were rounded up and incarcerated in the camps. Accusations of hazardous working conditions at LAX, and now 2 city council members are urging airlines and contractors to improve safety or else. Gil Reyes reports.
LAX workers demanding safer working conditions. These are baggage handlers, cabin cleaners, and ramp workers, many of them claiming broken bones and other injuries on the job.
It's the #1 destination airport in the planet. And if we can't take care of our people at LAX, that's a shame.
Council members Bill Rosendahl and Paul Koretz demanding that airline service contractors improve safety conditions for workers.
And if they don't, we need to hold them accountable, and there need to be severe consequences, which include going as far as dismissal from their contracts at LAX.
The councilmen have introduced a motion to strengthen LAX's Certified Service Provider program. It's supposed to ensure that airlines work with contractors to ensure safety. But these workers say the program isn't working. Council members are urging airlines to demand changes. They also want Los Angeles World Airports, the owners of LAX, and the city attorney's office to recommend improvements. They'll be based on data from other U.S. airports.
And by that point, the city attorney's office, the LAWA people and all will be able to analyze these different programs in other parts of the nation and see what we can put in place here that protects the rights of these 5,000 workers.
And with the summer travel season fast approaching, council members are asking airlines to act quickly to avoid labor disruptions at LAX. At City Hall, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The council members also say improvements should include protections for whistleblowers who complain about dangerous working conditions. Some workers fear complaining will get them fired. Meanwhile, worker protests at LAX and other airports are planned for the coming weeks. A trailblazing organization that was founded in Silver Lake is being honored for its civil rights contributions right in the same location of its first meeting 6 decades ago.
Artists have long called Silver Lake home for its bohemian sensibility and its diversity. And so it's no surprise that in 1950, one organization dedicated to equality met regularly on the steps of Silver Lake.
Today we're here in front of the Mattachine Steps, which commemorates the Mattachine Society, which was the first organization in the United States of America to step up and to call for equality, to say that gay and lesbian Americans had as many rights to be who they were as folks that aren't gay and lesbian.
With City Council recently approving the name of the steps as the Mattachine Steps, Councilmember Eric Garcetti helped unveil the official sign at the foot of the staircase on Cove Avenue, complete with the song to honor the founder of the Mattachine Society, Harry Hay.
Happy birthday to you.
Harry Hay was one of the leaders who lived up the stairs. It would be his 100th birthday today. And you see all the members of the community. These are folks who remember those days when folks were beat up for who they were killed for who they were.
It was dangerous. It was basically dangerous to be gay. It would jeopardize your job. It would jeopardize your family. It would jeopardize where you live. But on November 11th, 1950, he managed to gather together a group of 5 people who met up on the hillside.
And one way of remembering that history, while simple, is with the sign letting passers-by know that right on these steps was the start of a civil rights movement for gay Americans.
This is the beginning of gay history, of modern-day gay liberation history. When I knew Harry, and he was at my home in Denver, Colorado for dinner, and I went to several fairy gatherings, and he's a hero, and that's why I'm here.
And the view is inspiring, and you kind of wonder, did it open up their minds to possibilities?
Possibilities that are continuing to open doors to gay and lesbian Americans every single day.
Harry Hay died in 2002. A transformation is underway in the community of Venice Beach. It's becoming known as Silicon Beach thanks to a number of tech companies that are moving to the area. Yana Kay has more.
This Frank Gehry building in the shape of large binoculars is Google's new campus. But it's not located in Silicon Valley, but in Venice Beach. In fact, more than 25 companies have moved to LA's west side and Venice, earning the area the nickname Silicon Beach.
We think it's great for Venice. It's great for the west side of LA. We think it can generate a lot of jobs. It can really change the dynamic here. We want to grow, but we want to grow in the right way.
Hundreds of residents and community members came out to meet their tech neighbors at a recent town hall and showcase at Westminster Elementary.
We're dealing with the moment and tomorrow. The future is here now. You're dealing with the whole notion of social media and how it connects all of us.
Top executives from companies including search giant Google and local startups like Mogreet were on hand to introduce themselves and talk about what brought them to Silicon Beach.
Venice is this cultural icon. You think about everything that's been innovated in Venice, from Dogtown to movie production. We said, let's put Mogreet at that epicenter.
Nearly 24 tech companies set up booths to show off their products and ideas to about 400 attendees. For local residents, Silicon Beach represents a boom for the area.
I love the fact that Silicon Valley has now relocated to Southern California and we have Silicon Beach. And I'm excited for the vendors, I'm excited for the jobs.
Company executives say the Venice community offers an environment for companies to grow and innovate.
For us to be here is great because, you know, of all the diversity and the collective nature of the people that are around.
And it's that diversity the Venice Beach community hopes will drive even more growth. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Google's Venice location is more than 100,000 square feet and it employs more than 6,000 workers. Every year, LA firefighters hit the streets hoping to get a handout, all for a good cause. The Fill the Boot campaign is raising money that could change the lives of children with muscular dystrophy. Anna Marcos reports.
So you grab a couple of bills like this, and you go like that, and there you go. A cure for muscular dystrophy. $1 bill at a time.
Councilmember Tony Cardenas hopes the live demonstration encourages more Angelenos to give to the Fill the Boot campaign. The annual drive is the LA Fire Department's effort to contribute to the Muscular Dystrophy Association's national campaign. Every year for several days, firefighters hold out their boots at various LA street corners, hoping to fill them up with cash for a good cause.
In 1954, 2 firefighters in Nevada wanted to do something for Jerry's kids. So they grabbed their boots and headed out into the community and in hopes of inspiring the public to fill their boots with money. Today, that tradition continues.
The money raised helps fund research, medical treatment, and summer camps for children like Jojo and Sarah, children who were born with a debilitating muscular condition and who often end up in wheelchairs.
These kids don't always have special places to go, and for them to be able to go to camp starting at age 6 is a very big deal for them because they are not able. I can't take her to the park.
This huge mega boot may not quite fit Jojo's tiny feet, but it's perfect for raising money. In the last 6 years, Angelenos have stuffed close to $900,000 in these boots.
This year, with the community's help, should put us over $1 million total.
$1 million puts children like Sarah and JoJo a lot closer to seeing a cure for muscular dystrophy in their lifetime, and maybe even growing up to fit in those big fireman's boots. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
While we should always be environmentally aware, Earth Day is a day that serves as a reminder that our resources are limited and that what we do on this planet can make a difference. Rasha Goel takes us to 2 Earth Day events hoping to do just that.
From planting trees to generating water, Angelenos throughout the city celebrated Earth Day in various ways at various locations. Those at Earth Day Latino, held at the Los Angeles Historic State Park, witnessed the unveiling of a replica of the Zanja Madre water wheel.
This is an artwork that was commissioned to celebrate the old historical water wheel that existed on the side of this park in the very beginning of the history of the city. It was a water wheel that moved the water along from the Los Angeles River to the reservoir that was in the center of the city.
Professor Fabian Wagmister also says that the water wheel was possibly the city's first engineering mechanism, dating back to the late 1700s, early 1800s.
Trying to bring back history back to the community, so that's really interesting.
By changing our mannerisms and the way we behave, we can help heal this earth with little individual steps.
And over at Euclid Elementary School in Boyle Heights, students planted trees donated by the city's Million Trees program in honor of Earth Day. They were also acknowledged for being the top recycling school in all of District 14.
The more we recycle, the better we're going to leave this planet for those that come after us.
2 of them are fruit trees, so maybe next year, this time we'll have fruit in our native garden.
A lesson on nature, to instill in students the importance of preserving the environment today for tomorrow. In Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
Items stolen from your vehicle may be among those recently recovered. Your help is needed to track down the teardrop rapist, and the father of LA's mural movement is remembered. These stories and more in City Beat.
Detectives from LAPD's Hollywood division say an observant resident helped them nab the man suspected of burglarizing personal property from people's vehicles. Police say the resident saw a suspicious individual and copied down his license plate after noticing the car resembled the one captured on surveillance camera breaking into his friend's car just a few days prior. That hunch led police to Sean Ray.
He has prior arrests for burglary, burglary from motor vehicle, and other theft-related crimes. Also determined that he was on felony probation for receiving stolen property.
Among the items recovered from Ray's apartment were $24,000 in cash and high-end camera equipment. Police are asking for victims to come forward so they can reclaim their stolen property. For more information, call Officer Michael Klee at 213-972-2947. Police have released several composite sketches created from different victim accounts of the so-called teardrop rapist, believed to be responsible for 28 sexual assaults since 1996. Police say the latest attack occurred on November 10th against a 15-year-old girl near Adams Boulevard and Normandy Avenue. While the suspect may or may not still have a teardrop tattoo, police say the suspect is a light-skinned Hispanic male with brown eyes and hair and is 27 to 40 years old. If you have any information, you're asked to call 1-877-LAPD 24/7. The city proclaimed April 20th David Alfaro Sequitos Day to honor the famous artist considered to be the father of LA's mural movement. Sequitos created America Tropical mural at Overa Street, which was painted over in 1933.
In 1933, it is alleged that concerned about the image of the new Mexican marketplace, now known as El Pueblo, the officials at that time asked for the segment of the mural to be painted over. By 1938, the remainder of the work had been whitewashed in an act of censorship.
The city's paying $6 million and the Getty Conservation Institute close to $4 million to help restore the mural, which is located on the wall of the Italian Hall at El Pueblo. Alliance Gertz Ressler High School, a public charter school in Council District 1, recently celebrated its recognition as a National Blue Ribbon School. That's a designation given to schools that demonstrate growth in student achievement. The school was one of 2 high schools in California to receive the award.
Completing a marathon is impressive for anyone, but Gil Reyes tells us about 2 very special local athletes whose determination to run and finish the LA Marathon is inspiring others to overcome life's many challenges.
Rousing applause in council chambers for Antoinette Mendoza and Angela Armenta, the first women with Down syndrome ever to complete the LA Marathon, or any marathon for that matter.
Was it hard for you to do?
No, it's easy.
Antoinette's time, 7 hours and 39 minutes. Angela followed at 12 hours, 30 minutes. Angela was also diagnosed with a hole in her heart when she was 5.
But after receiving a medical clearance from her doctor, she was determined to succeed, and succeed she did.
The group ARC, short for Activities, Recreation, and Care for the Developmentally Challenged, encouraged the women. Team leader Brett Bachman became so inspired by them, he also ran the marathon, something he never even considered or even thought was possible until recently.
They're just so inspiring that I did it, and there was no way I could not complete it. You know, I tried to tuck in right behind Antoinette and keep up as much as I can, and I did complete it, and they were my inspiration.
An incredible accomplishment, no doubt, but both runners say they're not satisfied yet. In fact, they say they want to run again next year.
But certainly if these 2 women who have overcome so much and shown such strength can finish a marathon, then certainly each of us can draw strength from that, I think, as we try to get through each day.
Lessons learned, athlete or not. At City Hall, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Councilmember Paul Krikorian also honored ARC for increasing awareness about those with disabilities. In this week's list of things to do, an exhibit that explores the relationship between photography and fame as we know it today. And one councilman's office turns into an art gallery, also an LAPD carnival that's fun for the whole family.
Without still photography, would there be such a thing as celebrity and fame? A new exhibit at the Getty Museum explores the idea of celebrity. The Portraits of Renown, Photography and the Cult of Celebrity is on display now through August 26th. The exhibit explores photography from its invention in 1830 through the age of Andy Warhol, Polaroids, and beyond. The Getty is located at 1200 Getty Center Drive. More info can be found at getty.edu/museum. The office of Councilmember Joe Buscaino has partnered with Gallery New Artig in San Pedro to present local artists from the 15th District in rotating exhibitions. Objects in nature will be on display from now through July 27th. The exhibit features original artwork by Stuart Hamilton, Gil Mayers, Lowell Nickel, and Michael Stearns. Councilman Buscaino's office is located at City Hall in room 425 at 200 North Spring Street. For more information on New Artig, go to gallerynewartig.com. Don't miss the LAPD West Valley Division's annual carnival Friday through Sunday on May 4th, 5th, and 6th in front of the police station at 19020 Van Owen Street in Reseda. There will be rides, games, food, and lots of kids' activities. Pre-sale tickets are available at West Valley Station for rides, 10 rides for $20. The carnival runs from 5 to 11 p.m. on Friday and 2 to 11 on Saturday and Sunday. This is a great way to get to know your local police and to foster good relationships with your local officers. And remember, you can find this information on our Facebook page. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do.
Art isn't just something to be looked at, but it's something to be touched, listened to, drawn on, and played with. At least that's the case with one unique installation called Play Me, I'm Yours.
Who said playing piano had to be an indoor experience? An art installation called Play Me, I'm Yours has put vividly decorated pianos, 30 of them to be exact, in high traffic areas throughout the Southland. On the installation's launch day, 30 pianists simultaneously performed complete preludes from Bach's The Well-Tempered Clavier, Book 1, for all to enjoy. The installation helps commemorate Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra's music director, Jeffrey Kahane.
It's an amazing feeling for me. I grew up in this city. I grew up as a kid listening to the Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra. Never, ever as a child did I dream that I would one day be the music director of the orchestra. So it's a great moment for me.
And those lucky enough to be at the California Plaza downtown on launch day were regaled with Kahane's rendition of Bach's famous work.
I wish there were more of these more often in more places in town.
And if they were inspired to do a little playing of their own, the best part is the public is welcome to play any of the pianos on display 24/7.
We want people not just to be listeners to music, but actually to get involved in the act of playing, because that's one of the greatest things a human being can do.
This piano installed at the California Plaza was painted by individuals from the Braille Institute, an especially poignant fact since Bach himself went blind in his old age.
For someone who's blind, music is one of the great, great gifts, because it's something that we experience through our ears. We don't need our eyes, and it's just tremendously moving to me. And the fact that they decorated this piano and it's so beautiful is just very powerful.
This is just fabulous. I had heard about Play Me, I'm Yours, and I was just waiting for you guys to come to Los Angeles.
Other pianos, also painted by community organizations and artists, are installed in locations in LA, including Union Station, Chinatown, and LA City Hall, as well as in other cities like Torrance, Pasadena, and Glendale. The brainchild of a British artist, similar installations have been touring internationally since 2008, but it's the first time that it's come to the Southland. And now that it's here, go ahead, play me, I'm yours. The installation ends May 3rd. You can even go to streetpianosla.com to upload videos and photos of yourself interacting with the pianos. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook to see some of our most requested stories. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
When I first came to the U.S.,
I brought my hopes and dreams for a better life.
Since becoming a U.S. citizen,
I'm running for public office.
I've traveled with the freedom and security of a U.S. passport.
And I voted for President of the United States.
U.S. citizenship means a better life.
I chose opportunity.
I chose freedom.
I chose responsibility.
I chose to become
a U.S. citizen.
I'm a proud American.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
One of the most important ancillary businesses supporting LA's entertainment industry is the fashion business. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Jimenez, and welcome to LA Business Today.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. Thanks for joining us. When Bravo found a hit series in Project Runway, the whole nation got excited about the creative business of fashion design.
Bravo's sequel to Project Runway, Launch My Line, was the catalyst to fame for our guest today, couture designer Emile.
As easy as you can pronounce couture, you can pronounce the name of the food product that brought success to our other guest, quinoa.
Sharon, did you say quinoa?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, the founder of Andean Dream believes she's found a miracle food that is not only delicious, but extremely healthy.
Bob, let's get down to business. Emile Campe hit the Hollywood jackpot when he won the Launch My Line competition on Bravo. A designer of glamorous couture dresses, the Austrian-born designer finds himself in an envious business position in a city famous for beautiful people on red carpets. Emile Campe says he designs his gowns for the woman wearing the dress. Emile, welcome to LA Business Today and congratulations on your career boost.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Sharon.
What was it like on that reality show? Is it really as treacherous as it looks?
Well, it's kind of crazy. Of course, you know, there's a lot of pressure to get through the different weeks of every show, and there is a lot of things to do to make it happen. So you really don't have any time to think about, you know, how do you arrive from A to B and finally make it through all the episodes.
But you went on already as an expert designer, as someone who had already created an incredible line of dresses. Your dresses are just gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
They're just sensational, delicious, wonderful creations. And where do all those creations come from? Where did you start creating dresses, and at what point did that happen in your life?
Well, I had a very natural access to designing. Both of my grandmothers actually were dressmakers, so I was surrounded by dresses and patterns and clients that would come into fitting very early in my life. And I remember doing my first sewing when I was 5. So you know, it was not something where suddenly when I was in, you know, at school I was like, oh my God, I want to be a designer. It was just something that was at home happening every day. So in this way, I can't even think of when it started for me. It probably started when I was 3 and saw my grandmother and my mother and everybody working on dresses.
And an attention to detail, visual acumen, if you will, an interest in line and beauty. That was all part of your early upbringing.
Yes, it's just something that did fascinate me. I don't think you can always tell where things come from. I was never much interested in cars, let's say. You know, I was always more interested in fabric and, you know, what you can do with it. And the human form has always inspired me to create. And I just think that doing dresses, in my case, is one of the most wonderful ways to express that want of creating beautiful work, and I'm hoping I can be doing this for longer.
Well, LA is the place of red carpets, and what an opportunity here to showcase your talent. What do you see for yourself as far as moving into dressing the who's who of Hollywood with your beautiful couture gowns?
Well, see, running a company that does couture work, of course, has two sides to it. On one side, to make the company run, you do have to have clients and paying clients for dresses. And you also have to have styling opportunities to get exposure for the line. So in between those two, I'm trying to juggle what I'm doing now. And thanks God, it really runs successful.
Well, some of the shows on televisions are featuring your dresses, right? You tell me about some of the shows where you're working with them and wearing your dresses.
My dresses have been on different places, like at the Emmys or at the film festivals in Cannes, and on TV shows, and on yeah. But it's something that actually just naturally happened. Also, stylists would come across my work and would check out my website and would order dresses and see if they fit their clients, and so this is how it happens. Actually, more by word of mouth than through PR, active PR, and that's of course wonderful.
So it's really driven by what people are saying when they see your dresses.
At this point, yes, because, you know, of course, Emile Couture doesn't have a name like a large European house. You know, it's an easier way to get a Dior dress or an Armani dress or a Chanel dress on a celebrity. But, you know, for me to reach that point the dress has to convince, because it cannot be my name alone.
Right, so how do you
it goes
get,
the other way around.
How do you get to dress the big names in Hollywood?
Well, I just hope my work is convincing. You know, that's really what makes my company run and makes my label run, that people do feel that what I can contribute on the level of couture and evening wear and couture wear is something people desire, and I'm just very happy about that part.
Do you also invest in maybe up-and-coming people who might not have the big names yet to wear your dresses? I know I was reading and have followed people like Ferragamo and how he started making shoes for not the best-known people in the entertainment industry when he first started out, but just making sure that people in the right places were wearing his shoes, and how he used Hollywood in a very big way to bring the Ferragamo label into Rodeo Drive.
Well, that's all in the startup now, and I'm heading that way. I've arrived in LA about 3 years ago, so many things have happened, but this is definitely the next steps for my label. There is more to see for sure in the next years of Emile Couture on the red carpet in LA.
Is it daunting? Is that intimidating to follow in the footsteps of such big designers coming in to do this?
You know, on the show and also after, I get compared a lot to other designers, especially Valentino, and I'm very happy to hear that. It's a big honor to be compared to a talent like this. I don't see myself like this. All I see is that what I do is what I like to do, and I'm so blessed that people like my work, and I can keep going. I have very little time to think about how amazing I maybe am, because reality brings you back to the to the ground very fast.
It's a business. Yeah. And so, how difficult of a business is it to develop a dress design and label? And how does LA get to be the place where someone with your kind of talent comes into town?
LA helps for my profile in the way that I do have a background in costuming and in fashion. I have been doing costume work when I lived in London, in the startup of the show Dancing with the Stars, for example. And so I've since then also always delivered for the entertainment industry, partly stage and dance and TV on one hand, and I still do these consulting jobs as well. And then there is the fashion angle. So LA in that way is perfect, because on the fashion angle I can supply the dresses of my couture line and I can supply the red carpets, but I can also get into the entertainment industry and supply costuming. So it's a win-win for me.
And how do you compare to LA compared to Paris and London and New York and, you know, all the big other fashion centers?
You can compare these cities. I get asked this question. I've lived before I moved to LA. I lived in New York for several years and also in London for several years, Vienna before. All these cities, and in Europe, of course, there is still Paris and Milan that are very important fashion centers. They are all very different. You can't really tell, you know, what city is better than the other. There is pros and cons on all levels, but I'm very happy here, so that's why I'm planning to stay and develop my career here.
So there's good things about LA, obviously, in fashion. And what are some of the challenges in LA about doing business here in big fashion?
Well, some of the challenges with fashion in general is that, of course, this is a very tight market in the way that, of course, the economy is not the greatest at this point, which means that any kind of fashion doesn't get bought in the extent that it was happening years ago. And the second thing is that, of course, everybody would desire to do this kind of product. There's many lines out. There is a lot of competition. There is a lot of people that want to play in the game. And
we
there is
certainly
also
see
no,
that on the shows.
Yeah.
Project Runway
Yeah.
and Bravo's
That is
shows.
true.
So it's very competitive out there.
It's very competitive. And there is really, to be honest, there's no shortage on beautiful dresses. You know, it's just every designer delivers something different. And if you're able to hit the mark of what the time needs at a certain point, then you're lucky. So.
I'm intrigued by fabric and choice of fabric, and dresses require a lot of fabric. So fabric's one of the more expensive elements of a dress. And where you set your price, and you know how a dress is worth $10,000, say, than worth $1,000. How do you set your price, and how do you decide how to use the fabric so that it's still a good business?
Well, with couture, there is a lot of development too, because you would develop not only a style, it's also developing the story of a collection. It's finding the fabrics for every single garment that you have in the collection. Some of my couture work has up to 60 yards of fabric in one dress.
Wow.
So you do have a lot of fabric that goes in there. And the prices are really triggered by whether the dress I'm doing is a one-off, which means it will not be repeated and can't be repeated. So these dresses are usually higher priced, and they would probably range somewhere in between $4,000 and $10,000. And then you have other dress prices for dresses that would possibly go into a repeat, and they would probably range somewhere in between 3 and 5.
Well, Emile, this is a fascinating part of LA, the fashion industry, and we thank you so much for coming in to see us on set. We've really learned a lot today about the high-end fashion business. So,
well, thank you so much for having me.
Soon.
I'd love that. Thank you.
And you're watching LA Business Today.
It's my job to teach you the safe way to ride a bike. You should always wear a helmet just in case you fall. Ride on the sidewalk. It's safer than the street. Okay. When crossing a driveway, stop your bike and look both ways. Like this? That's good. And obey all traffic laws. Traffic laws? Yep. Like stopping at stop signs and walking your bike across the street. Boy, I'm glad you're my big brother. I know.
Ride right. Stop at the light. Watch the road.
Ingrid Hurston Lascano's story is as unique as the business she's developed around an alkaline-rich food product not many Americans know about, but they soon will. A former music manager, Ingrid's career path took a very big turn when she went to the Bolivian Andes and discovered quinoa. Her company, Andean Dream, now supports 280 indigenous farmers in one of the poorest countries in South America, Bolivia. From Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid to Andean Dream. Ingrid, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thank you so much, Bob. It's a pleasure to be here today.
What is quinoa?
Quinoa is an ancient grain from high in the Andes. It grows at about 12,000 feet, and it's a superfood. It's a little tiny seed about the size of a mustard seed, and it has about 21 amino acids. It's the highest source of protein in the world that you can find today.
And been around, we understand, for about, what, 6,000 years?
That's right, 6,000 years. It was a food of even pre-Inca to the Tiahuanaco civilization. It goes all the way back about 6,000 years.
You know, I have a feeling when the Spanish invaded this hemisphere and buried the mirror of the cultures of many of the indigenous here, they probably left quinoa out, right?
I think so.
But now you've come back and you've discovered it, and you've turned it into a product that you're selling. In package form, first what? As cookies?
Yeah, we started as cookie. We take the seed, we grind it up into a flour, and we started with the cookies, and then we have evolved and spun off from that into pasta, a line of pasta.
Wow.
And now new soups. We just are introducing soups. Everything is organic, and it's gluten-free, which is, of course, very desirable right now. A lot of people are discovering. That's right, gluten allergies.
Not have a tolerance for this.
That's
okay,
right.
so is this a mail order thing, or can I go into a supermarket and buy this?
You can go into Whole Foods or any other natural food store across the country and find our brand.
Why is this such a secret to the American public?
Well, you know, it's not a secret. Actually, the Europeans discovered it first. I think Europeans are a bit more food savvy. They're interested in the whole culinary thing. But now our American chefs are learning about quinoa, and you'll find more and more are cooking with it and using it as an alternative grain.
What's it taste like?
It has kind of a nutty flavor, and it's a little difficult to work with because it doesn't have gluten. So when you're making it and you're trying to form it into something, you have to introduce other flours. Otherwise, it doesn't set up.
I see. Now, you start taking it, and you take it on a regular basis, which means every day or a couple of times a week, or what, before you start feeling its effects?
Well, you can cook up the actual seed. It puffs up and fluffs up into something that is similar to couscous, and you can use it instead of rice or potatoes like a side dish, or you could actually put it into soups and stews. Or, in our case, we grind up that seed and we make the pasta and the cookies. So the additional protein that you're getting from this food source, you're going to start noticing increased energy in a few weeks.
Right, as many as like 4 weeks in your case.
Yes, exactly.
But everybody's different. You can get that effect sooner or later.
Probably, you know, 2, 3, 4 weeks. You'll start feeling the energy because you're getting the protein. Getting a big source of protein is the quinoa.
Okay, so really physically, how do you feel? What do you want to go out and dance? Work longer at the office? What do you want?
All of the above.
Nicer to your husband? How does it work?
All of the above.
All of the above. Just and just a good thing for your body.
You have a feeling of well-being. Yeah, you just feel more calm and you feel energized, and you're, like you said, you're ready to go out and have fun.
Well, for Popeye it was spinach, and for the new generations
it's quinoa.
It's quinoa. One of the wonderful things about you starting this business is that you've created jobs by doing this. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, when we started the company, my husband and I were thinking about the people in Bolivia who actually grow the quinoa. And they were living well below the poverty line, in mud and brick houses with no electricity, mud floors, no modern conveniences whatsoever. So we wanted to, in some way, give back. So we did this under the umbrella of a fair trade program. So this is creating jobs not only for the farmers, but for the people who actually manufacture the products, because everything is manufactured in Bolivia. And we try to give people jobs who are having challenges in their life, people with disabilities, single mothers. So we have even women in the factory that are deaf-mute. So our head engineer is trained in sign language.
Wow.
And so she can communicate with our workers that make all of the products for us.
Now, there is quinoa, and then there is royal quinoa.
That's right.
Which is out of the Bolivia part of it, right? What's the difference?
The royal quinoa grows around a 6,000-year-old salt lake, and that's at an elevation of 12,000 feet. And the minerals that are in the lake are amazing. As a matter of fact, NASA sent a team of researchers to that area of the world, and they tested the water in the lake and found out that the nutrients in there have everything essential for human nutrition. So all of those minerals are enriching the soil around where the quinoa plant grows and are absorbed into the plant. So those seeds get bigger, they have more protein, they have 21 amino acids. It's really a superfood. And interestingly enough, NASA caught on to that, and when they were doing the space shuttles, they were taking the quinoa in a liquefied form and sending it up into space, and the astronauts were actually living on this for up to 2 months.
And doing their spacewalks.
And doing their spacewalks.
And being more energetic about
That's
it.
That's right.
Exactly.
Getting more done.
That's great. The United Nations also took notice, did it not?
They did. They passed a resolution, and 2013 has been declared International Year of Quinoa. So you're going to see a lot about that coming up here starting this summer 2012 going forward all through next year.
Ingrid, let's talk about the business. How tough is it to be in this kind of a marketing area? Was it tough to get started? Did you have trouble finding seed money of sorts? I hate to use that word. Grain money to get started and get moving. And how has it been in this economy that everybody says is still horrible and doesn't look like it's getting better?
We actually were at the right place at the right time, and it was wonderful because no one really knew yet about quinoa, but they were starting to get interested, and then this whole gluten-free trend came about, and our products are all gluten and allergy friendly. So in the beginning, we just started small, and we had our first break from Whole Foods. They introduced it in their stores, and then it just kind of grew from there. And now, of course, there's a lot of competition in the gluten-free market.
Yeah.
But we tend to use the finest ingredients. Our products are just a little bit more expensive because we want everything organic. We want the purest ingredients, no artificial colors or flavors or anything in there that's hydrogenated. And we don't take shortcuts or add ingredients like fillers, like corn. So we have a really fine product, and I think that's what's helping boom our success.
Are you noticing any competitive backlash to your product? In other words, the bigger people who want to keep the public steered more toward their product instead of experimenting with yours, you don't feel that there's any kind of unfair competition going on?
Not with the quinoa so much. Quinoa is a premium grain. It's one of the most expensive grains right now. A lot of companies, big companies, have jumped on this whole gluten-free bandwagon. And they are introducing all kinds of products, but you will find them filled mostly with corn, for example, which is selling for between $300 and $400 a metric ton, whereas quinoa is $3,200 a metric ton.
Wow.
So most of the big manufacturers are staying away from it because it is so expensive, and they would prefer to increase their margin by putting a lot of fillers in there. Or, just...
I'm kind of smiling, not at what you're saying, but I was thinking as you were talking, that why is it that everything that's good for us, cleaner burning fuel, your product, and you can go through a dozen other products that are good for you, cost more? Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Absolutely.
Shouldn't things that are good for you cost less because they want people to live longer and be healthier?
I know. You go back to the old adage, quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
I think it's better to have less of good things than a lot of nothing. So.
Well, one of the good things, and I think in favor of Andean Dream, is that Americans, a lot of Americans, and I guess it's a new generation of smarter people, they're getting it now. That when you read statistics like, 50,000 people die of heart attacks from eating fast food.
Right.
When people realize that there are all alternatives out there, that all you have to do is look for them and find them, like quinoa.
Yeah.
That's a better way to go.
Absolutely.
And also, I think there's the aspect of food shortages that everybody keeps predicting that it's coming, that nobody really wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about the shortage of oil. Nobody wants to talk about that water may become an issue, not only in this state, but all over the country. And food, valuable food products. This is the right time for a person like you to introduce this kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting you mentioned water, because quinoa is pretty drought resistant. It doesn't require much water at all. So that's good for our plants. We don't have to worry about bringing in water to the region. It's a natural occurrence through where they grow.
Yeah. So I imagine reception to this is good. You got nutritionists that are going, that a girl, and people, and I have to tell the audience that I did kind of bite on a cookie earlier, and it did have a very, very satisfying taste. I'm not feeling the nutritional bump yet, because I just had a taste. But, Ingrid's going to give me a bag, and I'm going to take it home, and we're going to see what happens.
That's right.
But what's next? I mean, are you going to expand this? I mean, what are the possibilities of quinoa? You now got cookies, soups, and pastas. What's next?
The possibilities are endless for this. I mean, there's a lot of different products that can be developed, but I think what we want to do, the main objective right now, is to educate the consumer on the benefits and to try to get more people trying these alternative grains so that they can have a better diet. I'm very concerned about the quality of the diet here in the United States, as you were talking about earlier.
Right, and I'm the one who should talk, a big carnitas lover as a Latino, but I've got to get away from that kind of stuff and get back into this mindset, which
Thank you some sopa de quinoa.
Go have some quinoa. Ingrid Lascano, very, very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Bob.
Good
It's
luck
a
with
pleasure.
Andean Dream, and come back and see us and let us know when you come up with quinoa cornflakes or something.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And you're watching LA Business Today.
– 2012 is the Chinese Year of the Dragon, considered the luckiest in the Chinese zodiac.
Reports are out that fertility clinics are now busy helping couples conceive in the first few months of this year in hopes of a lucky dragon baby.
You're married to a dragon, Bob.
Yes, I'm well aware of your good luck, Sharon. I know the Year of the Dragon has always been special to you.
Bob, we are both lucky to have the opportunity to co-host LA's only TV talk show about business.
Indeed, and lucky to work with a great team here at Channel 35 and the creative and talented friends who've helped us bring this show to the air. Thank you all. I'm Bob Jimenez. Thanks for watching LA Business Today.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. We'll see you again next week.
Emergency preparedness is everyone's responsibility. However, for people with disabilities, it's especially critical that we take the necessary steps to ensure our survivability. In Los Angeles, approximately 1.2 million individuals have some type of disability. It may be you, a family member, a neighbor, or a coworker. There are 3 important steps to prepare for an emergency. First step, have an emergency supply kit at home, at work, and in the car. If you have children or children with disabilities, make sure their school has an emergency supply kit to assist your child in the event of an emergency. Step number 2, create a family emergency plan and practice, practice, practice. Be sure to include all family members and out-of-state contact in these drills, and inquire about your child's school emergency plan. And step number 3, learn about and keep informed about different types of emergencies that could occur in your area. You should ensure that you're able to survive alone for a minimum of 3 days, with water, food, and any necessary medication or equipment that you utilize for your specific disability. Your emergency supply kit should include copies of important documents, such as medical insurance cards, prescriptions for medications or eyeglasses, instructions on how to operate your specific equipment, driver's license, financial documents, and pictures. For your pet or service animal, be sure to include extra food, water, and treats, medications, a first aid kit, additional collar with ID tag, and an extra harness or leash. Only you know what can prepare and assist you and your family during a disaster. Are you prepared? For additional information, please contact the Department on Disability or the Emergency Management Department by calling the numbers on the screen or by dialing 311.
Hi, this is Anna Tarian. I design eco-friendly clothing in Sherman Oaks. To watch eco-friendly programming, watch Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jean Carroll, and this is CityWorks. Today on CityWorks, the Los Angeles Zoo is undergoing a major transformation, and the animals are loving it. We'll take you there. Zero waste in the city of Los Angeles is becoming a reality thanks to a program called SWRP. We'll show you. Did you know that illegal dumping is costing us millions of dollars every year? Find out how. And the Bureau of Sanitation's Hyperion Sewage Treatment Plant takes aim at keeping the Santa Monica Bay safe for marine life.
All of these stories and more on this edition of CityWorks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CityWorks, a program brought to you by the City of Los Angeles Department of Public Works. The Los Angeles Zoo is taking a giant leap when it comes to the care and housing of its animals. Many of the traditional cages that visitors used to see are gone, replaced by more natural habitats. All of this thanks to the Bureau of Engineering and a multi-million-dollar zoo bond program. Let's take a look.
The Zoo Bond Program is a approximately $200 million capital improvement of the Los Angeles Zoo. All its exhibits are almost 40 years old, so they're all old, dilapidated, and they were designed at an era where animals were in cages. People viewed animals in cages. All these new exhibits are being designed to allow the animal to experience what it's like to be in its natural home. We will remodel, replace 8 different animal exhibits, 2 support facilities, which includes the Animal Health Center and the Children's Discovery Center. We at the Bureau of Engineering manage the capital improvement program. We have to intimately coordinate every detail with the Los Angeles Zoo.
We've been over the last couple of years holding right around 1.6 million visitors a year. The new exhibits definitely, people are enjoying seeing kind of the renewal and renaissance of the zoo. And so the feedback we've been getting is that they really like what they're seeing. They like the way it displays the animals.
Our gorilla exhibit is our newest and most exciting exhibit. It's got this glass behind me. Upon impact will not break if a gorilla decides to jump against it. There is a sort of like a search and find aspect to the viewing of animals. A child could look into the exhibit and actually try to find an animal, as opposed to an animal in a cage where you can actually see it right in front of you. And all the rock work you see around here is simulated rock to copy the natural granite rock work that you see in the Congo. This walkway, which is on the visitor path, you would see imprints and footprints of gorillas as well as other animals such as birds to simulate a walkway in the jungle. Part of also what this exhibit does is it allows the zoo to experiment as well as encourage natural gorilla behavior. So before they let the animals out in the exhibit, the keepers spread food all over.
Foraging is something that animals in the wild do. They have to look for their food, and it's a way that we can get them to look for their food without just offering it to them, like I said, in a bowl. It keeps them mentally and physically more active.
They're actually searching behind rocks, through the grass, through the different plants to find food.
We'll take the pine cone and we'll put jam or peanut butter or dried fruit, and we'll stick it in every one of those little slots, so it takes some time to get the food out.
But a big part of our mission is education. So we want to show the animals in the context of where they live and how they live in the wild, because we want people to be concerned about that part of it. We see what's happening in the wild. We're losing wild animals in wild places. And so when they read in the paper, see on TV about animals that are in peril, they want to get involved in the solution.
One of the special projects in this program is the new Animal Health Center, which has the animal hospital ward. So when an animal is sick, needs to be separated and needs to be taken away from its exhibit, it's taken up to the Animal Health Center. It has state-of-the-art medical facilities, as well as a quarantine building. We built a brand new entrance right in the parking lot, put a Children's Discovery Center that would enhance the educational program at the zoo. And we also put a sea lion exhibit with the front entrance. The sea lions are now what the zoo calls the ambassadors of the zoo, where they make loud noises that attract people. The new entrance has a grand staircase and a ramp. And the ramp allows wheelchair access as well as stroller access. The Golden Monkey Exhibit Project is going to be one of the first Golden Monkey exhibits in the U.S. It is designed with the China theme. It's got all the natural landscaping that would be found from China where the golden monkeys live. It has bronze netting caging to hold the animals in, as well as a China-themed viewing structure.
The orangutan exhibit was fun. the exhibit that we used to have didn't have a lot of arboreal activities for them. So we chose to make that exhibit like a big aviary in that it's all mesh enclosed, and that gives us all this horizontal space that we can use for the orangs that they didn't have before. And then we've put artificial vines and hammocks and all sorts of things for them to climb on so that they can get up above the ground and do a lot of their normal climbing behaviors.
The new Pachyderm Forest exhibit, which is the LA Zoo's new elephant exhibit, the project is currently in construction. The multiple viewing areas surrounding this very large exhibit includes a Cambodia viewing area, a China viewing area, Thailand, India, and Indonesia, where elephants are found.
It's not just exhibiting the elephant, we also are offering them hills to climb up, the waterfall, pools to bathe in. One of the pools, actually, they could completely submerge in. We'll have elevated feeding that we can put the hay in and then raise it up to a level so the elephants actually have to reach with their trunks to eat the food. But you just have to think of things that are normal behavior for that particular animal and try to put those things into the exhibit. The more natural exhibit spaces is the way that zoos are heading, and it really makes a lot of sense. Not only is it good for the animals, but it has a much better educational value for the public.
We give the visitors of Los Angeles a new experience of seeing animals.
Other exhibits still in the design stage include the Rainforest exhibit and the Reptile House. The Zoo Bond Program construction began in 1999 and is scheduled for completion in 2010. Time now for a break, and when we come back, we'll show you how the City of Los Angeles plans to become the city of zero waste. Stay right there. Welcome back to CityWorks, the program that shows you, the citizens of Los Angeles, how our Department of Public Works is working for you. The City of Los Angeles is firmly committed to becoming a city of zero waste. The Department of Public Works even has a name for it, SWIRP. That's right, SWIRP, for Solid Waste Integrated Resources Plan. All kinds of people are getting involved, and you can too. Let's see how.
SWIRP is the 20-year master plan for the city. It's the Solid Waste Integrated Resource Plan, and it's the goal of the city to reach zero waste by 2030.
SWIRP is a program designed to eliminate some of the waste products that are now put into the landfills in the city.
The program began in April of 2007, and because of our very successful wastewater, stormwater, and recycled water stakeholder integrated resource plan, we decided that the stakeholder involvement was imperative to get the feedback and the suggestions from the community as to how to reach zero waste successfully and get the buy-in from the community. The program is expected to end in 2013. It's a 6-year process of intense stakeholder engagement to come up with a plan that's workable. They're going to assist in developing the financial plan as well as the implementation plan that will see what programs, policies, and infrastructure need to be carried through to make this plan a success.
It's important to manage our waste in a city like Los Angeles because we're running out of landfill area. And sooner or later, we need to come away from this idea that we can use things and throw them away.
The City of Los Angeles is trying to reach zero waste because we recognize that the majority of our waste, it can be reduced, reused, and recycled. And in order to become the largest sustainable city in the United States, we believe that this goal is achievable.
We have a lot of waste that's produced in a city like Los Angeles. And what we need to do is to cut down on the amount of waste we put into the landfill. We need to do an integrated methodology to take care of the solid waste that is produced in Los Angeles?
Everybody needs to make their own effort, and then as a group, I think we do have a huge effect, and especially being at City Hall, we want to serve as a model for other farmers markets. We're following in the path of Boulder, Colorado, who had the first zero waste farmers market, and now Santa Monica, the Sunday market is a zero waste event, and we're hoping that will set a good example for other farmers markets. It makes a huge difference. You wouldn't believe the large bags of styrofoam that go into the ground as a result of our market right now, and we're really concerned about it, and we're hoping that everyone can help get behind this effort to become zero waste. There will be a learning curve, and also our vendors are going to have to pay, a little more than twice what they normally pay for containers. But we're really excited that everybody's willing to do this, and we're going to do it together, and it'll be easy once we get started.
The Learning Garden is a teaching institution for the community. We grow plants, we teach people about growing plants, we have classes of all kinds, we have different collections of plants here. In fact, the Learning Garden is very much like a neighborhood botanical garden. Some of the things we are doing here at the Learning Garden to make Los Angeles a zero waste city, we are trying to use composting, recycling all the waste of the garden. We also try to send the recyclables off to being recycled rather than put into the waste program.
A public education outreach effort has been intense. This has been a really unique plan. We have involved stakeholders at every single level. We've gone out with key constituent meetings, meeting with key community leaders to get their suggestions and input. The public is involved in this effort through various workshops. We go out to 6 different workshops throughout the city to make sure that every region of the city, acknowledging how diverse the city is, and issues that West LA face are very different to the issues that South LA community are facing.
It's important because it's hard to break habits of older folk, but when you start them young and they understand what the effort is supposed to be about, then it's more likely that it will grow.
It is vitally important to get young people involved in making LA a green city, simply because those are the people that are going to carry the banner in the future. You can reach young people, you can change their attitudes and their habits, whereas you can't change people that are older so much, nearly so easily. It's very important for individuals to be responsible with their waste, simply because we need to change our habits. We have to change our habits, and we have to take our own personal initiative to get on top of the waste problem. That's the only way we can solve this. We can't solve it as a community, we can't solve it as a city, it has to be from the individual. Everyone has to recycle, every individual has to recycle, and that's the only way we can change the situation that we have on our hands today.
It's important to get the public involved because everybody generates trash, and everybody can be the solution to this problem.
If you would like to learn more about SWRP, log on to www.zerowaste.lacity.org or call 213-473-4002. That's 213-473-4002. The city of Los Angeles is facing a problem that is costing millions of dollars a year. Old tires, batteries, personal items, all dumped illegally on our city streets by people with no regard for the law. The Bureau of Street Services is vigorously going after the bad guys and bringing them to justice. Let's see how they roll.
Illegal dumping is a problem not only in Los Angeles, but it's become epidemic nationwide. Taking a cue from what we saw in the city of New York, we here in the city of Los Angeles realized that this problem was so enormous that we needed someone to specialize in handling the enforcement of our laws for illegal dumping. Working with the state legislature, we had laws changed that enabled us to empower street services investigators in this city to exercise limited peace officer powers for the purpose of enforcing illegal dumping laws. What that has done is given us a greater enforcement capability using specialized employees who receive law enforcement training while taking the burden of illegal dumping enforcement, a quality of life issue, away from the police department to allow police officers to use their limited time and resources on more life-threatening issues, but yet while still placing an emphasis on the enforcement of illegal dumping. Over the past 4 years, our investigators for the Bureau of Street Services have made over 1,100 arrests for illegal dumping. They've seized 4 vehicles. that were sold and the profits used to help the city with its illegal dumping efforts. Our investigators go out nightly doing surveillance throughout the city, and they are able, with the training that they've now received, to make arrests without burdening the police. They effect the arrest, transport the arrestees to the police facilities, complete the booking process, write the arrest reports, and file the cases with the city attorney on misdemeanor illegal dumping violations.
What we have here is some illegal dumping that has occurred on the sidewalk, and it appeared to be a produce vendor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in and have him remove these items from the public right-of-way, because when we see stuff like this, it's an opportunity for the homeless to get involved in it and to spread it all over the street. So this is not allowed, so we're going to go in and issue the property owner a notice. But we were out just addressing these little matters, okay. And I'm just going to issue a notice and just next time.
I'll make sure. What we'll do is, where the trees are with...
I have to issue a notice, and the notice is not criminally involving you in anything, sir. It's just to let you know that I advised you that this dumping shouldn't be, these items shouldn't be placed.
It really isn't dumping. We were helping a guy who was feeding his family. He comes by 4 times a day and pick it up and take it away.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, no, we'll stop it. Or we can put it in the room, and we can move the trays, put it inside if we want to continue helping them.
Okay.
Yeah, but they will not dump it here anymore.
Okay,
Is that my word?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I see 4 batteries here, and this is a location where a lot of batteries have been dumped over a period of a few months. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write down the location where these batteries are dumped. I'm going to call it in to have them picked up. I'm also going to take a picture of them so that I can have a record of it, and then I'm going to call in and have them picked up. I'm going to go through this debris a little bit and see what can I find with someone's name and address on it. It looks like household materials here. I see 1 letter here, and it's from Bank of America. And this person lives in Long Beach, so I'm going to take this information here. I have someone from the Veterans Affairs, so I got something there that I can use. I see here that I got a lot of information here from DMV, from the bank that the person dealt with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the office, I'm going to sort through this information, put it in order, and I'm going to create a document, report, so that I can send him a letter in the mail asking him to come into our office for an administrative hearing. And I'm going to show him the information that I found here, and I'm going to ask him, why are these personal documents out on the street blowing around with important information on it? And we're going to try to get the person to see that if they did do it, they can stop it right here. If not, we can go on and push for more criminal charges. We're here on Lansett Avenue, and we're seeing the evidence of a carpet theft that apparently happened somewhere in or near this area. Carpet theft is affecting this city, and there's a lot of theft going on because of the high amount of money that you can get at the recycling centers for copper metal. They go into light fixtures like this, or new fixtures, sometimes new home construction air conditioning units, and they steal the copper out of these particular units, and they bring it out to places like this, strip it down out of the watchful eye of anyone, and then they take it to the recycling centers. From looking at this this copper metal here, or the debris left from it, it has DWP identification on it. So it lets us know that it's some DWP fixtures that this debris was taken from. We're going to check the area to find out, are there other light fixtures or other underground fixtures that have been where copper has been stolen. and we're endeavoring to catch these individuals too while we're looking for illegal dumpers.
Whatever your issue, if you need us to help you to remove illegal dumping, if you need information on how to properly dispose of items that you have to get rid of, if you want to report illegal dumping, please call the city's one-call, one-stop number, 311. At that number, you'll get all the information you need on any of those services. We especially ask people that before they take matters into their own hands and leave trash and debris somewhere in the public right-of-way, try giving us a call, and we might be able to provide some options for you that are either very low cost or even free of charge that may resolve the problem for you without having to resort to an action that could result in up to a $1,000 fine and 6 months in the county jail.
Time now for a short break, and when we come back, you'll see how the marine life in Santa Monica Bay is getting some help from Hyperion.
Need a recycling center? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall. Graffiti removal? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
Welcome back to City Works, brought to you by the many hardworking men and women of the Department of Public Works. A clean bill of health has been given to the Hyperion sewage treatment plant when it comes to monitoring its discharge. The largest plant of its kind in the western United States, Hyperion and the Environmental Monitoring Division are keeping marine life safe in the Santa Monica Bay. Here's how they're doing it.
This shows the graphic representation of what comes into the Hyperion treatment plant. This is raw sewage. These are what comes out of our primary sedimentation process. And then this one here is our plant effluent that's actually discharged into Santa Monica Bay. The Hyperion treatment plant is owned and operated by the City of Los Angeles Department of Public Works Bureau of Sanitation. We treat approximately 350 million gallons of sewage per day.
The Hyperion treatment plant treats the sewage at a very, very high level and discharges it 5 miles out into the ocean into Santa Monica Bay. Because of that, the Environmental Monitoring Division monitors Santa Monica Bay. The Environmental Monitoring Division is a division of the Bureau of Sanitation, Department of Public Works, and it consists of 120 scientists that provide monitoring and laboratory support to ensure that the environment is protected. We also have a shoreline or beach monitoring program that ensures that we protect public health. We send out beach runners, one in northern Santa Monica Bay, one in southern Santa Monica Bay, who collects beach samples, water samples, and then we take those samples to the lab and do bacteria analysis.
At the lab, I'm a marine biologist, and I do a lot of the data analysis for Santa Monica Bay. I've body surfed so long here, I don't even think I've ever been sick. And it's very safe. I actually use the ocean to wash my mouth out a lot of times when I'm body surfing.
The very first stage of the sewage treatment process, the sewers convey the sewage into the plant, and the very first thing that happens is it passes through what's called bar screens. The water flows through there, and any big objects such as sticks and rags, 2x4s, bricks. The next step, what they do is they slow the velocity of the water down, and they allow the gravel and sand and the heavy particles to settle out. This is called grit removal. The next step we call primary sedimentation. You use chemicals after the primary treatment process. We go into the secondary treatment process. We use microorganisms, bacteria, and other types of bugs to consume organic materials. What this is just a big soup of these bugs. Okay, they settle to the bottom of the tank. The liquid goes off the top of the tank.
There are three main environmental questions that we focus on. The first is it safe to swim in Santa Monica Bay? The second is it safe to eat the seafood in Santa Monica Bay? And the third is the environment protected? We have an electronic profiler that we send down into the ocean, and it monitors and collects all this data on the physical properties of the water itself. We
sample for the marine organisms that live in the mud, the small little crustaceans, the small little clams that live in the mud, and the worms. Also, we send out a fishing net and we drag it along the bottom and we collect fish. The results of our tests show that for the most part, the seafood in Santa Monica Bay are safe to eat. There are certain restrictions, however. There's a species of fish known as the white croaker that seem to have fairly high levels of DDT and PCBs. Also, there's limits that should be imposed on eating rockfish. In the past, a lot of the bacterial contamination was attributed to Hyperion when they discharged their raw sewage or poorly treated sewage right onto the beach, but that was more than 50 years ago.
The marine community off the 5 Mile Outfall, back in 1983, only had about 13 species of small polychaetes and clams and crabs, stuff like that. 1998, as the effluent quality increased or improved, we were near 100 species of small invertebrates that live in the sediment out there. After full secondary, we are now up to 170 different species, and this has become one of the most phylogenetically diverse communities in the Santa Monica Bay.
Now, because of the improved treatment and the 5 Mile Outfall construction and usage into Santa Monica Bay, Hyperion is really not the culprit there. Really, the main source of bacterial contamination along our beaches are from storm drains and from urban runoff. We've installed 23 low-flow diversion structures at each of the storm drains, major storm drains that empty into Santa Monica Bay. Low-flow diversion structures are structures that divert the summer dry weather storm water flow that would normally go directly into Santa Monica Bay untreated, but it diverts it over to the Hyperion treatment plant for treatment, and this has resulted in a marked decrease in bacterial levels.
The best practical tip is avoid the running storm drains. Storm drains are washing all types of pollutants into the ocean, everything from organics, oil, old food, dead raccoons and possums that wash out of Willona Creek sometimes. Just stay away from that type of stuff.
There are several things as an individual you can help to not pollute in the ocean. Throw your trash in trash bins, in trash receptacles. Recycle as much as you can. Pick up after your pets. Pet waste is a huge contributor to bacterial contamination along our beaches. Don't throw motor oils or anything really down the storm drains, because the storm water is not treated. It goes directly to the ocean. The Bureau of Sanitation is committed to realizing the dream of Mayor Villaraigosa to make Los Angeles the cleanest and greenest large municipality in the United States.
That's our show for today. I hope you've enjoyed learning about a few of the services and programs of the Los Angeles City Department of Public Works. The many hard-working and dedicated people who make the department are out there working for all of us each and every day, making sure that our city works.
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Trenton Irwin, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, Our City, Our Channel.
Well, hello everybody, I'm Huell Hauser, and you know these days there's a lot of debate about public education. Some people say it's working, and some people say it's not working. But we're getting ready to spend a day in a public school about which there is absolutely no debate. This public school has been hitting home runs and doing exactly what it's supposed to do for years now. And that's worth a visit to see just exactly what's going on here and why it's been so successful. So we're getting ready to spend a couple of hours right here at this public school right in the middle of downtown. You know, when you visit a school, it's always good to check in with the principal. So that's exactly what we're doing. We've checked in with Principal Gene Beatty here at the Evans Community Adult School. And we've been doing a little bit of research about this. This school has been operating in Los Angeles since 1937. Back then, it started as what they called a Americanization or a citizenship type school?
That's right, Huel, it is.
What does that mean?
Okay, basically what we're talking about is that students come here because they want to study English so that they can pass the citizenship tests.
Mm-hmm.
They're interested in becoming naturalized citizens.
But there's also more to it. This is a traditional adult education school as well, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed. Because what we have here is opportunities for our students to not only learn English, they can work towards a high school diploma or perhaps a GED. They can also take career and technical programs as well.
And that's been going on since 1937, on this campus since 1972. So there's a proud history here.
Yes, Huel. Very
and
proud.
there are a lot of proud students here. I'm telling you, it's not even 6 o'clock at night. The energy is beginning to build because the night classes are getting ready to start.
Yes, that's true, Huel. And we expect those to get started momentarily at approximately 6:10 p.m. And I think you're going to be in for a treat, Huel.
Now, wait a minute. You said 6:10 p.m. and you had to say p.m.
Yes.
Because it could have been 6:10 a.m.
That's correct, because our earliest classes begin at 5:45 a.m., Huel.
And go all day.
They go all day, evenings and Saturdays.
How many students visit this campus, go to school on this campus on any given average day?
Oh, anywhere between 4,000 and 5,000 students.
So this is a busy place.
Very, very busy.
And it's an exciting place.
Exciting.
And it's a place that works.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes, the students love it here.
Well, that's what we want to see. We want to visit a school that the students love to visit, to be in. You don't have to pull them into the classroom.
No, they want to be here, and you're going to see that for yourself this evening.
We're meeting. Your name is?
Marta Galvez.
Okay, now are you a student here?
Yes, sir, I'm studying
What are
here.
you taking?
Algebra 1B.
Algebra?
Yes, sir.
Why algebra?
1B.
Do you need algebra in your daily life?
Well, if I need to go to college, of course I need.
So you're getting your high school diploma in order to go on to college?
Yes, sir. That's my goal.
And how many years have you been coming here?
Oh, 5 years, I think.
5 years. How many times a week?
Well, 4 days, 4 nights.
That's hard, isn't it?
I know, because after work I have to come to school.
So you're working all day?
Yes, sir.
And going to school at night?
I work, I come to school, I volunteer, and I'm a member of non-profit organization too.
When do you do your homework?
Well, I'm trying to do it here too.
Because algebra, you have to do homework.
I know, but it's a good question.
When do you do it?
Weekends.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it in the weekends.
You are from?
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua, and you are from?
Ukraine.
So we have Nicaragua and Ukraine. Are you taking the same classes together?
Yes, we are.
What are you taking?
It's all skills in grammar, reading, writing.
So you're learning English?
Yeah, we are learning English, yeah.
Is it hard to learn English?
I enjoy studying.
Really?
Yes,
So-
I like English.
Very good.
Yes.
How long have you been taking these courses?
I am here in this school 1 year and 5 months.
Is it a pretty good school?
Yes, yes.
You've made lots of new friends?
A lot.
I thought she was a student.
Thank you so much.
You're a teacher.
My students tell me the same. Thank you very much.
You're smiling, which is a good thing for a teacher to do, and you wanted to introduce me to some of your students.
Yep. This is Jose, and this
Hi,
is
Jose.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You are from?
I'm from El Salvador.
El Salvador, and?
Hello, I'm Daniel.
From?
Mexico.
From Mexico. And why are these two students, why do they stand out?
I think they're standing out at the moment because
Well, I didn't mean standing outside the room. I meant
no, but also
outstanding.
they're outstanding. I was going to get to that. Is there are new student council representatives, and so that makes them outstanding because those are are the kind of students that we need.
Yeah.
And they're waiting to find out if there's a meeting for this term tonight.
So you are in student government.
Yes.
We are. You are. That means you're a big shot on campus.
Yeah.
And in society is what I told them, right?
Yes.
Don't you agree?
Of course.
It's training to be a big shot in society, to have your voice heard, actually, to make changes.
How do they find out about this school?
Well, most of the time, Hugh, it's through word of mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, word of mouth, and we find that works the best because many times they have friends of friends of friends, family members. Many times, various generations
Have been here.
have been here. Yes, it's fantastic.
Howdy.
Hi, how
you
are
a student?
Yes, I am.
Your name is?
Miguel.
Nice to meet you. And your name is?
Oh,
Are
sir.
you a
Nice
student?
meeting you. Yes, I am.
Well, you just came from
I
painting.
came from work. Absolutely.
So you literally got off work.
I'm so glad to meet you.
You literally got off work and came
Right
to
on
school.
time. Right on time. Yeah.
How often do you come to these classes?
Every day. You gotta be every day.
So you work every day and you go to school every night.
Absolutely.
And why are you here? What do you want
Well,
to
we
use?
want to improve our life. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
So are you taking what class?
High school. I'm going for high school.
So you're going to get your GED.
Yeah,
you're going to
absolutely.
get your high school
Absolutely,
diploma.
yeah.
And how do you think that's going to affect your life? How do you think?
Positively. What do you think? I mean, that's the way it is. It's everything for better.
Yeah.
Everything for better.
It's all about education.
About education. That's right.
Well, I like the outfit. See, that's good. Because that shows that you work hard during the day.
I am.
And then you're working hard in the classroom every night.
The classroom every night. That's right. Learning and learning.
We are interrupting.
You've got enthusiasm? Yeah. Let me hear it. Enthusiasm. Yeah. Enthusiasm. Yeah. Enthusiasm.
What is this enthusiasm?
Huel, everything you do in life, it's easier and better with enthusiasm.
Yeah.
So we apply enthusiasm to learning English. If my students are enthusiastic, they're going to learn faster, they're going to go better in life, they're going to go faster and move up.
Now, how far along are these students? Is this a beginning class? Is this...
This is a beginning class, but all of them can carry on a conversation in English already.
I am from Mexico, sir.
From Mexico?
Yes.
And how long have you been in this class?
I here for like a couple of weeks, couple of weeks.
And what are you writing down here? What are you learning tonight?
Tonight we learn like enthusiasm, you know.
Enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm, yeah. We learn that, you know. We need school, you know. We need to learn. Yeah, we need to learn more. We need practice.
Do you have a job during the day?
Not right now. But you know, that's why I come into school because I want to learn better. I want more better job.
Opportunity.
I want opportunity.
How many people in here have jobs during the day? Work. You work. You work. You work. You work. Look, everybody works. What's the biggest obstacle to overcome for students coming to school like this?
Huel, the biggest obstacle in English is the same in life: overcoming the fear. A lot of my students are afraid to speak English, and my classroom never ends when the bell rings because they take their homework. Their homework every day is to go out into life, go out in the workplace, into the home, on the bus, in the market, speak English.
Yeah.
And they do that.
Can I talk with some of your students? Are these students, what level are these?
Level 1A.
Now that's the very beginning.
Yes, it is. So I was hoping maybe you brought a Spanish translator.
Wow.
And these people are from Armenia and China.
So we have China, Armenia, we have
Many
Central America,
Spanish speaking.
Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Central America.
So how do
Mexico.
you teach to all of these different?
Because it's English only.
Did you know English before you came here to?
No, a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I want to say you my first teacher.
I'm your first teacher?
Yeah, you. I'm every time watching in TV or...
Oh, you're kidding.
You are my first teacher.
But I have an accent.
No, I think your English is very clearing. I understand everything what you said.
Did you?
Wow. He sees your program. Oh, wow. He's learning English on TV.
I like this class. The teacher, my classmate, everything is fine.
Good. Your students like you.
Thank you. She's a very good student.
most popular teacher around the
Oh,
school.
he
Yes,
is?
that's true.
Why is he so popular?
Because he's very good teacher. He's passionate and he's nice, funny, happy.
I'm getting the idea. Your students like you, and I understand that you used to be a student here yourself.
That's correct. I was a student here about 10 years ago, probably.
So you know exactly what they're going through and what their hopes and their dreams and their expectations and their challenges are.
That's correct. That's why probably they feel very comfortable here, because I understand what is their situation. So I try to give them whatever they need to make it through and probably get a better job or probably go to college, because I did the same. So I try to use my same example, how I did it, to try to push them through the whole system.
And what are their challenges? Because their challenges here are different from challenges in a normal, everyday school.
That's correct. Well, one of them is that they worked many hours and they come very tired and they had to be awake and, through 3 hours of night school. Now we have a class 4 nights a week, 3 hours every night.
They're here 4 nights a week, 3 hours a night,
in
addition to working full-time jobs.
That's correct. These people are very tired and they want to learn more and more to get a better position at work or probably find a better job.
I am learning because we want to learn we want to get a better job, better life, and because we went to the school.
Do your children speak English?
Yes.
They probably speak English very well, don't they?
Yes.
It's easier to learn as a child.
It's more easy learn with the child.
Do you learn from them some English?
All day. One words every day I learn in the school too.
It feels good to learn, doesn't it?
Yes, it's excellent for us learn English.
You are from
Romania.
Romania and
from Peruvian.
From
Peru.
Peru.
Yeah.
So you've got this interesting combination of languages and cultures here.
We went here to learn, to improve the language, the English language, and to know each other better.
So wait a minute, are you a couple? Are you together?
Right now, I can say a little bit, yeah, because we know each other only for 2 months.
Did you meet here at Evans?
Yes, here.
So you met right here in this class?
Yeah.
Wow.
The life is unpredictable.
Strange,
Yeah. Did you know this couple met in your class?
Yes, I know that.
Is that part of what happens here? You're doing a little matchmaking here in the class?
I think that was only by luck, you know, that happened just like they sat together one day and they started talking and that was it. They started talking, that was it.
Did you speak in English or did you speak, because you speak 2 different languages?
All the time we speak English.
So you met each other by speaking English?
But I understand her language because my language is similar with her language.
So you're learning Spanish?
No. no, but I understand because my language is similar with Spanish because both languages are came from Latin.
Wow, this is very interesting. This whole language thing.
It's just part of the whole school, you know. This school is just unique in that sense because people from many different parts of the world meet here, you know. So this is what happens here, you know. You can see it in every classroom, and it's part of what we have at Evans. The beauty of life, right? This is life. Knowing each other, meeting people, and learning new things from each other.
Now we've I've come into a classroom. Boy, there is a lot of activity and energy in here. Your name is?
Michael Javier.
Okay, you're the teacher here.
I'm the teacher here.
And I understand this is one of the most advanced English classes here now.
They're getting ready for high school. They're getting ready for the high school program. They're at the top of the ESL classes, and they're ready for high school.
So this is the end of a long road that they have been on for years to get to this point.
Absolutely. They've been studying reading and grammar and writing and speaking. They're going to take a test at the end of the semester. If they do well with reading and writing, they're in high school.
Wow. And, you know, you can feel a difference in the confidence level in here, in this classroom.
Absolutely. You know, at this advanced level, the students are really very fluent. They're very competent in writing and speaking and reading, and they're really waiting to get into high school so they could prove their worth and get the high school diploma.
Now, you are from
Mexico.
And you have been in these classes for how long?
For 2 years. For 2 years now.
2 years?
2 years, yes.
And what are you going to do now that once you pass the test?
Yes, I hope to start to high school, to get high school diploma. So I'm going to keep studying and improve my English because I want to speak fluently and well English. I mean.
Will you speak English? Will you go to school here at this school, to high school? Will you stay here?
Yeah, I'm going to stay here. I hope so.
I think you like it here, don't you?
Yes, I like it a lot.
What do you like so much about being on this campus?
Okay, one of the things I like most in this, especially in this campus, is that they push you to study hard, and the teacher is very excellent teacher. So I feel very comfortable, and he's very reliable. Yeah. So I hope to be a speaker like you. You speak very well. So
thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you. Let's talk back here. Hi, come on now. It's time to. You're in English class, so it's time to speak English.
Okay.
Why did you come here to learn English?
I want to go to college. I want to do some professional jobs, so like fashion design. So yeah, that's why I'm learning English.
So this is just the beginning for you of your education. You have other classes that you want to take.
No, this school is this is the first adult school that I attended, but before I already graduated high school, so I just want to learn more specifically. That's why I came here.
Wow, and you like it here?
Yeah, I like it. I love it.
We met earlier. Nicaragua.
Yes, I am from Nicaragua.
And you are from?
I'm from Mexico.
Mexico?
I'm from Peru.
Peru?
El Salvador.
El Salvador. So it's so universal here. It's so interesting.
The entire world.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're smiling, so you like school.
Oh yeah, I love school.
Did you always love school?
Always. Yeah. I try to come every day, you know.
So you're here every day?
Yeah, Monday to Tuesday.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm taking Saturday computer classes too.
So you're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Saturday you're doing computer.
Computer class.
Do you work as well?
Yeah. I work from 8 a.m. to 4:30.
And then you come here?
Yeah.
Are you tired?
A little bit. A little bit.
But you're still coming?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm trying to come every day, you know. But I'm a little tired too, but I need to, you know, to get my goal. So I have to.
I'm a driver. I have to talk with people in English.
Is it easy for you to talk with people now in English? Is it easy for you to talk with me tonight?
Yes, I'm a little bit nervous, but I understand.
Because I understand you too. Your name is?
Nicholas.
Nice to meet you. I'm Huel. Where are you from?
I'm from one of the most beautiful places in the world.
One of the most beautiful places in the world. Where is that?
Armenia.
Armenia.
Yeah.
But now you're here in Los Angeles, and you are in the classroom. And why are you here?
To study English. to better my English knowledge, because it's important to, when you live in the country, you should know the language to be able to communicate with the people, to solve your everyday problems and to get your dreams.
And what are your dreams?
To continue my studying.
So you want to go on and on?
Go on and to become like as a bachelor or to get a bachelor degree here.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
He's from the most beautiful place in the world, Armenia. Do you hear him talk about Armenia a lot? Does he talk about it a lot?
Yeah, he talks a lot.
He talks a lot about Armenia?
Yeah, he talks a lot.
He talks a lot about it?
Yeah, sometimes.
Does he talk too much about Armenia?
No, not too much, but he knows the principal things.
I can talk also about Ohio State, Buckeye State. Have you been there?
Now, what are you saying back and forth to each other?
Well, he was telling me about his job and how difficult it is for him to communicate with his boss. And, that's why he's coming to school, because he wants to be able to communicate with his boss, because he's not a patient man. He's very impatient.
His boss is.
His boss is. So every time he wants to say something to him and he doesn't understand,
It's frustrating.
He's frustrated for
Now, you speak beautiful English.
Thank you.
Where did this...
I have no idea. I've been here for 16 years. I've been living in this country for 16 years.
So you picked it up.
Yes, I guess that's what it is. Because I'm having a lot of troubles with grammar and writing.
Grammar's tough.
It is tough, yes. And I've been taking classes. I took some classes at LACC College too.
And do you work together to help him?
Yes, I'm trying to explain to him some things about this book that we are working on.
So you're like a tutor almost.
I don't know, maybe.
Is she a good helper?
Yeah, he's a good partner. He's a good helper, because she speaks very, very, very good. And I understand when she told me. And sometimes in my work, my boss, I don't understand. But you go, hey, my boss is very impatient, but you speak me, you understand you.
Well, good luck with your boss. As a teacher, I can't imagine anything that would make anyone feel any better.
Huel, it makes me so proud. I have students who tell me, I've never had a certificate, I've never had a diploma, and to see their faces when they qualify for the program and they get a certificate from this level showing that they finished ESL, they're ecstatic.
The learned English is very difficult for me, Yeah, it's a little bit difficult.
It's difficult to learn another language, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you help each other out?
Yeah. We're learning.
Together. What an experience.
I knew you'd love it.
I don't think I've ever been around this kind of energy, enthusiasm, sense of accomplishment, sense of working hard to get something.
Yes. Every evening it's like this, Huel. I just get so caught up in it.
Yeah. Not just during the evening, but starting at 5:45 in the morning.
Absolutely. The level of energy is extraordinary at that hour.
Well, you are to be congratulated.
Thank you.
You are to be congratulated.
Thank you very much.
The students are to be congratulated. This school and these students and these teachers are an inspiration for everyone out there watching.
We are so fortunate.
Wow.
So fortunate.
This is the best.
It's fantastic.
If everything in public education worked as well as this school did, there would be no problems at all. This is a truly successful school.
And if every student came with the amount of energy that my students have, we'd have excellent, outstanding schools.
Boy, I got to tell you, this is an excellent, outstanding school. The Evans Community Adult School.
Yes.
Right here on the corner of Figueroa and Sunset Boulevard. Been serving the community since the 1930s.
Yes.
And it's still going strong.
Very strong.
If there was ever a success story, it's right here in Evans, and it's all taken place
in downtown LA.
Number 4. Number 5. Very good. Or you can say what? A corridor? Yeah, you can use this one also, right? Yeah. Very good. 6. Very good. Through a door.
Nina, Marisol,
Chris,
Shane, Nina Ray, Christy,
Mike Balboa,
Cornetta,
Studio City,
Eagle Rock, Silver Lake,
Mount Washington,
Nova Park,
What else, Hal?
Sherman Oaks,
Hollywood,
San Pedro.
Today I have the distinct privilege of honoring Michael Aguien, a dedicated young man who has exemplified true public service and has been an outstanding leader in the deaf and hard of hearing community.
My name is Michael, and I work in the office of the mayor in the Neighborhood and Community Service Department.
I was born in Boston. When I was about 5 years old, we came to Los Angeles, and I've been here since. I live in South LA, close to Watts and Compton. I always believe that to help the fellow man, and growing up and thinking of a way to help other people, and I felt like coming here and seeing people, to see that of my abilities, that people can do this work, that I can change some situations, the city's needs. Just naturally, I love to help people. I just always love to help, always give back to my community. 2 things: the sunshine, yes, and the people that I love live here. I think that most people don't understand or haven't been exposed to the deaf culture. As soon as they understand where we're coming from, it's easier. Again, I'm very lucky that I'm here, and I started as a volunteer, and I got my experience, and I developed my skills. I felt that the people that gave me the chance and opportunity, they will give other deaf people, other deaf and hard of hearing people the chance as well. That they can't talk, or they're not very smart, or they can't communicate, I feel that's wrong. I think most people are aware how to, again, it's all about being open-minded and inclusive. And if you know that, those problems are easy to solve. I always love Kennedy, President Kennedy. I know for many people, he said this quote that always impacted me. He says, it's not ask what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country. And that quote has inspired me. I think one of the coolest things is to see everyday people here working for the people, and you see how much time and commitment people give to try to solve problems, whether they're small or big. I would like to say, in the deaf community, you can do anything except hear. Really more of believe in yourself. And I think that if you work hard, work your best, and people will see that they appreciate what you do, and they'll give you more opportunities and can become successful. What's important is education, practicing, motivation, perseverance.
Hi, my name is Michael, and I'm the face of LA. Yeah.
Hi, this is Rabbi Mentz of Chabad of Bel Air, living in the great city of angels. You are watching LA City View 35, our channel, our city.
Hello, I'm Paul Peterson. Welcome to Aging Well in LA. We're at UCLA today at the Faculty Center to listen to presentations from the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, ways to keep seniors engaged in the learning process. Dr. Scott Kaiser will be with us shortly, and I hope you'll find this program fascinating and get motivated to continue your education. Thanks for joining us. Please stay tuned to Aging Well in LA. Welcome back. We're here at the Osher Institute presentations for the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute with Scott Kaiser, Dr. Scott Kaiser. Scott, what are some of the benefits of ongoing education for seniors?
Well, they're numerous. And, you know, that's why we're here. This is just another example of staying active and engaged, being active participants in our life and health so that we can live longer and live better.
Right. You explained to me once that the plasticity of even the senior's brain is so amazing they can still learn.
Oh, absolutely. For our cognitive health, we need to stay engaged. We need to stay involved, always trying to learn new tasks, learn new information. This is a great place to do that.
Exactly. Now, we want to give you a sample of some of the topics that these instructors teach. So hang in there. We're going to give you a little sampling now.
The UCLA Extension Osher Institute chapter is one of 117 chapters at universities and colleges across the nation. And we are funded by course fees, which we establish at a reasonable, accessible cost, and by the generous donation and endowment set up by the Bernard Osher Foundation. If many of you are not familiar with Bernard Osher, he is a philanthropist, and he has dedicated, one of his missions in life is lifelong learning, and of course that is the mission of the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute across the country.
This course will look at legendary successes like Kiss Me Kate and West Side Story, and also lesser-known shows and sometimes downright flops, but they have yielded us golden nuggets that we'll celebrate in the class, video and audio in the class that I teach. One of the sessions looks at how biographies and autobiographies of noted people have been turned into musicals. Think of all the people who have been made fascinating material for musicals. Fanny Brice, Maria von Trapp, Coco Chanel, and then men like Fiorello LaGuardia, the Marx Brothers, Benjamin Franklin, Jesus Christ, Adam and Eve. Fascinating story, and taken together, this course is a broad and affectionate portrait of musicals and their fascinating variety right down to today's shows, and I welcome your company to this journey.
I and my wife and a couple of PhD physicists went up to Caltech one weekend for about 5 years ago for a really intensive, day-long, I mean from early in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, symposium on energy and particularly global warming, because that was just the time when it was really becoming high in public awareness. And and then I went back to a different lifelong learning organization and gave a summary of what I'd heard in this 12 hours or so of intensive presentations by professors from different universities and businessmen and lawyers and anthropologists and so on. And out of that grew the course that I've been teaching for really a number of years now in different locales and different venues. And I call it Living with Expensive Oil and Global Warming. And these are two things that we will all do. We will live with these two problems because they are here and getting worse.
I've been a writer all my life, and about 2.5 years ago, I started a website called America Comes Alive. And the goal of the website was to tell America's story, preferably the lesser known stories in an entertaining and an enriching way. And that's the course that I propose to Valerie. And the course I'm calling is American Moments, Stories that Define Our Times, Our People, and Our Country. I've broken the course down into 3 different parts, and we'll do early transportation, we'll do early communication, and we'll also do something that all of you here in Los Angeles know well, early entertainment. I also believe very strongly in talking about the postal system, and that has to do with the fact that they do not get enough credit for being the agent of change that they actually were. And the best story I can tell you there is when Wilbur and Orville Wright first came up with their flying machine, they approached the War Department and said, "What about this?" And the War Department just looked at them and said, "Oh, that looks way too risky." And so the Postal Department said, "Come talk to us. We need a faster way to get a mailed letter from place to place." And so it was actually the Postal Service that was at the bottom of our beginning of our commercial aviation period, and that to me is just really amazing.
One of the main reasons why I teach here is also for what I get back, from the students. It's the most amazing experience I've ever had. I don't need to explain people that there was a Second World War after the first one, which instead, I'm glad you think it's a joke, but instead I have occasionally to do with my undergrad students. Believe it or not, that happens. Let alone the dates when that happened, because like, was 10 years ago? No. So in brief, this is basically my experience that I have here at UCLA, and the kind of courses, as I mentioned, our cinema series we're going through now every year, like an international cinema series where basically I choose 7 movies from different countries all over the world. Some are contemporary, some are also rare, because when I go back to Europe I find like amazing movies on DVD that have never been released here, so we watch sometimes also some sort of, we have some previews. Some are, older classics, and the other type of class instead is, as I said, more kind of divided by director. Preston Sturges, I was thinking of doing one on Billy Wilder, maybe one on Spielberg too, but I'm always happy to hear the students' feedback, because that's exactly, what also gives me idea for the next class.
We bring in new scenes, new audience, and the people who come to these classes are so bright and interesting that I always feel I walk away with far more than I bring to the class. I usually bring in, because I work as a theatrical director here in Los Angeles and have spent my life in and out of the theater as an actress and a director, I know a lot of actors who are professional actors, and they're all eager to get cast in plays, and so they're always happy to do me favors. So they come in and they do scenes from plays in my classes, and we usually do a couple of scenes and compare and contrast the issues, maybe from different centuries, from different continents, different themes, and always after their performances there is a fabulous discussion from the people in the class. And I'm always amazed, because I spend hours preparing the very intelligent things I'm going to say about these plays, and then the people in the class say much more intelligent things than I ever thought of.
The courses that I've authored in opera cover a very wide range, from an overall history of opera to very specific periods, the 19th century, the voices of opera, French opera, which is not as well known as Italian opera, and most recently a rather whirlwind course devoted to all 28 operas of Giuseppe Verdi, who in the year of 2013 will be celebrating his 200th birthday, and is as alive today probably in the appreciation of his art as he was during his lifetime.
I remember when the first corn came in, when the first zucchini came in, when you went directly from not having any zucchini to having too much, and your neighbors who were growing it were leaving baskets of it on your doorstep and running. All right, so I remember all the different vegetables that you couldn't get. You couldn't get Brussels sprouts all year round. You couldn't get all these things. We now have this incredible richness. Well, if you remember, how many of your moms responded to this seasonal wealth of stuff by canning and pickling their own stuff?
My mom sure did. My grandmother sure did. I do. But I'm one of the only people I know that does. And I'm doing it as a matter of art rather than necessity. I'm doing it because of the fact that there's something about when you come over to my house for Christmas, I'm pulling out some of the green tomatoes that I was pickling. Now I did a bunch of those last week. And pulling out the produce of an entirely different season and reminding people what my class is going to be about is about how seasonality changed our cooking, how our cultures, all of the cultures of America, shaped our cooking. And then we're going to look into all of these things, and in the last session, we're going to have an introduction. Then a lot of you are going to be telling me, what do you think we're going to be eating at the end of this century? So we're going to explore the past, the present, and the future of American cuisine in 5 sessions.
We're joined now by Kate Kelly, author, historian, speaker. You wear many hats.
Absolutely.
Nice to see you.
I'm delighted to be here.
So you'll be teaching history courses at Osher?
Yes, mainly cultural things having to do with American history. My first offering is called American Moments. For winter, I'm probably going to do something on the history of the funny papers, because culturally, things like that are really important because we read into it, kind of who we are at the time. So it's an important area to talk about, and fun.
That does sound like fun. So this American Moments, there's a website that goes with it?
Well, I have a website called AmericaComesAlive.com, and that is a lot of the basis for the material. My course itself will talk about early transportation, early communication, and then also early entertainment. And the stories range from the fact that, few people realize that 100 years ago we actually had electric cars. And despite the fact that Henry Ford was very busy inventing a gas-powered car, his wife drove an electric car, and we'll explain why in the course, why she chose the electric car when he was going full force with the gas-powered cars. With airplanes, again, it's less about Orville and Wilbur Wright and more about what it was like to be a passenger in early flights. And actually, the very first passengers were young guys who would wait by the bag of mail, because the early flights were made by people working for the U.S. Post Office. They'd go down into a field, pick up the bag of mail, and go off. And if they had room on the plane, they'd let a young kid ride on the back of the plane, and those were our first passengers.
I imagine people must love hearing these stories and sharing their own stories.
Yes, we have an opportunity to share their own stories, because that actually gives me additional material. What do people remember, and just some of the finer points of what life was like, when all of us were growing up.
I would think when we're thinking about an older learner that's really a key factor there.
Well, and it's really fun. And I must say, something about the class brings up positive memories. People love sharing their information, and they leave the class just talking about it so much. So it's one of those things, somehow it hits a very positive nerve, and it reminds you about what kind of country we live in. We talk about the fact that sometimes we get depressed when we hear the national news and all the political infighting in Congress and that sort of thing. And I always remind people, look locally, because if you turn around and look in your local community, you've got some terrific person running a Meals on Wheels program, or somebody running a humane society.
I love that. So you're looking at cultural history, really bringing a positive perspective.
And reminding people we are a great people. It's a great country to live in.
I just wish, would you make one exception? Maybe could you have one under 50 learner in your class?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll see you there.
We'd love to have you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Scott. We're here visiting with Carol Emmerling, and Carol is with the Plato Society. Now, you may not be familiar with it, so Carol, could you explain to us what the Plato Society is and how long it's been around?
Well, first, this is the 32nd year of Plato, so it's been here a long time. It's one of the premier groups in the United States that does basically retirement learning. We are participatory, though.
Yes.
They don't listen at us. We listen to them.
Like senior executives who are in their retirement come to you?
Senior executives, plus anybody. Anybody who wants to be interested and alert can come.
And the emphasis is on education, as I understand it.
Absolutely, on education, but all kinds of education. We have study discussion groups, which are the core of the group. But they can be discussion groups on anything. We have 75 of them a year, 25 per trimester.
Wow.
And it can be anything from science to magic to history to anything that is of interest to us.
And you were telling me you have some major speakers as well with some of your larger events.
Yes, we have 7 colloquiums a year, and there are things like Pulitzer Prize winner, or the Archbishop of Los Angeles, or Sam Friedlander, who is the Holocaust person.
Right.
So they're wonderful. And Peter Bart
from the Hollywood Reporter, bless his heart.
He's going to be there on Thursday.
I wonder if he'll share the real secrets of what he learned.
Well, it certainly sounds like it. I don't know if he's going to hold anything back if the way he's positioned that.
Wow.
But we also have brown bags, which are some people who are members of Plato have things like how they, what they did on trips, what hobbies they are, what they had in their working life.
Carol, it sounds fascinating, and seriously, I recommend the Plato Society. It's easy to look up. You have a website, of course.
Absolutely.
And we'll have your contact numbers at the bottom of the screen. We have to take a short break for a public service announcement. We'll be right back.
I am who I am.
I'm competitive.
I am independent.
Self-sufficient.
I help others become independent.
But in a disaster, my independence could be threatened.
But not with SNAP.
SNAP is an emergency preparedness website that helps those who may need extra assistance in a disaster, including a registry to let emergency personnel know you may need extra assistance. Simply register at snap.lacounty.gov.
Plan.
Prepare.
Register.
Really like
An emergency can happen at any time.
Earthquake!
That's why you need to be prepared. Put together an emergency kit with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, radio, and some tools.
I can't believe it, it's an earthquake!
You're never too old to prepare.
Ah, get out of there!
Get the message? Be prepared.
Get out of the house!
The holiday season is upon us, and although for most people it brings thoughts of joy and family unity, for many older adults and family caregivers, that's not the case. For many family caregivers, the holiday season gives rise to stress, frustration, and anger, because they're already overwhelmed with the activities of daily living. We commonly refer to these feelings as holiday blues, holiday depression, or holiday stress. Stressed out family caregivers may view traditional holiday preparations as an additional drain, and that they are trying to maintain things as they had been in the past, but are overlooking that the circumstances in their current life require changing things. These feelings are all too common around the holiday months, but especially around December. It tends to get worse. Although holiday blues may be short-lived, lasting from a few days up to a few weeks, before or after the holidays, it can range from feelings of sadness to thoughts of suicide. Older adults often feel sadness, loneliness, and or isolation, which is then magnified by the memories and expectations of holiday cheer. Symptoms sometimes mimic clinical depression and may include headaches and having low energy all the time, sleeping too much or too little, changes in appetite, resulting in weight gain or weight loss, agitation and anxiety, sad or irritated moods, excessive or inappropriate feelings of guilt. Sometimes there's difficulty with thinking or concentration, or there may be decreased pleasure and interest in usual activities. Some factors that may contribute to a family caregiver's holiday stresses include financial problems, where a person cannot do what they would like to do, fatigue from overdoing it, especially if the person is also caring for another person, unrealistic expectations of visitors, traveling, or gift giving, inability to be with one's family or loved ones, memories of past holiday celebrations, especially if there's been a recent death in the family, and the perception that everyone else is happier. So what can you do about it? Try some of the following tips. Avoid alcohol, which is a depressant, and overeating, as they may intensify feelings of depression. Set a budget for gift giving so that you don't overspend and get anxious or worry. Allow yourself to feel sad, but don't let it overpower you. Acknowledge the past memories and then focus on how to make the best of what you have now. And talking with others without complaining too much can help you feel better. Try journal writing. It may be a new concept to you, but it is worth the benefits. Eat right, exercise, and get plenty of rest, maybe a midday nap even. Get some sunlight, but remember to bundle up as necessary. Sunlight plays a large role in our moods. Getting 20 minutes of sunlight a day by being outdoors or sitting at a window, even if it's overcast, can help tremendously. If symptoms of depression persist longer than 2 weeks, seek professional help. Start with your primary care physician. And have a happy holiday.
We're joined now by Marlene Zweig, who's going to tell us a little bit more about this wonderful program. Hi, Marlene. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
So, Marlene, I understand you've been a member of this program since its beginning?
Yes, I just looked into it. It was one of the happiest serendipities of my life. I've always been an overachiever, and I had just retired, and I was really a recovering workaholic, and I had to find something to do to fill my time. And I was leafing through the UCLA catalog, and I saw a program, Osher, that I'd never heard of, that was aimed at lifelong learning for people over 50. And I thought, what is this? This sounds like something that I'm very interested in. In my youth, I was certainly very interested in academics. And 40 years later, I hadn't really ever taken a college course.
So you were able to rekindle those flames and get engaged, and you've been enjoying this continuously since?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it has been a godsend both intellectually and socially, because I've made so many friends in the program, and I've taken courses that have enriched me intellectually, and I've taken courses that were just fun, like rock and roll through the 60s, reliving my life. It has been an utter delight.
That's fantastic, something that's fun and probably most beneficial to your overall life and health. What would you say to people watching at home who are sort of on the fence and thinking, could I do that?
Come join us. You'll love it. Try one course because it is very affordable. It's one of the most affordable programs for older adults that's out there. And you should just try it, and I would almost guarantee that you're going to love it. So,
well, with that, if I had my prescription pad, I'd give you a big stack, and you can write prescriptions for Osher Lifelong Learning for everybody out there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Lovely talking with you.
Lovely talking with you.
Back to you, Paul.
We're going to have a brief visit with Steve Berry, one of the instructors here at the Osher Institute. You have a fun course, The History of Rock and Roll.
Well, it is a fun course because it gives everybody an opportunity to kind of relive the soundtrack of their lives, and then we go back. I started actually about 3 years ago, starting with the 50s and bringing it all the way through. The 60s and whatever. I was involved in the record industry in got started about 1963, about the same time.
Same time I was on the Donna Reed show.
You were having big hits, and Shelley Fabre was, and in fact, my partner and I even wrote some songs for her.
Isn't that great?
And,
wow.
and we eventually started to make it as songwriters, and then producers under the wings of Lou Adler, who was kind of our mentor. And so I've been in the record industry for my entire life.
But Steve, for many seniors especially, they often have not yet recognized the threads that go through the music business, the influences of a Bing Crosby back in the day, or big bands and Frank Sinatra. The story you told about Frank Sinatra was wonderful.
Well, the interesting thing about Frank Sinatra is that, I've always been a fan of his, and I found that over the years that in talking to and working with Rod Stewart and working with, and certainly listening to an entire lecture that Bono did on Frank Sinatra, Well, rock and roll people love Frank Sinatra because of his attitude. You know, they looked at him as, you know, and they looked at his group. The Rat Pack is the first super group. I mean, they did all the things that the rock and rollers started.
The thing I always admired about Sinatra was the musicians. The quality studio musicians considered him a musician.
Yes.
That he actually made musical contributions.
Well, not only that, but if you know, I had the fortune of being in the studio a couple times when he was singing, because he worked out of Western Recorders up on Sunset there, and we all kind of worked in those studios. But every musician will always say that they played better and that everything came up in level when Sinatra was in the room. Because first of all, they knew they had to get it in 2 or 3 takes, because after that he was done. So
other duties to perform.
Exactly. So I mean, everybody was really on their best, and he brought things to a great level.
Well, thank you so much for visiting with us, Steve. We appreciate it. Steve Berry's course on the history of rock and roll. And now, Scott, back to you.
Thanks, Paul. Now we're joined by Lisa Munoz, the program director here at the Osher Institute for Lifelong Learning. Hi, Lisa.
Hi,
How
Scott.
are you?
Good, thanks. How are
nice
you?
Nice to see you. So we're having some really interesting conversations here about the older adult learner.
Sure. The older adult learner is a very interesting learner. It's a lifelong learner, and we have found through UCLA Extension that our adult learning population is very goal-oriented, mostly for professional reasons. But when you get to an age 50 plus, you really find a different kind of set of goals, right? They're looking to reconnect really to themselves. They're looking to reconnect to social circles. They're looking to reconnect to their intellect and really to their whole lives. We've heard so many stories, it's very exciting to hear, of people saying that the program really almost saved their lives because it's been able to bring them back into involvement and participation in life.
I love hearing those stories. I've heard those stories repeatedly in my own clinical practice, and that's why we're here today. And with people living longer, and the life course is really changing.
It really does. You know, men and women both are living much longer than expected, and you know, I think we can all see that the traditional model of retirement at age 50 or 55 and then just kind of sitting back and relaxing just doesn't hold true anymore. People really need to do something. They need to be out in the world, engaging their minds and their bodies and their spirits. So it's really wonderful and very rewarding to see that the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute gives people that opportunity. It gives them a place to do that among other like-minded individuals, and it really, again, lets them kind of reconnect to life.
That's absolutely what we're trying to talk about here on Aging Well in LA, reconnecting, staying active, engaged, living longer, better. So tell us, how can people find out more about this? I mean, we're sold.
Sure. No, we have, we've set up a great area of communication on our website. So people can visit our website. They can call us at the UCLA Extension
Okay,
number.
we'll put that number below, I'm sure, here. We'll make sure that number's there.
So they can call us, they can email us, they can visit our website. All of the information about joining our fall, winter, spring, summer classes, all the information that they might want is there.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I hope a lot of people are inspired by this program and get out there back into the classroom for a whole new adventure.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed our visit with the Osher Institute as much as we did. Scott, this is like a hidden gem.
Absolutely. I had a great time here today learning more about the program and seeing wonderful examples of people staying active and engaged.
And there's an interesting educational aspect to this. You're not being graded on your participation. You are participating.
Absolutely, and I truly believe that this kind of participation and involvement really is a key step in living longer and living better.
And living better. That's the real key. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Aging Well in LA. And if you have comments and suggestions, or you're interested in talking to any of the people we visited with today, please give us a call and let us know. Thanks again for watching Aging Well in LA.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Wolf. This is Panorama City. You're watching LA City View 35. Our city, our channel. Kia!
Visiting with Huell Hauser is made possible through a generous grant from the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation.
Well, hello everybody, I'm Huell Hauser, and here we are at Children's Hospital in Los Angeles, which of course has been an important part of our community here in Southern California since 1901. The figures will tell you that over 10,000 children up to the age of 18 are patients in this hospital every year, and hundreds of thousands of children come here every year as outpatients. This is an amazing place. Recently I was given a tour of the hospital. I was impressed with the entire staff, but I was very impressed with the nurses. So we thought we'd come back and spend some time here this morning so you can see firsthand and meet these nurses and see their professionalism, their dedication, and their love. Okay, we are starting our tour here with Nita. We met a couple of months ago when I was here.
We did meet.
And I'm back for the guided tour on camera this time.
Of course.
Explain to everyone exactly where we are right now, because we're really at ground zero, aren't we? This is a very critical unit right here.
Yes, we are. We originally were called to West ICU, but over 12 years ago, we are now developed into cardiothoracic intensive care unit.
Now, what does that mean in terms we can understand?
Yes, of course. And this is the unit where we take care, and the nurses, the staff, the doctors, the respiratory therapists are specially trained to take care of babies, adolescents, newborns who are born with major congenital heart defects.
Heart problems.
Heart problems.
So they're in there, this is kind of a team meeting going on in here.
This is now our team. The cardiothoracic ICU team consists of our members of the team, our doctors, our nurses, our nurse practitioners, and respiratory therapists, including our social workers. Now, every morning, they make their rounds to discuss about what's going on with our patients and the general plans of care.
We want to meet some of your nurses who I know are very dedicated.
Very wonderful, dedicated, passionate nurses whose role is really very significant to provide the best care possible for our
Now, you've been here a while, too.
I've been at Children's for 22 years ago.
Yeah, you started as a child
I started as a child. Had all my babies while working in the ICU. I have 4. And yes, so you will meet a lot of the nurses who are so special with the care they do.
Well, let's meet our first nurse in
and
here.
I wanted to meet Lisa. Lisa has worked with me for so long, and this is the family. Just like what I told you before, very special child, Andrew, and the family, the Dennis family. The baby was born, and they found out to have a very special congenital heart defect, which they could talk to you about.
Well, let me talk
And we
to
are
Lisa.
preparing the family for surgery to be done today.
Because
So
this
this is
surgery, Lisa, is getting ready to happen this morning.
Yes, probably in the next hour.
Mm-hmm. So this is obviously, I feel almost like we shouldn't even be here right now, but it's this is a very stressful time, but it's also got to be a very hopeful time for your family.
Yes, it's got to be hopeful, and we know he's strong and he'll pull through. He's part of our family, and he has to.
Yeah. How old is your son?
He's 1 week. He'll be 1 week old tonight.
Wow. So you've had all of this happen in this short period of time. I mean, immediately when he was born, you discovered that he had this problem.
Yeah, he was born at Torrance Memorial in Torrance, and it took him about 3 or 4 hours before they realized what was going on.
And so he came to Children's.
Yes, they transferred him to Children's that night, and this is probably the best hospital in the United States, probably the world.
Yeah,
and
it's been your home for the last week.
Yeah, we've been here every day.
Now, Lisa, when a family like this comes in, you're seeing them at a very traumatic time.
Definitely.
So you're not only, are you going to be the nurse for this baby after he comes out of surgery?
I will. I'll be the nurse for this baby, but also for his family.
Yeah, because there's a lot involved here, isn't there?
Exactly.
A lot of skills necessary for someone in your position.
Right. My job is also to support them through this procedure, to keep them informed and to let them know what's going to be happening to their baby.
How's he doing?
He's doing very well. He's enjoying being held, and he takes his pacifier eagerly so he can feed afterwards to keep those skills up so he can go home sooner.
Mm-hmm. Is this a fairly common thing with babies? I mean, his problem is one that you've seen before, obviously.
Yes, here, because we're a referral hospital, so we get babies from all over California and other states. So it's something we see commonly in this unit. It's not something that happens commonly in children, but we do see that frequently here. And his type of defect is really nice in the sense that it's correctable with one surgery.
What kinds of things are you going through right now? Are you telling the parents what to expect and what's ahead? And
yes, I'm talking to them, telling them what to expect, and just allowing them time to also be with their baby, to be able to hold him, because when he comes back, they'll have a lot of tubes and things that will help support him, but they won't be able to carry him for a little bit, so to allow him that time with the baby.
Now, how many years have you been here?
I've been here 20 years at the hospital.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Can you remember the first time you were in a situation like this?
In an ICU?
Where you were dealing with a family getting ready to go through what they're getting ready to go through this morning.
Yeah, I can. And I was much more nervous and probably didn't have as many skills as I do now in trying to prepare them and letting them know what's going to be happening.
So really, this is traumatic, but at the same time, this is a positive morning, because this is something that's going to correct the situation and make it good, make it better.
Exactly. It's that first step in getting him home, making him better so that he can go home and have a nice, healthy life.
Yeah. Well, that's got to be a reason to smile.
It's why we do it.
Yeah. Is it really?
Definitely, to see the babies go home, and it's wonderful when their parents will bring them back for social reasons afterwards, and we can see this healthy, growing baby. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, thank you for allowing us to share these few moments with you. Best of luck. Our prayers are with you.
Thank you.
And everything's going to be fine.
It will. Everything will be fine.
Now we have left the Dennis family and their little son Andrew, who is going into surgery this morning. And we've come to another room here in your unit, which is a very complicated matter.
I could say a much more complex heart defect. And this is baby Fatima that you will now visit, and the nurse name is Rachel.
Now they're having
This is now a normal rounds of our team, of our CT ICU team, as I mentioned, to talk about the progress of the baby and the general plans of care that all the team members have to adhere to.
And as soon as they leave, we'll be able to talk with the nurse.
Yes.
And her name is?
Her name is Rachel.
And how long has she been a nurse?
Has been here for a while too, probably over 5-10 years.
Nurses stay here, don't they?
I really hope so.
Gets in your blood.
I just hope so.
What is it that keeps nurses here?
We love to take care of the kind of patients we have in the unit. We get support from each other to be able to stay and do the best we can to take care of our patient population.
When you say support, you mean emotional support?
Emotional support.
Professional support?
Professional, emotional, and be with each other to take care of our patients and our parents, because things could really be very serious and very complicated, and we need to go through with any critical situation.
Here comes our nurse
Rachel,
right here.
hello,
Rachel, can we talk?
Yeah,
Huell
hi.
Hauser. Can
Hi.
we walk in and see
Sure.
the baby? Because there was just a big conference going on. Now, Rachel, we are standing here with little baby
Fatima. Mm-hmm.
And you have been Fatima's nurse
Mm-hmm.
for over
about a month now.
a month.
Mhm.
So this is a very serious case here.
Yes.
How do you deal with this without getting so attached that you become so emotionally attached that you can't deal with it in a professional way?
Well, I think all of the nurses here do get attached to their patients. I don't think you can work in this kind of environment and not get attached because they really are very sweet babies. And especially even when they're a couple weeks old, you know, they kind of reveal their personality to you, and you get to know the family, and it does make it very difficult, but at the same time, I think if you have the goal of just trying to make the patient better and then take care of the families at the same time, it kind of alleviates, you know, you just realize it's not about you, it's all about the patient and the family. And
yeah, and
so,
this instance, more than any other, this hospital has to be, you have to be a nurse for the patient and the parents.
And the parents.
Because their little baby, their
Yeah.
most precious thing,
That's right, yeah.
this innocent little baby is here. And you have to be a psychiatrist, you have to be
Of some sort.
you have to be a comfort, and yet you have to deal with the realities that you're dealing with these little babies that are
Yeah.
very, very sick.
Yeah, they're very sick, and you know, we just try to help the parents adjust to, I mean, a lot of times the saddest part is that the parents have no idea. The whole time, you know, the woman is pregnant, she has no idea that there's a possible heart defect. And
Well, this family we just met, whose little baby is going into heart surgery
Yeah.
this morning, the baby was a week old, and they didn't know until a few
Yeah.
hours after he was born.
yeah, that makes it really tough. And, you know, you just, you know, I know a lot of the nurses here are moms, and it's, you know, you just pray to God, like, you know, it just never happens to you, and then when it happens to somebody else, it's just very sad.
Yeah,
But,
and
you know,
see these little babies that are covered with tubes and transfusions and air going in and
Yeah.
monitors, and it's just not what you would.
you never think your life as a parent is going to involve this. And, you know, I really have to say that even when I first started here, I came from an adult population, and when I first started with pediatrics and I first saw babies that looked like this, I can say it's unnerving in the beginning. And then, of course, I'm used to it. But I always come to work with the realization that, you know, the parents, I don't see how they could ever really get used to looking at something like that.
Well, and you see all of these monitors, and Children's Hospital is known all over the world as being one of the best. Just a few years ago, a child like this wouldn't be alive now.
That's probably
I mean,
true.
these babies wouldn't have made it without the technology
That's
that
right.
we have today.
That's right. It's all about learning and making sure that one day we can find a way to make sure that, you know, hopefully, you know, they're even trying to think of ways to correct heart defects even while it's still a fetus. So hopefully, you know, with the way medicine is going, we can just eliminate all of this one day. That's the hope.
You're putting something on the front of her little bassinet here that you took down because you thought it'd get in the way of the camera when we were here, but these are her little footprints.
Yeah, we have our night nurses to thank for this. Usually, when they have some downtime, they'll like to do ink prints of
Make
their
little
feet
footprints.
and hand
There's
prints.
some more up here.
Yeah.
And you have, even for a baby in critical care like this, you've put a little stuffed animal here.
Yeah, that's from her mom, and you know, I just want to put something up there so make it feel a little more kid friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have the family put a religious
The Virgin Mary.
the
yeah.
Virgin Mary in the front.
Mm-hmm. And there's little crucifixes here, and
So it all kind of comes together, doesn't it?
Right.
The medical technology, the
Mhm.
equipment, and the cross.
Right, and then there's this family is Mexican, and so from their church and family members in Mexico and the churches in Mexico, they've actually brought over some little cards of saints with little prayers on the back, and yeah, so it's really nice.
Wow.
So we want to, you know, get the cultural thing as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, anything that can help
Oh yeah.
is important, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And what is the prognosis? Is it fair to ask that question?
This little baby, she's had it quite rough so far, and we just hope, that she makes it. So.
You're touching her.
Well, she looks like she's grimacing a little bit, so.
Because in the middle of all of this, touching right here is still important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a little baby, so. Mm-hmm.
We've got a crying little baby in here.
She's mad. She says, I'm mad. I'm upset.
Now, her name is?
Crystal.
Crystal, little baby Crystal, who sounds like she's got a good, healthy little laugh going there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. She has a really good cry, really healthy is what we like to hear. And she's here because she wasn't doing too good, but now she's doing much better. She's doing much better.
You sound like a mother talking.
I am a mother.
And how do you deal with this as a mother, not just as a nurse?
Well, it gives me an insight into like maybe sometimes the little quirks that the babies have, and sometimes if you've never been a parent, you wouldn't understand that.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't like the spit up, and so she doesn't like that. So I know that she wants to be picked up.
Look at this face.
See, she's okay now.
She thinks you're her mom.
Well, I'm here to take care of her, and I don't want her parents to worry, so I take care of her as if she was my own.
Now, you're a new nurse. Mm-hmm. Your name is?
Tanya.
Now, when you say new nurse, what do you mean new nurse?
I've only been out of nursing school for about 7 months now.
Oh, gosh. Mm-hmm. And you came right here.
Mm-hmm.
You got thrown right in the middle of it here.
Well, I was a little afraid that I was going to get thrown in the middle of it, but here at Children's Hospital, they have a really great new graduate program, the RN residency program, and it's great for new nurses or even nurses that want to change fields, want to do something different. It's an excellent program.
I'm nervous about something going off here.
That's just because
I get nervous when I hear things go off in a hospital.
When I first started working here, I got nervous too.
And you see, you can imagine if I'm nervous, what her parents feel when they come in and see all of this equipment and all of these tubes and don't know what's going on or how serious it is.
Well, we really let them know how serious it is. We don't sugarcoat it. We let them know what's going on with their baby, but we also want them to feel comfortable as possible, because this is scary. When your baby's in the hospital for something, a cardiac problem, that's really terrifying for the parents. So we go out of our way and do everything we can to make the parents feel comfortable as well as take care of their child. So.
And be honest, how attached have you become to little Crystal? I see something in your eye right here.
She is a beautiful baby. She is a beautiful baby. She's doing really well, which really pleases me. I like to take care of them when they're going from being critically ill to when we can send them upstairs or when we can send them home, then that really makes my job fulfilling to me.
You've chosen the right profession, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I wanted to be a nurse since I was in the 5th grade.
Yeah.
So I've known like pretty much my whole life this is what I wanted to do.
With your head and with your heart.
Mm-hmm. I love it. I love it. I don't know how I could do anything else. Now that I've done it and I've succeeded and accomplished my goal, I couldn't do anything else. And Children's Hospital, I feel like they really took care of me. You know, like I was a child coming out of school into this new environment, and they're helping me grow. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So that's what we're doing for our babies.
A lot of help going on in this place.
A lot of help. And I'm really, really glad that they help, and they are so helpful. All the nurses are so helpful. Everybody wants to step in and help. All you have to do is ask for help, and anybody will come running. What do you need? Are you okay?
Yeah.
They check on me. Am I okay today? Do I need any help? So as a new nurse, that's really important to have the more experienced nurses still be there for me and not just, go, she should know.
Well, congratulations on being able to follow your bliss and do what you were meant to do.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy.
And good luck to little Crystal. There we have little Crystal and her surrogate mom, Tanya. at Children's Hospital. Happy day here in Children's Hospital. Sarah, this is a happy day. Introduce us to your little patient here.
This is Omar, and he had surgery on Tuesday, so 2 days ago.
Heart surgery.
Yeah, open heart surgery, a pretty major surgery. He had a tetralogy of Fallot repair, and he's done really well. Yesterday he came off the breathing machine, and today we got all of his big lines out, and he's starting to eat and move around, and Mom and Dad will be able to hold him today.
Oh, wow. And he's going up to the regular hospital.
Right, yeah. He'll leave intensive care today and go up to the regular hospital floor, and then hopefully in a couple days, once he's eating well and we get all of his medications worked out, he'll be able to go home.
So it's a good report.
Yeah, very
It's a good report.
It is, yeah, it is.
How do you feel about all of this?
I feel so happy and, very happy. I got no words what to say.
Yeah, well, your son looks like he's doing pretty good there.
Yeah, thanks to, we have a nice nurse. And
now, are you just saying that because she's here? Has she been a good nurse?
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. She's very patient with my baby, and I like that.
Well, she's probably patient with you, too, because you've probably been in here a lot.
Yeah.
And probably in those early days, right after the surgery, you were pretty concerned. You were pretty...
Yes, I was. But, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing when, what I did to my baby.
Yeah.
It's a second opportunity, of life, because, we were very, very scared, but the kind of surgery is gonna have. But thanks God he's doing good, and, surgery was fine.
Well, we take our baby's health for granted, don't we? So many people just take it for granted that their babies are going to be healthy.
Right.
And now you don't take anything for granted, do you? You know how important health is.
Oh, yeah. It's very, very important. Very important.
Yeah. Does this last couple of days seem kind of like a dream to you? It's all happened so quickly and...
Well, yeah. It's I don't know what to explain, but it's very... I'm so happy. That's all I can say, Because when my baby was suffering, with the oxygen, and that's very scary for us.
Yeah.
But now that I see him like that, I'm so happy because I see his oxygen there. It's very high and something good.
So this is what you want to hear. This is what you love to hear.
Yeah, Omar is like a very rewarding patient to take care of because he's done so well, and to see him progress over the past couple of days is really rewarding.
Is this what being a nurse is all about? Or because they don't always turn out with happy endings, do they?
No, and especially working here, a lot of our kids do stay a long time and are very, very sick.
Some don't make it.
Yeah, and some don't ever make it out of here. So it's kind of both. There's things that you can do differently for each patient that both are rewarding in different ways, I think.
Yeah.
So.
But this has been a good one.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, this is exciting.
It is.
We'll come watch Omar play his first soccer game in a couple of years.
I'm waiting for that.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm waiting for that.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Just wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Everybody's smiling today.
Yes.
It's a good day.
Yes, we are so happy that Omar is in good condition now.
Yeah. Omar, he doesn't hear much that's going on right now. He's sleeping right through it.
The whole thing.
But someday he'll see this tape,
right?
And it'll be a kind of a remembrance of his days that saved his life.
Right, exactly.
Here in Children's Hospital.
Right.
I just feel so fortunate to just be in this room and feel the love and the positive energy that's here. This is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you.
Thank you. Goodbye, little Omar. We'll see you on the soccer field.
I am so proud. I'm so proud of the nurses around me and the people that you've spoken to. This is really what we do, and we are just so passionate to make sure all the babies, all the parents are taken care of. And of course, we need to take care of our nurses too.
Yeah.
And thank you for showing the best that the CHLA can
Well,
offer.
see, in a town like Hollywood, where we call people in movies stars,
My nurses
these
are
nurses
stars.
are the real stars in our town.
They are, and thank you.
And
Thank
you just ask any of the parents who've come into contact with these women, and they'll tell you that these nurses aren't just stars, they're superstars, because they have come from heaven
Yes.
in a time when when families need them the most.
And I think you've seen them. You've seen Tanya, who really just completed our residency program from CHLA, and definitely functioning on her own, but of course
she's
with the support.
wonderful, though.
He is wonderful.
She's got such a heart.
Oh, he is. And our unit will continue to be with her and mentor her personally to grow
Yeah.
and be the best nurse she can. And of course, you've also met Lisa, who's my colleague from years ago.
20 years ago.
Yes, and we continue to be here together.
We've met the new nurses and the old nurses here
Thank you.
at Children's Hospital, and
Thank
we
you.
have had an absolutely wonderful day in this place that it is beyond description. But
And
it's-
come again.
Well, I'll be back. I always get a little teary-eyed, but leave here very hopeful, because this is a place that's
Thank
full
you.
of positive energy and lots of love.
It's a lot of work in here, but you're right with that. A lot of love. That's why we continue to do what we're doing now. Thank you.
Hey, Muffin, are we better now? We are okay.
Thank you, nurse.
Visiting with Huell Hauser is made possible through a generous grant from the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation.
My God, how did this happen? As a child, I was always in a hurry. As I got older, I was always distracted. And in another second,
I'm gonna get hit by a car.
I'll kill a little girl. Our driving behavior starts at an early age. Traffic safety is everybody's responsibility. Watch the road.
City of Los Angeles.
There is an Amber Alert.
When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
We have a positive on that alert vehicle. Te dije que no tengo dinero.
Open 911 line, fighting an argument in the background.
To protect and to serve.
¿Estás lastimado?
No.
¿Cuántas personas hay aquí?
Mi hermano está en el baño y mi esposo no está ahí.
Pon las manos arriba, por favor. Párese.
Okay, tell me what happened.
My sister's letting me stay there. Lleva aquí un mes, no está pagando renta. Le parece que chocó contra la pared. And he hit me.
Do you want to make a report?
No. ¿Qué usted quiere que nosotros hagamos?
Que lo saque para afuera, que se vaya.
Your brother-in-law doesn't want you staying there anymore. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gracias.
Okay, está bien.
Standing with our community.
When we first got there, I didn't know what the heck we had.
1653, unknown trouble. Male and female arguing inside of a green vehicle. Stop on the 6th Street Bridge. Respond code 3. Any area that come in on call number.
Leave us alone! Driver's got a gun.
16-253, requesting backup. 415 man with gun. We're on the 6th Street Bridge facing westbound.
Hello. All right, show me around.
For the officers of the LAPD, it's all in a day's work. Working as a team, they take pride in what they do.
I'm not coming out of the car!
Okay, listen, we've got time to work this out.
Shut up!
Let's just talk right now.
This has nothing to do with you, man.
I know you're upset. I want you to talk right now.
911 emergency. The little girl that's missing? Where did you see her? What is your name, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello?
The caller's GOA.
Get away from the car or I'll shoot her! I'm gonna kill her, man!
Listen to me. Why don't you just let her go? Girl's coming out. Hey, John, lower the gun, buddy.
Become a part of the team. The LAPD is hiring. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
Sergio in Pacoima, you are watching LA City View 35, our city, our channel.
Hello and welcome to Disability Forum. My name is Mitch Pomerantz, your host for this series of programs by, about, and for persons with disabilities. I'm associated with the Department on Disability, the entity responsible for Disability Forum, along with CityView Channel 35. A reminder before introducing our program and guests. The City Commission on Disability, which advises both the Mayor and the Department on Disability on issues of concern to our community, meets in City Hall, room 350, the Public Works Boardroom. Commission meetings are scheduled for 1 p.m. on the first Wednesday of the month. Both the Commission and Department encourage everyone to attend. To be put on the mailing list, please call the Department at 213-485-6334-VOICE or 213-485-6655-TTY, or email the Department at www.lacity.org/DOD. In 2006, Disability Forum first looked at accessibility issues at the Los Angeles World Airports, or LAX, as most of us still call it. The aforementioned Commission on Disability expressed a number of concerns relating to parking, the accessibility of ground transportation in and around both LA and Ontario airports, and overall accessibility at those facilities. There have been changes and improvements since then, and I thought it was time to revisit this subject to see where we are today. I've invited Larry Rowland, Coordinator for Disability Services, Los Angeles World Airports, and Gordon Phillips, Project Director, Bradley International Terminal Construction, with Leo A. Daly and Company, to join us on Disability Forum. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Let me begin with you, Gordon, because you're with an architecture firm. How did you get involved in this? Have you been involved in making facilities accessible prior to the work on the Bradley Terminal?
Oh, absolutely. Every design we produce is made to be accessible. It definitely has to meet the codes, and we try to go beyond the codes if possible.
So you've been involved in this for quite some time?
Quite some time. I'd say about 25 years.
Yeah. Are there other big facilities in the Los Angeles area that you've worked on that people might recognize which are accessible?
Well, I'm an architect that specializes in airports, so by nature I've worked in airports around the world, and in London and Seattle, and we've made them all accessible.
Well, I just came through Heathrow several months ago, and while it may be accessible, I know smaller towns or towns that would fit inside that airport. That facility is huge. I hope I don't have to go back to it for a while. Larry, good to have you back.
Thank you very much, Mitch.
And first of all, your title has changed since you were last on the program, so you now are specializing in disability services. What does that entail?
Well, basically it's the same position as before, except that it's specifically all the airports, all 4 airports that we have, actually I guess all 3 airports now, that Palmdale's no longer an active airport.
Ah, well, I just learned something because it depends on which year Palmdale either is or isn't an active airport. So
Correct.
Currently it's not. Okay. So you have been involved for a very long time in accessibility at LAX. We'll always call it LAX.
Right.
And Ontario Airport. In Ontario Airport, there were 2 new terminals built, what now, 5 or 6 years ago?
Well, actually, it's been a little bit longer than